The Spanish Civil War. Revolution and Counter-Revolution. Burnett Bulletin. To Betty and Gregory. 11. Foreword. The Spanish Revolution was the most unique of 20th-century collectivist revolutions. It was the only sweeping and violent revolution to take place in a West European country and, despite the eventual growth of communist hegemony, it was the only truly pluralist revolution, carried out by a variety of distinct, often mutually competitive and hostile, forces. It was also the only major revolution in a larger country that failed, being completely defeated and overthrown by adverse military power. For all these reasons, the Spanish Revolution has never received the attention from students of comparative revolutions that it should otherwise command. Another reason for its relative obscurity in the roster of 20th-century revolutions is what Burnett Bulletin originally called the Grand Camouflage, the fact that it took place within a multi-party Popular Front Republican political framework, broke out only after civil war had begun, and was systematically presented by its supporters and propagandists abroad as something quite different from what it was. Ultimately, the perceived international importance of the Civil War and foreign military intervention came virtually to monopolize attention. The revolution occurred in Spain, in the broadest perspective, because of the unique historical situation of that country in the early 20th century. During the 1930s, as for the past 100 years, Spain was both the least modernized of the larger Western European countries and civically and culturally the most advanced of the economically backward Southern and Eastern European countries. Though Marx predicted the inevitability of revolution at the climax of industrialization, history has shown that modernizing societies are much more prone to severe conflict during the early to medium phases of industrialization. The low wages and extreme economic pressures of the earlier stages of industrial development, together with the concentration of masses of alienated workers in new urban environments, created potentially explosive conditions that become attenuated in the later phases of industrialization. Social rebelliousness was heightened in Spain by the simultaneous emergence of the modern agrarian problem, demographic expansion of a large class of landless laborers and 12. Dwarf holders, mainly in the southern half of the country, whose economic situation actually declined in some respects during the slow modernization of the 19th century and who lived in greater real or comparative immiseration by the early 20th century than during the final phases of the old regime. The leftward trend of Spanish politics was at first unchecked by modern nationalism, the major mobilizing force of the right in some other countries but almost unknown in Spain save in the special regions of centrifugal micronationalism, where it only compounded social and political cleavage. Spain at first managed largely to avoid major international pressures on its domestic political development, staying out of the alliance system and not participating in World War I. It thus became a unique case, almost a special laboratory example, of the full range of modernization conflicts and potential socio-political rivalries found then and later in other countries, but in the Spanish case little influenced or distorted by foreign war, occupation, or overt foreign pressures of any kind. Indirect foreign influence of a sort was nonetheless a factor in the final cleavage and breakdown of the Spanish polity. This came about not through direct pressure or intervention but simply through the mutual fear of the major Spanish political actors, as the internal polarization grew, that the worst examples of foreign political extremism were being imitated in Spain and that a Spanish version of either communism or fascism might soon triumph. This fear, which was palpable on the eve of the Civil War, served psychologically to justify the most dire measures to avoid falling prey to the equivalent of the worst foreign extremisms in Spanish guise, or so the militants of left and right came to believe. Thus, though not involved in international alliances and military conflict, Spain was in this way closely associated psychologically with the politics of the rest of Europe and fully prone to the worst political pressures of the period indeed, because of the severity of internal division, prone to such pressures, even though of the Spaniards' own making, to an exaggerated degree. If mass revolutionary movements came to Spain somewhat late by Russian standards, their growth was not at first contested by strong central nationalism and right reactionary forces, as in many parts of Central and Eastern Europe. That in turn led the revolutionaries to overestimate their strength, forgetting that underlying conservative social forces were nonetheless potentially stronger than in civically undeveloped Russia, and that the international balance was quite different in Western Europe in the 1930s from what it had been in Eastern Europe in 191,720. Both of these factors, the underlying strength of a partially quiescent Spanish right that was eventually mobilized by Franco and the weight of international forces, were ultimately decisive in the defeat of the revolution. The Spanish Civil War, within which the revolution took place, was the most important political event in European and indeed Western affairs during the 1930s prior to the outbreak of World War II. Its importance to the world at large stemmed not so much from the domestic conflict in Spain as from the involvement and threatened involvement of major powers, and equally from the manner in which the struggle was perceived in terms of the major political tensions in other 13 countries. To supporters of the Republic, the war was normally cast as a contest between democracy and fascism, and indeed as the only forum in the Western world in which the advance of fascism was being contested at that time. Actual developments within the Republican zone were often little appreciated outside Spain. Almost as soon as the Civil War ended, attention was diverted to the general war developing in Europe, so that the Spanish conflict was viewed for years as little more than prelude or footnote to the European struggle. Given the combination of cultural repression inside Spain during the generation that followed and the categorical lack of attention to Spanish domestic politics and history outside the country, virtually no serious study was directed toward the Spanish Civil War in the next 2 decades. Only after the beginning of the 1960s did a series of scholarly works appear that began to cast the Spanish struggle in accurate historical perspective and detail. Of these new studies, the only one devoted to the politics of the revolution in the Republican zone was Burnett Bulletin's The Grand Camouflage, distant ancestor of the present work, published by Hollis and Carter, London, in 1961. This constituted a major scholarly breakthrough, presenting for the first time detailed documentation on the political struggle among the major Republican forces during the first 9 months of the Civil War. It lifted the events of July 1936 to April 1937 out of the realm of propaganda and party polemics onto the plane of fully documented history, providing a detailed account of the socio-economic and political revolution of the anarcho-syndicalists, the POUM, and the revolutionary socialists during the initial months of the Civil War, particularly in the regions of Catalonia, Aragon, and the Levant. A second fundamental contribution of Bulletin's work was to document step by step the growth of communist political and military power. This revealed the expansion of communist power first in the Republican Central Zone and then progressively in certain others, with steadily mounting communist influence in the army, the police, and political apparatus. If this was the dark side of Republican politics, it is all the more important that it be fully clarified. The cause of historical understanding of the Republic obviously could not have been served by any process that did not bring all major developments into the light of day, and the significance of Bulletin's contribution lay in the fact that it was he who pioneered the task. Reconstruction and understanding of the immediate past of Spain was not merely a pedantic exercise but in fact an absolute intellectual necessity or prerequisite for the effective and enduring re-establishment of democracy in Spain. It is no exaggeration to say that Bulletin's work was a noteworthy step in that lengthy but vital process. Thus Josep Tarradellas, first president of the restored Democratic Generalitat of Catalonia, rightly called it one of the most important books among the 15 or 20,000 volumes that have been published on the war in Spain. Yet, not altogether surprisingly, the Grand Camouflage often did not gain the welcome among historical and political commentators that it deserved. The book had in fact been completed in 1952, but because it opened up an entirely new 14 perspective that contradicted much of standard opinion, it had been rejected by numerous American publishers, including 5 university presses. As Raymond Carr observed in his foreword to the 1979 edition of the Spanish Revolution, perhaps the title was unfortunate, in itself a camouflage which hid the fact that this was the work of a dedicated scholar who had combed every available source in order to reconstruct the confused politics of Republican Spain in the Civil War. Moreover, Hollis and Carter insisted on adding the subtitle "The Communist Conspiracy in the Spanish Civil War," giving the mistaken impression that the book was another anti-communist tract. Appearing in 1961, the book fell victim to the passions of the Cold War. Hailed by conservatives and anti-communists as an exposure of communist intrigue and domination, it was vociferously denounced not merely by communists and pro-communists but also by some other leftists and supporters of the Republic as an effort in some fashion to impugn or besmirch the Republican cause, even though that was very far from the intent of the author or the substance of the book. Bulletin's work in fact effectively refuted the rightist charge of a communist plot to overthrow the Republic in 1936. It was nonetheless alleged that the author was an agent or employee of the CIA or some political force, and the book was cast in a totally misleading light in the pirated edition brought out in Barcelona by the Falangist publisher Luis de Queralt, with an introduction by Manuel Fraga Iribaré, 3 months after it had appeared in England. Despite Bulletin's every effort to block publication of what he called a hurried and Baudelarized translation, it was released in Spain before any action could be taken. His repudiation of this edition first appeared in the Boletín Informativo of the Centro de Documentación y Estudios Paris, June 1963. The situation was rectified only with the appearance of an accurately translated and legally authorized Spanish edition under the title La Revolución Española, Las Izquierdas y la lucha por el poder, Mexico City, 1962, with a subsequent edition published by the Institute of Hispanic American Studies at Stanford 2 years later. Withal, Burnett Bulletin was not a professional scholar by training or a university professor drawing a guaranteed salary. After his early years as a United Press correspondent, he lived an independent life as a freelancer and private businessman, eventually building a secure career in California real estate during the 1950s and 1960s. Though he taught briefly as a lecturer at Stanford University from 1962 to 1965, the need to earn a living on his own greatly diminished the time available to him for scholarly work. Not only did it delay the appearance of Bulletin's first book until 1961, but it also limited the scope of that work and made impossible its further development until after his retirement from business in the 1970s. Only then did he have the opportunity to prepare an expanded study, which appeared in English and in Spanish in 1979 under the more appropriate title of The Spanish Revolution. This second book retained all the strengths of the first, especially its massive foundation of primary sources, which in fact has made it a reference work or source book for other historians, and its rigorous objectivity. 15. The Spanish Revolution provided much more complete treatment of the political struggle of the first 10 months of the Civil War, including the climactic conflict in Barcelona during May 1937 and the ouster of Largo Caballero, not merely expanding the scope of the earlier study but including much new material. It thus became the standard and well-nigh definitive treatment of this whole crucial problem area. Yet there remained the political history of the second half of the Civil War, on which Bulletin had been collecting massive documentation which he had never had leisure to prepare fully for publication. The 1980s were devoted to the final completion of this lifelong task, producing the present edition, which Bulletin finished only in the very last weeks of his long and remarkable life. The last third of the present work is totally new, dealing with the growth of communist power above all in the military and the police during the balance of 1937 and well into 1938. The offensive against the POUM and other leftist dissidents, primarily Sanedistas, is thoroughly treated, as are the two cabinet reorganizations of 1938. The peculiar and complex figure of Juan Negrin, ultimate wartime leader of the Republic, is more fully and carefully depicted here than in any other published work. Careful attention is given to the final phase of Republican politics, with its growth of defeatism and increasing revulsion against communist domination. The concluding contribution of this magisterial work is to examine thoroughly the very last steps, the final controversial communist reassignments in military commands, the role of Negrin and of the communists in attempting a nominal policy of last-ditch resistance, and the development of the Casado conspiracy to overthrow them. At the same time, extensive new documentation has been added to the main part of the book, made available since the broad opening and reorganization of Spanish archives. The product is thus not merely a longer and more complete work but in many respects a new and largely definitive account, the first truly thorough and accurate examination of the politics of the Spanish Revolution and the Republican zone in detail from beginning to end. It constitutes a monument of scholarship to which future students will be permanently indebted and is also a monument to the persistent endeavors of its author. Few have succeeded so well in so important and difficult an enterprise. Equally important, Booton has bequeathed to future historians the enormous collection of primary and secondary material on the Spanish Civil War to which he devoted much of his life. The Booton collection in the Hoover Institution at Stanford University contains 2,500 imprints, many of them rare items, 12,000 bound newspapers from the Civil War era, 10 large scrapbooks, about 125,000 frames of microfilm, over 67 boxes of manuscripts, and 2 large crates of assorted documents. This rich concentration of materials makes it one of the 2 or 3 most important sources in the world for the study of the Spanish Civil War. The legacy of Burnett Booton is truly an enduring one. Stanley G. Payne. 17. Burnett Booton died before he could put the finishing touches on this preface. Nevertheless, he left both written and oral instructions to be followed in completing his preliminary remarks. Rather than repeat in substance what has already been said in previous editions, I have chosen to include only the material that pertains to the present edition. This preface, then, is a faithful reconstruction of his notes, transcribed by his wife, Betty, and son, Gregory, and earlier drafts. George Essenwein. In 1977, I began work on this present edition, which incorporates nearly 50 years of research and analytical study. Above all, this work reflects the extensive use I have made of Spanish Civil War newspapers and periodicals. Unlike those historians who do not appreciate the value of using newspapers as a primary source, I strongly believe that it is impossible to understand the passions, the emotions, and the real issues that touched the lives of Civil War participants without consulting the press. I have found that newspapers, more than any other source, reflect clearly the views and feelings of the numerous and diverse factions that were engaged in that terrible conflict. Over the years, close to 500 different newspaper and periodical titles, some having as many as 1,000 issues covering the Civil War, were consulted. In order to evoke the atmosphere of those troubled times, I have quoted directly from over 200 different titles. In the course of writing this edition, I have significantly enlarged the scope of my researches. I have amassed much new material in the form of newspapers, periodicals, books, pamphlets, microfilms, and photocopies of original documents. Most of these sources were obtained from research libraries and from public and private institutions located both in the United States and abroad. For their stintless aid in providing me with materials and answering my inquiries, I should like to express my gratitude to all those persons, institutions, and publishers listed alphabetically in the acknowledgements. But special men. 18. Mention must be made here of persons who have been of special assistance in completing this study. I owe a debt of deep gratitude to Dr. George Essenwein, both for his friendship and for his valuable assistance over a period of 8 years. He saved me countless hours of labor by hauling back and forth to my home hundreds of books and articles that he had found through Interlibrary Loan, the Stanford Green Library, and the Hoover Institution Library and Archives. This assistance enabled me to study the extensive range of publications from England, France, Germany, Italy, and the United States dealing with European diplomatic history during the 30s. As a result, I was able to elaborate upon a vitally important subject that was earlier developed in the Grand Camouflage and the Spanish Revolution. I greatly valued the long discussions I had with George and the friendly use I made of him as a sounding board. Among other things, these conferences helped me to solidify my thoughts and convictions on several intricate and extremely controversial topics. I am also indebted to him for the excerpts I used from his own writings and for the long footnotes he wrote expressly for me, which the reader will find in various chapters. I am indebted to Professor Stanley G. Payne for his unwavering support and for his indispensable contributions to this edition. Apart from writing the foreword, he has generously given of his time in reviewing the manuscript. Because the author was unable to complete the final chapter himself, Professor Payne was kind enough to write one section of the conclusion. Special thanks are due to my friend of 27 years, Professor Ronald Hilton of Stanford University, now Executive Director of the California Institute of International Studies. Not only has Professor Hilton constantly encouraged me with his contagious drive and vitality, but he has also allowed me to draw upon his unparalleled knowledge of Spanish language and culture. Through the years, Professor Hilton has been a powerful and effective advocate of my work, and for this I am most grateful. For his unremitting moral support and help for the past 25 years, I want to thank Dr. David Wingiate Pike of the American College in Paris. Hilja Kook of the Hoover Institution has generously aided me over the years by ferreting out obscure materials from the library and archives and by painstakingly translating from key Soviet sources information that I have utilized in my investigations. I should like to thank two Spaniards who have loyally assisted my efforts in publishing this and previous editions of my work in Spain. For nearly 25 years, Luciano Navas has provided me with the latest literature on the Civil War, and Pedro F. Grande has enthusiastically supported the publication and distribution of the Grand Camouflage and the Spanish Revolution. Through her dedication and hard work between 1938 and 1952, Gladys Evie Bulletin helped to lay the foundation on which all my volumes on the Civil War are based. In preparing the manuscript for publication, I have greatly benefited from the 19. Work conscientiously performed by Mrs. Pauline B. Tooker, typescript, Mrs. Barbara Walker, bibliography, and Mrs. Myrna B. Rochester, index. Above all, Mrs. Tooker has been an outstanding editor and typist. Her extraordinarily high standards as well as her deep concern and loyal support in seeing the manuscript through its final stages have been enormously helpful to me. I should like to extend special thanks to the following people who kindly consented to read and make useful comments on a rather unwieldy manuscript of some 2,000 pages: Professor Paul Avriche, Louis Bateman, editor, North Carolina; Javier Pradera, editor, Madrid; Stephen Schwartz, Professor Paul Seabury, Professor Joan Connolly Ullman, and Ella Wolfe. Betty and Gregory Bulletin have supported me to the utmost at every turn. They have assisted me in many ways and unselfishly devoted countless hours of work to the manuscript. It is largely thanks to their dedicated efforts that this edition has reached completion. While the author acknowledges the contributions of the aforementioned persons and institutions, he alone bears the responsibility for the final conclusions expressed or implied in this work. As a general rule, when no more than one book or pamphlet by an author is listed in the bibliography, only the name of the author is given after the first mention in each chapter. When more than one work by the same author is included in the bibliography, the full title or an abbreviated one is given in the notes to ensure proper identification. The place of publication of all newspapers and periodicals cited in the text or notes is given in the bibliography. In the case of newspapers and periodicals having identical titles, the place of publication is also given in the notes for accurate identification. The precise location of all documents cited, whether originals or copies, is given in the bibliography. Designation of opposing sides. I have referred to General Franco's forces first as rebels or insurgents and later as nationalists. The latter title was used by the supporters of the military uprising after they formed their own regime in October 1936. On the other hand, I have used the terms anti-Franco forces, left-wing forces, and Republicans interchangeably throughout the book. Although the political accuracy of such labels as nationalist and Republican may be questioned in view of the profound socio-political changes that occurred on both sides of the battle lines after July 18, 1936, this nomenclature has been used by most historians of the Civil War and has the advantage of simplicity. Place names. The following anglicized forms have been used: Andalusia, Andalusia; Castile, Castillo; Catalonia, Cataluna. Córdoba, Córdoba. Extremadura, Extremadura. Navarre, Navarra. Saragossa, Zaragoza. Seville, Sevilla. Accents on Spanish place names have been omitted in most instances to conform with English usage, for example, Aragon, Aragon, Cádiz, Cádiz, Malaga, Malaga. Proper names. The names of all Spaniards have been arranged in the index on the basis of the paternal name in accordance with Spanish usage. For example, references to XXIII. Francisco Largo Caballero will be found under Largo, the paternal name, and not under Caballero, the maternal name. However, he is frequently referred to by me and in quotations from Spanish sources as Caballero, which is the name both friends and opponents often used at the time. Catalan names. In most cases the Spanish equivalent of Catalan proper names has been used, for example, Juan Comarera, Joan Comarera, Luis Companys, Luis Companys, Federico Escofet, Frederic Escofet, José Taradellas, Josep Taradellas. One notable exception is the Catalan name Generalitat, which has been used throughout the text. Acronyms and other abbreviations. AHN. Archivo Histórico Nacional, Madrid and Salamanca. 8. Association Internacional de Trabajadores, Anarcho-Syndicalist Labor International. BL. Bolshevik-Leninists, Spanish section of Leon Trotsky's Fourth International. Bach. Bloque Obrero y Campesino, merged with Izquierda Comunista in 1935 to form the POUM. CADSI. Centre Autonomista de Dependents del Comerç y de la Industria, Office Workers and Retail Clerks Labor Union in Catalonia. CETA. Confederación Española de Derechas Autónomas, Federation of Right-Wing Catholic Parties. CI. Communist or Third International, Comintern. CLUA. Constio Levantino Unificado de la Exportación Agrícola, Agricultural Export Organization in the Valencia region controlled by the CNT. CNT. Confederación Nacional del Trabajo, Anarcho-Syndicalist Labor Federation, inspired ideologically by the FAI. Comintern. Communist International or Third International, the World Communist Organization, controlled by Moscow. Uniting the national communist parties or sections of the Comintern. AC. Esquerra Republicana de Catalunya, left Republican middle-class party in Catalonia. FAI. Federación Anarquista Ibérica, Anarchist Federation, ideological guide of the CNT. FE. Falange Española, Fascist Party. FIJL. Federación Ibérica de Juventudes Libertarias, Anarchist Youth Federation. FOUS. Federación Obrera de Unidad Sindical, POUM controlled Labor Federation. XXIV. GEPSI. Federación Catalana de Gremios y Entidades de Pequeños Comerciantes y Industriales, Catalan Federation of Small Businessmen, Manufacturers and Handicraftsmen controlled by the PSUC. GPU. Gosударственное политическое управление, State Political Administration, Soviet Secret Police, renamed NKVD. GRU. Globnoye Razvedavatelnoye Upravlenie, Chief Intelligence Directorate of the Soviet General Staff. HI. Hoover Institution. IISH. International Institute of Social History, Amsterdam. JAP. Juventudes de Acción Popular, Catholic Youth Movement controlled by José María Gil Robles. JCI. Juventud Comunista Ibérica, POUM Youth Organization. JSU. Federación de Juventudes Socialistas Unificadas, communist-controlled merger of the socialist and communist youth organizations. ML. Movimiento Libertario, entire anarcho-syndicalist movement comprising the CNT, FAI, and FIJL. NKVD. Narodny Commissariat Vnutrenik del, People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs, Soviet Secret Police. Formerly OGPU or GPU. OGPU or GPU. Objednano Gosударственное политическое управление, Unified State Political Administration attached to the Sovnarkom, the Council of People's Commissars, Soviet Secret Police renamed NKVD. PCE. Partido Comunista de España, Spanish Communist Party. Politburo. Political Bureau or Political Bureau, the inner executive committee or controlling body of the Communist Party. POUM. Partido Obrero de Unificación Marxista, Anti-Stalinist. Revolutionary Marxist Party. PSOE. Partido Socialista Obrero Español, Socialist Party. PSUC. Partit Socialista Unificat de Catalunya, communist-controlled merger of four socialist and communist parties of Catalonia. SHM. Servicio Histórico Militar. SIM. Servicio de Investigación Militar, military intelligence service controlled by communists. SIPM. Servicio de Información y Policía Militar, Francoist. UGT. Union General de Trabajadores, Socialist Trade Union Federation. UME. Union Militar Española, right-wing military organization. UMRA. Union Militar Republicana Antifascista, left-wing military organization. USC. Unió Socialista de Catalunya, Catalan Socialist Party, merged with three smaller parties to form the PSUC. XXV. Leading participants. See index for these and other participants. Abad de Santillan, Diego, leading CNTFAI theoretician and militant. Adraher, Enrique, Gironella, propaganda secretary of POUM. Aguad, Artemio, Counselor of Internal Security in the Catalan government, EC member, pro-communist. Aguad, Jamie, Esquerra member, Minister in Second Negrin government, resigned August 1938. Alcalá Zamora, Nistu, Liberal Catholic, leader of Derecha Liberal Republicana, first Prime Minister of the Republic, resigned October 1931, first President of the Republic December 1931, dislodged from presidency May 1936. Álvarez del Valle, Julio, left-wing socialist, communist ally, foreign minister, general commissar of war. Andrade, Juan, radical member of POUM executive, former Trotskyist. Anso, Mariano, left Republican Minister of Justice, November 1938, close friend of Negrin. Anton, Francisco, Secretary of Madrid Communist Party, Inspector Commissar of Central Front, removed by Prieto. Antonovo Vzinko, Vladimir A., Soviet Consul General in Barcelona. Disappeared in Stalin's purges. Araquistan, Luis, left socialist leader, close associate of Francisco Largo Caballero, ambassador to France. Arredondo, Lieutenant Colonel Manuel, Largo Caballero's aide-de-camp, removed because of communist sympathies. Asensio, Colonel Jose, later General, Republican officer, Largo Caballero supporter, Under-Secretary of War, forced to resign under communist pressure. Azana, Manuel, left Republican, Prime Minister February-May 1936, President of the Republic May 1936-February 1939, member of Izquierda Republicana. Ajcarate, Pablo de, Spanish ambassador to London, pro-Negrin. Baldwin, Stanley, British Prime Minister before Neville Chamberlain. Balius, Jamie, leader of radical anarchist group the Friends of Durruti. Barabar, Carlosta, left socialist leader, succeeded Asensio as Under-Secretary of War. Barcelo, Lieutenant Colonel Luis, Communist Army officer. Belayev, Soviet NKVD operative. Burden, General ENK. Grishin, Principal Soviet Military Advisor 193,637, disappeared in Stalin's purges. Bistyro, Julian, right-wing socialist leader, joined Colonel Casado's National Council of Defense against Negrin. Bonnet, Georges, French Foreign Minister. XXVI. Burelot, Ricardo, Communist, Chief of Police in Madrid, then Barcelona. Calvet, José, President of the Unió de Rabaisseurs, pro-PSUC. Calvo Sotelo, José, Parliamentary leader of monarchist Renovación Española, assassinated before civil war. El Campesino. C. González, Valentín. Cardona Rosal, Mariano, CNT National Committee member. Carlos, Comandante. C. Vidali. Carrillo, Santiago, JSU Secretary, PCE member from November 1936, PCE Secretary after World War II. Carrillo, Wenceslao, Left Socialist leader, father of Santiago Carrillo, Director General of Security until May 1937, joined Colonel Casado's National Council of Defense against Negrin. Casado, Colonel Segismundo, Republican Army officer, Operations Chief of War Ministry General Staff, Commander of Central Army, formed National Council of Defense against Negrin, March 1939. Casares Quiroga, Santiago, left Republican leader, succeeded Manuel Azana in premiership and assumed control of War Ministry, May 1936. Castro, Enrique, member of PCE Central Committee, first commander of 5th Regiment, director of Institute of Agrarian Reform, subcommissar of organization in the General Commissariat of War, later, September 1938, Secretary General of the Commissariat, left Soviet Union and PCE after World War II. Checa, Pedro, leading member of the Politburo of the PCE. Claudon, Fernando. Communist leader of JSU, broke with Santiago Carrillo after Civil War. Codovila, Vittorio, Medina, Comintern delegate. Comarera, Juan, PSUC secretary, former USC leader, member of the Catalan government. Companies, Luis, Liberal Republican, President of Catalonia, Generalitat, EC member. Contreras, Carlos. C. Vidali. Cordon, Colonel Antonio, leading communist officer, head of Technical Secretariat under Secretaryship of War, Eastern Army Chief of Staff, promoted to Under-Secretary of the Army by Negrin. Daladier, Edouard, Minister of Defense, later Premier of France. Diaz, José, PCE Secretary. Diaz Tendero, Captain Eleuterio, Left Socialist, Pro-Communist, Head of Information and Control Department, appointed by Negrin to head Personnel Section of Defense Ministry. Dominguez, Edmundo, Left Socialist, Secretary of UGT National Federation of Building Workers, transferred allegiance to Communists, Inspector Commissar of Central Front. Douglas, General. C. Smushkevich. XXVII. Duran, Major Gustavo, pro-communist, head of Madrid section of SIM, removed by Prieto. Durruti, Buenaventura, anarchist leader. Escofet, Major Federico, Esquerra member, General Commissioner of Public Order in Catalonia July 1936. Escribano, Antonio, JSU leader in Alicante province, opponent of the Communists, resigned from JSU National Executive. Estrada, Major Manuel, Communist officer, Chief of War Ministry General Staff, removed by Largo Caballero. Fernandez Grandizo, Manuel. C. Muniz. Fernandez Osorio Huitafal, Bibiano, Left Republican, Director of Politica, Secretary of Izquierda Republicana, Communist ally, made General Commissar of War by Negrin. Fischer, Louis, influential supporter of Moscow and PCE. Franco, General Francisco, military commander in Canary Islands at outbreak of civil war, leader of military rebellion in Spanish Morocco, nationalist generalissimo and head of state from October 1936. Gallon, Francisco, PCE member, promoted to colonel by Negrin. Gallon, Juan, PCE member, Sub-Chief of Intelligence Department, Armed Forces Inspector. Galarza, Angel, Left Socialist, Minister of Interior under Largo Caballero. Garces Arroyo, Santiago, Socialist, Negrinista, promoted by Negrin to head SIM 1938. Garcia Oliver, Juan, CNTFAI leader, Minister of Justice November 1936–May 1937. Garcia Pradas, Jose, Director of CNT, Madrid, supported Casado's coup against Negrin March 1939. Gaikis, Leon, Soviet ambassador after Marcel Rosenberg, disappeared in Stalin's purges. Gero. Erno, Pedro, Comintern delegate in Catalonia, later minister in Soviet-controlled Hungarian government after World War II. Gil Robles, José Maria, leader of Catholic CETA, escaped to Portugal. Giral, José, liberal Republican, Prime Minister July 1936–September 1936, Izquierda Republicana member. Gironella. C. Adraher. God, General Manuel, rebel general defeated in Barcelona. Gómez, Mariano, Chief Justice of Supreme Court. Gómez, Says, Paulino, moderate socialist, supporter of Prieto, delegate of public order in Catalonia after May events, Minister of Interior April 1938. Gómez, Socrates, opponent of Santiago Carrillo, attempted to recreate Socialist Youth Federation in 1938. Gómez, Trifon, right-wing socialist, head of Quartermaster Corps, opponent of Negrin. XXVIII. González, Valentin, El Campesino, communist militia leader, escaped from Soviet Union after World War II. González Marin, Manuel, CNT member of Madrid Junta de Defensa, joined National Council of Defense against Negrin March 1939. González Pina, Ramon, moderate socialist, president of New UGT Executive 1937, supported Negrin against Prieto. Gorev, General Vladimir, Soviet officer, described as savior of Madrid, executed by Stalin. Gorkin, Julian, member of POUM Executive, International Secretary, Director of La Battala. Grigorovich, General. Seastern. Grishian, General. Sieberton. Goarner, Colonel Vicente, Police Chief of Catalonia July 1936, EC member. Halifax, Viscount, Lord Privy Seal, later Foreign Secretary and member of Neville Chamberlain's Inner Cabinet. Henderson, Sir Neville, British Ambassador to Berlin, supporter of Neville Chamberlain. Hernandez, Jesus, member of PCE Politburo, Minister of Education September 1936 April 1938, Chief Political Commissar of Central Southern Zone April 1938 March 1939, expelled from PCE after World War II. Hernandez Zancajo, Carlos, left socialist leader, supporter of Largo Caballero throughout war. Hidalgo de Cisneros, General Ignacio, Air Force Chief, moderate socialist, joined PCE. Hoare, Sir Samuel, Viscount Templewood, member of Neville Chamberlain's Inner Cabinet. Ibarruri, Dolores, La Pasionaria, member of PCE Politburo. Irajo, Manuelda, Basque nationalist leader, Minister of Justice in Negrin government, resigned December 1937, minister without portfolio until his resignation August 1938. Isclias, Francisco. CNT Councillor of Defense in the Catalan government. Jurado, Lieutenant Colonel Enrique, later General, Republican officer, opposed Negrin at end of war. Kandelaki, David, Stalin's trade envoy in Berlin. Kleber, General Emilio, Manfred Stern, Soviet General, Commander November 1936 of 11th International Brigade, disappeared in Stalin's purges. Koltsov, Mikhail, Pravda's representative, Stalin's personal agent, disappeared in Stalin's purges. Krivitsky, Walter, NKVD officer defected to West 1937. Kulik, General G. Kuper or Kupper, Soviet officer, advisor to General Pozas. Kuper or Kupper, General. C. Kulik. XXIX. Kuznetsov, Nikolai G., Soviet officer, naval advisor, and charge, entrusted with protection of Spanish gold on high seas. Lamanita, Ramon, moderate socialist, PSOE secretary, later supporter of Negrin and PCE. Largo Caballero, Francisco, left-wing socialist leader, UGT secretary, prime minister, and war minister September 1936–May 1937. Lister, Enrique, prominent communist militia leader, commander of 5th Regiment, promoted to colonel by Negrin. Lizarza Iribarren, Antonio de, commander of Carlist militia, visited Mussolini in 1934. Llopis, Rodolfo, left socialist, under-secretary to Prime Minister Largo Caballero, remained loyal to socialist leader. Lopez, Juan, CNT leader, Minister of Commerce November 1936–May 1937. Maysky, Ivan, Soviet ambassador to London. Malino. C. Malinovsky. Malinovsky, Rodion, Malino, Soviet officer, survived purges, became Soviet defense minister with rank of marshal. Manti Khan, Jose Ignacio, member of Left Republican Party, pro-communist, appointed Governor-General of Aragon August 1937. Martí Feast, Carlos, Liberal Republican, joined Provisional Catalan government during May events, EC member. Martín Blasques, Jose, Republican officer in Largo Caballero's War Ministry, defected to London 1937. Martínez Amucio, Justo, left-wing socialist, leader of Valencia PSOE organization, governor of Albacete. Martínez Barrio, Diego, leader of moderate Union Republicana, vice president of the Republic, prime minister of stillborn government of conciliation 1819 July 1936. Martínez Cabrera, General Toribio, Republican officer, anti-communist, removed by communists, placed on trial for loss of Malaga, exonerated. Marty, André, leading French communist, Comintern delegate, International Brigades organizer. Mas, Valerio, secretary of CNT Regional Committee. Entered Catalan provisional government during May events. Mora, Miguel, leader of moderate conservative Republican Party, called for multi-party national Republican dictatorship before civil war. Morin, Joaquim, POUM leader, imprisoned by nationalists at outbreak of civil war. Medina. C. Codovila. Melcher, Federico, JSU leader, joined PCE November 1937. Mendez Aspi, Francisco, left Republican, pro-Negrin, involved in gold shipment to Russia 1936, Finance Minister April 1938–March 1939. Mera, Cipriano, anarchist commander of CNT Forces Central Front, supported Casado's coup against Negrin. XXX. Mereskov, K.A. Petrovich, Soviet officer, advisor to Enrique Lister and Martínez Cabrera, survived purges, became Red Army Chief of Staff with rank of Marshal. Mayaja, General Jose, Republican officer, member of Diego Martínez Barrios ill-starred Government of Conciliation 1819 July 1936, President of Junta de Defensa de Madrid, PCE member, headed Casado's National Defense Council against Negrin. Mij, Antonio, member of PCE Politburo, Subcommissar in General Commissariat of War. Minaa, Stefan. C. Stefanov. Muravitlis, Jamie, member of Central Anti-Fascist Militia Committee, EC affiliate. Modesto, Colonel Juan, Communist militia leader, later Popular Army officer, promoted to general by Negrin, March 1939. Mola, General Emilio, Nationalist General, organizer of military rebellion on Peninsula. Monsanei, Federica, CNTFAI leader, Minister of Health November 1936–May 1937. Moreno. C. Stefanov. Moron, Gabriel, moderate socialist, succeeded Antonio Ortega as General Security Director. Muniz, G. Manuel Fernandez Grandizo, leader of Bolshevik-Leninists, Spanish section of Trotsky's Fourth International. Negrin, Juan, moderate socialist, later pro-communist, finance minister September 1936, prime minister May 1937, prime minister and defense minister April 1938–March 1939. Nekin, Margarita, left socialist Cortes deputy, joined PCE. Nin, Andres, POUM leader assassinated 1937 by NKVD. Núñez Maza, Carlos, PCE member, technical secretary in General Direction of Aviation, promoted to Undersecretary of Air by Negrin, April 1938. Orlov, Alexander, NKVD chief, Spain, from September 1936 until defection to United States, August 1938. Ortega, Lieutenant Colonel Antonio, PCE member, appointed Director General of Security by Negrin in place of Wenceslao Carrillo, forced to resign over Nin scandal. Osorio y Gallardo, Angel, Republican jurist. Osorio y Tafal, Bibiano. C. Fernandez Osorio y Tafal. Pablo, General. C. Pavlov. Pascua, Marcelino, moderate socialist, Negrinista, Spanish ambassador to Moscow. La Passion Aria. C. Ibarruri. Pavlov, General DG. Pablo, Soviet officer, commanded Soviet tank corps in Spain, perished in Stalin's purges. XXXI. Pedro. C. Gero. Pyro, Juan, CNT Minister of Industry November 1936–May 1937. Pere Salas, Colonel Jesus, Republican officer, Undersecretary of Defense under Prito. Petrovich. C. Mareskov. Pisunier, Carlos, Mayor of Barcelona, EC member. Portela Valadares, Manuel, leader of Centre Party, resigned premiership February 1936. Pozas, General Sebastian, Liberal Republican officer, commander of Central Front, made military commander of Catalonia and Eastern Army during May events, PCE and PSUC member. Pretel, Felipe, left socialist, UGT treasurer, Secretary General of Commissariat of War, transferred allegiance to PCE. Prito, Horacio M., CNT National Secretary until November 1936. Prito, Indalecio, moderate socialist, Navy and Air Minister September 1936, Defense Minister May 1937–April 1938, forced out of office by Negrin. Tukin, E.S., Soviet Air Force officer, succeeded Smushkevich. Quapo Gonzalo, rebel general, seized Seville. Ravines, Eudosio, Peruvian communist, editorial staff member of Frente Rojo, Valencia. Regler, Gustav, German communist writer, political commissar of 12th International Brigade, left Communist Party after war. Rio, José del. Republican leader, joined Casado's National Council of Defense against Negrin. Rodriguez, Benino, PCE member, Negrin's political secretary. Rodriguez Salas, Eusebio, PSUC member, General Commissioner of Public Order in Catalonia. Rodriguez Vega, José, left socialist, abandoned Largo Caballero for Negrin, became Secretary of new UGT Executive 1937. Rojo, Major Vicente, later Lieutenant Colonel, then General, Chief of Staff during Defense of Madrid November 1936–May 1937, Chief of Central General Staff May 1937–February 1939, pro-Negrin. Rosal, Amaro del, left socialist, later pro-communist, president of the Bank Employees Union, Federación Nacional de Banca, officially joined PCE 1948. Rosenberg, Marcel, Soviet ambassador September 1936–February 1937, succeeded by Gakis, disappeared in Stalin's purges. Salgado, Manuel, CNT member, joined Casado's National Council of Defense against Negrin. San Andres, Miguel, left Republican, joined Casado's National Council of Defense against Negrin. Sanchez Roman, Felipe, leader of Conservative National Republican Party, joined Martinez Barrios' Government of Conciliation 1819 July 1936. XXXII. Sanjurjo, General Jose, monarchist officer in exile, leader of military rebellion, died in airplane accident on way to Spain July 1936. Sarapamis, Miguel, PSUC leader, left party after war. Stern, Gregory M. Grigorovich, chief Soviet military advisor from May 1937 after Berlin, perished in Stalin's purges. Silva, Jose, communist, general secretary of Institute of Agrarian Reform. Simon, John, member of Neville Chamberlain's inner cabinet. Smushkevich, Yakov, Douglas or Douglas, commander Soviet Air Force units in Spain, perished in Stalin's purges. Stashevsky, Arthur, Soviet trade envoy, friend of Negrin, disappeared in Stalin's purges. Stefanov, Boris, Moreno, leading Bulgarian communist, Comintern delegate, real name Stefan Minaat. Stern, Manfred. C. Kleber. Taradellas, Jose, liberal Republican, premier of the Catalan government, EC member. Togliatti, Palmero, Ercole Ercoli, Alfredo, leading Italian communist, Comintern delegate. Uribe, Vicente, Minister of Agriculture, member of PCE Politburo. Val, Eduardo, CNT member, joined Casado's National Council of Defense against Negrin. Valdez, Miguel, PSUC leader, councillor in the Catalan government. Vanni, Ettore, Italian communist, editor-in-chief of Verdad, Valencia. Vansittart, Sir Robert, British Permanent Under-Secretary of Foreign Affairs, opponent of appeasement, removed by Neville Chamberlain. Vázquez, Mariano R., Regional Committee Secretary of Catalan CNT July 1936, National Secretary of CNT November 1936 to 1939. Vidali, Vittorio, Comandante Carlos, Carlos Contreras, Enea Sormonti, Italian communist, Chief Political Commissar of 5th Regiment, closely associated with NKVD. Vidart, Juan Simeon, moderate socialist, Under-Secretary of Interior May 1937, Negrin supporter. Vidiella. Rafael, member of PSUC Executive, former leader of Catalan Federation of PSOE. Voronov, N., Soviet officer, in charge of Soviet artillery in Spain, survived purges, became president of Soviet Artillery Academy. Wilson, Sir Horace, Neville Chamberlain's intimate colleague and chief diplomatic advisor. Zabalza, Ricardo, left socialist, secretary of UGT National Federation of Land Workers, opposed communists. Zugazagoysha, Julian, moderate socialist, director of El Socialista until May 1937, Minister of Interior May 1937–April 1938. Thursiv. The deepest tragedy for the intelligentsia involved in the Spanish struggle was that truths and lies were inextricably entangled, that the deceivers were also deceived. It has been said that those who fought and died in Spain, with the bloom of their illusions untouched, were the lucky ones. Julian Simons, The 30s, A Dream Revolved. 1. Part I. Civil War, Revolution, and the Collapse of the 1931–1936 Republic. Although the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War in July 1936 was followed by a far-reaching social revolution in the anti-Franco camp more profound in some respects than the Bolshevik Revolution in its early stages, millions of discerning people outside Spain were kept in ignorance, not only of its depth and range but even of its existence, by virtue of a policy of duplicity and dissimulation of which there is no parallel in history. Burnett Bulletin, The Grand Camouflage, 1961. 3. 1. The brewing upheaval. The enmities that gave rise to the Civil War were not of sudden growth. They had been steadily developing since the fall of the monarchy and the proclamation of the Republic in April 1931 and, with increasing intensity, since the victory of the Popular Front-Left coalition in the February 1936 elections. In the months between the elections and the Civil War, the Republic had experienced, both in town and country, a series of labor disturbances without precedent in its history, disturbances that were partly a reaction to the policies of the governments of the center-right that had ruled Spain from December 1933. In that two-year period named El Bienio Negro, the Black Biennium, by the Spanish left, not only had the laws fixing wages and conditions of employment been revoked, modified, or allowed to lapse, but much of the other work of the Republic had been undone. The labor courts, writes Salvador de Madariaga, a moderate Republican and one-time Minister of Justice, who, according to his own testimony, remained equidistant from both sides during the Civil War, assumed a different political complexion, and their awards were as injurious to the workers as they had previously been to the employers. Simultaneously, the Institute of Agrarian Reform was deprived of funds. Viewed from the standpoint of the countryside and in terms of practical experience, of the bread on the peasant's table, these changes were disastrous. There were many, too many, landowners who had learned nothing and forgotten nothing and who behaved themselves in such an inhuman and outrageous fashion toward their working folk, perhaps out of revenge for the insults and injuries suffered during the period of left rule, that the situation became worse not only in a material but also in a moral sense. The wages of the land workers again fell to a starvation level, the guarantee of employment vanished, and the hope of receiving land disappeared altogether too. Speaking in the Cortes, the Spanish Parliament, on July 23, 1935, José Antonio Primo de Rivera, the leader of the Falange Española, the fascist party, founded in October 1933, described life in the countryside as absolutely intolerable. Yesterday, he declared, I was in the province of Seville. In that province there is a village called Valladolitosa, where the women leave their homes at 3 in the morning to gather chickpeas. They end their work at noon, after a 9-4 hour day, which cannot be prolonged for technical reasons. And for this labor these women receive 1 peseta. 3. Especially illuminating was the moderate Republican newspaper El Sol. Since the advent of the Republic, it stated on June 9, 1936, we have been oscillating dangerously between two extremes, particularly in the countryside. During the first biennium 193,133 agriculture was burdened with a ridiculous working day, and the wave of idleness and indiscipline through which it passed ended by ruining it. The farm laborers received high wages and worked as little as possible. 4. During the second biennium 193,335 we fell into the other extreme. Within a few months wages declined sharply from 10 and 12 pesetas a day to 4, 3, and even 2. Property took revenge on labor, and did not realize that it was piling up fuel for the social bonfire of the near future. At the same time many landlords who had been forced on government orders to reduce rents devoted themselves to evicting tenant farmers. These errors prepared the triumph of the Popular Front, a triumph that was due less to the real strength of the left, considerable though it was, than to the lack of political understanding of the right. 5. And, under the influence of the mounting social ferment that followed the victory of the Popular Front, José María Gil Robles, leader of the Catholic Confederación Española de Derechas Autónomas, a loose federation of right-wing parties, known by its initials as the CETA, whose nucleus was Acción Popular 6, declared, without showing any indulgence of any kind. We must give a social character to the CETA. At first, certain groups will withdraw, but this does not bother me, it even makes me happy. The conservative classes in Spain must understand either that they make voluntary sacrifices by giving up a large part of what they have, or that they will disappear forever. 7. On another occasion, he stated, "There are many, very many employers and landowners who know how to fulfill their obligations with justice and charity, but there are also many who, with suicidal egotism, as soon as the right entered the government, lowered wages, raised rents, tried to carry out unjust evictions, and forgot the sad experience of the years 193,133. As a result, in many provinces the left increased its votes among the small cultivators and agricultural workers, who would have remained with us had a just social policy been followed. 8. It was largely for the above-mentioned reasons that the victory of the Popular Front in February 1936 was followed by a grave crisis in the countryside that found expression in the strikes of land workers for higher wages and shorter hours. Employers often replied by allowing the grain to burn or rot in the field. Two versions of this aspect of the agrarian crisis that complement rather than contradict each other were given by the Republican press. Every day, said El Sol on June 14, 1936, we receive letters telling us the same thing. The harvest is less than the average, but the laborers, without worrying about it, demand ridiculous conditions for reaping and threshing. In some villages, these conditions are such that the tenant farmers, landowners, small peasant proprietors, and colonos peasants settled on the land under the agrarian reform law affirm that 5. They will have to let the grain rot or burn, because if they were to accede to the imperious and menacing demands of the unions they would have to sell every bushel at a price that would scandalize the purchasers. Not only powerful landowners and comfortable absentee landlords cultivate the Spanish soil. There are hundreds of thousands of small proprietors and colonos for whom an equitable solution of the present agricultural strikes is a question of life and death. 9. On the other hand, the left-wing Republican La Libertad stated on June 26, 1936, in the countryside. There clearly exists a definite aim on the part of reactionary elements to boycott the regime, to drive the peasant masses to desperation, and place the government in a very difficult position. Otherwise, how can it be explained that there are entire provinces where employers intend leaving the harvest in the fields, using it exclusively as fodder, whereas it would be far more profitable to pay the wages they should pay and gather the crop? How, too, can cases like that of Almendralejo be explained, where the employers swore not to offer a single day's work, threatening to kill any proprietor who did? The agrarian crisis also expressed itself in the rebellious mood of landless peasants, who had grown impatient of the agrarian reform law of the Republic and of what they regarded as dilatoriness by government officials in the matter of land distribution. Time is passing and the land remains in the hands of the political bosses, wrote a local peasant leader on May 30 in El Obrero de la Tierra, the organ of the left-wing socialist Federación Nacional de los Trabajadores de la Tierra, the National Federation of Land Workers. Disappointment is once again setting in, and we are on the same road as that of 1931. Is the Popular Front government going to destroy the illusions of the peasants? Are the peasants ready to see their hopes evaporate yet again? No. They want land, and those whose job it is to let them have it must not be surprised, should they fail to quicken their pace, if the peasants seize what the government does not give them and what they need so badly. 10. On April 11, José Díaz, secretary of the small but rapidly expanding Communist Party, had demanded that the government accelerate the distribution of land. The number of settlements was insufficient. The big landowners should be expropriated and their lands distributed among the peasants without delay. The government, he continued, was not treating the matter seriously enough. This is one of the fundamental conquests of the democratic revolution, and we should put forth every effort to achieve it. 11. But in many villages patience had already evaporated, the peasants refusing to wait until the government, which was composed entirely of liberal and moderate Republicans, might satisfy their needs. On March 7, El Obrero de la Tierra reported, "The peasants of Cenicientos in the province of Madrid have occupied in a body the pasture land called Encinar de la Parra, covering an area of 1,317 hectares, and have begun to work it." When the occupation was completed, they sent the following letter to the Minister of Agriculture. 6. In our village there is an extensive pasture land susceptible of cultivation, which in the past was actually cultivated, but which today is used for shooting and grazing. Our repeated requests to lease the land from the owner, who, together with 2 or 3 other landowners, possesses almost the entire municipal area at one-time communal property, have been in vain. As our hands and plows were idle and our children hungry, we had no course but to occupy the land. This we have done. With our labor it will yield what it did not yield before, our misery will end and the national wealth will increase. In doing this, we do not believe that we have prejudiced anyone, and the only thing we ask of your excellency is that you legalize the situation and grant us credits so that we can perform our labors in peace. On March 17, La Libertad reported from Manas Albas in Toledo province, 2,000 hungry peasants of this locality have just seized the estate El Robledo which Count Romanons appropriated to himself 20 years ago without giving anything to the people. And an article in a communist organ stated, the agricultural workers of a small village near Madrid showed the way by taking over the land for themselves. 2 weeks later the farm laborers of 90 villages in the province of Salamanca did the same thing. A few days afterward this example was followed by the peasants of several villages in Toledo province, and at daybreak on March 25, 80,000 peasants of the provinces of Caceres and Badajoz occupied the land and began to cultivate it. The revolutionary action of these peasants caused absolute panic in government circles. But instead of using force, the government was obliged to send a large contingent of experts and officials from the Institute of Agrarian Reform to give an appearance of legality to the seizure of the land. 13. A Spanish communist wrote that the peasant leaders calculate that the agrarian law plans 50,000 settlements a year, which means that it will take 20 years to settle 1 million peasants and more than a century to give land to all. Realizing this, the peasants just occupy the land. 14. The full extent of the social tension that gripped the Spanish countryside in the spring and early summer of 1936, writes Edward E. Maleficus, a leading authority on the agrarian situation before the Civil War, cannot be understood solely from a discussion of organized land seizures and strikes. Just as the electoral victory of the center-right in 1933 had permitted the established classes to revenge themselves upon the workers in hundreds of small ways, most of them in defiance of the law, so, too, the victory of the Popular Front gave the workers license to impose their will with impunity. Intimidation of all those who did not belong to the labor union seems to have become the order of the day. Perhaps the most constant source of trouble was the gangs of workers who entered farms to force their managers to grant work. The stealing of animals and crops, and the cutting of trees for firewood or for lumber also became common. Referring to the province of Badajoz, Maleficus says, thousands of peasants wandered around. 7. The province in a futile search for jobs, farm managers of any importance continued to be subjected to repeated alojamientos, the forced hiring of extra workers, and small owners lived in constant fear that they, too, would become victims of the workers' aggression, as the definition of the words bourgeois and fascist expanded to include property of every size. Maleficus observes that El Sol, as objective a source as we have for these troubled times, was deeply preoccupied by the fate of the small owners and tenants, whom it considered to have been more severely injured by the social and economic crisis than were the large holders. 15. If the unrest in the countryside was a source of acute disquietude to the government, no less so were the labor disputes in the urban centers. From the end of May until the outbreak of the Civil War, the Republic had been convulsed by strikes affecting almost every trade and every province. Despite the censorship, the columns of the press abounded with reports of strikes in progress, of old strikes settled, of new strikes declared, and of others threatened, of partial strikes and general strikes, of sit-down strikes, and sympathetic strikes. 16 There were strikes not only for higher wages, shorter hours, and paid holidays, but for the enforcement of the decree of February 29, compelling employers to reinstate and indemnify all workers who had been discharged on political grounds. After 1 January 1934.17 this measure was promised in Section I of the Popular Front program and was particularly resented by employers. 18 We have had men pushed back onto our payroll for whom we have no economic work, reported Sir Auckland Geddes, chairman of the British-owned Rio Tinto Company, in April 1936, and within the last few days we have had an irritating stoppage. The result of demands for compensation for what amount to accusations of wrongful dismissals of men who were in fact in prison for taking part in the revolutionary movement in October 1934 and to whom naturally we did not pay wages while they were in jail. 19. The most serious of the stoppages that plagued the urban centers was the paralyzing strike of the Madrid construction workers. Although the Socialist Trade Union Federation, the Union General de Trabajadores, UGT, accepted a settlement proposed by the government's arbitration board, the more radical anarcho-syndicalist labor union, the Confederación Nacional del Trabajo, CNT, rejected the award, seeking rather to transform the strike into a revolutionary confrontation with the employers and the state. In a sterile attempt to end the stoppage, which was punctuated by bloody and even lethal confrontations between members of the contending unions, the government arrested some of the anarcho-syndicalist leaders and closed their headquarters. Adding to the turmoil were the efforts of Falangist gunmen to crush the strike and the intransigence of the building contractors themselves, whose rebelliousness, to quote from a statement issued by their National Association after the outbreak of the Civil War, contributed so much to the preparation of a favorable atmosphere for the crusade to reconquer immortal Spain. It was we who gave the order on June 10 to close down all our workshops and buildings with a view to initiating this epic. 28. The building contractors accepted the government's award on July 3, but the CNT continued the strike in spite of the UGT's efforts to end it. 21. A powerful psychological factor contributing to the prevailing turbulence was the memory of the repression that followed the left-wing rebellion in Asturias in October 1934. The rebellion had been triggered by President Niceto Alcalá Zamora's decision to allow 3 members of the Catholic CETA led by José María Gil Robles to join the cabinet formed on October 4 by Alejandro Lerou, the leader of the Radical Party. Since the victory of the centre-right in the November 1933 elections, the Radical Party had governed with the parliamentary support of the CETA, but without its participation in the cabinet. The Socialists, who were the strongest opposition force, regarded the CETA, whose avowed aim was the establishment of an authoritarian Catholic state, as the principal fascist threat and decided that if it were allowed to enter the government they would fight. Because he distrusted Gil Robles and feared that the Socialists might revolt, President Alcalá Zamora had avoided bringing the CETA into the first government formed by Lerou after the November elections, but since it was the largest parliamentary group and political organization, its democratic right to representation could not be forever denied. Although Gil Robles had never formally accepted the Republic because of its assault upon the Church, he had nevertheless proclaimed his intention to respect the democratic method of attaining power and denounced fascism as a heresy. Still, his inconsistent and ambiguous statements alarmed the Socialists. 22. Clearly, the CETA leadership did not regard itself as fascist, writes Richard Robinson in his admirably dispassionate and meticulously documented study of the Spanish right, but for socialists the internal doctrinal niceties of the right were unimportant. The negative critique of pure fascism was for them irrelevant. The real question was, what were the positive intentions of Gil Robles? He had, in practice, accepted the Republic and constantly advocated the legal, democratic method of attaining power, the path of evolution, but in power, what would he do? The ultimate goal of the CETA was a state based on Catholic corporative principles. This state would be the result of a process of gradual transformation of the liberal democratic structure by constitutional and democratic means. The Socialists, however, were not inclined to draw a distinction between fascism and evolutionary Catholic corporativism, which, if it were attained, would mean the end of socialism, just as the attainment of socialism would mean suppression of political Catholicism. 23. Although Gil Robles had ruled out violence and dissociated himself from fascism, he nevertheless alarmed the opposition when he declared in the heat of the 1933 election campaign, "We must proceed to a new state. What does it matter if it costs us bloodshed? We need complete power. Democracy is for us not an end, but a means for proceeding to the conquest of a new state. When the time comes, Parliament either agrees or we make it disappear." 24. While it was inherent in Gil Robles's declared aims, writes Robinson, that liberal parliamentarism would be abolished sometime, the bald manner in 9. Which he had now stated, this conveyed the impression that it might be sooner rather than later. Whether or not Gil Robles was clear in his mind about his intentions, his socialist opponents were clear in theirs. Largo Caballero, the left socialist leader, told socialists in November 1933, "The enemies have already begun the war, and say through the mouth of Gil Robles that if Parliament does not serve their purpose they will go against it. All right. We reply, we are proceeding legally towards the evolution of society. But if you do not want this, we shall make the revolution violently. If legality is of no use to us, if it hinders our advance, we shall bypass bourgeois democracy and proceed to the revolutionary conquest of power." 25. When, on October 4, 1934, President Alcala Zamora yielded to the CETA's demands for representation in the government, the socialists declared a general strike. The strike failed everywhere except in the mining region of Asturias, where, supported by the anarchists and communists, it quickly developed into a struggle for power. After almost 2 weeks of fighting, this dress rehearsal in proletarian revolution and prelude to the Civil War was crushed with the aid of Moorish troops and foreign legionaries. 26. The repression, writes a conservative Republican, a one-time Radical Party deputy and an uncompromising opponent of the left, was savage and pitiless in its methods. The accused were tortured in the jails, prisoners were executed without trial in the courtyards of the barracks, and eyes were closed to the persecutions and atrocities committed by the police during those 16 months. Officially, there were only 3 executions. What clemency! But there were thousands of prisoners and hundreds of dead, tortured, and mutilated. Execrable cruelty. There we have the tragic balance sheet of a repression that, had it been severe yet legal, clean, and just in its methods, would have caused far less harm to the country. 27. And a liberal historian writes, every form of fanaticism and cruelty that was to characterize the Civil War of 1936 occurred during the October 1934 revolution and its aftermath, utopian revolution marred by sporadic Red Terror, systematically bloody repression by the forces of order. 28. As a result of the revengeful feelings that the repression engendered. 29. The animosity between workers and employers in the towns and rural areas, and, finally, the rooted antagonism between the forces of the left and right. The spring and early summer following the victory of the Popular Front in the February 1936 elections passed in a continual commotion heightened by provocations and retaliations on both sides. When, on March 12, gunmen of José Antonio Primo de Rivera's Falange Española, which contributed its share to the swell of violence, attempted in retaliation for the slaying on March 6 of several party members to assassinate the famous jurist and moderate socialist deputy, Luis Jiménez de Azúa. 30. The government proscribed the party and imprisoned its leaders. 31. But this measure was to no avail, for the Falange survived and even grew in clandestinity and, according to one right-wing historian, served as a catalyst unifying the will to resist of certain segments in the country that were growing constantly. 32. In fact, none of the measures adopted by the beleaguered government of 10. Premier Manuel Azana, the leader of the Liberal Izquierda Republicana, the Republican Left Party, to calm the situation achieved their purpose, and the state of alarm, a milder form of security alert than martial law that had been proclaimed on the morrow of the elections, was prolonged month after month at the expense of civil liberties. Day after day and week after week there occurred fresh scenes of violence and effervescence, mass meetings and demonstrations, arson and destruction, including the burning of churches and Catholic schools, the closing of party and trade union headquarters, seizures and attempted seizures of property, rioting and bloody clashes with the police, and assassinations and counter-assassinations. 33 Government censorship tried to suppress the news of strikes and assassinations because the ministers feared the contagion of violence, attests Frank Emanuel. Copy for daily newspapers had to be rushed to the official press bureau for examination. The deleted sections appeared as blank space or with broken type. The Paris Temps, arriving a few days late in Madrid, was often more informative than the newspapers of the Spanish capital. Only when one gathered a batch of provincial papers and turned to the pages entitled Social Conflicts could one fully realize the scope of labor discontent for which there were no official statistics. 34. Everyone in his senses knew, writes a Republican army officer, that Spain, far from being a happy and blissful country, was living on a volcano. 35. In this turmoil, the military revolt supported by a large section of the police, by monarchists and phalangists, by the powers of finance and business, by the majority of the Catholic clergy, by large landowners, by those medium and small holders, tenant farmers, sharecroppers and colonos who chafed at the aggressive demands of their farm workers, and by the more prosperous segment of the urban middle class broke out in Spanish Morocco on July 17, 1936, initiating the Civil War. Because of the extraordinary diversity of property relations among the small peasantry in the various regions in which they lived, the people of the countryside saw the Civil War not simply as a conflict between the landed aristocracy and landless peasants, as has been commonly supposed. As Edward Maleficus observes, what is unusual about the Spanish case is that the peasantry, instead of lending the bulk of its support to one side or the other, remains so divided within itself that it is impossible to determine which side a majority of its members favored in the conflict. Other civil wars can be interpreted essentially as struggles by the peasantry against other social groups. In Spain, although this type of struggle was not lacking, the Civil War was also to a very significant degree a fratricidal conflict of peasant against peasant. 36. It must be stressed that the advocates of military rebellion did not wait for the psychic temperature to reach its peak before planning a coup d'état. According to the testimony of one right-wing historian, directives for an insurrection were prepared at the end of February 1936, shortly after the elections, should circumstances make it necessary, as was easily imagined at the time. 37. The same historian reveals that the idea of a coup had been stirring in the minds of monarchist and army leaders ever since General José Sanjurjo's abortive revolt. 11. Against the Republic in August 1932. 38. In a speech on November 22, 1937, Antonio Goycochea, the leader of Renovación Española, the party of Alfonsine monarchists, declared that in March 1934, he and certain right-wing leaders had planned a coup d'état backed by an insurrection of the army. He and other monarchists had visited Italy to secure the support of the Italian government in the event civil war should break out in Spain. 39. An eyewitness account of the meeting with Mussolini, attended by both Alfonsine and Carlist monarchists, and a reproduction of the resultant political and military accords, the originals of which are now among the captured Italian documents of World War II in the National Archives in Washington, D.C. are given by Antonio de Lizarza Iribarren, commander of the Carlist militia. 40. According to this version, it was understood that no copy or record of the agreement would be taken back to Spain, but Goycochea violated his promise to Mussolini by taking his own draft to Madrid, where it was discovered during the Civil War, much to the anxiety of Lizarza, the only conspirator who had not been able to flee the Republican zone. According to Lizarza, nothing came of the Rome Agreement because the July 1936 rebellion was undertaken by officers not involved in the negotiations with Mussolini. 41. And the significance attached to the agreement is described by Ricardo de la Cierva, one of Spain's leading historians of the Civil War, as grossly exaggerated. 42. But it is probably true, as Lizarza claims, that the accord helped to create in Rome a climate favorable to the rebellion and therefore made it easier for Italy to decide to support the Spanish army on 27 July 1936-43. Moreover, according to his biographer, General Sanjurjo, the leader of the abortive revolt of August 1932, had been urging that a coup d'état be carried out just before the February 1936 elections. 44 Nothing came of this conspiracy, but the electoral triumph of the left coalition increased the resolve of rightist leaders to transmute their designs into practice. Indeed, even as the results of the first round voting were still coming in, together with reports of attempted jailbreaks, demonstrations, church burnings, and other outbursts of revolutionary exultation, ABC, the mouthpiece of Renovación Española, declared on February 18 that the revolution begun in 1931 would continue its violent course until it encountered an effective reaction in the form of radical solutions without formulas for compromise and accommodation. 45. At 4 a.m. on February 17, immediately following the first round of the elections, Gil Robles awakened Manuel Portela Valladares, the interim premier and head of the recently formed Centre Party. I described the situation to him in a few words. Anarchy was already rampant in several provinces, civil governors were abandoning their posts, rioting mobs were seizing official documents. 46 If urgent measures were not applied with an iron hand, there was immense danger that the future of Spain would be enveloped in tragedy. The strictest orders, I said, must be given to the governors to act with the utmost vigor in those constituencies where new elections and run-offs will have to be held. Portela then telephoned Alcalá Zamora. I noticed that the president rejected outright. 12. Señor Portela's proposal for the immediate declaration of martial law, although he authorized the proclamation of a state of alarm within a few hours. Fear of a military coup? I do not know. The fact is that a measure that might have averted so many painful events was not adopted. I was dolefully convinced that in the summits of power there was neither the will nor the courage to avert the dangers threatening the heart of Spain. 47. Later in the day, General Francisco Franco, then chief of the Central General Staff, apprehensive of the consequences of a leftist takeover, urged Portela to declare martial law rather than give power to the Popular Front. I am old, replied the Prime Minister, according to the semi-official nationalist history of the Civil War. The task you propose is greater than my strength. It is for a man with greater energy. Why not the army? The army, responded Franco, lacks the necessary moral unity at the present time to undertake the task. Your intervention is required, because you have authority over Pozas. General Sebastián Pozas, Inspector General of the Civil Guard, and you can still rely on the unlimited resources of the state with the police forces under your command in addition to my collaboration, which I promise you will not be lacking. Portela was agitated and anxious. Let me sleep on it, he ended up saying. 48. José Calvo Sotelo, the monarchist leader, then urged Portela to call upon General Franco to save Spain, but to no avail. Fearing that the impatience of the left could not be controlled unless power were given to the Popular Front without delay, Portela, shunning further responsibility and in a mood of moral collapse, resigned on February 19. President Alcalá Zamora, who had recoiled from a declaration of martial law on the ground that he did not want to provoke the revolutionaries, then appointed the liberal Republican Manuel Aznar as the new prime minister. Aznar hastily put together a cabinet of liberal and moderate Republicans to govern the country in the name of the Popular Front. 49. It was not a moment too soon. Already local organizations of the Popular Front, according to José Díaz, the communist leader, had overturned many city councils, not by legal means, but by revolutionary means, placing them in the hands of communists, socialists, and left Republicans. 50. To protect itself from the right, Aznar's government immediately adopted measures to secure key military posts. General Franco, who on July 17 was to head the rising in Morocco and later the entire insurrectionary movement, was relegated to the obscure post of military commander in the Canary Islands. General Emilio Mola, in charge of the vitally important Army of Africa, was posted to the provincial garrison at Pamplona in Navarre, the center of the Carlist monarchists or traditionalists and their zealous militia, the Requates, where it was thought he would be isolated, but from where in fact he was able to direct unhindered the plans for the insurrection on the mainland and to conspire with the disaffected Navarros. 51 While General Manuel God, Inspector General in the War Ministry, was transferred to the minor post of garrison commander in the Balearic Islands. 52. In wholesale changes on February 22 and 28 all the top positions were given. 13. To generals considered more or less friendly to the Liberal Republic, writes Stanley G. Payne in his imposing study of the Spanish military. In the spring of 1936, there were but 84 generals on the active list in the Spanish army, for most of the 425 names in the Anuario Militar de España belonged to generals in various stages of retirement. Of the 84 men in command positions, the majority held moderate views on politics, and after the sifting and shifting of recent years few were monarchists or outright reactionaries. Almost all the major territorial commands and posts in the Ministry of War were by March in the hands of generals known either for their pro-republicanism or for their sense of duty to the Constitution. 53. The measures taken by Azan's government were so far-reaching and well considered, writes Vicente Palacio Attard, a right-wing historian, that only one of the 8 chiefs of the organic divisions into which Spain was territorially divided supported the rebellion. Moreover, none of the 3 inspectors general of the army rebelled, and the top positions in the Army of Africa were placed in the hands of persons of absolute trust. The 2 most dangerous chiefs, Franco and God, on active service and with command positions, were confined to insular posts and were practically without mobility. Generals Joaquim Fangel, José Enrique Varela, and Luis Orgaz who, with Franco and God, enjoyed great ascendancy in the army, were deprived of commands, and the last 2 were imprisoned. Thus assured of the control of the top positions in the army, Palacio Attard continues, the government assumed that it possessed control of the army from above, the most effective method, based on the operation of hierarchical discipline in the armed forces. Other steps were taken to ensure control by the government. If the changes in the military commands by executive order from the month of March to the very day of the rising are examined, there is evidence of unusual shifts in command positions, the meaning of which is very clear. To be sure, these changes did not disrupt the entire conspiratorial process, but caused confusion and agitated those who understood their significance. 54. By mid-March the changes in command positions caused such unrest in military circles that Azan's war minister, General Carlos Masclet, issued the following communiqué to reassure leftist opinion: certain rumors, which would appear to be circulating insistently concerning the state of mind of officers and non-commissioned officers, have come to the knowledge of the Minister of War. These rumors, which, of course, can be described as false and without foundation, tend indubitably to maintain public disquiet, sow animosities against the military, and undermine, if not destroy, discipline, which is the fundamental basis of the army. The Minister of War has the honor of making public that all the officers and non-commissioned officers of the Spanish army, from the highest to the most modest posts, maintain themselves within the limits of the strictest discipline, disposed at any moment to fulfill their duties scrupulously and needless to say to obey the orders of the legally constituted government. 55. But the communiqué did nothing to allay leftist fears. El Socialista, the organ of the Socialist Party executive, stated that its intelligence service had furnished it 14. With alarming news and that to disregard the ominous and threatening content of leaflets circulating in the barracks, in the streets, and in political centers would be dangerous. 56. Although the conspirators were concerned about the government's measures, they pursued their plans with undiminished vigor. That they might eventually rely upon the moral and material support of a large segment of the population seemed certain in view of the prevailing climate of apprehension and inasmuch as the parties of the right and center had received at least half the votes. 57. The landed proprietors feared that the measures adopted by the center-right since December 1933 to undo the agrarian reform of the first 2 years of the Republic would be repealed. In fact, the abrogation of 2 of these measures was promised in Section 3 of the Popular Front Program 58, namely, the law providing for the return of their estates to landowners implicated in the Sanjurjo Rising of August 193,259 and the law of leases 60, which had resulted in the expulsion of 80,000 tenant farmers during the first 2 months. 61. The employers of labor, both large and small in the towns and rural areas, feared that the laws establishing the system of labor arbitration and fixing wages and conditions of work, which had been rescinded, undermined, or allowed to lapse, would once more be revived. Indeed, Section 7 of the Popular Front program stated that labor legislation would be restored in all the purity of its principles. The Church feared that the anti-clerical provisions of the Constitution, which had been disregarded, would once more be enforced, for Section 8 of the Popular Front program declared that the Republic must regard the educational system as the infeasible function of the state. Referring to the situation after the victory of the center-right in the 1933 elections, Salvador de Madariaga writes, "The Jesuits went on teaching, Azana's plans for the substitution of lay for religious education in new institutions were shelved, and a law was passed granting the priests 2/3 of their salaries for the year 1934 as a gracious act of the Republic, politically wise, perhaps, but of doubtful fidelity to the Constitution." 62. Azana's government, formed after the victory of the Popular Front, at first acted cautiously on this issue, for on April 28 only the Socialist and Communist deputies voted in favor of a motion to abolish stipends, and the motion was defeated. 63. But the new government formed on May 19, with Francisco J. Barnes, a left Republican, as Minister of Public Instruction, opened old wounds. Azana's government, writes Richard Robinson, had on February 28 ordered inspectors to visit schools run by religious congregations. Apparently these inspectors often closed down schools on their own initiative. With the appointment of Barnes, however, it would seem that closure of schools run by the congregations and the illegal confiscation of private schools became, in effect, official policy. Sadista spokesman members of the CETA asked that no schools be closed unless there were places for their pupils in state schools. The minister replied that Catholics must now suffer for their sins of omission in failing to develop sufficiently the state system since 1933. On June 4, the CETA temporarily withdrew from the Cortes because the minister's insulting language as 15. Much as his policy gave intolerable offense to the Catholic conscience of the country. Sadistas continued to complain of religious persecution, while the government went ahead with its laicizing policies. 64. Furthermore, right-wing and even moderate army officers, disquieted by the public displays of enmity toward the army since the victory of the Popular Front 65, feared that their grievances against the military reforms of the Republic that had been instituted by Manuel Azana, Premier and War Minister during the first biennium, 193,133, and had been partially redressed by the governments of the center-right, would now go unheeded. 66. And, finally, all the forces of the center-right feared that although the liberal government formed by Azana wished to remain within the framework of the Popular Front program, a program he promised to fulfill without removing a period or a comma, 67 broad sections of the working class and peasantry, spurred by their electoral triumph and apparently oblivious of the formidable power of the defeated, were determined to go beyond it, and that, judging from the revolutionary fervor that had gripped the country, the course of events could only be reversed by force, or, as one history favorable to the military rising expressed it, by a surgical operation. 68. Premier Manuel Azana's inability to temper the revolutionary ebullience of the left soon became apparent. True, he had declared on assuming the headship of the government in February 1936 that he wished to govern within the law and without dangerous experiments. 69. And on April 3 in the Cortes he had condemned the acts of violence and the seizures of property that were embarrassing his government. 70. But, as El Sol pointed out on March 28, his government was being subjected every day to greater pressure from the extreme left, which not only demanded, and obtained, the fulfillment of the basic points of the Popular Front program, but on many occasions hastened to carry out measures whose execution was being delayed. This tactic, El Sol commented, is in conflict with the sobriety of the Prime Minister. No one doubts this, but what can he do at the present time? It was clear from Azena's speech in the Cortes on 15 April, 3 months before the Civil War, that he already discerned the approaching hecatomb. I am fully aware that violence, rooted as it is in the Spanish character, cannot be proscribed by law, but it is my deepest wish that the hour may sound when Spaniards will cease shooting one another. Let no one take these words for incapacity or as an expression of a coward who is inhibited by or shrinks from the dangers that beset the regime that he has been entrusted to defend. No. We have not come here to preside over a civil war, but rather to avoid 171. Despite this show of confidence, Azena was in truth already an exhausted and demoralized man. Intelligent and astute, Azenawo would have governed wisely in a country not racked by a storm, lacked the vigor to handle the ordeal, testifies Claudio Sanchez Albornoz, the famous intellectual and a member of Azena's own party. Once I saw him slumped in his armchair, exhausted, immobile. Albornoz, I can't take it anymore. What a country! What a situation! 72. Azena's inability to cope with the situation, writes Stanley G. Payne, was 16. Demonstrated. The Prime Minister lacked the will to throttle extremists, perhaps because he was not certain that the army would prove a reliable instrument of suppression. Azena's reluctance or incapacity to use the forces of order to maintain order aroused great discontent among the military, the civil guard and even the assault guards. Young activists in the officer corps more nearly agreed with the disgruntled minority of ranking generals than they did with the majority of senior Republican generals who tried to smile benignly at the dissolution of civic discipline. 73. Under the aggressive directorship of José Calvo Sotelo, parliamentary leader of Renovación Española and the Bloc Nacional, the National Front, representing both the Alfonsine and Carlist branches of the monarchy, the monarchists made what capital they could of the prevailing turbulence. If a state does not know how to guarantee order, peace, and the rights of all its citizens, Calvo Sotelo declared in the Cortes on April 15, 1936, then the representatives of the state should resign. Later in his speech he warned, "We look at Russia and Hungary, we read and review the pages of their recent history, and because we know that it was a tragedy, a short one for Hungary, a permanent one still for Russia, we want Spain to avoid that tragedy. And we tell the government that this task devolves upon it and that in order to fulfill that task it will certainly not lack the votes or support of those who are present. But if the government shows weakness, if it vacillates, we must stand up here and shout that we are ready to resist with every means, saying that the precedent of extermination, of tragic destruction that the bourgeois and conservative classes experienced in Russia will not be repeated in Spain." 74. The right was becoming convinced, writes Richard Robinson in his detailed chronicle of this period, that the continued disorder and prevalence of strikes were part of a plan to bring economic collapse as the precondition for revolution. On June 11, the sadistic Carrascal stated that the Minister of the Interior had simply lost control of the country, provincial governors were acting independently of the ministry, mayors independently of the governors, and the masses were doing as they pleased. A statement from the government the next day publicly appealing to governors and mayors to put an end to the usurpation of authority by armed bands suggests that Carrascal's claims were substantially true. 75. Gil Robles, the dynamic and ambitious leader of the CETA, had particular reason for alarm, inasmuch as a large number of his followers, disillusioned by the results of the elections and his advocacy of nonviolence, were either openly deserting him or, according to his own testimony, were helping other parties of the right that advocated solutions of force, especially the Falange Española. 76. True, during the campaign prior to the November 1933 elections, he had threatened to abolish the Cortes if he could not conquer the state by democratic means, but after the electoral victory of the center-right he had defended evolutionary rather than dictatorial methods for achieving his Catholic corporative state despite monarchist criticism and increasing pressure for violent action from his youth. 17. Movement, the JAP, the Juventudes d'Action Populaire. 77. Ricardo de la Cierva, a supporter of the military rising, affirms, Gil Robles is absolutely right when he described in April 17, 1968 the attitude of Luca de Tena, the owner of the Alfonsine monarchist newspaper ABC, in the following words, which are also applicable to the militant monarchists in general: he had no faith in legal methods, he regarded my efforts to get the right to live and govern under the Republic as causing serious damage to the monarchy, and believed in good faith that an appeal to force would better serve his ideals. For this reason he always advocated insurrection, collaborated in its preparation as far as he could, gave maximum support to the insurrectionary movement in his newspaper. 78. Even after becoming war minister in May 1935, Gil Robles had refused to seize power with the help of the military and the monarchists. 79. A refusal that in the years ahead they would not forgive. In 1936, faced by the mounting defection of his followers, particularly within his youth movement which, according to a leader of the Phalange, joined his party almost en masse between January and July 80, and by the decision of the Derecha Regional Valenciana, one of the principal components of the CETA, to prepare for violence. 81. Gil Robles declared forebodingly in the Cortes on April 15, "Do not deceive yourselves, Señores Diputados. A substantial body of public opinion that represents at least half the nation will not resign itself to inevitable death, I assure you. If it cannot defend itself in one way, it will defend itself in another. Faced by the violence propounded by one side, the violence of the other will assert itself, and the government will play the abject role of spectator in a civil strife, which will ruin the nation spiritually and materially. On the one hand, civil war is being fomented by the violence of those who wish to proceed to the conquest of power by means of revolution, and, on the other, it is being nourished, supported, and encouraged by the apathy of a government that does not dare turn against its supporters who are making it pay such a heavy price for their help. 82. Although aware, according to his own admission, that fascism was sweeping ahead largely at the expense of the CETA, 83. Gil Robles nevertheless stuck to his nonviolent stand and declared in the Cortes on May 19, 1936, "Those of us who comprise the party, in whose name I speak, can feel neither enthusiasm for nor affinity with fascist ideology. You must understand that I do not say this in order to gain goodwill, which I know will by no means be granted to me. I say it because it conforms to a profound conviction both of myself and my party. Viewed from a purely national standpoint, a movement that carries a foreign label and is not in keeping with the characteristics and traditions of the Spanish people can have little appeal to us. If we look at the philosophical content of certain totalitarian doctrines regarding the state, we cannot forget that they are saturated with a philosophical and political pantheism that is deeply opposed to our doctrinal convictions. If we consider the question of tactics, we cannot, on any account, as believers, accept methods whose sole and exclusive aim is the conquest of power through violence. 84. In response to his nonviolent stand, No Importa, the underground bulletin of 18. The Phalange, declared on June 6 that it was shameful to try to narcotize the people with the lure of peaceful solutions. There are no longer any peaceful solutions. 85. The Phalange's aggressive self-confidence can undoubtedly be attributed not only to its mounting influence among civilians, but also to what Ricardo de la Cierva describes as its increasingly preponderant role in the army, thanks to the growing number of Phalangist members or sympathizers among the younger army chiefs and lesser officers. This, he points out, is another demonstration of the youthful character of the uprising. 86. It is most important to realize, he writes elsewhere, that the average age of the military supporters of the rising was considerably lower than that of those loyal to the government. 87. The panorama was distressing, recalls Gil Robles in his memoirs. I felt certain that it was necessary to do everything possible to divert the right from the path of violence. But the truth is that the conviction was becoming rooted in everybody's mind that there was no other course but dictatorship to halt the anarchy that was draining our blood. Nobody sincerely believed any longer in the possibility of democratic normalcy. 88. And, on July 15, after the assassination of the monarchist leader Calvo Sotelo, he declared before the permanent deputation of the Cortes, in what proved to be his last speech in Spain, when the lives of our citizens are at the mercy of the first gunman, when the government is incapable of putting an end to the state of affairs, do not imagine that people can have faith either in legality or democracy. Rest assured that they will proceed further and further down the paths of violence, and that those among us who are incapable of preaching violence or of profiting from it will be slowly displaced by others, more audacious and more violent, who will exploit this deep national feeling. 89. Although Gil Robles argues in his memoirs that he wished to remain within the framework of legality, that he had never been a supporter of military coups, that, because of his opposition to violence, he was not kept apprised by the organizers of the insurrection of their preparations, that he did everything possible to avoid civil war, that neither the Cetin nor he personally participated in any concrete way in the preparation of the rebellion, though some members collaborated in the initial work, that he rejected a proposal by General Mola, who was in charge of the rebel plans on the peninsula, for all rightist deputies to gather in Burgos on July 17 to declare the government and parliament unlawful, and that only after the insurrection occurred did the majority of his followers support it. 90. He himself offers ample evidence to suggest that he did more than straddle the fence, but was at times an active, if not enthusiastic, participant in the military conspiracy. Rarely a day passed, he records in his memoirs, that some friend or provincial delegate of the party did not come to him for advice. To all of them I gave the same instructions, to act individually according to their consciences without implicating the party, to establish direct contact with the military forces, not to form autonomous militias, but to wait for concrete orders when the rising occurred. 91. He acknowledges furthermore that at the beginning of July 1936, 19. Several party members requested him to turn over to General Mola part of what remained of the party's electoral fund, and that he authorized the transfer of 500,000 pesetas to the general. I was faced by a grave moral crisis, he confesses. The donations to the party had been made solely for electoral purposes because at that time the struggle was confined to legal grounds. I am absolutely sure that, under the new circumstances, had the donors been consulted as to the employment of the funds, nearly all of them would have demanded that they be applied to what, unfortunately, was now the only way to prevent the triumph of anarchy. 92. Moreover, in a document signed on February 27, 1942, while he was in exile in Portugal, but revealed many years later, Gil Robles stated that after the 1936 elections the use of force for the restoration of public order was legally justified. No solution other than a military one could be envisaged, and the CETA was prepared to give it all possible support. I cooperated with advice, with moral support, with secret orders for collaboration, and with financial aid in not insignificant amounts taken from the party's electoral funds. 93. Nevertheless, he seems to have given this support only half-heartedly in the knowledge that the CETA was disintegrating, and his refusal to comply with General Mola's suggestion that all rightist deputies convene in Burgos on July 17 to declare the government and parliament unlawful contributed to the contempt, as one leading historian favorable to the uprising put it, in which he was held by the conspirators. 94. My refusal obviously placed me in a very difficult position in relation to the insurgent military, Gil Robles affirms. I deliberately attempted until the last moment to remain aloof from anything that would signify an incitement to violence. In view of the fact that I had advocated legal action for 5 years as the only form of public conduct, it would have been improper to attempt to ensure my political survival by any action that betrayed my clearly defined trajectory. 95. Because of his indecisive stand and because after the outbreak of the Civil War the military preferred to dissociate themselves from the policies of the old-time politicians, 96 Gil Robles, whose organization in February 1936 held more seats in the Cortes than any other party, sank into oblivion only 5 months later. To be sure, his political eclipse appeared inevitable from the moment his policy of nonviolence resulted in mass defections to the Phalange and in the growth of middle-class sentiment for violent and fascist solutions. The mounting support for fascist ideology and the spectacular change in the political panorama that had occurred since the February elections were noted on June 12 to Gaziel, the pen name of Augustin Calvet, director of La Vanguardia, who was regarded as politically sympathetic to Manuel Aznar. Charging that the Popular Front had itself created the fascist menace, he asked, "How many votes were cast for the fascists in the last elections? Nothing to speak of, a ridiculous figure. If, after the victory of the Popular Front, we had had a good government in Spain concerned with the general interests of the country, 20. and capable of imposing its will on everyone, starting with its own supporters, that handful of fascists would have disappeared, pulverized by the force of reality. Today, on the contrary, travelers arrive from Spain saying, everyone there is becoming fascist. What has changed? What has happened? Is it perhaps possible that people have suddenly undertaken a profound study of political science and after extensive reading and numerous comparisons have come to the theoretical conclusion that the fascist regime is the best of all? No, man, no. What is happening is simply that one cannot live there, that there is no government. Owing to the strikes and the conflicts, the state of uneasiness and the damage, and the 1001 daily annoyance, not to mention the crimes and the attempted assassinations, many citizens are fed up and disgusted. In this situation they instinctively seek some relief and a way out, and since they cannot find them they begin little by little to hanker for a regime where these things at least appear possible. What is the type of political regime that radically suppresses these intolerable excesses? Dictatorship, fascism. Hence, without wanting it, almost without realizing it, the people feel themselves fascist. Of the inconveniences of a dictatorship they know nothing, as is natural. Of these they will learn later, when they have to put up with them, and then they will worry about them. But meanwhile they see in that form of strong government nothing more than an infallible means of shaking off the insufferable vexations of the existing lawlessness. 97. 21. 2. Divisions and deadlock on the left. When viewed from the angle of social and political antagonisms that ravaged the country before the Civil War, the conflict was strictly Spanish in its origin. No foreign intervention was necessary to ignite the tinder of civil strife, although it is true that foreign powers used the war for their own purposes. Weeks before the outbreak of the military revolt, weeks before the first foreign airplane or tank reached Spain, the country was ripe for a conflagration. Only the failure of the revolt in the main cities of Madrid, Barcelona, Valencia, Malaga, and Bilbao, a failure that ruined all possibility of the decisive initial victory planned by the insurgents, was necessary to precipitate a far-reaching social revolution that was more profound in some respects than the Bolshevik Revolution in its early stages. Instead of protecting the propertied classes from the incursions of the left, the military revolto used the phrase of Federica Montseny, a prominent member of the FAI, the Federación Anarquista Ibérica, the formidable Iberian Anarchist Federation, whose goal was the establishment of anarchist or libertarian communism, hastened the revolution we all desired, but no one had expected so soon too. She was addressing herself, of course, to the powerful anarcho-syndicalist or anarchist-oriented Labor Federation, the CNT, over which the FAI strove to exercise a guiding influence and which had condemned the Popular Front program as a profoundly conservative document out of harmony with the revolutionary fever that Spain was sweating through her pores for. But she in no way expressed the feelings of the substantial body of moderate opinion represented in the Popular Front coalition. Certainly a revolution was not desired by Premier Manuel Aznar, the leader of the Republican Left Party, who became President of the Republic on May 10. Nor was it desired by his party colleague and intimate associate, Santiago Casares Quiroga, who succeeded him in the premiership on May 13 and at the same time assumed control of the War Ministry. 5. Nor was a revolution desired by other leading politicians of the party, whose membership was mainly recruited from the civil service, liberal professions, small landowners and tenant farmers, and small traders and manufacturers. Nor 22. Was it desired by Diego Martínez Barrio, Speaker of the Cortes, Vice President of the Republic, and Grand Master of the Spanish Grand Orient, whose party, the Union Republicana, the Republican Union Party, split off from Alejandro Lerroa's radical party, formed the most moderate section of the Popular Front coalition, and had, together with Azana's party, declared its opposition, in the Popular Front program itself, to working class control of production as well as to the nationalization and free distribution of the land to the peasants. 6. Nor, indeed, was a revolution desired by Julian Basteiro, the leader of the small right-wing faction of the Socialist Party, or by Indalecio Prieto, the leader of the moderate or center faction, who controlled the executive committee and who, in distinction from the numerically stronger left-wing socialists led by Francisco Largo Caballero, the secretary of the powerful Labor Federation, the UGT, had pursued a policy of restraint in the months preceding the rebellion and had denounced the strikes and disorders that had racked the country. 7. Two positions, equally disinterested and honest, writes Julian Zugazagoitia, a moderate socialist and director before the civil war of El Socialista, confronted each other in the Socialist Party, the majority, led by Largo Caballero, that regarded the coalition with the Republicans as a thing of the past and advocated the formation of a united working-class front with a view to the total exercise of power. The minority personified by Prieto, that took into account the realities of the Spanish scene, and considered, inasmuch as the conservative parties were fighting resolutely, that any dissociation from the Republic and the Republicans would be extremely dangerous. Largo Caballero and his principal collaborators, Luis Araquistan and Julio Alvarez del Valle, believed that a military coup would be condemned to inevitable defeat both by the opposition of the state and the action of the workers through a general strike. The social symptoms of the period, far from causing them the slightest anxiety, aroused in them a secret sense of satisfaction in view of the fact that the strikes, disputes, and bloody encounters represented the governmental failure of the Republicans. 8. Although Largo Caballero had signed the Popular Front Program 9, he did not regard the alliance with the Liberal Republicans as more than a temporary coalition to achieve victory at the polls. On January 12, 1936, a few days before the publication of the program, he had made his future position sufficiently clear. Our duty is to establish socialism. And when I speak of socialism, I speak of Marxist socialism. Our aspiration is the conquest of political power. By what means? Those we are able to use. Let it be well understood that by going with the left Republicans we are mortgaging absolutely nothing of our ideology and action. Nor do I believe that they demand this of us, because to do so would be the same as asking us to betray our ideas. It is an alliance, a circumstantial coalition, for which a program is being prepared that is certainly not going to satisfy us, but that I say here and now to all those present and to all those who can hear and read that everyone united, must fight to defend. Do not be dismayed, do not be disheartened, if you do not see things 23. In the program that are absolutely basic to our ideology. No. That must never be a reason for ceasing to work with complete faith and enthusiasm for victory. We must do so in spite of everything. That way, comrades, after victory, and freed of every kind of commitment, we shall be able to say to everyone, absolutely everyone, that we shall pursue our course without interruption, if possible, until the triumph of our ideals. 10. A former stucco worker, a reformist for more than 40 years, except for an occasional spurt of revolutionary activity, a labor delegate in General Primo de Rivera's Council of State during the dictatorship, Caballero, after 2 years of disillusionment as Minister of Labor during the Republican Socialist Coalition, had been fired in 1933 by revolutionary ideas and had become metamorphosed at the age of 64 into the exponent of the left wing of Spanish socialism. This radical transformation had been brought about to a large extent by the apathy or indifference of the liberal Republicans led by Manuel Aznar toward the implementation of the agrarian reform law enacted in September 1932. In truth, they were more concerned with their anti-clericalism than with executing a serious program of land reform. The Republican parties, writes Maleficus, had been nurtured on anti-clericalism, anti-militarism, and anti-monarchism. The deepest emotions of these heirs to the French Revolution were awakened by the anti-aristocratic implications of the agrarian reform rather than by the reform itself. Aznar perfectly typified these attitudes. On agrarian matters he eloquently pleaded for reform in a number of speeches during the first enthusiastic months of the Republic, but thereafter remained silent. Except in two instances, one searches in vain in the 3 volumes of his collected speeches for more than a passing reference to what was, after all, probably the most urgent question of the day. 11. In a subsequent passage, Maleficus affirms, the left Republicans were led to espouse agrarian reform partly to gain the support of the socialists for their political and cultural reforms, partly because they considered it necessary for the maintenance of social order, and partly because the humanitarian instincts of their liberal philosophy dictated the freeing of the peasantry. None of these reasons was sufficient to sustain them once the tremendous cost of the reform, as well as its inevitable violation of the respect of the property rights and for individual economic opportunity which have constituted the core of the liberal philosophy, became apparent. As a result they began to hedge upon their commitment almost as soon as the agrarian reform law was enacted. 12. The refusal of the Republican parties to treat agrarian reform seriously, writes Gerald Brennan, in his classic work, The Spanish Labyrinth, lay at the root of the socialists' disillusion with the Republic. It was a feeling that welled up from below, affecting the young more than the old, the recently joined rather than the confirmed party men. This feeling found a leader in Largo Caballero. As secretary of the UGT he was especially alive to the danger of losing ground to the anarcho-syndicalists. And he had also a personal grievance. First of all he had quarreled with Aznar. Then as Minister of Labor he had been especially 24. Disgusted at the way in which much of the legislation drawn up by him had been sabotaged. Thus it came about that already in February 1934 he was saying that the only hope of the masses is now in social revolution. It alone can save Spain from fascism. 13. Around him had gathered the mass of socialist workers and the majority of members of the powerful socialist youth movement, the Federación Nacional de Juventudes Socialistas, who, dissatisfied with the results of collaboration with the liberal Republicans and with the reformist tendencies within the Socialist Party, the Partido Socialista Obrero Espacial, PSOE, wished to bring about the radicalization or Bolshevization of the party and the expulsion from its ranks of all reformist or centrist elements. 14 These goals were clearly enunciated in the clandestine but widely read pamphlet, Octubre, Segunda Etapa, which was drawn up in 1935 by the leaders of the Socialist Youth Federation then in jail for their part in the October 1934 uprising. 15 Largo Caballero was proclaimed chief and initiator of this revolutionary resurgence. 16 And shortly thereafter he was hailed by his followers as the Spanish Lenin. 17. Although esteemed for his simplicity, personal integrity, and incorruptibility by opponents inside and outside his own party. 18 Largo Caballero was on this occasion carried away by the enthusiasm of his own supporters and never repudiated the appellation, which only events would disavow. In fact, when interviewed in his cell in 1935, after the October uprising, he affirmed, "You see here behind bars the future master of Spain." Lenin declared Spain would be the second Soviet republic in Europe. Lenin's prophecy will come true. I shall be the second Lenin who shall make it come true. 19. In March 1936, 4 months before the Civil War, the influential Madrid socialist organization, the Agrupación Socialista Madrilena, over which Largo Caballero presided, had drafted a new program for the Socialist Party to be submitted to its next National Congress, affirming that its immediate aim was the conquest of political power by the working class by whatever means possible and the dictatorship of the proletariat organized as a working class democracy. The illusion that the proletarian socialist revolution can be achieved by reforming the existing state must be eliminated, ran the preamble. There is no course but to destroy its roots. Imperceptibly, the dictatorship of the proletariat or workers' democracy will be converted into a full democracy, without classes, from which the coercive state will gradually disappear. The instrument of the dictatorship will be the Socialist Party, which will exercise this dictatorship during the period of transition from one society to another and as long as the surrounding capitalist states make a strong proletarian state necessary. 20. Clearly, some of the language of the program enunciated by the Madrid Socialist Organization was borrowed from the standard works of Lenin and Stalin, whose teachings the aging Caballero had studied and embraced only in recent years. In the succeeding months, aglow with his revolutionary faith, Caballero toured the provincial capitals, proclaiming before rapt audiences that the popular 25 Front program could not solve the problems of Spain and that a working-class dictatorship was necessary. 21. Caballero's revolutionary stance deepened the already irreconcilable divisions within the Socialist Party. Julian Basteiro, the dignified, soft-spoken and once influential academic Marxist, representing the right wing of the party, who had urged his socialist colleagues in 1933 to accept democracy and had remonstrated that the illusion of the dictatorship of the proletariat is paid for too dearly, 22 had retired into the background. 23 And the struggle for control of the socialist movement between the revolutionary Caballero and the evolutionary Prieto, once political and highly personal, had moved to center stage. To Prieto, Caballero was irresponsible. He is a fool who wants to appear clever, he is a frigid bureaucrat who plays the role of a mad fanatic. 24 Prieto held that the socialists were not strong enough to carry out a successful revolution and should solidify their alliance with the Republicans. To Caballero, Prieto's reformism was anathema, and he regarded his opponent as a republicanoid rather than a socialist. For me, he wrote in Mis Recuerdos, his published memoirs, Prieto was never a socialist, either in his ideas or his actions. He was envious, arrogant, and disdainful. He believed he was superior to everyone. He would tolerate no one who cast the slightest shadow in his path. 25. Although Largo Caballero's adherents greatly outnumbered those of Prieto, the latter derived his strength from his control of the party's executive committee and its organ, El Socialista, as well as from his control of some of the local sections. Largo Caballero's strength, on the other hand, came from the UGT, from the vigorous socialist youth movement, from most of the local sections of the party, particularly the Agrupación Socialista Madrilena, and from his mouthpiece Claridad. So bitter was the feuding between the two factions on the crucial issue of revolution or evolution that on one occasion, when Prieto and two famous Asturian miners' leaders, Ramón González Pina and Belarmino Tomash, were scheduled to speak at a mass meeting in Isaja, they were forced to flee under a hail of bullets. 26. This infighting led Salvador de Madariaga, independent Republican and historian, to assert, what made the Spanish Civil War inevitable was the civil war within the Socialist Party. No wonder fascism grew. Let no one argue that it was fascist violence that developed socialist violence. It was not at the fascists that Largo Caballero's gunmen shot but at their brother socialists. It was Largo Caballero's avowed, nay, his proclaimed policy to rush Spain onto the dictatorship of the proletariat. Thus pushed on the road to violence, the nation, always prone to it, became more violent than ever. This suited the fascists admirably, for they are nothing if not lovers and adepts of violence. 27. In the months before the Civil War, the official relations between Largo Caballero and the Communist Party, PCE, a small if rapidly growing force, were on such a friendly footing that the left socialist leader had encouraged the fusion. 26. Of the Socialist and Communist Trade Union Federations. 28, as well as the merging of the party's youth organizations. Moreover, in March 1936, the Caballero-controlled Madrid section of the Socialist Party had decided to propose at the next National Congress the fusion of the Socialist and Communist parties. 29 A merger. The Communists themselves also strongly advocated. 30 As Stanley G. Payne points out, the left-wing socialists had extraordinarily naive and uncritical notions about affiliating with the Comintern and cooperating with the Communist Party, and when they spoke of union with the latter they conceived of it as the eventual absorption of the Communists by the Socialist Party. 31. Largo Caballero had personally recommended this amalgamation in several public statements. 32 And had replied favorably to a communist proposal that a liaison committee representing both parties be formed with a program designed to facilitate the development of the democratic revolution and to carry it to its final consequences. 33. This stand, in strident contrast to that of Indalecio Prieto, who was hostile through and through to the communists, was warmly praised by José Díaz, the secretary of the PCE, the masses of the Socialist Party. See in the line of Largo Caballero the one that approaches most the revolutionary path, the path of the Communist Party and the Communist International. 34. But in spite of the smooth course of their official relations with Caballero, the Communists were disturbed by the left socialist leaders' agitation for an immediate social overturn, for they were then endeavoring to strengthen the Popular Front by reinforcing their contacts with the liberal Republicans in accordance with the Kremlin's foreign policy. In fact, José Díaz, while publicly urging the creation of workers' and peasants' alliances as future organs of power. 35 And frankly acknowledging that the dictatorship of the proletariat was the party's ultimate goal. 36 Declared in an oblique reference to Largo Caballero's ultra-revolutionary posture, we must oppose every manifestation of exaggerated impatience and every attempt to break up the Popular Front prematurely. The Popular Front must continue. We have still a long way to travel with the left Republicans. 37. In private, the Communists used such phrases as infantile leftist 38 and senile leftist sickness 39 to characterize Caballero's tendencies. 40 But they could not afford to press their differences with the left socialist leader, for his popularity had reached its peak, and they valued his utility as a link between themselves and the masses that followed him. 41 Moreover, the idea of working-class unity had laid hold of his imagination, and this promised to facilitate the fusion of the PSOE and the PCE as it had already facilitated the merging of their respective trade union organizations and youth movements. The important point for the unity movement, affirmed José Díaz, and for the whole advance of the revolution in Spain is that the line represented by Largo Caballero should gain the victory in the Socialist Party. 42. Writing shortly after the fusion of the Union of Young Communists and the Socialist Youth Federation in April 1936, Santiago Carrillo, the leader of the United Organization, the Federación de Juventudes Socialistas Unificadas, known as the JSU, stated in reference to conversations he and other representatives of the two youth movements had previously held in 27. Moscow, as Manuelsky, the old Bolshevik, told us. The important thing now for the movement of unity and for the whole course of the Spanish Revolution is that the tendency represented by Largo Caballero should triumph in the Socialist Party. If this victory does not occur, unity and the very future of the revolution, I continue to quote Manuelsky, would be compromised. 43. The center faction of the PSOE led by Indalecio Prieto viewed the growing threat of communist influence in the socialist movement with unconcealed animosity. It condemned their campaign for the merging of the two parties as the fraud of unification. 44 And the fusion of the two youth movements as the absorption of the socialist youth by the Communist Party. 45. Indeed, with such distrust and revulsion did the center faction regard the communists that it refused even to answer their proposal to establish a liaison or coordinating committee between the two parties. The Communist Party, wrote José Díaz, has proposed to the Socialist Party the formation of a liaison committee with a program designed to facilitate the development of the democratic revolution and to carry it to its final consequences. This proposal has been left unanswered by the present reformist and centrist leadership. On the other hand, it has been welcomed by the left wing. The masses of the Socialist Party repudiate the attitude of the present reformist executive and see in the line of Largo Caballero one that approaches most the revolutionary path, The Path of the Communist Party and the Communist International. 46. Indalecio Prieto, the leading light and dominant force of the center faction, found Largo Caballero's collaboration with the Communists extremely dangerous. A masterful character of humble origins, Minister of Finance in the first government of the Republic in 1931, and the owner of El Liberal of Bilbao, an influential newspaper in the industrial north in which he had once worked as a copywriter and later as editor, he enjoyed immense prestige among liberal and even conservative Republicans, with whom he had infinitely more in common than with the left-wing socialists. In fact, the differences between the two factions in the spring of 1936 were so pronounced that he declared they would result in a schism at the next party congress. 47 An expert parliamentarian, an eloquent but sometimes frenzied speaker, he would pound his chest with such force that, as one Cortes deputy expressed it, no one knows what to admire more, the strength of his fist or the resistance of his thorax. 48. He beats his chest so violently, writes another witness, shouts at the top of his lungs, and frequently injures himself, causing himself to bleed. 49. Skilled in maneuvers in governing circles and his own party maneuvers that had been instrumental not only in dislodging Alcalá Zamora from the presidency of the Republic and raising Manuel Azaña on May 10 to that high office, 50, but in ousting Caballero from the executive committee of the Socialist Party. 51. Prieto was often cited as the most astute politician in the Republican regime. His ability was acknowledged by opponents as well as friends. 52. In contrast to Caballero, Prieto had thrown all his influence before the Civil War on the side of moderation. What no country can stand, he contended in. 28. His 1936 May Day speech is the constant bloodletting of public disorder without any immediate revolutionary goal. What no country can stand is the waste of its public authority and economic strength through continued disquiet, anxiety, and agitation. Some simple souls may argue that this disquiet, this anxiety, and this agitation can only harm the dominant classes. This is an error. The working class itself will not be long in feeling the pernicious effects as a result of the damage to and possible collapse of our economy. What we should do is to proceed intelligently to the destruction of privileges, to demolish the foundations on which these privileges rest, but this is not done through isolated, sporadic excesses, which leave in their wake as a sign of the people's efforts some scorched images, burnt altars, or church doors blackened by flames. That, I tell you, is not revolution. If a truly revolutionary organization, intelligently revolutionary, does not capture this wasted energy, if it does not control it, guide it into fruitful channels, then listen to me when I declare, this is collaborating with fascism. In this atmosphere, he continued, fascism would flourish because a terrified middle class, unable to discern on the horizon a solution for its salvation, would turn to fascism. Let it not be said, to the discredit of democracy, that barren disorder is possible only when a democratic government is in power, because then the facts will cry out that only democracy permits disorders and that only the whip of dictatorship is capable of preventing them. Should abuse and disorder become a permanent system, that will not be the way to socialism or to the consolidation of the democratic republic, which I believe is our concern. That way does not lead to socialism or to communism, it leads to a completely hopeless anarchy that is not even in keeping with libertarian anarchist ideology, it leads to economic chaos that may finish off the country. 53. On May 4, Largo Caballero's organ, Claridad, issued a rebuke. The working class wants the democratic republic. Not for its intrinsic virtues, not as an ideal form of government, but because within that regime the class struggle, which is stifled under despotic regimes, encounters greater freedom of action to achieve its immediate and short-range goals. If it were not for this, why would the workers want the republic and democracy? To believe that the class struggle should cease so that only democracy and the republic may exist is to disregard the forces that move history. It is putting the cart before the horse. 54. In the midst of the disturbances that convulsed the country in the spring of 1936, a movement was set in motion with which Prieto was not unconnected to place him in the premiership. Around his person, records a right-wing historian, an atmosphere was being created which Miguel Mora, leader of the moderate conservative Republican Party and one of the founders of the Republic in 1931, was trying to build up and diffuse an atmosphere favorable to placing him in a position from which he would be able to curb as far as possible the disorders that were taking place. Prieto was the hope not only of the moderates of the Popular Front, but of many moderates of the Right 55. According to Mora, Prieto inspired him with greater respect and deeper esteem than any other politician with whom he had to deal. 56. 29. Yet, when President Aznar offered him the premiership, he dared not accept the post, not only because of the opposition of the Executive Committee of the UGT, controlled by Caballero, 57, but because a caucus of the Socialist deputies, the majority of them members of the left faction, had voted overwhelmingly not to share power with the Republicans. 58. When entrusted with the task of forming the government, Prieto wrote after the war, "I declined, because the majority of the parliamentary Socialist caucus was vehemently opposed to any coalition cabinet, especially if I were to preside over it." 59. Thus Prieto was denied any hope of a viable government based on the parliamentary support of his own party. "What would have been said of me at that time," Prieto declared some years later, "if, ignoring the resolution of the parliamentary caucus, I had accepted the power Senor Aznar offered me? I should have appeared, with a certain degree of justification, as the only person responsible for the destruction of the Socialist Party. Furthermore, if in Parliament I had been denied the votes of the majority of the representatives of the Socialist Party, I should have been compelled, in order to govern parliamentarily, to seek support among the right, as a result of which I should have covered myself with ignominy. At that time I was branded a traitor. The fault was not mine, the fault lay with those who prevented the solution." 60. In the opinion of the Spanish historian Santos Julia, Prieto erred when he directed the Aznar operation in taking it for granted that he would form the new government. As a result, he ran the grave and futile risk at a time of acute social and political tensions of elevating Aznar to the presidency of the Republic without having in his hand all the cards necessary to guarantee a true Popular Front government. It was too dangerous a game to enter without being completely sure of success, and Prieto entered it and lost, which proves perhaps a posteriori that he was not the supposedly great statesman that he and his co-religionists believed he was. To blame the failure of the operation on the irresponsibility of Largo Caballero is to fall into the vicious circle of accusations, because the policy of Largo was precisely to prevent that operation. It was not up to him to make it succeed, but rather Prieto. The political responsibility of Largo lies not in his frustrating the policy of Prieto, but in not substituting it for any other, which is not the same thing. 61. However this may be, one must not lose sight of the fact that Prieto lost his gamble because of the opposition of the left socialists. Behind the left socialists' opposition to a government headed by Prieto and the support they gave a few days earlier to Premier Aznar's election to the presidency there lay, according to Luis Araquistin, Caballero's most trusted aide, a sinister purpose. I am inclined to give considerable weight to the following statement made to me after the war by Luis Araquistin shortly before his death in Paris, attests Juan Merkel, editor of Aznar's collected works. According to Araquistin, the extreme wing of the Socialist Party in which he was the most penetrating thinker wanted to eliminate Aznar from any executive function and at the same time prevent Prieto from becoming premier. This 30. Would place the government in hands utterly incapable of restraining the masses or of calming the right and would hasten the advent of a purely revolutionary government. The maneuver, according to Araquistin, was very simple. Aznar was pushed toward the presidency of the Republic and when, as was to be expected, he thought of Prieto as his successor in the premiership he encountered the outright veto of the Socialist Party. In this way, we rendered both men useless, the former socialist leader told me, adding, "Don't you think we went to extremes?" 62. Merkel's account is confirmed by Mariano Anso, a cabinet minister during the Civil War, who, despite political differences, remained on cordial terms with Araquistin. He claims that during a tête-à-tête with the socialist leader several years later, he did not omit the slightest detail regarding the large-scale maneuver conceived by him and executed by the Largo Caballero wing. I agree with Merkel, and so affirms, that in Iroquoiston's account there was a touch of horror and even remorse over the far-reaching consequences of his actions. 63. In his published memoirs, Largo Caballero, although he stood at the epicenter of the political crisis, gave no hint of Iroquoiston's political machinations. Indeed, it is curious, bearing in mind his pre-war revolutionary stance, that he should claim that he regarded Azana's elevation to the presidency as a political error, since, as he puts it, the Republican Left Party was the only party because Azana was its leader and also head of the Popular Front coalition that offered any guarantee that the electoral program would be fulfilled. If Azana were elected president of the Republic, he claims to have thought at the time, Spanish republicanism would become a flock without a shepherd, everyone would pull his own way, the Republic would lack a basic organ for its support and development. This fear of ours was confirmed later, unfortunately. 64. It is unlikely that this was Largo Caballero's thinking at the time or that of Iroquoiston, his close advisor, in view of their identical pre-war revolutionary positions. At the beginning of March 1936, Iroquoiston had written, "There is no possibility of reconciliation with the classes who were defeated at the polls on February 16. As long as the landed nobility and the church are not expropriated, as long as the banks and the capitalist press are not controlled, as long as the large industries are not nationalized, there will be neither peace nor prosperity. The right wants to roll back the Spanish Revolution, to keep all its privileges, and hopes that Azana, from the center, will help it. Azana would like to stabilize the revolution, to regulate it within the framework of capitalist society, and harbors the illusion that both the right and the left will help him in this mythical task of national conciliation. Peace and harmony are chimerical, and no less chimerical is a policy of conciliation. There are only two choices, revolution or counter-revolution. There is no middle road, and he who dreams of centrist positions risks being consumed by two fires. 65. 31. In a public statement made after the war, Iroquoiston confessed, another factor that contributed to the fall of the Republic was probably the internecine struggle within our party. I believe that the fault lay with all of us. We all contributed, some in one way, some in another, to the state of internal decomposition that showed the enemy that we were weakened and that the moment for rebellion had arrived. I believe that if we had not been in that lamentable condition, the result would have been different. Had a socialist been at the helm of government, he contended, he might have aborted the military conspiracy. Some will say that all this is water under the bridge. But the future may offer similar situations, and a knowledge of history is never useless. 66. Because the dissensions within the PSOE precluded any possibility of a viable government under Prieto, on 13 May, 12 months before the Civil War, President Azana named Santiago Casares Quiroga, his close associate and a member of his party, to head the new administration, which, like the previous cabinet, was composed entirely of liberal and moderate Republicans. Although Prieto declared after the war that he would have covered himself with ignominy if, as premier, he had been compelled to seek support among the right, there is evidence that in reality he may not have been opposed to this approach. Gil Robles recounts that in April and May, conversations were held between Manuel Giménez Fernandez, representing the liberal wing of the CETA, and Miguel Mora and Julian Basteiro, with the knowledge of Prieto the central figure in these projects and Azana, to discuss the idea of a government of national concentration. After Casares Quiroga had formed his cabinet on May 15, Gil Robles received a visit from José Larrage, president of Editorial Católica, publishers of El Debate, the mouthpiece of the CEDAO, who told Gil Robles that he had visited Prieto the previous day and that they had alluded to the vague possibility of including the CETA in a government presided by Prieto in order to counter the revolutionary solutions proposed by some elements of the Socialist Party. Gil Robles replied that because Casares Quiroga had just formed his government, he judged Prieto's chances of success very problematical. How could I under the circumstances have ventured to offer the participation of the CETA in a hypothetical government that the majority of our deputies were not ready to support? I would simply have succeeded in destroying the only well-organized force of the Spanish right. He then suggested to Larraz that a coalition government comprising moderate socialists, Republicans, and elements of the center and supported by the parliamentary votes of the CETA would be more reasonable, but that a government with direct participation of the CETA would be unworkable. Apart from the absolute discredit into which we would have fallen among our voters, it did not appear logical to suppose that the masses of the Popular Front would agree to our ministerial collaboration, in view of the fact that the entry of the CETA in the government in 1934 had provoked the revolutionary movement of October '67. Nothing came of these backstage negotiations to avert the approaching cataclysm, not only because the socialists were riven by discord, but because the 32 CETA, undermined by defections to parties of the right that were bent on a violent settlement, was threatened with disintegration. Hence it fell to the hapless Casares Quiroga to preside during the next few weeks, as Premier and War Minister, over Spain's precipitous descent into civil war. On May 19 he presented his new cabinet to the Cortes. In accordance with the policy of Aznar, he endeavored to maintain a balancing position between the right and left. To appease the left, he announced that he would accelerate the rhythm of the Popular Front program, that he would defend the Republic from its enemies, and that leniency no longer would be shown toward the foes of the Republic. I tell you that wherever the enemy presents himself, whether he be open or concealed, we shall crush him. On the other hand, to appease the right he said that he would not be coerced from below, and he condemned the illegal political strikes, confiscations of property, and acts of violence. The government cannot work in dignity under these conditions. I appeal to all of you to help me with your loyal and cordial cooperation. 68. But, during his few short weeks in office, he did little to calm the social turbulence and, like Aznar, turned a deaf ear to every warning concerning the brewing military revolt. 69A Consumptive, who tried hard to present a tough and energetic exterior, Casares proved impetuous and ineffectual. His threats and invective against the right, rarely matched by equal vehemence against the left, angered his opponents but were little more than bluster. The political climate required a man of greater energy, writes Zugazagoisha, director of the moderate El Socialista. Persons of good judgment who had collaborated with him when he was Minister of the Interior 193,133 advised me to distrust his energetic appearance. They maintained that his energy, like that of Don Manuel Aznar, was purely oral and that once the parliamentary debate had ended was without consequence. 70. By mid-June, Casares Quiroga's government was adrift, and it was evident that his attempts to maintain the precarious social equilibrium were failing. Government authority had now declined to such a point that Miguel Mora, the liberal Catholic leader, was calling in El Sol for a multi-party national republican dictatorship. 71 The dictatorship that Spain needs today, he wrote on June 23, is a national dictatorship with a broad social base extending from the non-revolutionary socialist working class to the conservative middle class, which is now convinced that the hour of renunciation and sacrifice in the interest of genuine social justice has sounded. The dictatorship would be directed by men of the Republic, by Republicans of probity, who place the supreme interests of Spain and the Republic above class or party objectives. On June 25 he wrote, "National indiscipline is now unbearable. The government is powerless to control it. The warring sides and there are more than to abandon themselves to the barbaric sport of manhunting. Illegal strikes and employer violations of government orders germinate with tropical fertility. The irreparable ruin of the economy. 33. And the collapse of government finances are terrifyingly near. To the right and to the left of the regime the aligned forces, organized and armed, pressure the state to the point of asphyxiation, and proclaim their intention to attack and overthrow it. And all this is happening because the Popular Front, which was an excellent electoral tool, is not and cannot be an instrument of government. It is an amalgam, which in addition to being hybrid, is destructive of peace and of the wealth of the country. Today, the Republic is no more than the tool unconscious I would like to believe of the extreme, revolutionary segment of the working class, which, shielded by the liberal democratic system and the blindness of certain representatives of the Republican parties, is preparing in minute detail an assault on the government and the extermination of capitalist and middle-class society. We Republicans who eagerly made the greatest personal sacrifice to collaborate in the birth of the regime are called fascists and, as such, merit extermination. If the Republic is to be this, it is inexorably condemned to imminent extinction at the hands of those who claim to be its only defenders, or, what is more probable, at the hands of a reaction from the opposite direction. Either all Republicans, and I include in this denomination those on the left and right who wish to maintain the Republican regime, decide to subordinate their party interests to the supreme interests of the regime. Or they resign themselves to watching it die in the agonies of a bloody civil war, whose outcome will be either a fascist or a red dictatorship. A regime that does not defend itself does not deserve to live. But a regime that surrenders itself passively and merrily to its declared enemies, in addition to deserving death, deserves the contempt of history. The Republic knows that if, under the protection of its democratic laws, either one side or the other prevails, the Republic in Spain, together with freedom and democracy, will die. The Republic knows that if this should happen, Spain will be devastated by disasters heretofore unknown in its history, because none of its adversaries is equipped to establish a political and social regime that is humane and habitable. On June 27, Maurer wrote wistfully, "I do not harbor the slightest hope that my reasoning will convince those who currently bear the weight of government responsibility in Spain." 34. 3. Military rebellion and civil war. If through their passivity Aznar and Casares Quiroga appeared supine or even impotent before the dangers closing in more menacingly every day upon the Republic from the left and right, this was partly because they were afraid to provoke the left to greater agitation and aggression, and partly because they underrated the ability of the army dissidents to stage a successful insurrection. This state of mind was characteristic of the entire cabinet. Indalecio Prieto testifies, Señor Aznar was unsuccessful in selecting his advisors, because he formed a government that was too personal, too domesticated. The key portfolios were given to intimates. His will and his opinion completely dominated them. The devotion he inspired among his intimates frequently bordered on idolatry, and the idolaters never disagree with the idol. For that reason, since Aznar did not believe that there would be a rebellion, neither did the government too. As Palacio Attard, a supporter of the military rising, points out, Aznar and Casares Quiroga were confident that their control of the top command positions guaranteed the effective subordination of the army and overlooked the ability of the young officers to assure the success of the rebellion in many garrisons by overpowering their superiors. 3. Furthermore, to quote Juan Miracle, the reports of the conspiratorial activities in the army did not play in Manuel Aznar's anguished mind the same role as the attitudes and actions of the extreme left. 4. This is confirmed by Zugazagoitia, who recounts that on his commenting in his newspaper upon certain subversive military activities, Manuel Aznar, then Prime Minister, personally reprimanded him on the ground that such comments did more harm than good. The truth of the matter was, he adds, that Aznar was annoyed at the time, not with the military, who were carefully concealing their designs through the exercise of a perfect discipline, but with the voters, who had ensured the victory of the Popular Front and were provoking a fabulous number of strikes and disturbances in the sphere of public order. 5. In a private talk with Gil Robles, after becoming President of the Republic, Aznar did not conceal his fears regarding the course of events. "I don't know where we will end up," he said. "Your friends should give me a margin of confidence. They should not make difficulties for me. I have enough problems on the other side." 6. 35. Because Aznar and Casares Quiroga feared the social ferment more than the conspiratorial activities reported to them day by day, and because, as Richard Robinson puts it, the existence of an armed anti-revolutionary force was for the left Republicans the only hope of preserving a certain independence of action vis-a-vis the workers' organizations, They took no determined action against the military. 7. They paid scant heed to the demands of the communists, for example, that the government should remove the fascist and monarchist chiefs in the army and should carry out an energetic and thorough purge of the state apparatus, cleansing the army, the secret police, the civil guard, the assault guard, and the courts of law of all reactionary, fascist, and monarchist officers and elements who hold positions of authority. 8. The most that the government would do after receiving detailed reports of an intrigue in some garrison, writes Stanley G. Payne, was to transfer a number of officers to another post. It hesitated to do even this much with generals such as Mola and God, though lesser lights in the Union Militar Española, the right-wing military organization, were rotated 2 or 3 times during the spring of 1936. Aznar and Casares seem to have believed, just as the rightists did, that the main threat would come from Aznar's own allies of the revolutionary left. 9. The occasional shifts in command positions and the continuing agitation by the extreme left against the army were nevertheless causing apprehension among rightist officers. On June 23, from his remote garrison in the Canary Islands, General Franco wrote a warning letter to Casares Quiroga expressing the grave state of anxiety in the army. He protested against the substitution of officers with a brilliant history by men who, he claimed, were regarded by 90% of their comrades as inferior in qualifications, and stressed the peril that this implied for army discipline. Those who represent the army as disloyal to the Republic are not telling the truth, he asserted, and he urged that it be treated with consideration, fairness, and justice. 10. This letter, affirms Manuel Aznar, a supporter of the general, was written so that he could arm himself with every possible justification before God, history, and his own conscience before making a final decision. 11. Isolated in his command post far out in the Atlantic, General Franco was proceeding cautiously and did not finally commit himself to the insurrection until the end of June or the beginning of July 12. The vacillation that infuriated some of the conspirators, who threatened to act without him. 13. Franco's sphinx-like attitude may have simply been prompted by caution, Richard Robinson speculates. On the other hand, his conduct during the Republic suggests that he had a strong respect for legality, and therefore needed to be sure in his own mind whether or not rebellion was justified in the circumstances. His letter of June 23 to Casares Quiroga can be interpreted either as an attempt to effect a change in policy to avoid a rising, or as an effort to make the conspirators' task easier. 14. He had, it seems, good reason for delaying his pledge, for the conspiracy was not going well. In a confidential report dated July 1 to those involved in the patriotic 36 movement, General Emilio Mola, who was directing the conspiracy from his provincial garrison in Pamplona, stated that the enthusiasm for the cause had not yet reached the degree of exaltation necessary for a decisive victory. An effort has been made to provoke a violent situation between two opposing political sectors so that, based on the violence created, we may proceed, but the fact is that up to now, notwithstanding the help given by some political elements, this has not happened, because there are still fools who believe that agreement is possible with the representatives of the masses under control of the Popular Front. 15. Furthermore, plans for the uprising were being hindered by political differences between the rival Alfonsine and Carlist monarchists, as well as by disagreements between the Phalange and the military conspirators. The most valuable and fascinating account of the conspiratorial activities of military and political leaders and their difficulties in reaching agreement is given by Ricardo de la Cierva in his Historia de la Guerra Civil Española. 16. Cierva, a leading historian favorable to the uprising, had access during the Franco regime to unpublished primary sources in the official Archivo de la Guerra deliberation of the Servicio Histórico Militar de Madrid, as well as to other unpublished materials made available to him by important participants in the conspiracy. In his work, Cierva effectively disposes of many of the inaccuracies and half-truths regarding the conspiracy that first appeared in official and semi-official publications, such as Herrera's Historia de la Cruzada Española, which, he asserts, deliberately obscures the role of General Mola in the preparation of the rising in order to place in the forefront other military figures. The principal organizer and responsible figure, he affirms, was General Mola, who on his own initiative, managed to fuse, although imperfectly, the diverse conspiracies and rebellious impulses against the Republic and the Popular Front. 17. Thus, Kierva implicitly contradicts a statement in the Historia de la Guerra de Liberación, 1936-1939, published by the Spanish Central General Staff in 1945, that credits General Franco with full responsibility and leadership of the rebellion. 18. Although the rivalries and dissensions among the forces of the right were still simmering when Franco finally pledged himself to support the rebellion, a dramatic event soon occurred that coalesced the disputing forces. On July 13, José Calvo Sotelo, the monarchist parliamentary leader and one of the most important of the civilian conspirators, was slain by leftist members of the police as a reprisal for the murder of Lieutenant José Castillo, a left-wing member of the Republican Guardia de Asalto, the assault guard. Acting on their own initiative, Castillo's colleagues, accompanied by several socialists, drove to Calvo Sotelo's residence in an official truck and announced that they had orders to arrest him. Ignorant of the enormity that was about to be perpetrated against his person, writes a socialist historian, the prisoner descended resolutely with the Republican officers. As soon as they had left the city precincts, Calvo Sotelo was killed and his corpse placed in the cemetery del Este. The ultimate barrier of disorder had been passed. Nothing more was required, after this. 37. Incident, for the government and the reactionaries to lose, the former, what shreds of authority remained to it, the latter, what judgment they still possessed. 19. The principal monarchist support for the conspiracy, writes Ricardo de la Cierva, was, of course, the enormous personality of José Calvo Sotelo, which was magnified by the eclipse of Gil Robles after the elections and aggrandized by his titanic struggle against the Republic and against the Popular Front, which he regarded as the logical degeneration of the Republic. Calvo Sotelo was the mouthpiece of resistance, the herald of rebellion. His death was the final call to military and civilian rebellion, the violent signal for Civil War. 20. In a later passage, Cierva writes, clearly the conspiracy had been underway long before July 13. Its point of no return had already been passed, and the uprising would almost certainly have taken place even without the terrible news. But the terrible news, which spread throughout Spain from the early hours of the morning of the 13th, contributed decisively to erasing the difficulties and doubts of the conspirators. 21. Fearing that the assassination would be used as a pretext to trigger the insurrection and hoping to restrain the conspirators, Prieto sounded a warning note: if reaction dreams of a bloodless coup d'état, it is utterly mistaken. If it supposes that it will find the regime defenseless, it deludes itself. To conquer, it will have to overcome the human barrier with which the proletarian masses will bar its way. There will be a battle to the death, because each side knows that the adversary, if he triumphs, will give no quarter. Even if this were to happen, a decisive struggle would be preferable to this continuous bloodletting. 22. The government of Casares Quiroga vigorously denounced the assassination. It promised not only to take immediate steps to guarantee elementary respect for human life, but to expedite the judicial investigation of the crime and to apply the law to all in order that the disruptive work of so many extremists may not triumph over the aims of the Republic. 23. But the condemnation did nothing to mollify the right. As Zugazagoitia puts it, the conservative and military forces, for a long time organized for insurrection, were deeply wounded. Calvo Sotelo was the civilian head of the movement. He had infused respect into all the men of the monarchy because of his superior preparation and talent. His work in the Ministry of Finance, as collaborator of General Primo de Rivera, had given him experience as an administrator that could not be underestimated. He had gained the confidence not only of the monarchists but also of more than half the deputies of the CETA, whose devotion to the party had been chilled by the tactics of Gil Robles, whom they reproached for not using his control of the War Ministry in 1935 to bring down the regime, and for not instituting a dictatorship fashioned after that in Portugal. 24. On July 15, At a meeting of the permanent deputation of the Cortes 2 days before the Civil War began, Fernando Suárez de Tangel, the Count of Vallallanos, speaking for the monarchists, charged, "This crime, without precedent in our political history, has been committed by the government's own agents. And this 38 was possible thanks to the climate created by the incitements to violence and personal attack upon the deputies of the right uttered every day in Parliament. We cannot coexist with the protectors and moral accomplices of this deed a moment longer. We do not want to deceive the country and international opinion by accepting a role in a farce that pretends that a civilized and normal state exists, whereas, in reality, we have lived in complete anarchy since 16 February 25. And at the funeral of Calvo Sotelo, Antonio Goicoechea declared on behalf of Renovación Española, before this flag, placed like a cross over your breast, before God who hears us and sees us, we take a solemn oath to consecrate our lives to this triple work, to imitate your example, to avenge your death, and to save Spain. 26. If there had remained up to this time even a glimmer of hope for compromise, it was at once extinguished. Positions were now being taken up for what Prieto had warned would be a battle to the death in which the adversaries would give no quarter. The Socialists and Communists, who in the past few months had been organizing their own militia 27 were now feverishly mobilizing their forces, and the conspirators, both military and civilian, were putting the final touches to their plans for insurrection. There can be no doubt that the moderates of the Popular Front were aghast at the assassination of the monarchist leader, but no one deplored it more than President Manuel Aznar, who was fully aware of its dire import. Essentially a man of temperate views, he had sought to hold Spain on a middle course. He had hoped for substantial reforms within the framework of the Republican Constitution, but not for a deluge that would submerge that Constitution. For this reason, when the rebellion broke out in Melilla in Spanish Morocco on 17 July with a successful coup against the Republican commander, General Manuel Romrals, by his subordinate Sand was spreading to the peninsula, Aznar still hoped for a solution that would save the Republic from being ground between the upper and nether millstones of the right and left. On the evening of July 18, in a last-minute endeavor to prevent the country from plunging into civil war and revolution, he had the government of Casares Quiroga resign 28 and entrusted Diego Martínez Barrio, whose party, the Unión Republicana, it will be remembered, constituted the most moderate segment of the Popular Front coalition, with the formation of a new, somewhat conservative, cabinet in the expectation that this might encourage the insurgent army officers to negotiate. "I have accepted this task," Martínez Barrio declared over the radio, "for two essential reasons: to spare my country the horrors of civil war and to protect the Constitution and the institutions of the Republic." 29. There was no time to lose, for the dangers to the Republic multiplied as garrison after garrison rose in revolt and as the left-wing organizations mobilized their members and ever more insistently demanded arms to combat the insurrection. For 2 days, Casares Quiroga had refused to arm the workers lest the power of state pass into their hands. His ministry, an eyewitness said to Zugazagoitia, is a madhouse, and the wildest. 39. Inmate is the minister himself. He neither eats nor sleeps. He shouts and screams as though possessed. His appearance frightens you, and it would not surprise me if he were to drop dead during one of his frenzied outbursts. He will hear nothing of arming the people and says in the most emphatic terms that anyone who takes it upon himself to do so will be shot. 30. Casares Quiroga's orders were disregarded, for, prior to his resignation, 5,000 rifles were handed out to the workers in Madrid on the sole authority of Lieutenant Colonel Rodrigo Gil, the chief of the artillery park and political associate for many years of Largo Caballero. This information, which has been amply confirmed, was given to me by Margarita Neckin, left socialist deputy, who was sent to the artillery park by the Casa del Pueblo, headquarters of the socialist UGT. 31 The version given by Lázaro Somoza Silva in his biography of General José Mayaja 32 to the effect that the general, who was military commander of Madrid at the time, ordered the distribution not only lacks confirmation but conflicts with his presence a few hours later in Martinez Barrios' government, which, as we shall see, was committed to the withholding of arms. In fact, when Carlos Núñez Maza, then technical secretary in the General Direction of Aviation, asked Mayaja to give arms to the Casa del Pueblo, the general refused to do so, according to Ignacio Hidalgo de Cisneros, 33rd in command at that time of the General Direction of Aviation under General Miguel Núñez de Prado. Even as Martinez Barrio was attempting to form a new government, the revolutionary workers, thanks in part to the distribution of arms by Lieutenant Colonel Rodrigo Gil, were beginning to assume police functions. Groups of armed workers were patrolling the streets and beginning to stop automobiles, Martinez Barrio recalled. Not a single soldier could be seen and, what is still more surprising, not a single guardian of public order. The absence of the coercive organs of the state was manifest. 34. And a communist testifies, at the stroke of midnight, all the exits from the Puerta del Sol, the approaches to the barracks, the working class headquarters, the workers' districts, and the entrances to the city are being watched. The armed workers control motor traffic. Automobiles and streetcars are carefully searched. Flying patrols race through the different suburbs, carrying orders and inspecting sentry posts. 35. Caught between the military rebellion and the counteraction of the left, Martinez Barrio was confronted by a double peril. To parry the danger, he would first have to withhold the distribution of arms for which workers were clamoring outside the Ministry of the Interior, a matter his talks with prospective members of his cabinet centered on. Felipe Sanchez Roman, who became a member of Martinez Barrios' government and was the leader of the small, conservative National Republican Party that had refused to join the Popular Front because of his opposition to communist participation, 36, told me, when I interviewed him in Mexico shortly after the war, that, on arriving at the presidential palace, where he had been called by President Aznar before the formation of the new government, he was advised of a serious development: the appearance of groups of workers demanding arms outside the Ministry of the Interior. Martinez Barrio, he said, 40, was already there and had been insisting that arms be withheld. Asked by Martinez Barrio for his opinion, Sanchez Roman replied that the distribution of arms would be ineffective militarily and pregnant with inconceivable dangers politically. 37. Martinez Barrio has related that at a meeting of the Casares Quiroga government at 6 p.m. on Saturday, July 18, attended by Indalecio Prieto, the moderate socialist, and by Largo Caballero, the left-wing socialist, everyone except himself remained silent in response to Caballero's resolute opinion that arms should be distributed, his own answer being that the people should be urged to rally round the legitimate organs of government. 38. It is noteworthy that Indalecio Prieto, in an article written after the war commenting on Martinez Barrios' narration of the government crisis, neither confirms nor denies the assertion that he was among those who remained silent when Caballero proposed that arms be distributed. 39. To avert the approaching cataclysm, Martinez Barrio would not only have to withhold the distribution of arms, but above all he would have to dissuade the military leaders from their drastic course. With this end in view, he held telephone conversations with various garrisons, in an attempt, according to his own testimony, to secure the adhesion of those army leaders who were still undecided and to deflect from their purpose those who had already revolted. 40. The most important of these conversations was with General Mola, commander of the Pamplona garrison in charge of the rebel plans on the peninsula. But Martinez Barrio strove in vain to obtain the general's support. If you and I were to reach a compromise, Mola replied, we should betray our ideals as well as our men. We should both deserve to be lynched. 41. According to Sanchez Roman, who was with Martinez Barrio at the time of this conversation, the latter pleaded desperately with Mola, at this very moment the socialists are ready to arm the people. This will mean the end of the republic and democracy. We should think of Spain. We must avoid civil war at all costs. I am willing to offer you, the military, the portfolios you want, on the terms you want. 42. In fact, El Pensamiento Navarro, published in Pamplona, Molla's headquarters, stated in its issue of July 19, 1936, which appeared a few hours after this conversation, that Martinez Barrio had offered Molla the Ministry of War. 43 We shall demand full responsibility for everything that has happened up to now, Martinez Barrio promised Molla, and we shall redress the damage caused. 44. To this General Molla replied with finality, what you propose is now impossible. The streets of Pamplona are filled with recruits, the right-wing Carlist militia. From my balcony all I can see are their red berets. Everyone is preparing to fight. If I were to tell these men that I had reached an agreement with you, my head would be the first to roll. And the same would happen to you in Madrid. Neither of us can now control our masses. 45. In his own version of this crucial dialogue, Martinez Barrio attributes to Molla the following reply: I have a duty toward the valiant Navarros who have placed themselves under my command. If I wanted to act differently they would kill me. Of course, it is not death that frightens me, but the ineffectiveness of this new move and my own conviction. It is late, too late. 46. 41. In spite of this response, Martinez Barrio proceeded with the formation of what he later called his government of conciliation. 47. If it possessed a distinctly moderate complexion, this was not so much from the presence of 5 members of the Union Republicana, all known for their comparatively conservative views, as from the inclusion of 3 members of the National Republican Party, including its leader, Sanchez Roman, who had declined to join the Popular Front. 48. In his account of the government crisis, Martinez Barrio states that he invited Indalecio Prieto to join his cabinet, but that the Executive Committee of the Socialist Party, controlled by the moderate wing, decided against participation, although it offered its determined and loyal support. 49. This offer is inferentially confirmed by Julian Zugazagoitia, director at the time of El Socialista, organ of the Executive Committee, who states that when the director of another newspaper asked him what the attitude of his own paper would be toward the new government in view of the fact that Martinez Barrio would deny arms, as Casares Quiroga had done, he replied, I shall confine myself to giving the news of the crisis and its solution. I do not think we should make any violent comment. We should do more harm than good. From now on, and as long as the war lasts, El Socialista will be an organ that adheres scrupulously to the government unless the party should decide otherwise. 50. But the new government was ill-fated from the outset, for the control of events had already passed into the hands of men intent on a final reckoning between the left and right. For nearly 2 days the plans of the insurgent army officers had been unfolding. Following their seizure of Spanish Morocco on Friday, July 17, they had captured the Seville garrison on Saturday at 2 p.m. thanks to a daring coup by General Gonzalo Queipo de Llano. His cool-headed seizure of the Seville garrison from the Republican commander, General José Fernández de la Villa Abril, is described by his biographers and supporters, Antonio Almeida Delgado and Lieutenant General José Cuesta Munerio. 51 Queipo de Llano was Inspector General of the Carabineros, or Carabiners, a corps composed of customs and excise officials and guards. Under the pretense of inspecting customs posts, he was able to travel thousands of miles in conspiratorial activities without arousing suspicion. 52 Because he had enthusiastically welcomed the advent of the Republic in 1931 and was related by marriage to the first President of the Republic, Alcalá Zamora, he was distrusted by the conspirators. But the removal by the Popular Front of Alcalá Zamora from the presidency, which Queipo deeply resented. 53 helped to remove this distrust. Nevertheless, as the conservative historian Ricardo de la Cierva points out, the rebel generals did not have much faith in Queipo's decision-making ability, so he was sent to what in the last analysis was certain defeat in Seville, a defeat that was transformed into one of the most unexpected and decisive successes of the Civil War thanks to the suicidal courage of the general. 54 But despite his initial success, not until a week later, with the aid of Moorish troops and foreign legionaries from Spanish Morocco, was Queipo de Llano able to subdue the working-class suburbs of Seville. 55 to 42. Quell strikes, he resorted to the threat of extreme measures. According to his biographers, he signed a proclamation declaring that all the leaders of any labor union on strike would immediately be shot, as well as an equal number of members selected discretionally. 56. Shortly after Quippo-Delano's capture of the Seville garrison on Saturday, July 18, at 2 p.m., the rebels struck in other provincial capitals. They rose in Cádiz at 4 p.m., in Malaga at 5 p.m., in Córdoba at 6 p.m., in Valladolid on Sunday, July 19, at 12:30 a.m., and in Burgos at 2 a.m. In two of these provincial capitals, Burgos and Valladolid, not only the civil guard gendarmerie created by the monarchy but also the assault guard police force created by the Republic had joined the rebellion. In Burgos, according to the Diario de Burgos of July 20, the assault and civil guards adhered to the movement from the first moment. 57. In Valladolid, according to El Norte de Castillo of July 19, published in that city, the assault and civil guards joined the movement unanimously. 58. However, in Seville, Cádiz, and Malaga, likewise according to insurgent sources, the assault guards, with few exceptions, supported the Popular Front. 59. In Córdoba, on the other hand, there was only slight opposition to the rising on the part of the assault guards. 60. It should be noted that the assault guard, which was created by the Republic in 1931, maintained order in the cities, whereas the civil guard, a survival of the monarchy, confined its law enforcement largely to the countryside. Before the creation of the assault guard there had been no effective force for maintaining order in the urban areas. Stanley G. Payne writes. The Minister of the Interior in the Provisional Government of the Republic, Miguel Mora, was one of the few responsible, far-sighted leaders produced by the Republic. He realized that the problem of public order was fundamental to the future of the new regime. Urban violence had plagued the country intermittently for years, in part because of the absence of an effective police force. When such a disturbance became really alarming, the army was usually called on to restore peace in the towns, while the civil guard kept order in the countryside. Neither institution was properly equipped or trained for urban police duties. Untrained in effective methods of crowd dispersal, the guards often resorted to bloodshed, thus exciting more violence and resentment. To avoid recourse either to the army or to the civil guard, Mora created a national Republican police force, armed only with pistols and clubs. These assault guards were to be used for the suppression of demonstrations in the larger towns. As chief of the assault guards, the Director General of Security Angel Galarza, the first Attorney General of the Republic and Socialist Minister of the Interior in Largo Caballero's wartime government in 193,637 selected Colonel Agustín Muñoz Grandes, who had won an impressive reputation as a leader and organizer for his work with the regulars Moorish troops in the service of the Spanish Army. 61. Although created by the Republic, the assault guards, according to the moderate socialist Zugazagoitia, comprised many individuals hostile to the new regime. 43. Who had entered the corps when it was under the control of Muñoz Grandes. 62. These were obviously not removed after the victory of the Popular Front in the 1936 elections, for, according to the official, Franco, History of the Military Rebellion, Historia de la Cruzada, adversaries of the Republican regime abounded in the corps. Lieutenant Colonel Agustín Muñoz Grandes, it continues, who until the advent of the Popular Front had been commander of the corps, maintains contact with many of its officers, and is therefore aware of the excellent disposition of hundreds of guards to participate in a coup against the government. 63. Even as Martínez Barrio was announcing to the press about 5 a.m. on Sunday, July 19, the composition of his government. 64. Events were moving faster than his words. In Saragossa, where assault guards had been carrying out arrests in trade union and left-wing party headquarters shortly after midnight. 65. The troops under General Miguel Cabanellas had just declared martial law, and, in Huesca, General Gregorio de Benito had also risen, seconded by a small garrison of assault and civil guards. In Barcelona, where General Manuel God would arrive later in the day from the Balearics to assume command, the insurgents were leaving their barracks to occupy strategic posts, and in the south a force of Moorish troops that would play a decisive role in securing Cadiz for the rebel cause was nearing that vital port. Moreover, General Franco, who, in return for his pledge to support the insurrection, had been promised, according to Stanley Payne, the command of the Moorish troops and foreign legionaries in Morocco, that is, of all the militarily significant units in the Spanish Army 66, a command that was to prove an important step toward his assumption of supreme power on the nationalist side 2 months later, when he was named Generalissimo and head of state by the rebel hierarchy. 67 was flying to the Protectorate from the Canary Islands to take command of the Moroccan forces, and at 7 a.m. would reach his destination. It is interesting to record that the de Havilland Dragon Rapide, piloted by Captain Cecil Bebb, which flew General Franco secretly from the Canaries to Spanish Morocco on 1819 July, was chartered on July 9 in Croydon, England, by Luis Bolin, the London correspondent of the Madrid monarchist daily ABC at the request of its publisher, the Marquis Juan Ignacio Luca de Tena. 68. Before leaving the Canaries on his historic flight, General Franco declared martial law and issued the following proclamation. Spaniards. To all those who feel the sacred love of Spain. To all those who have sworn to defend it to the death against its enemies, the nation calls out for help. The situation in Spain is becoming more critical every day. Anarchy reigns in the majority of towns and villages. Officials appointed by the government preside over if they do not actually foment social disorders. With revolvers and machine guns, differences are settled between citizens who are cowardly and treacherously assassinated, while government authorities do nothing to impose peace and justice. Revolutionary strikes of all kinds paralyze the life of the nation. Can we cowardly and traitorously abandon Spain to the enemies of the fatherland without resistance and without a fight? No. Traitors may do so, but 44. Map 1. Division of Spain, July 20, 1936. We who have sworn to defend the nation shall not. We offer you justice and equality before the law, peace and love among Spaniards, liberty and fraternity free from libertinism and tyranny. Viva España! 69. The Liberal Republic of 1931 had now run its course and would soon be consumed by civil war, a war whose outcome for years to come could be only a dictatorship of the left or right. It was for this reason that President Aznar, fearing that Casares Quiroga could not withhold much longer the distribution of arms and that such distribution would signify the end of the democratic regime, had in a final throw appointed Martínez Barrio to form a new government to negotiate with the rebel leaders. But if Martínez Barrio's cabinet was rejected by the right, it was also rejected by the left, which regarded it purely as a government of surrender. The moderate wing of the Republican middle class was confident that by breaking its ties with the working class it could reach an agreement with the rebel generals and with reaction, asseverates the official communist history of the Civil War and Revolution. The attitude of Martínez Barrio and those who supported him, in offering ministries to the insurgent generals and in refusing at the same time to arm the people so that they could defend the Republic, could not lead to an intermediate path between capitulation and resistance but to the surrender of the Republic by the Republican leaders. And why, it asks, did Casares Quiroga and Martínez 45. Barrio not give arms to the people? The explanation lies in their class limitations. These Republican leaders preferred to reach an understanding with the rebels rather than give arms to the people because they feared that this would result in an increase in the influence and role of the working class in the leadership of the country. 70. In working class circles alarm and indignation were extreme when the list of the new cabinet became known. 71. For not a little distrust was attached to some of the ministers' names. Claridad, organ of the left socialists, once said of Felipe Sánchez Roman, a member of the new government, that, although a Republican of unquestionable sincerity, he was one of the most reactionary figures discovered by the new Republican regime. 72. And of Antonio Lara, another member of the government, it said that he was a low political trickster. 73. As for Martínez Barrio, The anarcho-syndicalist Solidaridad Obrera stated a few months before the outbreak of the Civil War that he possessed intimate friends among the Andalusian landowners and that he had frequently been seen in the lobbies of the Cortes conversing amicably with the fiercest enemies of the working class. 74. Some members of the middle-class Republican Left Party were hostile to the government, despite the inclusion of 4 representatives. In the headquarters of the Left Republicans, writes Marcelino Domingo, the president of the party, representing its right wing, and a minister in the new cabinet, many colleagues of mine, on hearing of the formation of the government, destroyed their membership cards with shameful anger without stopping to consider that my participation at least should have been a reason for respect as well as a guarantee for them. Their understanding of duty and of the sacrifices that duty imposes was different from mine. 75. And President Azana, the leader of the party, observed, some Republicans, more hot-headed than perceptive, even spoke of the treason of the President of the Republic. 76. In the streets the atmosphere was explosive as members of the left-wing organizations voiced their opposition. Large demonstrations are formed spontaneously, wrote an eyewitness. They move toward the Ministry of the Interior and toward the Ministry of War like an avalanche. The people shout, traitors, cowards. Impromptu speakers harangue the masses, they have sold us out. We must begin by shooting them first. 77. Faced by this storm of popular indignation and disappointed in his hopes of a peaceful settlement with the insurgent leaders, Martinez Barrio decided to resign. Only Prieto made a last attempt to dissuade me, he writes. But it was a vain attempt, shattered by my attitude. Within a few minutes the political demonstration had brought about the ruin of my government. It was senseless to ask me to combat the military rebellion with mere shadows, stripped of authority, and ludicrously retaining the name of ministers. 78. 2 Spains, ready to fight without quarter until total victory or defeat, now confront each other, wrote a supporter of the military rebellion. No other alternative is possible. 79. 46. 4. The Revolution and the Rise of the Third Republic. Rebuffed by the left and by the right, the cabinet of Martinez Barrio passed into oblivion even before the names of its members appeared in the official Gaceta de Madrid on that febrile day of July 19. All thought of compromise with the insurgent generals had to be abandoned. A new government was formed that decided that to combat the rebellion, it must accede to the demands of the working class organizations for the distribution of arms. When I took charge of the government of the Republic, testifies its premier, José Giral, I had to consider that the only way to combat the military rising was to hand to the people the few arms we had at our disposal. One Salvador Quemades, leader of the Left Republican Party, attests, lacking the means of throttling the insurrection, the government had to yield the way to the political and trade union organizations so that they could grapple with the rebel movement too. But it was a government in name only, swept along helplessly by the tide, a government that presided not over the preservation of the Republican regime of 1931, but over its rapid dissolution under the double impact of military rebellion and social revolution. In all the ministries, according to its premier, Popular Front committees were immediately established to assist and supervise the ministers, expunging all semblance of real authority. Such was the government of liberal Republicans formed by José Giral, confidant of Manuel Azana, the President of the Republic. Its composition, as given in the official Gaceta de Madrid on 20 and July 22, was as follows. José Giral. Left Republican. Prime Minister. Augusto Barcia. Left Republican. Foreign Affairs. General Sebastián Pozas. Liberal Republican. Interior. General Luis Castello. Liberal Republican. War. 47. Placido Alvarez Villa. Republican Union. Industry and Commerce. Enrique Ramos y Ramos. Left Republican. Finance. Manuel Blasco Garzón. Republican Union. Justice. Bernardo Giner de los Rios. Republican Union. Communications and Merchant Marine. Mariano Ruiz Funes. Left Republican. Agriculture. Francisco Barnes. Left Republican. Education. Antonio Villau. Left Republican. Public Works. Juan Luis y Valesca. Esquerra Catalan Left Republican. Labor, Health, and Supplies. On August 6, Lieutenant Colonel Juan Hernández Sarabia, an Azanista, succeeded Luis Castello in the Ministry of War. For what is admirable, President Azanad told José Giral a year later, is the calm courage with which you took command when no one wanted to obey and when everyone, from the most important to the most obscure, was preparing to flee. 5. In town after town and city after city the state shivered into fragments as rebellious garrisons joined the insurrectionary movement or met with defeat at the hands of armed workers and forces loyal to the government. Because the revolt collapsed in Madrid, Barcelona, Valencia, Malaga, and Bilbao, as well as in some of the smaller towns and cities, the insurgents initially captured only a third of the national territory. Of the estimated 8,850 army chiefs and officers on active service excluding Spanish Morocco, where practically the entire officer corps sided with the revolt, 4,660 were located in the rebel camp on July 20 and the remainder in the left zone 6, many of whom eventually escaped, as others had before them, into rebel territory. Although the number of regular army officers who served in the wartime Popular Army created by the left is given as 2,000 by Enrique Lister, one of its communist leaders. 7 Julio Alvarez del Valle, its Commissar General, affirms that barely 500 officers remained in the service of the Republic and that practically nothing was left of the old army that could be put to any use. 8. Inasmuch as the officer corps in general was distrusted if not execrated by the left and that officers were often pushed aside, imprisoned, or executed if their loyalty were in question, the lower figure may be closer to the mark. In fact, it is corroborated by the highly reliable Republican Army officer, Colonel Jesus Pérez Salas. 9. It is noteworthy that, contrary to common belief, far fewer generals on active service supported the rebellion than remained with the government. Ricardo de la Cierva, historian and supporter of the military uprising, stated that of the 18 divisional generals or their equivalent in Spain on 48 July 17, only 4 joined the rebellion: Cabanellas, Queipo de Llano, Franco, and Manuel God. 10. According to Vicente Palacio Attard, also a supporter of the military uprising, of the 56 brigadier generals on active service 14 rebelled and not less than 29 remained on the side of the government. 11. Nevertheless, Madariaga, historian and independent Republican, is no doubt correct when he asserts, of the officers who sided with the government, only a minority did so out of personal conviction. The majority would have joined their comrades had they been in a position to do so. They often tried and at times succeeded in crossing the line. 12. The Civil Guard, the constabulary created by the monarchy and preserved by the Republic as a rampart of the state, also crumbled. 13. Although, out of a total of 34,320 officers and men, 20,120 are estimated to have been located in the left camp on 20 July 14, it is difficult to determine how many actually remained under the authority of the government, for while many discarded their uniforms and joined the proletarian militia, thousands of others deserted to the insurgents. 15. True, in November 1936, according to a communist source, the corps numbered 15,000 officers and men in the left zone 16, but this was after its reorganization as the National Republican Guard and the subsequent enlistment of thousands of new recruits. 17. The secret police likewise dissolved, most of its agents siding with the insurrection. 18. Even the assault guard, the police corps created by the Republic in 1931 as a buttress for the new regime, comprising some 25,000 officers and men. 19 was shattered as a result of widespread defections to the rebel cause. 20 and of the assumption of police functions, in those places where the revolt had foundered, by vigilance committees and militia units improvised by the labor unions and the parties of the left. 21. The state collapsed and the Republic was left without an army, without a police force, and with its administrative machinery decimated by desertions and sabotage, writes the left-wing socialist Álvarez del Valle, who became foreign minister a few weeks later. 22 From the army leaders and the magistrates on the Supreme Tribunal down to the customs officials, we were obliged to replace the majority of the personnel who, until July 18, 1936, had been in charge of the machinery of the Republican state. In the foreign ministry alone 90% of the former diplomatic corps had deserted. 23. In the words of the famed communist leader, La Pasionaria, Dolores Ibarruri, the whole state apparatus was destroyed and state power lay in the street. 24. The moderate socialist, Zugazay, later Minister of the Interior, wrote, "The power of state lay in the street, pulverized, and a fragment of it lay in the hands and at the disposal of every anti-fascist citizen, who used it in the manner that best suited his temperament." 25. Indeed, so complete was the collapse that, to quote a Republican jurist, only the dust of the state, the ashes of the state remained. 26. The control of ports and frontiers, a vital element of state power, formerly exercised by the Carabineros, was undertaken by workmen's committees or by local bodies under the authority of the labor unions and left-wing parties. The 49. Government could do absolutely nothing, recalled the moderate socialist Dr. Juan Negrin, when premier in a later cabinet, because neither our frontiers nor our ports were in its hands. They were in the hands of individuals, of local, district, or provincial bodies, and naturally the government could not make its authority felt. 27. The control of the frontier at Rapal, reported a communist daily, is strictly maintained by workers and customs officials, who take their orders only from the working class organizations. 28. In the customs room at Port-Bou, wrote an eyewitness, "There is no sign of the revolution that agitated all of us in Paris. The customs officials are still in their old uniforms and they go about their tasks listlessly as though something has shorn them even of this power." A door opens into the passport room. Here is the explanation for everything. At various points in the room, members of the anti-fascist militia stand guard. They wear blue overalls over which an ammunition belt is thrown. They are armed to the teeth with pistols and rifles. Behind a long table sit 3 workers with pistols at their sides. They are examining passports and credentials. 29. In the Navy, according to Bruno Alonso, its Commissar General during the Civil War, and a moderate socialist, 70% of the officers were killed by their men, and authority was exercised by sailors' committees. The age-old oppression, he wrote, to which the crews had been subjected and the traditional injustices and humiliations they had suffered had left sediments of rancor deep within them, which exploded when the uprising occurred and contributed in large measure to the overflowing of passions. 30. The group of officers that survived the acts of violence, wrote Zugazay, was dependent on committees elected by the sailors, who did exactly as they pleased. 31. The functions of municipalities and other local governing bodies in the left camp were also assumed by committees in which the socialist and anarchist-oriented labor unions were the ruling force. 32. These organs of the revolution, declared an anarcho-syndicalist leader a few weeks after the outbreak of the Civil War, have resulted in the disappearance of government delegates in all the provinces we control, because they had no option but to obey the decisions of the committees. The local organs of administration of the old bourgeois regime have become mere skeletons, because their life force has been replaced by the revolutionary vitality of the workers' unions. 33. The committees, ran an article in a left socialist review, were the germ of proletarian power. All revolutionary segments were represented in them. In the villages they assumed control of political and economic life. In the towns, they took into their hands the direction of all activities. 34. In the atmosphere charged with electricity and powder. That followed immediately on 19 July, wrote Rafael Tasis Imarca, Director General of Prisons in the region of Catalonia, the municipalities in the Catalan provinces became lifeless, colorless. The rubber stamps of the committees replaced the signatures of the mayors. 35. There is not a single place, said an anarcho-syndicalist paper, with reference to the province of Tarragona, where a local anti-fascist militia committee has not been set up. These committees control the entire life of the community. 36. The center of grav. 50. Ity of the war and of politics, writes Antonio Ramos Oliveira, a socialist historian, was the street. Power was in the hands of the people, the parties, the committees. 37. The courts of law were supplanted by revolutionary tribunals, which dispensed justice in their own way. Everybody created his own justice and administered it himself, declared Juan Garcia Oliver, a leading anarchist who became Minister of Justice in November 1936. Some used to call this taking a person for a ride paseo, but I maintain that it was justice administered directly by the people in the complete absence of the regular judicial bodies. 38. In Madrid, according to Arturo Beria, a socialist, each of the branches and groups of the trade unions and political parties set up its own police, its own prison, its own executioners, and a special place for its executions. 39 judges, magistrates, and district attorneys were relieved of office, some imprisoned and others executed. 40 While in many places judicial records were burned. 41. In an attempt to curb the revolutionary terror, the government of José Giral set up popular tribunals. These courts gave a semblance of constitutionality to the executions. 42 But did little to bring the terror under control. In fact, Indalecio Prieto, the moderate socialist, recounts that when in September 1936 the Popular Tribunal of Madrid, comprising 3 professional judges and 14 jurors belonging to the principal parties and labor organizations of the left, 43, notified the government of its verdict to condemn to death the former radical minister Rafael Salazar Alonso, the cabinet's decision to commute the sentence to life imprisonment could not be implemented. Prieto, a minister at the time, had cast the deciding vote in favor of commutation on the ground that Salazar Alonso's participation in the military rebellion had not been proved, but shortly afterward Mariano Gómez, the president of the tribunal, a former magistrate in Valencia and later president of the Supreme Court, told him that he was sure that the government's decision would cause a terrible mutiny within the Popular Tribunal and that the prisoner would be shot anyway. The government, he added, lacking adequate means to enforce its decisions, will not be able to save his life and its authority will crumble. But this will not be the worst. The Popular Tribunal, I am very sure, will refuse to continue functioning and, after Salazar Alonso, all the political prisoners perhaps this very evening will be riddled with bullets. On being told that more than 100 prisoners might be shot, Prieto reversed his decision and cast his vote in favor of the death penalty. 44. The banks were raided and their safe deposit boxes emptied. 45. Penitentiaries and jails were invaded, their records destroyed, their inmates liberated. The jails were opened to release friendly political prisoners, writes a supporter of the Republic, and the common law criminals who came out with them acted on their own account. 46. There were, of course, singular episodes. The judge of the criminal court, writes Madariaga, suddenly found in his private apartment the thief and criminal whom he had recently sentenced to 30 years hard labor transmogrified into a militiaman who, after demanding all the silver and gold, 51. Objects of the household and tying them into a linen sheet, shot him dead in the presence of his wife and daughter. 47. Hundreds of churches and convents were burned or put to secular uses. 48. Catholic dens no longer exist, declared the anarcho-syndicalist organ, Solidaridad Obrera. The torches of the people have reduced them to ashes. 49. The oppressed people, said an article in an anarchist youth journal, put to the torch whatever dens of obscurantism and deception they found in their path. Churches, convents, centers of reaction, whatever smacked of incense and darkness, have been set ablaze. 50. For the revolution to be a fact, ran an anarchist youth manifesto, we must demolish the 3 pillars of reaction, the church, the army, and capitalism. The church has already been brought to account. The temples have been destroyed by fire and the ecclesiastical crows who were unable to escape have been taken care of by the people. 51. In the province of Tarragona, reported Solidaridad Obrera, the churches in all the villages have been set ablaze. Only those buildings that could be used for the benefit of the people have been kept, but not those that were a serious danger after burning. Many churches have been converted into communal warehouses as well as into garages for the anti-fascist militia 52. And so it was in countless towns and villages. Nevertheless, the Reverend Hewlett Johnson, known as the Red Dean of Canterbury, asserted, when interviewed by me in the spring of 1937 in Valencia, that not a single church had been destroyed or desecrated. This is not surprising. As David Cott says, this saintly-looking cleric was one of the most perseverant fellow travelers of his time. 53. In contrast to his assertion that not a single church had been desecrated or destroyed, the collective letter of the Spanish bishops, dated July 1, 1937, claimed that the number of churches and chapels destroyed or completely sacked was as high as 20,000.54. Paul Blanchett explains the phenomenon of the burning of church buildings in the following way: during the last 100 years the church has again and again been humbled by its political opponents, its buildings burned by anti-clerical mobs, and its leading religious orders expelled from the country. The nation which claims to be the most Catholic nation in the world has probably murdered more priests and nuns and burned more convents and schools than any other nation in the world. The church has been victimized because the church has been regarded as part of the ruling structure of political power. For almost 200 years the advocates of political democracy in Spain have been automatically anti-clerical, and the defenders of dictatorship have tended to be pro-Catholic. 55. Thousands of members of the clergy and religious orders as well as of the propertied classes were killed. 56. But others, fearing arrest or execution, fled abroad, including many prominent liberal and moderate Republicans. 57. In a conversation in June 1937 with the Republican jurist Angel Osorio y Gallardo regarding the large number of outstanding and even eminent Republicans who had left Spain, President Aznar complained, "All of them left without my consent." 52. And without my advice. And some, I gave him their names, deceived me. Those who wanted to stay, here they are, and nothing has happened to them. Of the ministers who formed my government in February 1936, do you know how many remained in Spain? 2. Casares and Giral. If anyone at all was in danger, it was Casares. He is in Madrid. Of the political ambassadors I appointed, only one, on leaving his post, came to Valencia to greet me and to offer his services to the government, Díaz-Canedo. The others remained in France. I raised many of them from nothing. I saved all of them from the wreck of 1933 and made them deputies, ministers, ambassadors, undersecretaries, etc., etc. They all had a duty to serve the Republic to the very end and to remain with me as long as I was in office. 2 or 3 of them understood this, belatedly, and have returned. 58. Thousands of persons fearing detention or summary execution took refuge in embassies and legations in Madrid. The number of such refugees has been variously estimated. Norman J. Paddleford says that it was calculated to be in excess of 5,000.59. Aurelio Núñez Morgada, Chilean ambassador and dean of the diplomatic corps in Madrid, affirms that it exceeded 15,000,60, while Álvarez del Valle, who as foreign minister conducted the negotiations for the evacuation of the refugees, gives it as 20,000.61. On the other hand, Javier Rubio, after exhaustive investigation of diplomatic correspondence and other sources, arrives at the lower figure of 7,500, which he nonetheless describes as unprecedented in the history of international relations. 62. The Norwegian legation, which was one of the smallest missions, housed 900 refugees, according to Felix Schoolair, its charge d'affaires. 63. While the Mexican embassy gave asylum to over 800, according to Ambassador General Manuel Pérez Trevino. 64. Hundreds, if not thousands, of lives were spared because of the sanctuary extended by foreign missions, for as the left socialist Luis Araquistin wrote privately to his wife on the 5th day of the revolution, the cleanup is going to be fearful. It is already. Not a single fascist will remain alive, especially the most important. No one can restrain the people. 65. We have confirmed something we only knew in theory, wrote Federica Monsanei, a leading anarchist, in the welter of these events, namely, that the revolution, in which uncontrolled and uncontrollable forces operate imperiously, is blind and destructive, grandiose and cruel, that once the first step has been taken and the first dike broken, the people pour like a torrent through the breach, and that it is impossible to dam the flood. How much is wrecked in the heat of the struggle and in the blind fury of the storm. Men are as we have always known them, neither better nor worse. They reveal their vices and their virtues, and while from the hearts of rogues there springs a latent honesty, from the depths of honest men there emerges a brutish appetite, a thirst for extermination, a desire for blood that seemed inconceivable before. 66. We do not wish to deny, avowed Diego Abad de Santillan, a prominent anarchist in the region of Catalonia, that the 19th of July brought with it an overflowing of passions and abuses, a natural phenomenon of the transfer of 53. Power from the hands of the privileged to the hands of the people. It is possible that our victory resulted in the death by violence of 4,000 or 5,000 inhabitants of Catalonia who were listed as rightists and were linked to political or ecclesiastical reaction. But this shedding of blood is the inevitable consequence of a revolution, which, in spite of all barriers, sweeps on like a flood and devastates everything in its path, until it gradually loses its momentum. 67. And a Basque nationalist, a Republican and Catholic, writes: blood, a great deal of innocent blood was shed on both sides. But the most radical difference as far as the Republican zone was concerned, which does not justify, but at least explains, the excesses in the very fact of the military insurrection. The army, almost the entire secret police, the administration of justice, whatever police forces there were, whose duty it was to maintain order, revolted, leaving the legal government defenseless. The latter was compelled to arm the people, the jails were opened to release friendly political prisoners, and the common law criminals who came out with them acted on their own account. Furthermore, with the stirring up of the lower depths of society, the malefactors that exist in every city, in every nation, came to the surface, and found an easy field for their work. In normal times, the police would have kept them under control, but the very insurrection deprived the government of coercive forces and helped the criminals to secure arms. Is it surprising that during the first few days of the revolt these uncontrolled elements did as they pleased? At the same time the extreme left-wing organizations dispensed justice in a rude and elementary fashion, the justice of men who had suffered and had been molded in an atmosphere of hatred. All this does not justify the crimes committed in the Republican zone, but it readily explains them. What cannot be explained, and even less justified, are the crimes, much greater in number and in sadism, that were committed precisely by that army, by that police force, by those educated young gentlemen who lacked for nothing and who boasted of their Catholicism. 68. The revolution, wrote President Azañas some time later, commenced under a Republican government that neither wished to support it nor could support it. The excesses began to unfold themselves before the astonished eyes of the ministers. Faced by the revolution, the government had the choice either of upholding it or suppressing it. But even less than uphold it could the government suppress it. It is doubtful whether it had forces enough for this. I am sure it did not. Even so, their use would have kindled another civil war. 69. Shorn of the repressive organs of the state, the liberal government of José Giral possessed nominal power, but not power itself. 70. For this was split into countless fragments and scattered in 1,000 towns and villages among the revolutionary committees that had instituted control over post and telegraph offices. 71. Radio stations. 72. And telephone exchanges. 73. Organized police squads and tribunals, highway and frontier patrols, transport and supply services, and created militia units for the battle fronts. In short, nowhere in Spain did the cabinet 54. of José Giral exercise any real authority, as prominent adherents of the anti-Franco camp have amply testified. 74. The economic changes that followed the military insurrection were no less dramatic than the political. In those provinces where the revolt had failed, the workers of the two trade union federations, the socialist UGT and the anarcho-syndicalist CNT 75, took into their hands a vast portion of the economy. 76. In spite of the massive and irrefragable evidence that a far-reaching social revolution shattered the Republican regime in July 1936, Herbert M. Matthews, New York Times correspondent in the left camp during the Civil War and recognized authority on Spain for 4 decades, whose books and articles had an appreciable impact on American opinion, made light of the revolutionary changes in his last book on the Civil War, published in 1973. After quoting the liberal historian Gabriel Jackson as saying that the most profound social revolution since the 15th century took place in much of the territory remaining in the hands of the Popular Front, he comments, in more or less strong terms, nearly every historian of the Spanish Civil War makes the same point. I would say that there was a revolution of sorts, but it should not be exaggerated. In one basic sense, there was no revolution at all, since the Republican government functioned much as it did before the war. 77. This quotation exemplifies how some journalists friendly to the government later perpetuated through their writings the half-truths and distortions they had disseminated at the time of the Civil War. Proof of the extent and depth of the revolution is not lacking, even from communist sources, despite the fact that the Communist International, following the directives of the Kremlin, tried for diplomatic reasons, as will be seen in a subsequent chapter, to screen from the outside world the far-reaching social revolution that had swept the country. Are the big industrialists who rose against the people still owners of the plants? Asked José Díaz, General Secretary of the Communist Party. No, they have disappeared and the plants are in the hands of the workers, controlled by the Union. 78. Today, declared Antonio Sisi, Secretary of the Communist-controlled Catalan section of the UGT, the workers have the plants, the workers have the banks, the workers have the land, and the workers have the arms. 79. Mikhail Koltsov, leading Soviet journalist and Stalin's personal agent in Spain, stated quite early in the war that, according to a rough estimate, approximately 18,000 industrial and commercial enterprises were taken over by the workers' unions and by the state, 2,500 of them located in Madrid and 3,000 in Barcelona. 80. Landed properties were seized, some were collectivized, others divided among the peasants, and notarial archives as well as registers of property were burned in countless towns and villages, although the destruction of property records was not acknowledged in the official journal until more than a year later. 81. In none of the provinces of the anti-Franco camp, affirmed José Díaz, the communist leader, do big landowners exist. 82. 55. Hundreds of seizures made by the agricultural workers' unions affiliated with the UGT and CNT were subsequently registered with the Institute of Agrarian Reform, an agency of the Ministry of Agriculture, which issued frequent reports listing confiscated properties. The wording of these reports might indicate that the estates had been sequestered by the Institute and then turned over to the agricultural workers' unions, but the fact is that, with very few exceptions, the Institute merely recorded the expropriations. I can affirm, writes Rafael Moreda Núñez, Secretary General of the Institute during the first months of the revolution, and this everyone knows, that it was not the government that handed the land to the peasants. The latter did not wait for a government decision, but appropriated the estates and cultivable lands themselves. 83. In the province of Ciudad Real, for example, according to an acute observer, an overwhelming majority of all the larger estates have been expropriated and collectivized by their hands, and the business of the Institute of Agrarian Reform in the whole matter has only been to give a legal place at 84. The unions saw an advantage in registering their confiscations with the Institute, for this tended to legalize their action and rendered the sequestered estates eligible for technical and economic assistance from that agency. 85. Railways, streetcars and buses, taxicabs and shipping, electric light and power companies, gasworks and waterworks, engineering and automobile assembly plants, mines and cement works, textile mills and paper factories, electrical and chemical concerns, glass bottle factories and perfume ryes, food processing plants and breweries, as well as a host of other enterprises, were confiscated or controlled by workmen's committees, either term possessing for the owners almost equal significance in practice. For example, in the region of Catalonia the telephone system belonging to the Compañía Telefónica Nacional de España, a subsidiary of the International Telephone and Telegraph Corporation, was placed under the control of a joint CNT-UG committee, with the consequence according to the testimony of the anarcho-syndicalists, who were the dominant influence on that body, that the management was left with practically no other function but to keep an account of income and expenses, and was powerless to withdraw funds without the committee's consent. 86 Another example is that of the hydroelectric enterprise, Riegos y Fuerzas del Ebro, a subsidiary of the Barcelona Traction, Light, and Power Company, which was also controlled by a joint CNT-UGT committee. This committee took charge of the company's installations, bank accounts, and other assets, with the result that the management, according to an official report, was unable to exercise effective control over its business and its finances. 87. Motion picture theaters and legitimate theaters, newspapers and printing shops, department stores and hotels, deluxe restaurants and bars were likewise sequestered or controlled, as were the headquarters of business and professional associations and thousands of dwellings owned by the upper classes. 88. But the economic changes in town and country, as will be seen in the ensuing chapters, were not confined to the property of the wealthy strata of society. With 56. The collapse of the state, all barriers had fallen away, and it was too enticing a moment for the revolutionary masses not to attempt to remold the entire economy to their heart's desire. In the early days of radiant optimism, wrote Manuel Azaña after the conflict had ended, the minds of nearly all Spaniards were fired by a messianic goal. If, in the nationalist camp, it was Christian civilization in the West they were saving, in the Republican camp the prophets proclaimed the birth of a new civilization. Terrible hyperboles that easily inflame what is visionary in the Spanish soul. 89. 57. 5. The revolution hits the small bourgeoisie. To the dismay of thousands of handicraftsmen, small manufacturers, and tradesmen, their premises and their equipment were expropriated by the labor unions of the anarcho-syndicalist CNT and often by the somewhat less radical unions of the socialist UGT. 1. In Madrid, for instance, the unions not only took over the premises and equipment of shoemakers, cabinet makers, and other small-scale producers, but collectivized all the beauty parlors and barber shops, establishing the same wages for the former owners as for their employees. 2. In Valencia, a city of over 350,000 inhabitants, nearly all plants, both large and small, were sequestered by the CNT and UGT. 3. As were those in the province of Alicante. 4. While in the region of Catalonia, where the anarcho-syndicalists were in almost unchecked ascendancy during the first months of the revolution. 5. Collectivization in many towns was carried out so thoroughly that it embraced not only the large factories but the least important branches of handicraft. 6. The collectivization movement also infringed upon another preserve of the middle classes. In Barcelona, the capital of Catalonia, with a population of nearly 1.2 million, the anarcho-syndicalist workers collectivized the wholesale business in eggs and fish. 7. And set up a control committee in the slaughterhouse, from which they excluded all intermediaries. 8. They also collectivized the principal market for fruit and vegetables and suppressed all dealers and commission agents as such, permitting them, however, to join the collective as wage earners. 9. The milk trade in Barcelona was likewise collectivized. The anarcho-syndicalists eliminated as unhygienic over 40 pasteurizing plants, pasteurized all the milk in the remaining 9, and proceeded to displace all dealers by establishing their own retail outlets. 10. Many of the retailers entered the collective, but some refused to do so. They asked for a much higher wage than that paid to the workers, claiming that they could not manage on the one allotted to them. 11. In Granollers, one of the principal market towns of Catalonia and a hive of middlemen before the war, all intermediaries were suppressed or crowded out of the channels of trade, the peasants having no alternative but to dispose of their produce through local supply committees set up by the CNT.12. The same pattern occurred in countless other localities all over the 58. Left camp. 13. In the region of Valencia, the center of the great orange industry, to take yet another example of the invasion by the unions of the field of private trade, the CNT set up an organization for purchasing, packing, and exporting the orange crop, with a network of 270 committees in different towns and villages, elbowing out of this important trade several thousand middlemen. 14. In short, the labor unions impinged upon the interests of the middle classes in almost every field. Retailers and wholesalers, hotel, cafe, and bar owners, opticians and doctors, barbers and bakers, shoemakers and cabinet makers, dressmakers and tailors, brickmakers and building contractors, to cite but a few examples, were caught up relentlessly by the collectivization movement in numberless towns and villages. 15. If some members of the middle classes accommodated themselves to their new situation as workers instead of employers in their former businesses, in the mute hope that the revolutionary fever would quickly burn itself out and that their property would be restored, they were soon to be disappointed, for, after the first few weeks of widespread and uncoordinated seizures, some of the unions began a systematic reorganization of entire trades, closing down hundreds of small plants and concentrating production in those with the best equipment. Those small employers of labor who are a little enlightened, declared Solidaridad Obrera, the principal anarcho-syndicalist organ in Spain, will easily understand that the system of producing goods in small plants is not efficient. Divided effort holds back production. Operating a tiny workshop with handicraft methods is not the same as operating a large plant that utilizes all the advances of technology. If our aim is to do away with the contingencies and insecurities of the capitalist regime, then we must direct production in a way that ensures the well-being of society. 16. In accordance with this outlook, the CNT workers, sweeping along with them those of the UGT, closed down more than 70 foundries in the region of Catalonia and concentrated their equipment and personnel in 24.17 in these, a spokesman for the socialized industry declared, we rectified the defects in the foundries of those small employers who did not concern themselves with technical matters, and whose plants were centers of tuberculosis. 18. In Barcelona, the CNT and UGT woodworkers unions, which had already set up control committees in every shop and factory and used the former employers as technical managers at the standard wage for workers. 19. Reorganized the entire industry by closing down hundreds of small workshops and concentrating production in the largest plants. 20. In the same city, the CNT carried out equally radical changes in the tanning trade, reducing 71 plants to 40,21, while in the glass industry, 100 plants and warehouses were cut down to 30.22. Still more drastic was the CNT's reorganization of the barber shops and beauty parlors in Barcelona. 905 were closed, and their personnel and equipment were concentrated in 212 of the largest establishments, the dispossessed owners being given the same rights and duties as their former employees. 23. A similar reorganization, or socialization, as it was called, was effected in the dressmaking, tailoring, metal, carpentry, and leather goods trades in Valencia. 24. In the candy industry in Torrente, where 45 small 59 plants were closed and production centralized in a new building housing several hundred workers. 25. In the shoemaking industry of Sitges. 26. The metal and textile industries of Alcoy. 27. The lumber trade of Cuenca. 28. The brickmaking industry of Granollers. 29. The tanning trade of Vich. 30. The baking industry of Barcelona. 31. And the cabinet makers trade of Madrid. 32. And of Carcassonne. 33. To give only a few examples. In all the towns and villages of Catalonia, Aragon, the Levant, and Castile, wrote one observer who had traveled widely in these regions, the small plants where work was carried on badly under uneconomic and unhygienic conditions were closed down as rapidly as possible. The machinery was gathered together in several workshops, sometimes in a single workshop. In this way, the regulation of production was simplified and coordination of effort was more effective. 34. It is no wonder then that in the first shock of these revolutionary events the small-scale producers and businessmen looked on themselves as ruined, for even when the anarcho-syndicalists respected the small man's property, some among them made it clear that this was only a temporary indulgence while the war lasted. Once this war has ended and the battle against fascism has been won, warned a prominent anarcho-syndicalist in Valencia, we shall suppress every form of small property and in the way it suits us. We shall intensify collectivization and socialization, and make them complete. 35. To be sure, the anarcho-syndicalists claimed that the accommodating and intelligent behavior of the workers captured the sympathy of many small businessmen and manufacturers who had no objection whatever to socializing their businesses and becoming workers with the same rights and duties as the others. 36. But only in the most exceptional cases did members of the small bourgeoisie welcome the revolutionary changes. 37. And the goodwill they showed could not afford a real index of what they felt in their hearts. The working class was armed, it was virtual master of the situation, and the small bourgeoisie had no course but to defer to the power of events and to acquiesce in the loss of their property. But material prosperity was not the only aspiration of the small bourgeoisie. As Albert Porras-Baró, a former member of the CNT, who played a prominent role in the collectivization movement in Catalonia, later averred, the ambition of the small bourgeoisie, which was very large in Catalonia, had always been to attain a measure of economic independence through small-scale production and trade. The small businessman, manufacturer, or property owner often lived a more wretched life than a trained worker. But they preferred a mediocre independent existence to a higher standard of living under the thumb of others. 38. Very often, recalled Juan Ferrer, secretary of the CNT Commercial Employees Union, the owner would address the assembly of workers, practically bringing tears to everyone's eyes with the story of the sacrifices he had made to build up the firm only now to see it threatened with collectivization. In these cases, I always suggested to the assembly that he be made the managing director, since the Works Council had to appoint one anyway. 39. But, in general, the workers had little sympathy for the small tradesman and 60. Manufacturer. According to Porras-Baró, 30 to 40 years of revolutionary propaganda had made the employers appear in the eyes of innocent workers not as class enemies, but as personal enemies, which resulted in a series of abuses against them. We alienated their sympathy, although this did not show itself until about a year later when the revolutionary movement had entered its descending phase. 40. Nevertheless, the more radical workers did not rely entirely upon force or the threat of force to achieve their ends. Sometimes they tried persuasion. You small shopkeepers who know nothing of social questions, ran an appeal issued by the food section of the Shop Assistants Union of Barcelona, are about to be absorbed by developments that will completely transform the present social structure into one more just and more noble, in which the exploitation of man by man will be a thing of the past. The groveling existence you have led until now, devoted exclusively to a business at which you work 12 to 14 hours a day in order to sell 4 wretched cabbages, 2 kilos of rice, and 3 liters of oil, must end. This food section calls upon you to educate yourselves every day with the help of our union, located on the mezzanine of 12, Plaza de Maia, where, as a result of continual contact with our comrades, you will succeed in freeing yourselves socially and morally from the prejudices that have dominated you until today. 41. But the middle classes had not schemed and saved for years and struggled to survive the competition of the larger concerns to see their hopes of independence ruined in a day. If they had expected anything from the revolution, it was freedom from competition and a greater share of the social wealth, not expropriation and a worker's wage. Even before the collectivization movement had struck them with its full force, a profound disquietude had diffused itself among them, and the anarcho-syndicalists had tried in vain to allay their fears by painting the future in attractive colors. In the second month of the revolution, Solidaridad Obrera said, "News that the small bourgeoisie is deeply alarmed has reached our ears. We were under the impression that the anxiety of the first few days had evaporated, but the uneasiness of the shopkeeper, the businessman, the small manufacturer, the artisan, and small peasant holder persists. They lack confidence in the leadership of the proletariat. The small bourgeoisie will lose nothing by the disappearance of capitalism. It must not doubt that it will profit many times over. For example, take the daily anxiety of the majority of the shopkeepers and small manufacturers over the payment of bills, rents, and taxes. When private property and freedom to trade in other people's goods have disappeared, we shall have saved from a nightmare many shopkeepers who live under the constant threat of eviction and distraint. The small bourgeoisie must not worry. It must draw closer to the proletariat. 61. It can be quite sure that when private property and trade have been abolished, a new mode of life will be introduced, a mode of life that will in no way injure those who may feel themselves affected by these social changes. The small bourgeoisie should throw off its fears, for once fascism has been crushed, it can look to the future with greater optimism. 42. 62. 6. The revolution in the countryside. Libertarian communism in theory and practice. Just as the artisans, small manufacturers, and small businessmen were exercised by the collectivization movement, so, too, were the peasant owners, tenant farmers, and sharecroppers. While rural collectivization was applied almost without exception to the large estates on which landless peasants had worked as day laborers before the revolution, a form of cultivation they spontaneously adopted, thousands of small and medium farmers were caught in the sweep of the collectivization movement in the first weeks of the revolution. Even those who were not immediately affected apprehended in its rapid growth a mortal danger to themselves, for not only did the collective system of agriculture threaten to drain the rural labor market of wage workers and to create ruinous competition in the production and sale of farm produce, but it also presented a standing threat to the existing smallholders as well as to those tenant farmers and sharecroppers who, having appropriated the land, felt that the revolution had accomplished its mission. 1. It is impossible to determine exactly how much land was seized by working-class organizations in Republican Spain, writes Edward E. Maleficus, because of the shifting lines of battle and because the seizures only gradually found their way into governmental statistics as they were retroactively legalized by the IRA Institute of Agrarian Reform. In trying to reconcile the evidence available, I have come to the conclusion that approximately one-third of all lands and, since collectivization occurred mainly on arable land, between half and two-thirds of all cultivated land in Republican Spain were seized. By a cruel irony, the victims were predominantly small and medium holders, since most of the latifundio districts had fallen to the nationalists almost immediately after the outbreak of hostilities and consequently were not included in the IRA reports too. In the Andalusian province of Jaén, for example, where the socialists comprised the principal labor force and where medium and small proprietors held an 63. appreciable portion of the land before the outbreak of the Civil War, collectivized agriculture soon established itself as the predominant form at the expense not only of the large landowners but also of the medium and small proprietors. Fear of the revolution caused the large holders to flee, if they could, to other places where they were unknown, writes Garrido Gonzalez in his study of the collective farm movement in Jaén. On the other hand, the medium and small owners tried to spend several days unnoticed if they feared reprisals by the day laborers with whom they may have clashed in the past over questions of wages and work conditions. The fact of the matter was that in those early days power was in the hands of the armed militiamen. The socialists, the CNT, and the communists knew, Garrido continues, that the great moment had arrived, that the massive occupation of the land and its collective exploitation represented the revolution for which they had waited so long. 3. If the individual farmer viewed with dismay the swift and widespread collectivization of agriculture, the farm workers of the anarcho-syndicalist CNT and the socialist UGT saw it as the commencement of a new era. The anarcho-syndicalists, who were the classic revolutionaries of Spain and the main promoters of rural collectivization, regarded it as an essential feature of the revolution. It was one of their prime objectives and held their minds with a powerful fascination. They believed not merely that it would result in an improvement in the standard of living of the peasant by the introduction of scientific agronomy and mechanical equipment, for not merely that it would protect him from the hazards of nature and from the abuses of intermediaries and usurers, but that it would uplift him morally. Those peasants who are endowed with an understanding of the advantages of collectivization or with a clear revolutionary conscience and who have already begun to introduce collective farming should endeavor by all convincing means to prod the laggards, said Thierry Libertad, the mouthpiece of the FAI, which exercised a strong ideological influence over the unions of the CNT. We cannot consent to small holdings. Because private property in land always creates a bourgeois mentality, calculating and egotistical, that we wish to uproot forever. We want to reconstruct Spain materially and morally. Our revolution will be both economic and ethical. 5. Collective labor, said another publication of the FAI, banishes hate, envy, and egoism and opens the way for mutual respect and solidarity because all those who live collectively treat one another as members of a large family. 6. Collectivization was also a means of uplifting the peasant intellectually. The greatest disadvantage of individual farming, which occupies all able-bodied members of the family, the father, the mother, the children, contended Diego Abad de Santillan, a leading theoretician and activist of the CNT and FAI, is the excessive amount of labor. There are no fixed hours of work, and the expenditure of physical energy is unlimited. The peasant should not sacrifice himself or his children to the point of exaggeration. It is essential that he should have the time and energy to educate himself and his family, so that the light of civilization can illuminate life in the countryside. 64. Work on collective farms is easier and enables members to read newspapers, magazines, and books, to cultivate their minds and open them to every progressive development. 7. Similar views were held by the socialist UGT8, but a still more powerful reason for the advocacy of collective farming and opposition to the breakup of the large estates lay in the fear that the small landowning peasant might one day become an obstacle and even a threat to the future development of the revolution. Collectivization, said a local secretary of the powerful National Federation of Land Workers, affiliated with the UGT, is the only means of making headway. We must not even think of parcellation at this stage. The soil is not everywhere the same, and some harvests are better than others. If we were to divide up the land, we should relapse into that old state of affairs when some hard-working peasants had no food while the lucky ones lived well, and once again we should have masters and servants. 9. On no account, declared the Executive Committee of the Federation, shall we allow the land, equipment, and livestock to be divided up, because it is our intention to apply collectivization to all expropriated estates so that labor and the produce thereof are shared equally among the peasant families. 10. We anarcho-syndicalists, declared the organ of the youth movement of the CNT and FAI, believed from the very beginning that individual farming would lead directly to large properties, to the domination of political bosses, to the exploitation of man by man, and finally to the re-establishment of the capitalist system. The CNT did not want this to happen and consequently fomented industrial and agricultural collectives. 11. This fear that a new class of wealthy landed proprietors would eventually rise on the ruins of the old if individual tillage were encouraged was no doubt partly responsible for the determination of the more zealous collectivizers to secure the adherence of the small cultivator, whether willing or forced, to the collective system. It is, of course, true that the official policy of the CNT, as well as that of the less radical UGT, was, within certain limits, one of respect for the property of the small Republican farmer. 12. I consider that voluntary membership should be the fundamental basis of any collective farm, said left-wing socialist leader Ricardo Zabalza, General Secretary of the National Federation of Land Workers. I prefer a small, enthusiastic collective, formed by a group of active and honest workers, to a large collective set up by force and composed of peasants without enthusiasm, who would sabotage it until it failed. Voluntary collectivization may seem the longer course, but the example of the small, well-managed collective will attract the entire peasantry, who are profoundly realistic and practical, whereas forced collectivization would end by discrediting socialized agriculture. 13. However, although neither the UGT nor the CNT permitted the small Republican farmer to hold more land than he could cultivate without the aid of hired labor. 14. And in many instances he was unable to dispose freely of his surplus crops because he was compelled to deliver them to the local committee on the latter's terms. 15. He was often driven under various forms of pressure, as will be 65. Shown later in this chapter, to attach himself to the collective system. This was true particularly in villages where the anarcho-syndicalists were in the ascendant. Whereas the socialist-led National Federation of Land Workers included in its ranks an appreciable number of smallholders and tenant farmers, who had little or no propensity for rural socialization and had joined the organization because of the protection it had afforded them against caciques, landlords, usurers, and middlemen. 16. The anarcho-syndicalist peasant unions were composed, at the outbreak of the war, almost entirely of laborers and indigent farmers who had been fired by the philosophy of anarchism. For these zealots, rural collectivization was the foundation stone of the new regime of anarchist, or libertarian communism, as it was called, that they had looked forward to establishing on the morrow of the revolution. Libertarian communism would be a regime of human brotherhood that would attempt to solve economic problems without the state and without politics, in accordance with the well-known principle, from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs. 17. A regime without classes, based on labor unions and self-governing communes, that would be united into a nationwide confederation, and in which the means of production and distribution would be held in common. 18. Libertarian communism, wrote Isaac Puente, a prominent anarchist writer, is the organization of society without the state and without private property. For that reason it is not necessary to invent anything or create any new form of organization. The nuclei around which our future economic life will revolve are already present in our society, the labor union and the free community. The labor union, in which the workers of the factories and collectives gather together spontaneously, and the free commune, an assembly with an ancient tradition, in which the people in the villages and hamlets also gather together spontaneously and which offers a solution to all the community problems in the rural areas. These two bodies, obeying democratic and federative principles, will make sovereign decisions and will not be controlled by any higher body. Their only obligation will be to unite into industrial federations that will take collective possession of all private property and will regulate production and consumption in each locality. 19. Although the majority of CNTFAI members regarded libertarian communism as the final goal of their movement, there were a few individualist anarchists who, while opposed to the employment of hired labor, held that an anarchist society should not be limited to one particular system of production. Anarchism, wrote one of the foremost Spanish libertarians, must be made up of an infinite variety of systems and of individuals free from all fetters. It must be like an experimental field for all types of human temperament. 20. Although no hard and fast rules were observed in establishing libertarian communism, the procedure was more or less the same everywhere. A CNTFAI committee was set up in each locality where the new regime was instituted. This committee not only exercised legislative and executive powers, but also administered justice. One of its first acts was to abolish private trade and to collectivize the soil of the rich, and often that of the poor, as well as farm buildings. 66. Machinery, livestock, and transport. Except in rare cases, barbers, bakers, carpenters, sandal makers, doctors, dentists, teachers, blacksmiths, and tailors also came under the collective system. Stocks of food and clothing and other necessities were concentrated in a communal depot under the control of the local committee, and the church, if not rendered useless by fire, was converted into a storehouse, dining hall, cafe, workshop, school, garage, or barracks. In many communities money for internal use was abolished because the anarchists believed that money and power are diabolical filters that turn a man into a wolf, into a rabid enemy, instead of into a brother. 21. Here in Fraga, a small town in Aragon, you can throw banknotes into the street, ran an article in a libertarian paper, and no one will take any notice. Rockefeller, if you were to come to Fraga with your entire bank account, you would not be able to buy a cup of coffee. Money, your God and your servant, has been abolished here, and the people are happy. 22. In libertarian communities where money was suppressed, wages were paid in coupons, the scale being determined by the size of the family. The characteristic of the majority of the CNT collectives, wrote a foreign observer, is the family wage. Wages are paid according to the needs of the members and not according to the labor performed by each worker. 23. Locally produced goods such as bread, wine, and olive oil were distributed freely if abundant, while other articles could be obtained with coupons at the communal depot. Surplus goods were exchanged with other anarchist towns and villages. Money was used only for transactions with communities that had not adopted the new system. 24. Although a complete picture of life in all the libertarian towns and villages cannot be given here, a good impression can be gleaned from the following descriptions. In Alcora, according to an eyewitness, money was no longer in circulation. Everybody can get what he needs. From whom? From the committee, of course. However, it is impossible to provision 5,000 persons through a single center of distribution. Hence, there are stores where, as before, one can satisfy one's requirements, but these are mere centers of distribution. They belong to the entire village, and their former owners no longer make a profit. Payment is made not with money but with coupons. Even the barber shaves in exchange for coupons, which are issued by the committee. The principle whereby each inhabitant shall receive goods according to his needs is only imperfectly realized, for it is postulated that everyone has the same needs. Every family and every person living alone has received a card. This is punched daily at the place of work, hence no one can avoid working, for on the basis of these cards coupons are distributed. But the great flaw in the system is that owing to the lack of any other measure of value, it has once again been necessary to have recourse to money in order to put a value on the labor performed. Every honest worker, the businessman, the doctor receives coupons to the value of 5 pesetas for each working day. One part of the coupon bears the inscription bread, of which every coupon will purchase a kilo, another part represents a certain sum of money. However, these coupons cannot be regarded as 67 banknotes, as they can be exchanged only for consumer goods, and this in a limited degree. Even if the amount of these coupons were larger, it would not be possible to acquire means of production and become a capitalist, were it only on the most modest scale, for they can be used solely for the purchase of consumer goods. All the means of production belong to the community. The community is represented by the committee. All the money of Alcora, about 100,000 pesetas, is in its hands. The committee exchanges the products of the community for other goods that are lacking, but what it cannot secure by exchange it purchases. Money, however, is retained only as a makeshift and will be valid as long as other communities have not followed Alcora's example. The committee is the paterfamilias. It owns everything, it directs everything, it attends to everything. Every special desire must be submitted to it for consideration, it alone has the final say. One may object that the members of the committee are in danger of becoming bureaucrats or even dictators. That possibility has not escaped the attention of the villagers. They have seen to it that the committee shall be renewed at short intervals so that each inhabitant will serve on it for a certain length of time. All this has something touching in its naivete. It would be a mistake to criticize it too harshly and to see in it more than an attempt on the part of the peasants to establish libertarian communism. Above all, one should not forget that the agricultural laborers and even the small tradesmen of such a community have had until now an extremely low standard of living. Before the revolution a piece of meat was a luxury, and only a few intellectuals had needs that went beyond the bare necessities of life. 25. In a conversation with some of the peasants of Alcora, this acute observer goes on to furnish what may be regarded as a typical example of the minute control exercised by the committee of each libertarian village over the lives of its inhabitants. What happens if someone wants to go to town, for example? That's very simple. He goes to the committee and exchanges his coupons for money. So he can exchange as many coupons as he likes. No, of course not. These good fellows are rather surprised at my difficulty in understanding. When is he entitled to money, then? As often as he needs it. He only has to ask the committee. So the committee examines the reasons. Of course. I am somewhat alarmed. This regulation, it seems to me, must allow very little freedom under libertarian communism, and I try to find out on what grounds the committee of Alcora permits traveling. If someone has a girl outside the village, can he get money to pay her a visit? 68. The peasants assure me that he can. As often as he likes. Good heavens, he can go every night from Alcora to see his girl if he wants to. But if someone wants to go into town to see a movie, can he also get money? Yes. As often as he likes. The peasants begin to doubt my common sense. On holidays, of course, but there is no money for vice. 26. Of the libertarian village of Castro, Franz Borkenau, an eyewitness, writes: the salient point of the anarchist regime in Castro is the abolition of money. Exchange is suppressed, production has changed very little. The committee took over the estates, and runs them. They have not even been merged, but are worked separately, each by the hands previously employed on its lands. Money wages, of course, have been abolished. It would be incorrect to say that they have been replaced by pay in kind. There is no pay whatever, the inhabitants are fed directly from the village stores. Under this system, the provisioning of the village is of the poorest kind, poorer, I would venture to say, than it can possibly have been before, even in the wretched conditions in which the Andalusian braceros farm laborers are wont to live. The pueblo is fortunate in growing wheat, and not only olives, as many other pueblos of its kind, so there is at any rate bread. Moreover, the village owns large herds of sheep, expropriated with the estates, so there is some meat. And they still have a store of cigarettes. That's all. I tried in vain to get a drink, either of coffee or wine or lemonade. The village bar had been closed as nefarious commerce. I had a look at the stores. They were so low as to foretell approaching starvation. But the inhabitants seemed to be proud of the state of things. They were pleased, they told us, that coffee drinking had come to an end. They seemed to regard this abolition of useless things as a moral improvement. What few commodities they needed from outside, mainly clothes, they hoped to get by direct exchange of their surplus in olives. Their hatred of the upper class was far less economic than moral. They did not want the good living of those they had expropriated, but to get rid of their luxuries, which to them seemed to be so many vices. Their conception of the new order which was to be brought about was thoroughly ascetic. 27. Puritanism was a characteristic of the libertarian movement. According to George Essenwein, an authority on Spanish anarchism, Puritanism was one of the several strands of anarchist ideology that can be traced from the beginnings of the movement in 1868 up to the Civil War. This tendency, which sprang from the recognition of a moral dichotomy between the proletariat and the middle classes, advocated above all a lifestyle unfettered by materialistic values. Thus excessive 69. Drinking, smoking, and other practices that were perceived as middle-class attributes were nearly always censured. 28. In the libertarian village of Magdalena, Delaware Pulpus, for example, the abolition of alcohol and tobacco was hailed as a triumph. 29. In the village of Azura, the collectivists closed the cafe because they regarded it as a frivolous institution. 30. An anarchist should not smoke, the anarchist periodical Revista Blanca once stated. An anarchist should never do anything that injures his health, least of all if it costs money. Nor should an anarchist visit the brothel. The man who frequents houses of ill fame is not an anarchist. If an anarchist is not superior to other men, he cannot call himself an anarchist. He who buys a kiss puts himself on the level of the woman who sells it. Hence, an anarchist must not purchase kisses. he should merit them. 31. Because of the anarchist belief in free love or the free union, compromise with the other villagers was sometimes necessary. Gaston Laval, the well-known French anarchist writer and activist, who visited Magdalena de Pulpis during the war, testifies. We asked for information about marriages. Our comrades of course believe in the free union, but a marriage is an event that the peaceful villages do not overlook willingly. On the other hand, to follow the official procedure would have meant violating one's principles. It was therefore necessary to find a way to marry people legally without doing so. This was the procedure. 4 couples have been united since the beginning of the revolution. Accompanied by their families and their friends, they appeared before the secretary of the committee. Their first and last names, their ages, and their desire to unite were recorded in a register. Custom was respected and the festivity was assured. At the same time, in order to respect libertarian principles, the secretary pulled out the page on which all these details were inscribed, tore it into tiny pieces while the couples were descending the stairway, and, when they were passing under the balcony, threw the pieces at them like confetti. Everyone was happy. I explained that it was necessary to preserve the memory of these marriages, births, and deaths, if for no other reason than for social studies, which only those persons who do not study anything could disdain. They understood me and promised they would restore the register. 32. In the anarchist village of Graus, to judge from a socialist, the standard of living was higher than before the war. The land, the mills, livestock, business, transport, handicraft workshops, sandal making, poultry breeding, and the liberal professions all come under the collective system. The village is an economic unit in the service of the common good. There is work for all. There is well-being for all. Misery and slavery have been driven out. A powerful siren regulates the life of the village, the hours of labor, refreshment, and rest. Men over 60 years of age are exempted from work. This is one of the first principles of the collective. When a collectivist decides to marry, he is given a week's vacation with the usual income, a house is found for him, house property is also 70. Collectivized, and he is provided with furniture, which he pays off gradually without interest. All the services of the collective are at his disposal. From birth to death he is protected by the collective. 33. Referring to the village of Membrilla, an anarchist account records. On July 22, the big landowners were expropriated, small property was liquidated, and all the land passed into the hands of the commune. The small holders understood these measures, which freed them from their debts and their worries regarding the payment of wages. The local treasury was empty. Among private individuals the sum of 30,000 pesetas in all was found and seized. All the food, the clothing, the tools, etc., were distributed equitably among the population. Money was abolished, labor was collectivized, property was taken over by the community, and the distribution of consumer goods was socialized. However, it was not the socialization of wealth but that of poverty. There is no longer any retail trade. Libertarian communism reigns. The drugstore is managed by its former owner, whose accounts are controlled by the commune. 3 liters of wine are distributed to every person per week. Rent, electricity, water, medical attention, and medicines are free. The consultation of a specialist outside the commune, if it is necessary, is paid for by the committee. I was seated near the secretary when a woman came in to ask permission to go to Ciudad Real in order to consult a specialist about a stomach ailment. Without bureaucratic dilatoriness she immediately received the cost of her journey. 34. Far less expeditious was the committee in the libertarian village of Albalate de Cinca, whose authority to hand out or withhold money gave it autocratic powers. A woman wanted to go to Lerida to consult a specialist, wrote Agustin Sushi, a prominent foreign anarcho-syndicalist, who directed the CNT's Foreign Information Department in Barcelona. When she arrived at committee headquarters it was 7 o'clock. Its members work in the fields together with the labor groups, and in their spare time they attend to the affairs of the village as well as of the C&T organization. To obtain money for the journey you must first secure a doctor's certificate, the president explains. This reply did not satisfy the old woman. She complained of rheumatism and tried unsuccessfully to induce the committee to give her the money without a doctor's certificate. There are some people, said the president, who take advantage of the new possibilities that the collective offers. Many never went to town before. Now that they can travel without cost, they exaggerate a little. Perhaps the explanation of the president was one-sided. The doctor could have given a more objective opinion on the matter. 35. In his oral history, Fraser, who spoke with some survivors of the collectives many years later, makes the following telling comment: with the abolition of 71 money, the collective held the upper hand since anyone wishing to travel had to get Republican money from the committee. This meant justifying the trip. In Mas de las Masas, the collective prided itself on sending people to Barcelona for specialist medical attention. But for a person without a union card to leave the village, even on a short trip, it was necessary to get a pass, according to a right-winger. Ill health in Alaza was seen as a valid justification, and the schoolmaster's father-in-law left to have a hernia operation, taking the opportunity not to return. Conditions obviously varied from collective to collective and, as in many other aspects, generalization is impossible. 36. And, in a later passage, Fraser states, the utopian elements of the experiment, mainly the abolition of money, complicated matters. The arbitrariness of some committees indicated the limits of libertarian democracy, which could only be overcome by elected and revocable delegates answerable to a General Assembly. Thus, as a form of war communism, collectivization suffered from serious defects. 37. Describing other aspects of life in the libertarian villages he visited, Augustin Souchy said of Caliceid, "Here there used to be many small cultivators, as well as blacksmiths and carpenters, all of whom had their own little workshops, where they labored in a primitive way without machinery. The collectivist ideal showed them the path to communal labor. Now there is a large smithy in which 10 men work, they have modern machinery, a healthy and bright place to produce in. All the carpenters of the village labor together in a big workshop. The able-bodied agricultural workers have been divided into 24 labor groups, each group comprising 20 members. According to prearranged rules, they till the village lands collectively. Formerly every man worked for himself, today he works for the community. The village has 2 drugstores and a doctor. They belong to the collective, not because they were forced to, but because they wished to. There was trouble with the bakers. They wanted neither to join the collective nor to work under the new conditions, so they left the village. Fresh bakers have not been called in. A temporary solution has been found, the women bake the bread as of old, but the village wants new bakers to come in. Once the village was poor, today it is happy. Many people used to go hungry, but now they can eat. 38. A report on the district of Valderobres in the province of Teruel states, collectivization was nevertheless opposed by opponents on the right and adversaries on the left. If the eternally idle who had been expropriated had been asked what they thought of collectivization, some would have replied that it was robbery and others a dictatorship. But, for the elderly, the day workers, the tenant farmers and small proprietors who had always been under the thumb of the big landowners and heartless usurers, it appeared as a salvation. 39. Of Calanda, Souchy wrote. 72. What was once the church is now a food warehouse. The new meat market is in the annex, hygienic and elegant, such as the village has never known. No purchases are made with money. The women receive meat in exchange for coupons without paying anything or rendering any service. They belong to the collective, and that is sufficient to entitle them to food. Collectivists and individualists live peacefully side by side. There are 2 cafes in the village. One for the individualists, and the other for the collectivists. They can permit themselves the luxury of taking coffee every night. A splendid expression of the collective spirit is the communal barber shop, where the service is free. The peasants never used to shave. Now nearly all faces are well groomed. Everyone can have a shave twice a week. Wine is served at the rate of 5 liters a week. Food is not lacking. Everything is collectivized with the exception of those small stores whose owners wish to maintain their independence. The drug store belongs to the collective, and so does the doctor, who receives no money. He is provided for like other members of the collective. 40. With reference to the village of Mela, an article in THIRD-WORLDISM stated, money has disappeared. In this village neither doctors nor teachers receive money. With complete unselfishness they have abandoned that ridiculous privilege. Nobody at all receives pay. 41. In Muniasa, bread, meat, and oil were distributed freely, but in contrast to most libertarian villages some money was in circulation. Every male worker, commented Sushi, receives a peseta a day, women and girls receive 75 centimos, and children under 10, 50 centimos. This money should not be regarded as a wage. It is distributed together with vital necessities so that the population can purchase supplementary goods. 42. Anti-religious as well as anti-clerical sentiments were deeply rooted in the Spanish working class movement, particularly among the anarchists. Ever since the 1870s, the forerunner of the modern FAI, the Alianza de la Democracia Socialista, had called for the abolition of cults, the substitution of science for faith, and of human justice for divine justice. 43. Moreover, the Russian anarchist Mikhail Bakunin, from whom the Spanish libertarians derived most of their theoretical arsenal, once declared that the existence of a God is incompatible with the happiness, the dignity, the intelligence, the moral sense, and the liberty of men, because, if in fact there is a God, my intelligence, however great, my will, however strong, are nothing compared with the divine will and intelligence. 44. In God and State, he affirmed that there were 3 ways whereby the people could escape from their lot, 2 imaginary and 1 real. The first are the tavern and the church, the debauchery of the body and the debauchery of the mind, the third is the social revolution. 45. The attitude of the Spanish anarchists toward religion had not changed since the days of Bakunin and the Alianza. Humanity, said an article in Tierra y Libertad, shortly before the outbreak of the Civil War, will not enter a new world of justice and liberty as long as it kneels. 73. Before God and submits humbly to the state. 46. And in the early days of the revolution, CNT, the leading libertarian organ in Madrid, declared editorially, Catholicism must be swept away implacably. We demand not that every church should be destroyed, but that no vestige of religion should remain in any of them, and that the black spider of fanaticism should not be allowed to spin the viscous and dusty web in which our moral and material values have until now been caught like flies. In Spain, more than any other country, the Catholic Church has been at the head of every retrograde aim, of every measure taken against the people, of every attack on liberty. 47. Catholic mysticism no longer exists in the village of Mazalian, affirmed Sushi. The priests have disappeared, and the Christian cult has ended. But the peasants did not want to destroy the Gothic building that majestically crowns the mountain. They turned it into a cafe and an observatory. They broadened the windows of the church and constructed a large balcony where the altar was once located. The view embraces the southern spurs of the Aragonesa Mountains. It is a place for tranquility and for reflection. Here the villagers sit on Sundays, taking coffee and enjoying the calm of the evening. 48. In almost every region of the anti-Franco camp there were ardent spirits who, exhilarated by the initial progress of the collectivist movement in the villages, whether in the virtually all-embracing form of libertarian communism or in the restricted form of collectivized agriculture, continued to drive it forward with boiling energy. They had an apostolic belief in the justice and grandeur of their aims and were determined to bring them to fruition wherever they could and without procrastination. We are in the thick of the revolution, declared one zealous libertarian, and we must destroy all the chains that subject us. If we do not break them now, when can we? We must carry out a total revolution. Expropriation must also be total. This is not the time for sleeping, but for rebuilding. When our comrades return from the front, what will they say if we have been idle? If the Spanish worker does not carve out his own liberty, the state will return and will reconstruct the authority of the government, destroying little by little the conquests made at the cost of 1,000 sacrifices and 1,000 acts of heroism. The rear should act energetically so that the blood of the Spanish proletariat is not shed in vain. We must carry out our revolution, our own particular revolution, expropriating, and expropriating the big landlords, as well as those who sabotage our aspirations. 49. At a Congress of the Collective Farms of Aragon, one delegate declared that collectivization should be carried out with the maximum intensity, avoiding the example of those villages where it had been only partially realized. 50. The statement exemplified the mood of thousands of fervent proponents of collective farming, who were unfettered by any fear of alienating those peasant holders and tenant farmers for whom individual cultivation was paramount. They had power in their hands, and they paid no heed to the much reiterated warnings of the leaders, such as the one uttered during the Congress of the C&T Peasants' Union. 74. Of Catalonia, that to introduce wholesale collectivization would be to invite disaster because it would clash with the love and affection of the peasants for the land they have obtained at such great sacrifice. 51. Although CNTFAI publications cited numerous cases of peasant proprietors and tenant farmers who had adhered voluntarily to the collective system. 52. There can be no doubt that an incomparably larger number doggedly opposed it or accepted it only under extreme duress. This aversion to rural collectivization on the part of smallholders and tenant farmers was on occasions conceded by the anarcho-syndicalists, although they sometimes claimed that they had overcome it. What we have been up against most, said the General Secretary of the C&T Peasants' Federation of Castile, is the backward mentality of the majority of small owners. Just imagine what it meant for the peasant proprietor, accustomed to his small plot of land, his donkey, his wretched hut, his petty harvest, modest possessions for which he had more affection than for his sons, his wife, and his mother, to have to give up this burden that he has carried with him from time immemorial, and say, "Take them, comrades. My humble belongings are for everyone. We are all equal. A new life has begun for us." Yet that is exactly what we have succeeded in getting the Castilian peasant to do. When a child dies in the countryside, one no longer hears that here trending saying once so common, "Little angels go to heaven." Under the capitalist system, the peasant used to get furious when his mule or his ass died, but remained quite calm when he lost a child. That was natural. His small property cost him endless sacrifices, not so his child. Often the death of his little children solved his economic problems. 53. Even in Aragon, whose debt-ridden peasants were strongly affected by the ideas of the C&T and FAI, a factor that gave a powerful spontaneous impetus to collective farming, the libertarians themselves have occasionally acknowledged the difficulty they encountered when collectivizing the soil. "It has been an arduous and complicated task," said one of them in reference to the village of Lesera. More correctly, it still is. We want men to convince themselves, by their own experience, of the justice and the advantage of our ideas. 54. While rural collectivization in Aragon embraced more than 70% of the population in the area under left-wing control, 55, and many of the 450 collectives of the region, 56, were largely voluntary, it must be emphasized that this singular development was in some measure due to the presence of militiamen from the neighboring region of Catalonia, the immense majority of whom were members of the C&T and FAI. It could not have been otherwise, for after the defeat of the military rising in Barcelona, the militiamen had left for Aragon not only to prosecute the struggle against the rebel or nationalist forces that occupied a substantial part of the region, but to spread the revolution. "We are waging the war and making the revolution at the same time," declared Buenaventura Durruti, one of the outstanding activists of the libertarian movement. 57, himself a commander of a C&T-FAI militia force on the Aragon front. The revolutionary measures in the rear are not taken merely in Barcelona, they extend from there right up to the firing line. Every village we conquer begins to develop along revolutionary lines. 58. We militiamen must awaken in these persons the spirit. 75. That has been numbed by political tyranny, said an article in a CNT newspaper, referring to the villagers of Farlet. We must direct them along the path of the true life, and for that it is not sufficient to make an appearance in the village, we must proceed with the ideological conversion of these simple folk. 59. Of the village of Bujarelas, another article in a CNT newspaper stated, the change is radical. The initiative in carrying it into effect lay with the peasants, and it was confirmed some days later with the arrival of the first column of Catalan volunteers, that of Durruti, that passed through the village on its march towards Saragossa, giving a fresh impulse to the revolutionary atmosphere. 60. As a consequence, the fate of the peasant owner and tenant farmer in the communities occupied by the CNTFAI militia was determined from the outset, for although a meeting of the population was generally held to decide on the establishment of the collective system, the vote was always taken by acclamation, and the presence of armed militiamen never failed to impose respect and fear on all opponents. Even if the peasant proprietor and tenant farmer were not compelled to adhere to the collective system, life was made difficult for recalcitrants. Not only were they prevented from employing hired labor and disposing freely of their crops, as has already been seen. 61. But they were often denied all benefits enjoyed by members. 62. In practice, this meant that in the villages where libertarian communism had been established they were not allowed to receive the services of the collectivized barber shops, to use the ovens of the communal bakery and the means of transport and agricultural equipment of the collective farms, or to obtain supplies of food from the communal warehouses and collectivized stores. Moreover, the tenant farmer, who had believed himself freed from the payment of rent by the execution or flight of the landowner or of his steward, was often compelled to continue such payment to the village committee. 63. All these factors combined to exert pressure almost as powerful as the butt of the rifle and eventually force the small owners and tenant farmers in many villages to relinquish their land and other possessions to the collective farms. As Sushi put it, those instances in which the small owners gave up their property for idealistic reasons were few, although not altogether rare. In some cases fear of seizure by force was the reason for relinquishing their land in favor of the collectives. 64. But nearly always the reasons were economic. Isolated and left to his fate, the small owner was lost. He had neither means of transport nor machinery. On the other hand, the collectives had economic facilities that he could never afford. Not all the small owners realized this immediately. Many joined the collectives later on when they were convinced, through their own experience, of the advantages they offered. 65. In rare instances, according to the French anarchist writer, Gaston Laval, the small owner was given better land in exchange for his collectivized parcel. Referring to Carcassonne, in the region of Valencia, he asserts, after the flight of the big landowners, the cultivation of the land was totally reorganized, without any need to resort to force. Those peasants who had insisted on keeping their individual holdings and whose land lay in the middle of a collectivized area were offered better land than they possessed, and they were also helped to re-establish. 76. Themselves on condition that they did not exploit anyone. But there were few such cases. 66. The fact is that many small owners and tenant farmers were forced to join the collective farms before they had had an opportunity to decide freely. Although the libertarian movement tended to minimize the factor of coercion in the development of collectivized agriculture or even to deny it altogether. 67. It was, on occasions, frankly admitted. During the first few weeks of the revolution, wrote Higinio Nojaruiz, a prominent member of the CNT, the partisans of collectivization acted according to their revolutionary opinions. They respected neither property nor persons. In some villages collectivization was only possible by imposing it on the minority. This necessarily occurs in every revolution. The system, to be sure, is good, and satisfactory work has been done in many places, but it is painful to see antipathies created in other localities owing to a lack of tact on the part of the collectivizer. 68. Referring to Catalonia, a rich and productive region, where the mass of peasants were small proprietors and leaseholders, known as rabaisseurs. The leading CNT newspaper, Solidaridad Obrera, commented, "Certain abuses have been committed that we consider counterproductive. We know that certain irresponsible elements have frightened the small peasants and that up to now a certain apathy has been noted in their daily labors." 69. Writing shortly afterward about the same region, Juan Piro, one of the foremost leaders of the CNT, asked, "Does anyone believe that through acts of violence an interest in or a desire for socialization can be awakened in the minds of our peasantry? Or perhaps that by terrorizing it in this fashion it can be won over to the revolutionary spirit prevailing in the towns and cities? The gravity of the mischief that is being done compels me to speak clearly. Many revolutionaries from different parts of Catalonia, after conquering their respective towns, have tried to conquer the countryside, the peasantry. Have they tried to achieve this by informing the peasantry that the hour of its emancipation from the social exploitation to which it has been subjected year after year has arrived? No. Or have they tried to accomplish this by carrying to the countryside, to the consciousness of the peasant, the spirit and the moral standards of the revolution? No, they have not done that either. When they have gone into the countryside, carrying with them the torch of the revolution, the first thing they have done has been to take away from the peasant all means of self-defense. And, having achieved this, they have robbed him even of his shirt. If today you should go to different parts of Catalonia to speak to the peasant of revolution, he will tell you that he does not trust you. He will tell you that the standard bearers of the revolution have already passed through the countryside. In order to liberate it? In order to help it liberate itself? No, they have passed through the countryside in order to rob those who throughout the years and throughout the centuries have been robbed by the very persons who have just been defeated by the revolution. 70. 77. To compel any person, by whatever means, to enter the collective system was, of course, contrary to the spirit of anarchism. Enrico Malatesta, the Italian anarchist whose writings had an important influence on the Spanish libertarian movement, once stated, "One may prefer communism, or individualism, or collectivism, or any other kind of system imaginable, and work by propaganda and example for the triumph of one's ideas, but it is necessary to beware, on pain of inevitable disaster, of affirming that one's own system is the only one, the infallible one, good for all men, in all places, and at all times, and that it should be made to triumph by other means than by persuasion based on the lessons of experience." 71. At another time, he stated, "The revolution has a purpose. It is necessary for destroying the violence of governments and of privileged persons, but a free society cannot be formed except by free evolution. And over this free evolution, which is constantly threatened as long as men exist with a thirst for domination and privilege, the anarchists must watch." 72. But even this surveillance implied, in order to be effective, the existence of armed forces, of elements of authority and coercion. Indeed, in the first large-scale social revolution that occurred after these lines were written, Spanish Revolution, CNT and FAI created armed forces to protect the collective system and used them, moreover, to spread it. The fact that these forces were distasteful to some anarchist leaders only emphasizes the cleavage between doctrine and practice. 73. Theoretically, the anarchists were opposed to the state dictatorship advocated by the Marxists. Rejecting the dictatorship of the proletariat, Bakunin, the Russian anarchist, whose influence on the Spanish libertarian movement was deep-rooted, wrote, "The Marxists console themselves with the belief that this dictatorship will be provisional and short. They say that its only concern and its only aim will be that of educating and elevating the people, both economically and politically, and to such a level that all governments will soon become unnecessary. They say that the yoke of state dictatorship is a transitional means indispensable for achieving the complete emancipation of the people. Anarchy or liberty is the objective, the state, or dictatorship, the means. Hence, in order to emancipate the laboring masses, it is first of all necessary to enslave them. They affirm that only the dictatorship their own undoubtedly can represent the will of the people. But we reply, no dictatorship can have any other aim than that of its own perpetuation, and it cannot produce and develop among the people who support it anything but slavery. Liberty can be created only by liberty, that is to say, by the rebellion of the people and by the free organization of the working masses from below upward. 74. In 1920 Lenin wrote, defining and justifying the dictatorship of the proletariat, the scientific concept, dictatorship, means neither more nor less than unlimited power resting directly on force, not limited by anything, not restrained by any laws or any absolute rules. Nothing else but that. 75. Commenting on this definition of the dictatorship of the proletariat, Bertram D. Wolfe once made the 78. Following observation: this formulation is beautiful in its pedantic clarity, for the first giant step in the establishment of a totalitarian power is the destruction of all the restraints that, even in a non-revolutionary autocracy, tend to limit power, the restraints of religion, morals, traditions, institutions, constitutions written or unwritten, laws, customs, private conscience, public opinion, in short, anything and everything that may place any limits on power and any restrictions upon an attempt to atomize and remake a people. The history of all totalitarian regimes has proved the rightness of Lenin's scientific definition. 76. If, theoretically, during the Spanish Revolution, the CNT and FAI were opposed to the state dictatorship advocated by the Marxists, they nevertheless established a form of parochial dictatorship in many localities, with the aid of vigilance groups and revolutionary tribunals. While these fell far short of the scientific concept of totalitarian dictatorship defined by Lenin, the CNT and FAI exercised their power in a naked form not only against priests and landowners, moneylenders and merchants, but in many cases against small tradesmen and farmers. 77. But in spite of the cleavages between doctrine and practice that plagued the Spanish anarchists whenever they collided with the realities of power, it cannot be overemphasized that notwithstanding the many instances of coercion and violence, the Revolution of July 1936 distinguished itself from all others by the generally spontaneous and far-reaching character of its collectivist movement and by its promise of moral and spiritual renewal. Nothing like this spontaneous movement had ever occurred before. The collectivist movement, like no other social movement in Europe's modern history, writes George Esenwein, attempted on a grand scale to overcome not just the material but also the spiritual impoverishment that afflicted the lives of millions of people. Characteristic of most collectives, for example, was a strong sense of social solidarity. Welfare programs were instituted which provided villages for the first time with medical care and maintenance for orphans, widows, the infirm and all others in dire need. There was also a strong commitment to education, one of the collective's first activities being to establish schools, especially in remote hamlets where the people had for centuries been deprived of the basic right to education. 78. Whatever we might think of the impracticality or ingenuousness of collectivization as a solution to the agrarian problems of Spain in the modern world, 79, the experience in its day must remain a unique experiment, which, in the words of George Woodcock, one of the major authorities on the history of anarchism, cannot be ignored in a final assessment of the anarchist claims to have discovered a way to live in a free and peaceful community. 80. It is essential at this stage to point out that in order to comprehend the complexities of the internecine strife that raged in the left camp during the Civil War, one must first of all recognize the depth and range of the social revolution and the fact that the Republic of 1931 ceased to exist not in April 1939, with the victory of General Franco, but in July 1936, when the military rebellion and social revolution reduced the regime to ashes. 81. 79. Part 2. The Rise of the Communists. 81. 7. Hope for the middle classes. The foregoing chapters have made clear the pessimism, bordering on despair, that took possession of a large section of the urban and rural middle classes from the outset of the revolution. Confronted by the brute facts, they found cold comfort in the words of the Republican jurist Angel Osorio y Gallardo, that in view of the immense social revolution that had taken place, The only thing we members of the middle classes can do is to place ourselves alongside the proletariat. Nor could they take comfort in the promises held out by the revolutionaries of a new and better world once private property and trade had disappeared into the limbo of things past, for the immense majority of the small manufacturers, artisans, tradesmen, peasant proprietors, and tenant farmers placed their hopes of a better life, not in the abolition, but in the accumulation of private property. To develop as they wished, they needed freedom of trade, freedom from the competition of the large concerns now collectivized by the labor unions, freedom to produce goods for personal profit, freedom to cultivate as much land as they pleased, and to employ hired labor without restriction. To defend that freedom, they needed above all, a regime in their own image, based on their own police corps, their own courts of law, and their own army, a regime in which their own power would be unchallenged and undiluted by revolutionary committees. But now all hope of such a regime had gone, and the middle classes had no alternative but to withdraw into the background. They were far too prudent to swim against the tide, and they adapted their attire to suit the changed conditions. The appearance of Madrid, observed a conservative Republican, was incredible, the bourgeoisie giving the clenched fist salute. Men in overalls and rope sandals, imitating the uniform adopted by the working-class militia, women bareheaded, clothes, old and threadbare, an absolute invasion of ugliness and squalor, more apparent than real, of people who humbly begged permission to remain alive too. A communist observer wrote of Barcelona, the Ramblas lie sloping gradually upwards for more than a mile to the Plaza de Catalunya. From the other end you look down on an unending harvest of heads. Today there is not a hat, a collar, or a tie to be seen among them. The sartorial symbols of the bourgeoisie are gone, a proletarian freedom has swarmed in along the Calle del Hospital and the 82. Calle del Carmen from the Paralelo 3. So long as no headgear is seen on the streets, declared Solidaridad Obrera, the Cantorgan in Barcelona, the revolution is ours. 4. In Malaga, recalls Gerald Brennan in his memoirs, I ran into Sir Peter Chalmers Mitchell getting off a tram. He was dressed in an immaculate white alpaca suit, complete with a bow tie, the only man in Malaga except the foreign consuls who dare to wear such a bourgeois symbol. 5. Short of risking their liberty or their lives in openly opposing the revolution, there was nothing the middle classes could do but to adjust themselves to the new regime in the hope that eventually the tide might change. Certainly they could not look for support to any of the right-wing parties that until the outbreak of the war had represented their more conservative layers, for those parties had perished in the flames of the revolution. Nor could they turn to the liberal Republican parties, such as the Izquierda Republicana, the Union Republicana, and the Esquerra Republicana de Catalunya, the left Republican Party of Catalonia, the strongest middle-class party in that region, for the majority of the leaders were either accommodating themselves to the radicalism of the situation or were characterized by inertia born of fear. In 24 hours, minds that once appeared averse to change have evolved strikingly, wrote a famous anarchist within a few days of the revolution. Displaying a remarkable ability to adapt themselves, men who were spiritually very far removed from us have accepted the new order of things without protest. Nobody in Catalonia is startled today to hear of socialization of industry and the disappearance of private property. 6. Other Republican leaders, regarding everything as lost, had either left the country or were fleeing to the ports. Even Manuel Aznar, the President of the Republic, only yesterday the idol of the liberal segment of the middle classes, was paralyzed by pessimism and fear and had plummeted overnight from his summit of acclaimed leadership. From the very first moment, affirms Angel Osorio y Gallardo, Manuel Aznar felt that the war was lost, and the excesses that had occurred in the early days revolted and demoralized him. 7 True, many of the leaders of the liberal Republican parties would have been capable navigators in calm seas, but they were helpless in the midst of the storms that had buffeted the Republic before the Civil War, and even more so now in face of the hurricane that had shattered the coercive organs of the state. The slight resistance we offered to the assaults of other organizations, our silence and our aloofness in face of the daring advances of the audacious led many persons to believe that we no longer existed, declared Salvador Quemades, president of the left Republican Party. They could not understand the noble aim that impelled us to stifle our indignation. The prudence and sense of responsibility that others lacked had to distinguish our behavior, if the wall of resistance we had to erect with arms in our hands against the violent onset of the enemy were not to collapse it. But, floundering in the flood of the revolution, the liberal as well as the conservative members of the middle classes were impressed at the time only by the manifest impotence of their parties and soon began to cast about for an organization that would serve as a 83. breakwater to check the revolutionary tide set in motion by the anarcho-syndicalist and socialist labor unions. They did not have to search for long. Before many weeks had passed, the organization that succeeded in focusing upon itself their immediate hopes was the Communist Party. A minor factor in Spanish politics before the Civil War, with only 17 seats in the Cortes 9 and an officially estimated membership of 40,000 on 18 July 1936,10, the Communist Party was soon to mold decisively the course of events in the camp of the anti-Franco forces. Championing the interests of the urban and rural middle classes stand, few Republicans dared to assume in that atmosphere of revolutionary emotionalism. The Communist Party became within a few months the refuge, according to its own figures, of 76,700 peasant proprietors and tenant farmers and of 15,485 members of the urban middle classes. 11 The Republican middle class, writes a socialist, surprised by the moderate tone of communist propaganda and impressed by the unity and realism which prevailed in this party, flocked in great numbers to join its ranks. 12. That the Communist Party's influence among the middle classes went far beyond the aforementioned figures is indubitable, for thousands of members of the intermediate classes in both country and town placed themselves under its wing without actually becoming adherents of the party. From the very outset of the revolution, the Communist Party, like the PSUC, the Partit Socialista Unificat de Catalunya, the communist-controlled United Socialist Party of Catalonia, took up the cause of the middle classes, who were being dragged into the vortex of the collectivization movement or were being crippled by the disruption of private trade, the lack of financial resources, and the requisitions carried out by the working-class militia. In a capitalist society, the small tradesmen and manufacturers, declared Mundo Obrero, the communist organ in Madrid, constitute a class that has many things in common with the proletariat. It is, of course, on the side of the democratic republic, and it is as much opposed to the big capitalists and captains of powerful fascist enterprises as the workers. This being so, it is everybody's duty to respect the property of these small tradesmen and manufacturers. We therefore strongly urge the members of our party and the militia in general to demand, and, if need be, to enforce respect for these middle-class citizens, all of whom are workers, and who therefore should not be molested. Their modest interests should not be injured by requisitions and demands that are beyond their meager resources. 13. Treball, the communist organ in Catalonia, said, "It would be unpardonable to forget the multitude of small commodity producers and businessmen of our region. Many of them, thinking only of creating what they had believed would be a position of independence for themselves, had succeeded in setting up their own businesses. Then came a change in the situation precipitated by the attempted coup d'état of the fascists. The immense majority, 84, of small commodity producers and businessmen, who had lived completely on the margin of events, are now more confused than anyone because they feel that they are being harmed and that they are at an obvious disadvantage in comparison with the wage earners. They declare that nobody is concerned about their fate. They are elements who might tend to favor any reactionary movement because in their opinion anything would be better than the economic system that is being instituted in our region. 14. The distressing situation of many of these people is obvious. They cannot run their workshops and businesses because they have no reserve capital, they have hardly enough to eat, especially the small manufacturers, because the wages they have to pay to the few workers they employ prevent them from attending to their own daily needs. A moratorium must be granted to all those people who have placed themselves at the service of the anti-fascist militia, so that they do not have to bear the full weight of the requisitions imposed by the war. A moratorium must be granted and a credit should be opened so that their businesses do not go into liquidation. 15. To protect the interests of the urban middle classes in this region, the Communists organized 18,000 tradesmen, handicraftsmen, and small manufacturers into the Federación Catalana de Gremios y Entidades de Pequeños Comerciantes y Industriales, the Catalan Federation of Small Businessmen, known as the GEPSI, 16, some of whose members were, in the phrase of Solidaridad Obrera, the Cantorgan, intransigent employers, ferociously anti-labor, including Guri, the former president of the Tailoring Trades Association. 17. Lest the reader believe that the communist support of the middle classes was altruistic rather than pragmatic, that they were concerned more with the welfare of these classes than with the strengthening of their position vis-a-vis their anarcho-syndicalist and socialist opponents. He should be reminded of Lenin's words that the enemy can be conquered only by taking advantage of every, even the smallest opportunity of gaining a mass ally, even though this ally be only temporary, vacillating, unstable, unreliable and conditional. Those who do not understand this do not understand a particle of Marxism, or of scientific modern socialism in general. 18. In the countryside, the communists undertook a spirited defense of the small and medium proprietor and tenant farmer against the collectivizing drive of the rural wage workers, against the policy of the labor unions prohibiting the farmer from holding more land than he could cultivate with his own hands, and against the practices of revolutionary committees that requisitioned harvests, interfered with private trade, and collected rents from tenant farmers. The liberal Republicans, on the other hand, whose primary concern should have been the defense of the very classes whose interests the communists were championing, remained cautious to the point of timidity. A consultation of their newspapers offers sufficient proof of this. In fact, they did not venture to raise their voices until April 1937, when the revolutionary tide was receding. We are 85. Tired of remaining silent, declared Miguel San Andres, the left Republican deputy. The plundering of the small manufacturer, of the small farmer, and intellectual, of all those people who have been working year after year in order to save a little money cannot be tolerated. We have seen our interests trampled underfoot, and have remained silent. 19. Not so the communists. From the outset of the revolution they were vociferous in the defense not only of the small businessman but also of the small farmer, and did their best to profit from any discontent in the countryside. In the early days of the military rebellion, wrote Julio Mateu, a member of the Central Committee of the party, in reference to the province of Valencia, when an endless chain of committees and more committees tried to make a clean sweep of the entire countryside by immediately converting all small proprietors into agricultural workers, by despoiling them of their land and harvests, there was a real danger of setting the peasants against the anti-fascist organizations. The modest agricultural producers, who for a long time had been oppressed by the political bosses and reactionary usurers, were once again maltreated, this time because of lack of understanding on the part of those who should have helped them in their development. The mistake of considering simple Catholic peasants as enemies prompted some organizations to commit such injustices as to collect from the tenant farmers the rents they formerly paid to the landowners. We have passed through moments of real danger, having been within an ace of unleashing a civil war in the rear between the farmers and the agricultural workers. Fortunately, this has been averted, although at the cost of bursting our lungs in an intense campaign of political education in the villages aimed at securing respect for small property. 20. Speaking at a public meeting, Vicente Uribe, a member of the PCE's Central Committee and Minister of Agriculture from September 1936, declared, "The present policy of violence against the peasants has two dangers. The first is that it may estrange those who are on our side, on the anti-fascist side. The other is still more serious, it will endanger the future food supply of Spain. It cannot be tolerated that while at the fronts the soldiers are giving their lives and their blood for the common cause, there are persons far behind the lines who use rifles belonging to the people in order to impose by force ideas that the people do not accept. But I tell you, peasants, I tell you, workers of the countryside, that despite the abuses some persons are committing, despite the barbarities they are perpetrating, your obligation is to work the land and extract the utmost from it, because you are protected by the government, by parties, and by organizations, and because you have at your side the Communist Party. Even though violence is used, it is your duty as patriots, your duty as Republicans, your duty as anti-fascists to call upon the government, to call upon the communists, and you can be sure that, in order that you may cultivate the land peacefully, we shall be at your side armed with rifles. 2186. Speaking a few days later at another meeting, he stated, in reference to the establishment of libertarian communism by the anarcho-syndicalists in some of the villages of Valencia province, we know that some committees have set up a certain type of regime, a regime in which everyone is subjected to the mercy of their will. We know that they confiscate harvests and commit other abuses, such as seizing small peasant farms, imposing fines, paying for goods with vouchers, in other words, a whole series of irregularities. You know perfectly well that these actions, and listen carefully to this, can never have the approval of the government nor even its connivance. We say that the property of the small farmer is sacred, and that those who attack or attempt to attack this property must be regarded as enemies of the regime. 22. It was only natural that the Communists' defense of the interests of peasant owners and tenant farmers should have brought their party a broad wave of adherents. In their campaign they were most successful, of course, in areas where small and medium-sized farms predominated. In the rich orange and rice-growing province of Valencia, for example, where the farmers were prosperous and had supported right-wing organizations before the Civil War, 50,000 had by March 1937, according to official figures, joined the Peasant Federation 23, which the PCE had set up for their protection in the first months of the revolution. The Communist Party, complained a socialist, devotes itself to picking up in the villages the worst remnants of the former Partido Autonomista, who were not only reactionary, but also immoral, and organizes these small proprietors into a new peasant union by promising them the possession of their land. 24. And Pedro Garcia, the socialist secretary of the UGT Agricultural Workers in Valencia province, affiliated with the powerful National Federation of Land Workers, Federación Nacional de los Trabajadores de la Tierra, protested that the PCE was fostering the growth of a rival peasant organization in the province, which sooner or later might be used for political purposes as a shock force in the villages against the UGT peasant unions. 25. In addition to providing its members with fertilizers and seed and securing credits from the Ministry of Agriculture, likewise controlled by the PCF, New Peasant Federation served as a potent instrument in checking the rural collectivization promoted by the agricultural workers of the CNT and UGT, and in combating the CLUA, Constio Levantino Unificado de la Exportación Agrícola, which was set up by the unions, primarily the CNT, in order to control the purchase, packing, and exportation of the valuable orange crop formerly handled by a swarm of middlemen. 26. That the protection and promise of eventual change held forth by the Peasant Federation should have induced many of its members to apply for admission into the PCE is understandable. Such is the sympathy for us in the Valencia countryside. Julio Mateu, General Secretary of the Federation, affirmed that hundreds and thousands of farmers would join our party if we were to let them. These farmers, many of whom believed in Godin's still dough and prayed and in private beat their breasts, love our party like a sacred thing. When we tell them that they should not confuse the Peasant Federation with the party, and that even without a membership card it is possible to be a communist. 87. By working for its political line, they are wont to reply, the Communist Party is our party. Comrades, what emotion the peasants display when they utter these words. 27. Because the PCE gave the urban and rural middle classes a powerful infusion of new hope and vitality, it is not surprising that a large part of the copious flow of new members into the party in the months following the revolution came from these classes. It is almost superfluous to say that these new recruits were attracted, not by communist principles, but by the hope of saving something from the ruins of the old social system. Furthermore, in addition to defending their property rights, the PCE defined the social overturn, not as a proletarian, but as a bourgeois democratic revolution. Within a few days of the outbreak of the war, Politburo member Dolores Eberri, popularly known as La Pasionaria, the Passion Flower, declared in the name of the Central Committee. The revolution that is taking place in our country is the bourgeois democratic revolution that was achieved over a century ago in other countries, such as France, and we communists are the front-line fighters in this struggle against the obscurantist forces of the past. Cease conjuring up the specter of communism, you generals, many times traitors, with the idea of isolating the Spanish people in its magnificent struggle against those who wish to turn Spain into a tragic, backward country, a country in which the military, the clergy, and the political bosses would be the absolute masters of life and property. We communists are defending a regime of liberty and democracy, and side by side with Republicans, socialists, and anarchists we shall prevent Spain from retrogressing, cost what it may. It is a lie to speak of chaos, a lie to say that a chaotic situation exists here, as do the reports given out by traitors to the Republic. In this historic hour the Communist Party, faithful to its revolutionary principles and respecting the will of the people, places itself at the side of the government that expresses this will, at the side of the Republic, at the side of democracy. The government of Spain is a government that emerged from the electoral triumph of February 16, and we support it and we defend it because it is the legal representative of the people fighting for democracy and liberty. Long live the struggle of the people against reaction and fascism. Long live the Democratic Republic. 28. Thus, from the outset, the Communist Party appeared before the distraught middle classes not only as a defender of property, but as a champion of the Republic and of orderly processes of government. Not that these classes had complete confidence in its good faith, but they were ready to support it as long as it offered them protection and helped to restore to the government the power assumed by revolutionary committees. That their support was shot through with suspicion and fear was natural, for in the past the Communists had pursued an entirely different policy, as will be seen in the ensuing chapter. 88. 8. The Popular Front. Our task is to win over the majority of the proletariat and to prepare it for the assumption of power, La Pasionaria had declared toward the end of 1933. This means that we must bend all our efforts to organize workshop and peasant committees and to create Soviets. The development of the revolutionary movement is extremely favorable to us. We are advancing along the road that has been indicated to us by the Communist International and that leads to the establishment of a Soviet government in Spain, a government of workers and peasants. 1. This policy was in strange contrast to the seemingly moderate goals pursued by the Communist Party after the outbreak of the Civil War and Revolution in July 1936. The change that had occurred stemmed from the resolutions passed at the 7th World Congress of the Communist International in 1935, officially adopting the Popular Front policy. At the root of this new policy lay the deterioration in German-Soviet relations since Adolf Hitler's rise to power in January 1933 and Joseph Stalin's fear that Germany's revived military strength would ultimately be directed against the USSR. Suffering from the aftereffects of compulsory collectivization and bending every effort to strengthen her political and military system, the Soviet Union was careful not to offer any provocation that would draw her into permanent estrangement from the Nazi regime. Isaac Deutscher writes, Hitler's bloody suppression of all domestic opposition and his racial persecutions affected diplomatic routine business between Moscow and Berlin as little as it affected similar business between Paris or London and Berlin. Stalin undoubtedly calculated on the strength of the Bismarckian tradition among the German diplomats, a tradition which demanded that the Reich should avoid embroilment with Russia. In the first year of Hitler's chancellorship, Stalin did not utter in public a single word about the events in Germany, though his silence was excruciating to the bewildered followers of the Comintern. He broke that silence only at the 17th Congress of the party, in January 89. 1934. Even then he refrained from drawing the conclusions from events which had ended so disastrously for the European left, and he vaguely fostered the illusion that fascism, a symptom of capitalist weakness, would prove short-lived. but he also described the Nazi upheaval as a triumph for the idea of revenge in Europe and remarked that the anti-Russian trend in German policy had been prevailing over the older Bismarckian tradition. Even so, he was at pains to make it clear that Russia desired to remain on the same terms with the Third Reich as she had been with Weimar Germany. 2. Indeed, Izvestia, the organ of the Soviet government, declared within a few weeks of Hitler's appointment to the Reich Chancellorship that the USSR was the only state that had no hostile sentiments toward Germany, whatever the form and composition of that country's government. 3. But Russia's advances had been coldly received, and at the end of 1933, Vyacheslav Molotov, chairman of the Council of People's Commissars, complained that during the past year the ruling groups in Germany had made a number of attempts to revise relations with the Soviet Union. 4. With a view to seeking safeguards against the menace of German expansion and to making her influence felt in the chancelleries of Western Europe, the Soviet Union reversed her attitude of hostility toward the League of Nations and joined that body in September 1934. On entering the League of Nations, said the weekly bulletin of the Comintern, International Press Correspondence, it will be possible for the USSR to struggle still more effectively and practically against a counter-revolutionary war on the U.S.S.R. 5. But in spite of this move, uneasiness regarding German intentions continued unabated. The direct threat of war has increased for the USSR, declared Molotov in January 1935. We must not forget that there is now in Europe a ruling party that has proclaimed as its historical task the seizure of territory in the Soviet Union. 6. As a further move to ward off the German threat to her security, Russia concluded a pact of mutual assistance with France on May 2, 1935. This treaty was favored by the French mainly to remove any links that still remained between the USSR and Germany since the Russo-German rapprochement begun at Rapallo, Indiana, 19227, and to end the opposition of the French Communist Party to the National Defense Program. 8. In fact, it was never supplemented by any positive military agreement between the respective general staffs. 9. And from the beginning elicited very little enthusiasm even from government circles. 10. Some idea of what the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs, even at the time of the French Popular Front government of Léon Blum, thought of the Franco-Soviet Pact may be gathered from a memorandum by the acting State Secretary of the German Foreign Office relating to a conversation on September 1, 1936 with the French ambassador, François Poncet. Referring to the proposed meeting of the five Locarno powers, Great Britain, France, Belgium, Italy, and Germany, to negotiate a new Western Pact to take the place of the Locarno Agreement, the memorandum stated. 90. François Poncet was particularly interested in hearing whether we were willing to go to the conference and negotiate on the first points on the agenda without bringing up the fifth point, or whether we wanted to force the French government now, in advance, expressly to renounce the fifth point, that is, the ties in the East. In other words, did the German government take the stand that it was possible to start out by negotiating on a Western Pact, leaving the Eastern questions open? Or did it demand from the very first that France renounce her Eastern ties, before Germany would enter into a discussion concerning a Western Pact? If Germany followed the first course, he believed he could say that the Franco-Russian ties would gradually cool, particularly since they had never been popular with a large sector of the French people. We would then attain our objective slowly but surely. If, on the other hand, we should apply pressure to the French government now and demand that it give up the Russian alliance, the French government could only refuse to do so. In a long discourse, François Poncet tried to convince me of the rightness of the one alternative and the wrongness of the other, emphasizing solemnly during the course of his statements that there were no special military ties between France and the Soviet Union. 11. Moscow was fully alive to the possibility that the pact might eventually be disregarded, and it thus became a vital task for French communists to ensure that France would honor her commitments. We can congratulate ourselves on the Franco-Soviet Treaty, declared Valiant Couturier, the French communist leader, but as we have no confidence that the French bourgeoisie and the fascist cadres of the French army will observe its clauses, we shall act accordingly. We know that whatever may be the interests that lead certain French political circles toward a rapprochement with the USSR, the champions of French imperialism hate the Soviet Union. 12. The agonizing dilemma of French policymakers, which for diplomatic reasons they could not reveal publicly, was nevertheless frankly expressed by Pierre Taittinger, a rightist member of the Chamber of Deputies. The very existence of France is at stake. By a policy of outright alliance with the USSR, we should immediately be drawn into a conflict with Germany. The outcome of this conflict would be terrifying for us. If Germany were defeated, our country would be contaminated very quickly by Bolshevism. If she were victorious, France would be wiped off the map. 13. Powerful forces both in France and Britain opposed any hard and fast commitments in Eastern Europe that might entangle the West in a war with Germany, and these forces seemed ready to countenance the latter's expansionist aims at the expense of the Soviet Union. In France, François Legrix, the royalist and editor of the Revue Hebdomadaire, declared on April 6, 1935 that the two essential conditions for preserving Western civilization were to avoid war and eliminate Pan-Germanism and Bolshevism by leaving them grappling with each other, and that he hoped that Gr. 91. Many would beat Russia, in which case, it is very possible that she will consider herself satisfied. At least Western Europe would have a respite to get organized. 14. In those pre-war years, writes Sumner Wells, who became U.S. Under-Secretary of State in 1937, great financial and commercial interests of the Western democracies, including many in the United States, were firm in the belief that war between the Soviet Union and Hitlerite Germany could only be favorable to their own interests. They maintained that Russia would necessarily be defeated, and with this defeat communism would be destroyed, also that Germany would be so weakened as a result of the conflict that for many years thereafter she would be incapable of any real threat to the rest of the world. 15. On May 6, 1935, William Dodd, U.S. Ambassador to Berlin, made the following notation in his diary regarding a letter he had received from Lord Lothian, influential British statesman and diplomat. He indicated clearly that he favors a coalition of the democracies to block any German move in their direction and to turn Germany's course eastward. 16. And in an article in the Daily Mail entitled "Why Not a Franco-British Alliance?" Viscount Rothermere, one of the British press lords, wrote, "The new bond between France and Britain would have another effect of inestimable importance. It would turn Germany's territorial ambitions in the direction where they can do least harm and most good towards the east of Europe." 17. The influence and public acceptance of the Daily Mail in those pre-war years should not be underrated. According to Franklin Reed Gannon's analysis of the British press and Germany, it was the largest paper of the most complete newspaper combine in Great Britain. In 1937, its circulation was 1,580,000. It was the only popular daily paper which had a predominantly upper and middle class readership. And of Viscount Rothermere himself, he writes, "He was very near to being unbalanced on the issue of communism, and constantly importuned George Ward Price, the Daily Mail's chief foreign correspondent, to write articles like that of September 21, 1936, in which he stated that Bolshevism was a greater threat to the British Empire than National Socialism, and that if Hitler did not exist, all Western Europe might soon be clamoring for such a champion." 18. But there was nothing bizarre in this thought. Even former Liberal Prime Minister David Lloyd George declared in Parliament a year later, "In a very short time, perhaps in a year, perhaps in two, the conservative elements in this country will be looking to Germany as the bulwark against communism in Europe. If her defense breaks down against the communists, Europe will follow. Do not let us be in a hurry to condemn Germany. We shall be welcoming Germany as our friend." 19. Although at no time was the Daily Mail considered to be a mouthpiece of the conservative governments of Stanley Baldwin and Neville Chamberlain, it nevertheless expressed the private concerns of a large and influential body of conservative opinion. According to General Baron Gehr von Schweppenberg, former military attaché to the German embassy in London, Major General Sir John Dill. 92. At the War Office, and those members of the British General Staff who thought as he did were convinced that another war between the British Empire and Germany would be a tragedy, not only for the Empire, but for the whole of Europe. They saw quite clearly that such a war would only forward the designs of Russia. 20. And in aviation circles there was a strong pro-German element, whose most strident and vociferous exponent, according to Richard Griffiths, was C.G. Gray, the editor of The Aeroplane, which, on April 19, 1933, expressed the view that Germany was the first line of defense of Western civilization against Eastern barbarism. 21. Although in those pre-war years cabinet ministers did not openly express their fears of Russia, Sir Samuel Hoare, later, Viscount Templewood, who held several key positions under Baldwin and Chamberlain, gave public utterances some years later to these concerns. We had solid reasons for distrusting the Soviet. For more than 20 years, successive British governments had suffered from Russian plots and intrigues. British party politics had been constantly poisoned by Russian propaganda. Russian secret agents were continuously exploiting any chance of stirring up trouble. Russian money was finding its way into the pockets of British agitators. The attempts to incite mutinies in the fighting services and strikes in the ranks of labor went on unabated during the whole period between the two wars, and the Russian embassy in London never ceased to be a center of espionage and agitation. We should not have been human if we had not been influenced by this long record of Russian duplicity and hostility. 22. Whatever we may think of the policy of appeasement of Germany in the pre-war years, it is impossible to understand the course of events in Europe, including the Spanish Civil War, unless we take into account this fear of Russia. That the Western democracies were confronted with a fateful choice is indubitable. On the one hand, they could oppose and destroy the Nazi regime while it was still weak, leaving the Soviet Union free to develop its resources and become in time, with Allied communist parties, the greatest menace in the world. I feel that if the Nazi regime in Germany is destroyed, then the country will go communist, stated the Marquis of Londonderry, Secretary of State for Air from 1931 to 1935, in a letter to Winston Churchill on May 9, 1936, and we shall find a lining up of France, Germany, and Russia and the menace of communism as the most powerful policy in the world. 23. This was not his only misgiving. In his book Ourselves and Germany, published in 1938, Londonderry expressed concern that unless Britain soon arrived at an Anglo-German understanding, Germany would strike out along a course of Weltpolitik frankly antagonistic to Great Britain and her many imperial and commercial interests. It is to avert such an unfortunate eventuality as this that I have made every effort to convince the people of this country of the value and importance of a friendly understanding between Britain and Germany. And in a later passage he wrote that he was at a loss to understand why we could not 93. Make common ground in some form or other with Germany in opposition to communism. 24. No less explicit was Thierry Molnir, who, in an article written after the sacrifice of Czechoslovakia to Nazi Germany at Munich in September 1938, expressed the views of the parties of the French right. These parties, he wrote, felt that in the event of war not only would the disaster be tremendous, not only would the defeat and devastation of France be within the bounds of possibility, but, even more, that Germany's defeat would mean the collapse of those authoritarian systems that form the principal bulwark against communist revolution, and that it would perhaps lead to the immediate Bolshevization of Europe. In other words, a French defeat would indeed have been a defeat of France, while a French victory would have been less a victory for France than for the principles quite rightly regarded as leading directly to the ruin of France and of civilization itself. It is a pity that the men and parties in France who shared in that belief did not in general admit it, for there was nothing inavouable about it. 25 Indeed, in my opinion, it was one of the principal and well-founded reasons, if not the best founded, for not going to war in September 1938. 26. On the other hand, the Western democracies could, though not without opprobrium and extreme peril to themselves, allow the Nazi regime to overrun the non-totalitarian states in Central and Southeastern Europe lying west of Russia's border in the hope that it would in time come into collision with the rising power of the Soviet Union. the view of the staunchest conservative opponent of any policy involving the sacrifice to Nazi Germany of the small states in Central and Southeastern Europe must be recorded here. Winston Churchill wrote to the Marquis of Londonderry in October 1937. We all wish to live on friendly terms with Germany. We know the best Germans are ashamed of the Nazi excesses and recoil from the paganism on which they are based. We certainly do not want to pursue a policy inimical to the legitimate interests of Germany, but you must surely be aware that, when the German government speaks of friendship with England, what they mean is, that we shall give them back their former colonies, and also agree to their having a free hand, as far as we are concerned, in Central and Southern Europe. This means that they would devour Austria and Czechoslovakia as a preliminary to making a gigantic Middle European bloc. It would certainly not be in our interest to connive at such policies of aggression. It would be wrong and cynical in the last degree to buy immunity for ourselves at the expense of smaller states in Central Europe. It would be contrary to the whole tide of British and United States opinion for us to facilitate the spread of Nazi tyranny over countries which now have a considerable measure of democratic freedom. In my view, we should build up so strong a federation of regional agreements under the League of Nations that 94. Germany will be content to live within her own bounds in a law-abiding manner, instead of seeking to invade her smaller neighbors, slay them and have their farms and homes for themselves. 27. And speaking to Ivan Maysky, the Soviet ambassador to the United Kingdom, Churchill, in the spring of 1935, criticized some of the supporters of Western security. These people, he said, according to Maysky's version of the conversation, argue that Germany has to fight somewhere. So let her better carve out an empire for herself at the expense of the states in Eastern and Southeastern Europe. Such ideas are, of course, complete idiocy, but unfortunately they are still fairly popular in certain quarters of the Conservative Party. But I am firmly convinced that in the long run the victory will be not with the supporters of Western security, but with those who, like Sir Robert Vansittart, permanent Under-Secretary at the Foreign Office from 1931 to 1938, or myself, consider that peace is indivisible, and that Britain, France, and the USSR must be the backbone of the defensive alliance which will keep Germany in a wholesome state of apprehension. 28. On November 7, 1935, Vansittart wrote to Lord Wigram, Private Secretary to King George V, any attempt at giving Germany a free hand to annex other people's property in Central and Eastern Europe is both absolutely immoral and completely contrary to all the principles of the League of Nations which form the backbone of the policy of this country. Any British government that attempted to do a deal would almost certainly be brought down in ignominy and deservedly. Any suggestion that a British government contemplates leaving, let alone inviting Germany to satisfy her land hunger at Russia's expense, would quite infallibly split the country from top to bottom. 29. But in those pre-war years there were more powerful voices than those of Winston Churchill and Robert Vansittart, who was removed from his post by Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain in 1938. How far British policy toward Germany was determined by the fear of Russia is illustrated by Lord Lloyd, a Conservative peer and a leading British diplomat. In his pamphlet, The British Case, written shortly after the outbreak of war between Britain and Germany in September 1939 and given the stamp of official endorsement by the commendatory preface of Lord Halifax, then Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs under Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain, Lord Lloyd wrote, however abominable Hitler's methods, however deceitful his diplomacy, however intolerant he might show himself of the rights of other European peoples, he still claimed to stand ultimately for something which was a common European interest, and which therefore could conceivably provide some day a basis for understanding with other nations equally determined not to sacrifice their traditional institutions and habits on the blood-stained altars of the world revolution. 30. To prevent the Western democracies from compounding their differences with the Third Reich at the possible expense of Russia, to guarantee that the Franco-Soviet pact of mutual assistance would not fall by the wayside, and, moreover, to 95. Conclude similar alliances with other countries, notably Great Britain. It was essential for the Soviet Union that governments hostile to German aims in Eastern Europe should be brought into office. With this end in view, the Popular Front line was formally adopted at the Seventh World Congress of the Comintern in August 1935. Thus a new era of wooing the socialist and liberal parties was officially inaugurated, ending the vociferous policy of denouncing the socialists as social fascists and as the mainstay of the bourgeoisie, including that of the fascist countries, 31 which so facilitated Hitler's rise to power. But it should not be forgotten that some sections of the Comintern had, in accordance with the new trend in Soviet foreign policy, been seeking cooperation with other parties even before 1935.32. This attempt had been most successful in France. 33. The foreign political goals of the Soviet Union should not obscure the fact that long before the formal adoption by the Comintern of the Popular Front line, in Spain most of the parties of the left saw a compelling domestic reason for a movement of unity, namely, the defeat of the left by the center-right in the November 1933 elections. The Communists claimed that they initiated the movement of unity in Spain, but the efforts of the liberal Republicans led by Manuel Azaña to forge a coalition of Republicans and Socialists with which to confront the center-right at the next elections should not be discounted. 34. In its program, the Seventh World Congress of the Comintern decided that one of the immediate tasks of the Communists in all countries was to bring the peasantry and the small urban bourgeoisie into a wide anti-fascist people's front. This was essential, it argued, because the dominant circles of the British bourgeoisie support German armaments in order to weaken the hegemony of France on the European continent, and to direct Germany's aggressiveness against the Soviet Union. 35. Certainly, British support of German rearmament in the first half of 1935 alone lent support to these charges. On February 6, 1935, Sir John Simon, then Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, had stated in the House of Commons, "Germany's claim to equality of rights in the matter of armaments cannot be resisted, and ought not to be resisted." 36. On June 18, 1935, the Anglo-German naval agreement had been signed, giving the German Navy 35% of British naval tonnage. Criticizing this agreement on July 11, 1935, Winston Churchill declared, "We have condoned, and even praised the German treaty breaking in fleet building." 37. In Russia, wrote Max Beloff, the British historian, the naval pact was interpreted as a sign of Britain's weakness and of her desire to divert Germany from air preparations to naval building, where she felt stronger. It might also serve to divert Germany's attention eastward and to allow Britain to disengage herself from Europe, so as to salvage her menaced position in the Far East. A new field of activity would be open for British advocates of an entente with Germany. The Germans would not, the Russians argued, observe the agreement, and only welcomed it as a breach in the treaties. It was clear that the German command of the Baltic, the gateway to Russia, would be unassailable. According to Maysky, the British government's desire to assure Germany supremacy in the Baltic 96 against the USSR was the most important motive for concluding the agreement. 38. Nor does there seem any reason to doubt that it was the Baltic situation which Herr Hitler had chiefly in mind. 39. Furthermore, in the summer of 1935, Germany reintroduced conscription in violation of the Versailles Treaty. This, too, was condoned by Britain. 40. With the threat of growing German power undoubtedly in mind, the Seventh World Congress of the Comintern declared that the struggle for peace opened up the greatest opportunity for creating the broadest united front with the peasantry and the small urban bourgeoisie, and that all those interested in the preservation of peace should be drawn into this united front. This goal was to be achieved by mobilizing the people against the plundering price policy of monopoly capital and the bourgeois governments, and against increasing taxation and the high cost of living. 41. Although the Congress reaffirmed the aims of the Communist International, namely, the revolutionary overthrow of the rule of the bourgeoisie and the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat in the form of Soviets. 42. The policy of unity with the middle classes could not but lead sooner or later to an attempt on the part of the Comintern's various sections to de-emphasize their revolutionary goals and to disarm the suspicion with which they were once regarded. All revolutionary slogans, with reference to the class struggle and to the dictatorship of the proletariat, writes Arthur Koestler, who, in 1935, worked for the propaganda department of the Comintern, were in one sweep relegated to the lumber room. They were replaced by a brand new facade, with geranium boxes in the windows, called Popular Front for Peace and Against Fascism. Its doors were wide open to all men of goodwill: socialists, Catholics, conservatives, nationalists. The notion that we had ever advocated revolution and violence was to be ridiculed as a bogey, refuted as a slander spread by reactionary warmongers. We no longer referred to ourselves as Bolsheviks, nor even as communists. Public use of the word was now rather frowned at in the party. We were just simple, honest, peace-loving anti-fascists and defenders of democracy. 43. Did this mean that the Comintern had now abandoned its hegemonic aims? By no means. The Congress made it clear that a popular front government could become a special transitional form to proletarian rule. 44. 15 years ago, declared Georgy Dimitrov, General Secretary of the Comintern, in his main report to the Congress, Lenin called upon us to focus all our attention on searching out forms of transition or approach to the proletarian revolution. It may be that in a number of countries the United Front government will prove to be one of the most important transitional forms. 45. The result of this new policy was that in Spain, as one historian points out, the communists very carefully walked a fence between appealing to the revolutionary masses and the moderate republican middle-class elements, sometimes contradicting themselves. 46. 97. 9. Foreign intervention. From the standpoint of Soviet foreign policy, the Popular Front line met with appreciable success. In the early months of 1936, both in France and Spain, the Communists participated in general elections on a broad basis and helped to bring liberal governments into office, uniting not only with the Socialists, their former foes, but also with the moderate parties. That Germany should have viewed with alarm the success of a policy designed to establish an anti-German front by reinforcing and extending Russia's political and military ties with Western Europe is natural, but not until the outbreak of the military revolt in Spain in July 1936 did an opportunity arise to counter this threat to her own plans by direct intervention on the side of the rebellion. Contrary to the opinion widely held, no promises of German military aid were given to the organizers of the revolt prior to the outbreak of hostilities. According to the documents relating to Spain in the archives of the German Foreign Ministry, published in Washington by the Department of State in 1950, Hitler did not promise assistance until several days after the outbreak of the rebellion, when General Franco sent a German businessman resident in Spanish Morocco and the local Nazi leader to Germany to request planes and other support. This request was quickly acceded to, for according to Nazi sources German airplanes were active on the side of General Franco in the first weeks of the war, either in transporting Moorish troops and foreign legionaries from Spanish Morocco to the mainland or in bombing operations. 2. At the Nuremberg trials in 1946, Hermann Göring, Hitler's Air Force chief, stated, "When the civil war broke out in Spain, Franco sent a call for help to Germany and asked for support, particularly in the air. One should not forget that Franco with his troops was stationed in Africa and that he could not get the troops across, as the fleet was in the hands of the communists, the forces of the left. The decisive factor was, first of all, to get his troops over to Spain. The Führer thought the matter over. I urged him to give support under all circumstances, firstly, in order to prevent the further spread of communism in that 98th theater and, secondly, to test my young Luftwaffe at this opportunity in this or that technical aspect. With the permission of the Führer, I sent a large part of my transport fleet and a number of experimental fighter units, bombers, and anti-aircraft guns, and in that way I had an opportunity to ascertain, under combat conditions, whether the material was equal to the task. In order that the personnel, too, might gather a certain amount of experience, I saw to it that there was a continuous flow, that is, that new people were constantly being sent and others recalled. 3. Although Germany did indeed use Spain as a training and testing ground for personnel and new weapons later in the war, it is most unlikely that Goering had this idea in mind during the first days of the conflict. As Angel Venus points out in his valuable work La Alemania Nazi y el 18 de Julio, Hitler's initial assistance in July 1936 consisted of 20 Junker 52 transport planes flown by pilots of the Lufthansa. 4 It is true that 6 Heinkel 51 fighters were dispatched, but only for purposes of protection. And their pilots were prohibited from entering combat except in self-defense. The decision to send aircraft in numbers dates from October 1936 and their transfer from November, in other words, at a much later time. 5. In going to the aid of General Franco, Germany had a twofold objective. On the one hand, although fearful of the international complications that might arise from being drawn too deeply into the Spanish conflict 6 at a time when she was not yet ready for a large-scale war, she hoped to secure strategic advantages in preparation for the coming struggle in Western Europe. Quite early in the war Hitler himself revealed to party leaders and diplomats, "It is to our advantage that no Bolshevik state should exist in Spain, forming a bridge by land between France and North Africa." 7. On another occasion, he affirmed that his sole objective was to prevent Spanish foreign policy from being influenced after the war by Paris, London, or Moscow. In this way, in the final confrontation over the reorganization of Europe, Spain will not be among the enemies of Germany, but, if possible, among her friends. 8. In a communication to Wilhelmstrasse, dated May 1, 1937, the German ambassador to General Franco wrote, "There is no doubt that, after a war won because of our intervention, a Spain socially ordered and economically reconstructed with our help will in the future be not only a very important source of raw materials for us, but also a faithful friend for a long time to come." 9. On the other hand, Hitler no doubt hoped that the defeat of the Popular Front and the resurgence of the right in Spain would weaken the French Popular Front and strengthen those forces in France that were opposed to blocking German expansion eastward and regarded the Franco-Soviet Pact of Mutual Assistance as likely to entangle their country in a struggle that, in the event of a German defeat, would result in the enthronement of communism in Europe. "What Moscow wants," ran an article that was typical of an appreciable segment of French opinion, "is a war between French and German soldiers. At some time or another, on some pretext. 99. Or another, Russia hopes that she will be able to force us to throw our troops against the German frontier and deal a double blow by weakening the dreaded German power and by delivering our country up to a foreign war that would ring in the hour of the Bolshevik Revolution." 10. Russia was not blind to the dangers of German intervention in Spain. But, anxious not to give body and color to attacks that pictured her as the open patron of world revolution lest she antagonize the moderate parties in the West on whom she based her hopes of an anti-German front, she formally adhered on August 23, 1936 to the international non-intervention agreement that had been proposed by France to prevent an extension of the conflict. 11 And undertook, together with the other countries participating in the accord, not to send arms to Spain. Had the Soviet Union not agreed to the French proposal for neutrality, commented a communist newspaper, it would have very seriously embarrassed the French government, and considerably assisted fascists in France and England, as well as the governments of Germany and Italy, in their campaign against the Spanish people. If the Soviet government took any step which added further fuel to the present inflammable situation in Europe, it would be welcomed by the fascists of all countries and would split the democratic forces, thus directly preparing the way for so-called preventive warfare against Bolshevism as represented by the USSR. 12. The Soviet Union's concern for Western democratic opinion ill accords with the charge put forward by rebel sources, based on the publication of secret communist documents, that the communists had been conspiring to set up a Soviet regime in Spain in the summer of 1936. 13 For it is obvious that had they attempted to set up such a regime they would have ruined the Kremlin's efforts to establish a firm alliance with the democratic powers. For this reason alone, to say nothing of the fact that they certainly did not have the necessary strength, charge may be safely discounted. In fact, even José María Gil Robles, the leader of the right-wing Catholic CETA, writes, "I never believed in the possibility at that time of a communist uprising, much less in one directly involving the Comintern. Confronted by the Hitlerite threat, Stalin favored a rapprochement with England and France. The Franco-Soviet Pact and the resolutions of the Seventh Congress of the Third International Comintern testify that he subordinated revolution in Europe to the policy of containment of German imperialism. And nothing could have awakened greater hostility among the European democracies than an attempt to implant a communist state in Spain. The real danger lay not in a carefully organized communist insurrection, but in the climate of anarchy that prevailed everywhere. The last time I spoke with Senor Azania, he did not conceal from me his fear of being overwhelmed by the masses of the Popular Front 14. The secret documents that formed the basis for the charge that the Communists were conspiring to set up a Soviet regime in the summer of 1936 have not only been exposed conclusively as forgeries by Herbert R. Southworth, a partisan of the Left 15, but have been recognized as such by one of Spain's foremost 100 historians of the Civil War, Ricardo de la Cierva, a supporter of the military uprising, who claims that they were written by the Spanish right-wing author Tomás Boraz. Hence, he affirms, the documents were born spurious. But they were utilized with tremendous effectiveness by Spanish and foreign propagandists. He cautions, however, that to refute their authenticity is not to deny the danger and the deep fear of communism that existed at the time. 16. Moreover, he produces evidence from Spanish Communist Party sources showing that the party had not abandoned its revolutionary goals, and he argues that during the first half of 1936 it contributed effectively to the intensification of the revolutionary dynamism of the proletariat. 17. Still, in spite of this evidence, in spite of the seemingly revolutionary character of the language the Communists sometimes employed before the Civil War so as not to lose touch with the radical temper of the anarcho-syndicalists and left-wing socialists, in spite of the fact that they publicly urged the creation of workers' and peasants' alliances as future organs of power. 18. And acknowledged that the dictatorship of the proletariat was the party's ultimate goal. 19. And in spite of their warnings to the liberal government that the agricultural workers would divide up the estates of the big landed proprietors by force of arms if it did not carry out the agrarian reform more expeditiously. 20. They were careful to maintain their alliance with the moderates. The Popular Front must continue, wrote José Díaz. We have still a long way to travel with the left Republicans. 21. Again, in spite of their demands for the purging of the army. 22. And their threat just before the military insurrection that unless the government fulfilled the Popular Front program they would strive for the creation of a government of a revolutionary popular character. 23. This language was designed more to propitiate the prevailing revolutionary sentiment and to goad the government into action against the right than to encourage an immediate social overturn. Indeed, during the strike of the Madrid construction workers before the Civil War that seriously embarrassed the government and threatened to develop into a revolutionary confrontation with the employers and the state, the Communists did their best to induce the anarcho-syndicalists to terminate it. 24. That the military insurrection and the far-reaching social revolution it spawned came at an awkward time for the Kremlin there can be no doubt. Furthermore, as Fernando Claudon, the former Spanish communist leader, wrote many years later, the outbreak of the Spanish Revolution, the only revolution that occurred in Europe during the existence of the Communist International, except for the ephemeral Hungarian Soviet Republic of 1919, took the leaders of the World Party unawares. 25. Their dilemma could not have been more excruciating. How could they support the revolutionary movement in Spain and continue to appeal to moderate opinion abroad? To resolve the dilemma, Stalin, while officially adhering to the non-intervention agreement, decided on August 28, 1936, as we shall see shortly, to embark on a policy of cautious military intervention under cover of his proclamation of 101 neutrality and to pursue a policy of moderation and restraint in face of the revolutionary upheaval. His decision to intervene came late as compared with that of Adolf Hitler and, indeed, as compared with that of Benito Mussolini, for according to fascist sources, Italian aircraft and naval ships were in operation at the beginning of August. 26. As in the case of Hitler, there is no record of any promise of aid having been given by Mussolini either to General Franco or to General Mola immediately before the outbreak of hostilities. True, In 1934, the Italian government had signed an agreement with Spanish monarchist leaders providing for military support in the event civil war should break out in Spain, but as Lizarza Iribarren, one of the conspirators, has pointed out, nothing came of the accord, because the July 1936 rebellion was undertaken by officers not involved in the negotiations with Mussolini. Nevertheless, the agreement helped to create in Rome a climate favorable to the rebellion, and Mussolini, after some hesitation, decided to support it on July 27. On the other hand, Count Galeazzo Ciano, the Italian Foreign Secretary, expressed his approval from the outset without first consulting his chief. This was corroborated in 1967 by Luis Bolin, the London correspondent of the Madrid monarchist newspaper ABC, who chartered the de Havilland Dragon Rapide that flew General Franco from the Canary Islands to head the revolt in Spanish Morocco on 1819 July. In his book Spain, The Vital Years, Bolin reproduces a hitherto unpublished document signed by General Franco, and countersigned by General Sanjurjo in Lisbon, the leader designate of the rebellion, just before his ill-fated flight to Spain to head the revolt, authorizing Bolin to negotiate urgently in England, Germany, or Italy for the purchase of aircraft and supplies. Bolin flew to Rome on July 21, where he was assisted by former King Alfonso's equerry, the Marquis de Viana. Their request for help, although sympathetically received by Foreign Minister Ciano, was at first denied by Mussolini, a fact confirmed by Roberto Cantalupo, the Italian ambassador to Franco. 27 Not until some days later did Mussolini agree to help, and, on July 30, 12 Savoia 81 bombers were dispatched to Spanish Morocco, although only 9 arrived safely at their destination. 28. In 1968, José María Gil Robles published the following version of the purchase of the first Italian planes: when the rising occurred and it became necessary to establish an aerial bridge for the passage of troops from Morocco to the peninsula, the Italian government gave notice that the contract for the purchase of the planes should be drawn up with one of the signatories of the Rome Agreement of 1934. It was essential that Señores Goicoechea, head of Renovación Española, who had participated in the accord, Sáenz Rodriguez, and Zunzunegui leave urgently for Italy with concrete orders from General Mola. They conducted the first successful negotiations for the purchase of war material, almost at the very moment that Luis Antonio Bolin, commissioned by General Franco, was experiencing difficulties in his negotiations. During their interview in Rome with 102 Count Ciano on July 25, the shipment of transport planes was agreed upon. By August 1 there had already arrived in Nader, the Spanish-Moroccan airfield near Melilla, 14 Italian Savoia Marchetti military planes, and on August 2, the number at the same airfield was 24. Thus the Pact of 1934 was fulfilled. 29 The official, pro-Franco, Historia de la Cruzada, published in 1940, also claims that, because Bolin's negotiations were meeting with difficulty, General Mola, who was aware of the negotiations in 1934 conducted by Antonio Goicoechea, requested the latter to leave for the Italian capital to assist those who were already there. The Italian government, it added, had certain reservations up to this point about giving help because of lack of information regarding the significance of the rising. The presence of Goicoechea in Rome, who, already in 1934 had agreed with Ciano on a possible counter-revolutionary movement, dissipated all doubts. 30. Despite minor discrepancies in dates, the above evidence from 4 sources refutes the testimony of Pierre Cot, air minister in the French Popular Front government, to the effect that the shipment of Italian airplanes had been decided upon before July 17, the date of the military uprising. 31 It also disproves the claim made by Yvon Dilbos, the French foreign minister, to the United States charge d'affaires in Paris on August 6, 1936 that the Italian Air Corps personnel who manned the planes had been enrolled for this duty at least as early as 20 July 32. The following excerpt from a report dated December 18, 1936 by the German ambassador in Rome, Ulrich von Hassel, to the Wilhelmstrasse on the interests of Germany and Italy in the Spanish Civil War sheds light on the motives of Italian intervention in Spain. It also throws light on the advantages to Germany of Italy's involvement by perpetuating the estrangement between Mussolini and the Western democracies that had begun with the Italian invasion of Ethiopia in 1935 and by threatening the transit of French troops from North Africa in the event of a general European conflagration. The interests of Germany and Italy in the Spanish troubles coincide to the extent that both countries are seeking to prevent a victory of Bolshevism in Spain or Catalonia. However, while Germany is not pursuing any immediate diplomatic interests in Spain beyond this, the efforts of Rome undoubtedly extend towards having Spain fall in line with its Mediterranean policy, or at least towards preventing political cooperation between Spain on the one hand and France and/or England on the other. The means used for this purpose are, immediate support of Franco, a foothold on the Balearic Islands, which will presumably not be evacuated voluntarily unless a central Spanish government friendly to Italy is set up, political commitment of Franco to Italy, and a close tie between fascism and the new system of government to be established in Spain. In connection with the general policy indicated above, Germany has in my opinion every reason for being gratified if Italy continues to interest herself deeply in the Spanish affair. The role played by the Spanish conflict as regards Italy's relations with France and England could be similar to that of the Abyssinian 103 Ian conflict, bringing out clearly the actual, opposing interests of the powers and thus preventing Italy from being drawn into the net of the Western powers and used for their machinations. The struggle for dominant political influence in Spain lays bare the natural opposition between Italy and France. At the same time, the position of Italy as a power in the Western Mediterranean comes into competition with that of Britain. All the more clearly will Italy recognize the advisability of confronting the Western powers shoulder to shoulder with Germany, particularly when considering the desirability of a future general understanding between Western and Central Europe on the basis of complete equality. In my opinion, the guiding principle for us arising out of this situation is that we should let Italy take the lead in her Spanish policy, but that we ought simultaneously to accompany this policy with so much active goodwill as to avoid a development which might be prejudicial to Germany's direct or indirect interests, whether it be in the form of a defeat for nationalist Spain or in the nature of a direct Anglo-Italian understanding in case of further stagnation in the fighting. We surely have no reason for jealousy if fascism takes the fore in the thorny task of creating a political and social content behind a hitherto purely military and negatively anti-red label. We must deem it desirable if there is created south of France a factor which, freed from Bolshevism and removed from the hegemony of the Western powers but on the other hand allied with Italy, makes the French and British stop to think, a factor opposing the transit of French troops from Africa and one which in the economic field takes our needs fully into consideration. 33. Because of the advantages accruing to Germany as a result of Italy's involvement, Germany encouraged Italy to make a major military investment in Spain in the course of the Civil War. Even more important to Germany than the aforementioned benefits was the diversion of Italy's attention from Austria and Czechoslovakia, whose absorption was essential to the ultimate success of Hitler's designs in Eastern Europe. It is no coincidence that Austria, whose independence Mussolini had been ready to protect against a Nazi coup in 1934, was occupied by Hitler in March 1938 with Italian acquiescence. By that time, Italy had become so bogged down in the Spanish conflict that she could not extricate herself without German aid. On the other hand, Hitler carefully restricted his involvement to a limited number of Air Force squadrons and artillery and tank units, ignoring proposals to send substantial ground forces to Spain. On December 5, 1936, Wilhelm Fopel, his ambassador to General Franco, recommended that in order to prevent Bolshevism from taking hold first in half and later in all of Spain, one strong German and one strong Italian division would be required, whose superior training and leadership can still gain a quick and decisive victory, which may no longer be possible a few months later, even with stronger forces. 34. This proposal went unheeded. Hitler's policy in Spain was shrewd and far-seeing. On the one hand, he was careful to avoid the expansion of the Civil War into a major European conflict at a time when he was not yet ready. On the other, he wished to 104. Prolong the war in order to keep the Western powers at loggerheads and bind Mussolini closer to Germany. As he disclosed at a secret meeting on November 5, 1937, outlining his war plans and recorded by his adjutant Colonel Friedrich Hossbach, 100% victory for Franco was not desirable from the German point of view, but rather a continuance of the war and the keeping up of the tension in the Mediterranean. 35. In short, as Gerhard L. Weinberg correctly states, a prolonged war, not a quick victory by Franco, was what German interests as Hitler defined them called for. This could best be accomplished by sending assistance not in a flood but in driblets. 36. While some historians have denied that Hitler deliberately prolonged the war. 37. André Brissaud, in his work on Admiral Canaris, Hitler's chief of German intelligence, makes German policy abundantly clear. Canaris has no doubt in his mind about the orientation of Hitler's policy in Spain, which is to continue moderate aid to Franco sufficient to ensure his gratitude, permitting the Germans to gain important economic advantages in the peninsula, and to prevent the Republicans from winning but not large enough to give the Caudillo a quick victory. On the other hand, Hitler's desire that the tension in the Mediterranean should continue has a double purpose: the annexation of Austria and Czechoslovakia, while allowing Mussolini to get bogged down more and more in the war, causing him relentlessly to increase his stakes and to reduce his continental forces to the point of forcing him to accept, without any possible reaction, the annexation by Germany, first of Austria, then of Czechoslovakia. 38. While, at the outset of the Civil War, Hitler and Mussolini responded to General Franco's appeals for help after only slight hesitation, Stalin moved with extreme caution before committing himself. Walter Krivitsky, one of the top Soviet operatives in Western Europe, with headquarters in The Hague, who defected to the West at the end of 1937, testifies. It was late in August when 3 high officials of the Spanish Republic were finally received by Russia. They came to buy war supplies, and they offered in exchange huge sums of Spanish gold. To conceal the operation, Stalin issued, on Friday, August 28, 1936, through the Commissar of Trade a decree forbidding the export, re-export, or transit to Spain of all kinds of arms, munitions, war materials, airplanes, and warships. The fellow travelers of the Comintern, and the public, roused by them, already privately dismayed at Stalin's failure to rush to the support of the Spanish Republic, now understood that he was joining Leon Blum's policy of non-intervention. Stalin was in reality sneaking to the support of the Spanish Republic. At an extraordinary session of the Politburo, Stalin said that neither France nor Britain would willingly allow Spain, which commands the entrance to the Mediterranean, to be controlled by Rome and Berlin. A friendly Spain was vital to Paris and London. Without public intervention, but by an adroit use of his position as the source of military supplies, Stalin believed it possible to create in Spain a regime controlled by him. That done, he could command the respect of France and England, win from them the offer of a real 105 alliance, and either accept it or with that as a bargaining point arrive at his underlying steady aim and purpose, a compact with Germany. 39. That was Stalin's central thought on Spanish intervention. He was also moved, however, by the need for some answer to the foreign friends of the Soviet Union who would be disaffected by the Great Purge and the shooting of his old Bolshevik colleagues. The Western world does not realize how tenuous at that time was Stalin's hold on power, and how essential it was to his survival as dictator that he should be defended in those bloody acts by foreign communists and eminent international idealists. It is not too much to say that their support was essential to him. And his failure to defend the Spanish Republic might have cost him their support. 40. Because Krivitsky was denounced as an impostor by communists and communist partisans. 41. When he made his revelations in a series of articles in 1938 and 1939, and later in book form in 1939, 42, and inasmuch as he is cited many times in this volume, it is important to quote the following passage from an article by the renowned and widely respected scholar on Soviet affairs, Boris Nikolovsky, written after Krivitsky's mysterious suicide in Washington, D.C., In 1941-43 Krivitsky's competence and intelligence were indeed exceptional. He worked intermittently in France, Holland, and Italy in responsible positions in the secret apparatus of the Comintern, in the military intelligence, the so-called Fourth Administration, and in the GPU-NKVD. There wasn't anybody whom he did not see nor a secret he did not hear during that time. In the course of the last 3 years before his defection, Krivitsky worked in the Foreign Department of the GPU as one of the 3 responsible representatives of that fearsome organization in Western Europe. About that departmente's tasks and the nature of his work there is only a faint notion abroad. He played a very important role in the apparatus of the GPU and exercised very great influence on the whole policy making of the Soviet Union. 44. The campaign denouncing Krivitsky as an impostor succeeded in creating around him a suspect aura that partially explains the cautious manner in which some historians even many years later treated his evidence. Hugh Thomas, for example, found it necessary to caution his readers in the first edition of his History of the Spanish Civil War, published in 1961, that Krivitsky's evidence must be regarded as tainted unless corroborated, and that his book and articles in the Saturday Evening Post were probably written by a well-known American Sovietologist often thought to be helped by the FBI. 45. Although in a revised edition, published 4 years later, he changed this to read, Krivitsky's evidence can generally be accepted, though his details are sometimes wrong. 46. Less flexible is the well-known historian Angel Vinas, an official of the Spanish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who stated in a letter to the Catalan writer Joan Lerch, I earnestly beg you not to pay any attention to the assertions that still run wild to the effect that the conduct of Negrin, his shipment of gold to Moscow, and his handling of Republican finances were inspired if not con. 106. Trolled by Stashevsky, the Soviet attaché. There are still gentlemen, like Booton, who refuse to discard that legend taken from Soviet defectors to the West who had no knowledge of events in Spain. 47. Despite certain errors and exaggerations in Krivitsky's writings, alleged by Elizabeth Poretsky, the wife of the slain NKVD agent Ignace Rice. 48. Krivitsky was, in fact, the first person to reveal the presence in Spain of General E.N. Kabertin, the principal Soviet military advisor, of Alexander Orlov, the chief NKVD, secret police, operative, of Arthur Stashevsky, the advisor to Juan Negrin, the Minister of Finance, and to reveal the true name of General Emilio Kleber, the charismatic leader of the international brigades, as shown later in this volume. But more important still, he also asserted, as we have seen, that Stalin, while seeking an alliance with Britain and France during the Civil War, had in mind an alternative course, a compact with Germany. As early as December 1936, Krivitsky further claimed, Stalin had commissioned his trade envoy in Berlin, David Kandelaki, to exert every effort toward making a secret deal with Hitler. 49. Although nothing came of the negotiations, Krivitsky's claim, while at variance with Russia's consistent and passionate support of collective security, was authenticated some years later. These very secret negotiations, Leonard Shapiro, one of the leading Soviet scholars in Europe, wrote in 1960, were first disclosed by Krivitsky. That they in fact took place is now confirmed in a personal dispatch from Neuwirth, German Foreign Minister to Schacht, Reichsbank President, dated February 11, 1937, from which it is clear that Kandelaki, in the name of Stalin and Molotov, put out feelers for an agreement with Germany but was rebuffed by Hitler. The document is among the files of the German Foreign Ministry which fell into Allied hands during the Second World War. 50. Hitler's reason for not wishing to enter into negotiations is explained by Neuwirth in the same dispatch. As to the possibility of entering into conversations with the Russian government, I am, in agreement with the Führer, of the opinion that at the present time they could lead to no results whatever, but that, on the contrary, they would at most be used by the Russians for the purpose of achieving the aim they are pursuing of obtaining a closer military alliance with France, and also, if possible, of reaching a further rapprochement with Britain. 51. The claim that Stalin was putting out feelers for a political agreement with Germany as early as 193,637 was not acceptable to some historians in the early 1950s. Many books published by émigrés from the USSR contain sensational stories about secret German-Soviet relations, especially in the 1930s, Edward Hallett Carr wrote in 1951, but these frequently contradict one another and are still unsubstantiated by serious evidence. 52. It is therefore interesting to recall what the well-informed Krivitsky wrote as far back as March 1938, but to which little attention was paid at the time. In the fall of 1935, it seemed to Stalin that a favorable moment was approaching for successful negotiations. Stalin's optimism can be explained by the fact that at that time Germany had extended new credits on favorable terms to the 107 Soviet Union. And right away one could hear in the Politburo the much flaunted phrase of Stalin, "Well, how can we expect Hitler to wage war against us if he gives us all these credits?" That credits have been decided upon is a fact, but the rest of the matter remains unchanged. Nevertheless, Stalin is confident and will not give up. In the fall of 1936, it again seems to Stalin that Hitler will agree to negotiate. During the Politburo meeting all the preliminary data is carefully examined. The work of preparing for the talks is given to the Soviet trade representative Kandelaki and to a resident in Berlin of the People's Commissariat of International Affairs. In the spring of 1937, Kandelaki goes to Moscow together with the aforementioned resident of the PCIA. When they arrive there the mood in the Politburo is elevated, everybody is talking about the forthcoming great events that will change the course of our foreign policy by 180 degrees. In Europe, a colossal game is being played by Hitler and Stalin. It is impossible to say at this time who in the end will deceive whom. 53. But at the time nothing was known of these moves behind the scenes, and between 1934 and 1938 the Soviet Union became the main advocate of collective security and the League of Nations. Whether Stalin's ultimate goal, as Krivitsky suggests, was a pact with Hitler, or whether he held this option in reserve to be exercised only in the event collective security failed cannot be said with certainty. Collective security did fail, as we know, and the principal reason for its failure was not surprisingly its Soviet sponsorship, for the minds of European statesmen were by and large dominated by fear that collective security might lead to war with Germany and that the collapse of the Nazi regime would result in the Bolshevization of Europe. It was this fear, as we shall see, that lay at the root of British and French policy toward the Spanish Civil War and other critical events that dominated the European scene before the outbreak of World War II. Because of Stalin's caution in committing himself to the Spanish venture, the first Soviet artillery, tanks, and airplanes, together with pilots and tank operators, did not reach Spain until October 1936. In spite of all that has been said to the contrary, they did not arrive before then, as confirmed by such military men of high rank as Generals José Maella, Sebastián Pozas, and Ignacio Hidalgo de Cisneros, with whom I was able to converse freely after the war. For example, Hidalgo de Cisneros, the chief of the Air Force, stated that the first Russian bombers, tanks, and artillery reached Spain in October and the first combat airplanes on November 2. This information was later corroborated by Juan Modesto, a commander of the communist-controlled 5th Regiment, who wrote that the first Soviet tanks arrived late in October and that in November Soviet airplanes put an end to the impunity with which German and Italian aircraft were bombing the capital of Spain. 54. It was not until the 1970s that the USSR published total estimates of Soviet weaponry shipped to Spain. The Soviet Union, said one Soviet source in 1974, sent to the Spanish government 806 military aircraft, mainly fighters, 362 tanks, 120 armored cars, 1,555 artillery pieces, about 500,000 rifles, 340 GRE. 108 nade launches, 15,113 machine guns, more than 110,000 aerial bombs, about 3,400,000 rounds of ammunition, 500,000 grenades, 862 million cartridges, 1,500 tons of gunpowder, torpedo boats, air defense searchlight installations, motor vehicles, radio stations, torpedoes, and fuel. Not all these war materials reached their destination because some Soviet vessels and ships chartered from other countries were sunk by the Italians or forced into ports held by the insurgents. 55 Another source, also published in 1974, gave the following breakdown of Soviet weaponry, based on official figures furnished by the Institute of Military History of the Soviet Union, that the Soviet Union managed to send, to Spain during the war, 648 airplanes, 347 tanks, 60 armored vehicles, 1,186 artillery pieces, 20,486 machine guns, and 497,813 rifles. 56. As for other Soviet military aid to Spain, Segismundo Casado, operations chief on the General Staff of the War Ministry in the Left Zone, affirms that in the second half of September there made their appearance at the Ministry of War certain generals and chiefs of the Soviet Army who were supposed to be military technicians and were known as friendly advisors, and that from that day onward light arms began to arrive. 57 On the other hand, Vicente Rojo, chief of staff during the defense of Madrid, who worked closely with Soviet military advisors, states that the Soviet technicians, in the capacity of a military mission, arrived in October before the first shipment of arms. 58. Although the Russians sent no Soviet infantrymen to Spain, the first units of the international brigades which were organized on the initiative of the Comintern 59 and whose leaders, according to Carlo Pencinetti, a commander of the Garibaldi Brigade, were, with rare exceptions, all Communist 60 went into action in the second week of November. Furthermore, the Italian communist Luigi Longo, known by the name of Gallo, political commissar of the 12th International Brigade and in later years head of the Italian Communist Party after the death of Palmiro Togliatti, states that the first 500 volunteers arrived in Albacete, their training base, on October 14, 1936.61. According to a pro-Soviet estimate, as many as 42,000 anti-fascists from 53 countries may have gone to Spain as volunteers. 62 Among them were a number of Russian émigrés, mainly living in France, who, according to the Soviet writer L.K. Shcherenkov, made no secret of the fact that by taking part in the battles against fascists in Spain, they wanted to earn for themselves forgiveness and the right to return to their homeland. 63. In supplying arms and some of his best foreign cadres, Stalin was careful not to become involved in a major conflict with Italy and Germany. Krivitsky attests that Stalin doubly cautioned his commissars that Soviet aid to Spain must be unofficial and handled covertly, in order to eliminate any possibility of involving his government in war. His last phrase passed down by those at that Politburo meeting as a command to all high officers of the service was, Podolsky ot artilleriskovo onia. Stay out of range of the artillery fire. 64 Nevertheless, the Soviet Union, geographically so far removed from the scene of action, had 109 serious logistical problems and ran grave risks in supplying arms to Spain. Any vessel flying the Soviet or Republican flag was liable to be attacked by fascist submarines or aircraft and to be sunk or captured by Franco, says a Soviet source previously cited. From the beginning of the war up to May 4, 1937, 86 attacks were made on Soviet ships. The Komsomol, Timur Yazov, and Blagoyev were sunk and the Petrovsky, Vitoraya Piatilitka, Soyuz Vodnyukov and Smidovish were captured and taken into ports held by the insurgents. The fascists attacked and sank ships regardless of the flag they were flying, if they were suspected of carrying cargoes from Soviet ports to Republican Spain. 65. There is some evidence that although Stalin would initially have preferred a rapid victory for the Republican forces, he eventually decided that there were advantages to be gained by a prolongation of the conflict. According to the former NKVD chief Alexander Orlov, A Soviet general who returned to Spain from Moscow in the summer of 1937 told him that the Politburo had adopted a new line towards Spain. Until then, Orlov writes, the policy of the Politburo was to assist the Spanish Republican government to the utmost with armaments, Soviet pilots and tank detachments in order to secure for the Republicans a speedy victory over Franco. But now the Politburo had come to the conclusion that it would be more advantageous to the Soviet Union if neither of the warring camps gained preponderant strength and if the war in Spain dragged on as long as possible and thus tied up Hitler there for a longer time. I was shocked by the Machiavellian calculations of the Politburo, which in its desire to gain time wanted the Spanish people to bleed as long as possible. 66. Although it is difficult to imagine that so hardened and sophisticated an agent as Orlov could have been shocked by the Machiavellian calculations of the Politburo, his assertion that Stalin decided to allow the war to drag on as long as possible corresponds with the Comintern's policy in Spain. 110. 10. Camouflaging the revolution. Because of her fear of involvement in a war with Italy and Germany, Russia limited her aid to bolstering the resistance of the anti-Franco forces until such time as Britain and France, faced by the threat to their interests in the Mediterranean of an Italo-German overlordship of Spain, might be induced to abandon the policy of non-intervention. Russia, moreover, was careful not to throw her influence on the side of the left wing of the revolution or to identify herself with it. To have done otherwise would have revived throughout the world, among the very classes whose support the Comintern was seeking, fears and antipathies it was striving most anxiously to avoid. It would have given a death blow to the French Popular Front in which the cleavage of opinion was already running deep and rendered sterile of result every effort to establish a basis of agreement with the moderate parties in other countries, particularly in Britain, where the Communists' campaign for a popular front was already meeting with opposition from the Labour Party. To the People's Front in France, wrote a British communist, has driven back the fascist reaction and stands united with the Soviet Union for peace. If we could do the same in Britain, if the criminal opposition to unity could be overcome, if we could combine a corresponding Anglo-Soviet pact with the Franco-Soviet pact, then we could build a front which could hold in check the fascist war offensive. 3. Indeed, it was for these reasons that, from the very inception of the war, the Comintern had sought to minimize and even conceal from the outside world the profound revolution that had taken place in Spain by defining the struggle against General Franco as one for the defense of the bourgeois democratic republic. Some 40 years later, a left-wing opponent of the Spanish Communist Party summed up the political predicament of the Comintern and its Spanish section in the following manner: the Communist International and the Spanish Communist Party could only resolve the dilemma by distorting reality. What was taking place in Republican Spain: the elimination of employers and priests, the expropriation of industry and land, workers' control, the creation of revolutionary committees, peasant collectives, workers' militia, and popular tribunals was not social revolution. It was not a war to the bitter end between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. It was a bourgeois democratic revolution, a war between 111. Bourgeois democracy and the vestiges of feudalism and obscurantism. It was a struggle of the legal government against the insurgent military, a struggle between the Spanish nation and the Nazi invaders. 4. And Fernando Claudon, a former communist and member of the party for 30 years, writes, the problem for Stalin was that the Spanish proletariat had left these reasonable limits the bourgeois democratic revolution far behind. In the weeks after July 19, the capitalist order practically ceased to exist in the Republican area. The means of production and political power in effect passed into the hands of the workers' organizations. All historians of the Spanish Civil War are in agreement on this point, except for those who do not aim for historical truth, but to justify the policy of Stalin and the Comintern. The latter historians continue to proclaim that the content of the Spanish Revolution never went beyond the bourgeois democratic stage, because to say otherwise would be a recognition that Stalinist policy in Spain was to hold back the revolution. 5. The Comintern, writes an authoritative student of the Spanish scene, was particularly anxious that its policy be well propagandized among the Western democracies. Consequently, all Communist Front organizations in the various countries and sympathetic observers of the communist policies, such as Louis Fisher in the United States, stressed the bourgeois aspects of the new policy. Louis Fisher, in his pamphlet War in Spain, declared, "Some have regarded the communists' advocacy of democracy in Spain as a tactical maneuver to mislead foreign democracies and bourgeois liberals into supporting the loyalists. This interpretation is wrong. Such a trick would soon become too transparent for use. The democratic slogan means that the communists have no desire to establish in Spain a dictatorship guided by one party as in Russia. Spanish conditions are different." 6. Although the Western governments were fully apprised of the radical nature of the revolution through diplomatic channels, through members of the foreign press and through businessmen and refugees who had fled the country, the communists and their allies harped on the moderate character of the revolution with passionate intensity. The working class parties in Spain, and especially the Communist Party, wrote André Martí, a member of the executive committee of the Comintern, in an article widely published in the World Communist Press in August 1936, have on several occasions clearly indicated what they are striving for. Our brother party has repeatedly proved that the present struggle in Spain is not between capitalism and socialism but between fascism and democracy. In a country like Spain, where feudal institutions and roots are still very deep, the working class and the entire people have the immediate and urgent task, the only possible task, and all recent appeals of the Communist Party repeat and prove it, not to bring about the socialist revolution, but to defend, consolidate, and develop the bourgeois democratic revolution. The only slogan of our party that was spread right across Mundo Obrero, its daily paper, on July 18, was "Long live the Democratic Republic." All this is well known. Only dishonest people can maintain the contrary. 112. The few confiscations that have been made, for example, the offices and newspapers of the rebels, constitute sanctions against proven enemies and saboteurs of the regime, and were made not as socialist measures, but as measures for the defense of the Republic. 7. The Central Committee of the Spanish Communist Party, ran a statement published by the Communist Party of France on August 3, has asked us to make known to public opinion, as a reply to interested and fantastic reports in a certain press, that the Spanish people in their struggle against the rebels are not striving for the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat, but have only one aim, the defense of the republican order and respect for property. 8. And a manifesto issued by the French Communist Party on the same day declared, "We speak for the communist comrades, for the socialists, and for all fighters for freedom in Spain, when we declare that it is not a question of establishing socialism in Spain. It is simply and solely a question of the defense of the democratic republic by the constitutional government, which, in face of the rebellion, has called upon the people to defend the republican regime." 9. The people of Spain, wrote Harry Pollitt, secretary of the British Communist Party, a few days later, are not fighting to establish Soviets, or the proletarian dictatorship. Only downright lying scoundrels, or misguided self-styled lefts declare that they are and both combine to help the aims of the fascist rebels. 10. And even 7 months later, an article in the Communist Labour Monthly, published in London, declared, "To talk of bourgeois economy having disappeared is just balderdash." 11. Really, people are sometimes surprising, wrote Franz Borkenau, an acute observer. Representative members of the PSUC, the communist-controlled United Socialist Party of Catalonia, express the opinion that there is no revolution at all in Spain, and these men, with whom I had a fairly long discussion, are not, as one would suppose, old Catalan socialists, but foreign communists. Spain, they explain, is faced with a unique situation: the government is fighting against its own army. And that is all. I hinted at the fact that the workers were armed, that the administration had fallen into the hands of revolutionary committees, that people were being executed without trial in thousands, that both factories and estates were being expropriated and managed by their former hands. What was revolution if it was not that? I was told that I was mistaken. All that had no political significance, these were only emergency measures without political bearing. 12. On August 7, in the third week of the raging social upheaval, Jesus Hernandez, the director of the Madrid communist daily Mundo Obrero and a member of the Politburo, made the following statement to the foreign press: "I can tell you truthfully that making a proletarian revolution does not enter either into the plans or minds of the workers. Our party has reiterated this many times during the past few days through our secretary José Díaz, our comrade Pasión Aria and Mundo Obrero. In other words, without ceasing to be communists and while maintaining our revolutionary significance intact, we affirm that in order to reach 113. The state where we can realize our maximum aspirations, certain historical conditions have to exist that are not now present. For some time, we have been living through the bourgeois democratic revolution. The problem of the land and all the problems that characterize a democratic revolution have yet to be resolved. Consequently, until we have achieved this stage of the revolution we cannot, we should not and we shall not speak of proletarian revolution or, as the traitors to the Republic assert, establish communism." 13. Before many weeks had passed, the communists took advantage of German and Italian intervention to tone down the class character of the war still further. In the beginning, declared a Spanish Communist Party manifesto, it was possible to describe the struggle simply as one between democracy and fascism, between progress and reaction, between the past and the future. But now it has broken through these bounds and become transformed into a holy war, into a national war, into a defensive war of the people, who feel that they have been betrayed and that their deepest sentiments have been wounded. 14. 114. 11. Largo Caballero forms a new government. That the Communist Party's policy of camouflaging or distorting the true nature and scope of the revolution could have been initiated only with the acquiescence or active support of other organizations can be open to no doubt, nor can there be any doubt that to ensure the success of its policy it had to become the ruling party in the left camp. This could be accomplished only at the expense of other left-wing movements, especially the left socialists, who controlled the UGT, the Socialist Labor Federation, and the influential Madrid section of the Socialist Party, the Agrupación Socialista Madrilena. Despite the startling growth of the CNT, the Anarcho-Syndicalist Labor Federation, in the capital before the Civil War, the Socialists were in all likelihood still the most powerful force in Madrid and in Old and New Castile on the morrow of the revolution. It has already been seen that in the months before the Civil War the official relations between the left-wing socialists and the communists had been so cordial that Francisco Largo Caballero, the left socialist leader, in the ingenuous belief that he could absorb the communists, had given his support to the fusion of the socialist and communist labor federations as well as to the merging of the party's youth organizations. Moreover, the Agrupación Socialista Madrilena, which he controlled, had decided in March 1936 to propose at the party's next National Congress the fusion of the Socialist and Communist parties, a merger that the Communists themselves strongly advocated. But, in spite of the smooth course of official relations, the Communists were disturbed by the left Socialist leader's agitation in favor of an immediate social overturn and, in private, characterized his ultra-revolutionary tendencies as infantile leftist. 1. In view of the underlying differences between the Communists and the left-wing Socialists, it is not surprising that the outbreak of the revolution in July 1936 should have thrown their disparate attitudes into sharp focus. When the Communist Party raised the necessity of defending the Democratic Republic, declared José Díaz, its General Secretary, in a report to the Central Committee in March 1937, the Socialists, a large proportion of our socialist comrades, took 115. The stand that the Democratic Republic had no longer any raison d'être and advocated the setting up of a socialist republic. This would have divorced the working class from the democratic forces, from the petty bourgeois and popular layers in the country. It was natural that our policy of uniting all the democratic forces with the proletariat should have met with certain difficulties owing to the failure of some socialist comrades to understand that this was not the moment to speak of a socialist republic, but of a democratic republic with a profound social content. 2. Although there is no record that any leading socialist made a public declaration, either oral or written, at the outbreak of the revolution urging the establishment of a socialist republic, such a proposal may conceivably have been made in backstage discussions with the communists. Certainly it would have been entirely consistent with Largo Caballero's pre-war revolutionary policy calling for a working-class dictatorship and with the aims of his most ardent supporters up to the very inception of the conflict, and it is significant that the communist leader's assertion was never voluntarily challenged. Nor indeed did an assertion by André Marty, French communist leader, member of the Comintern, and an organizer of the international brigades in Spain, to the effect that the socialists abandoned their proposal to establish a socialist republic as a result of communist influence elicit any spontaneous denial. When from the first day of the rebellion, he affirmed in 1937, the Communist Party declared that the prime need was the defense of the democratic republic, many top-ranking socialist leaders held, on the contrary, that a socialist republic should be immediately established. This would have immediately smashed the Popular Front and led to the victory of fascism. Today, thanks to our influence, many leaders of the Socialist Party have changed their attitude and adopted the platform of the Communist Party 3. And in a speech early in September 1936, Antonio Midge, a member of the Politburo, affirmed, even those who used to speak of proletarian revolution without taking into account the present situation understand today the correctness of the Communist Party line in defending the Democratic Republic. 4. Anxious no doubt to protect Largo Caballero from the stigma of bowing to communist policy, his supporters avoided any public discussion of his sudden change in stance. In fact, only when questioned many years after the war, Luis Araquistin, the socialist leader's most intimate associate, dismissed José Díaz and André Marty's assertions as pure nonsense and as a communist lie. 5. By mid-August Largo Caballero had so tempered his earlier revolutionary language at least to the outside world as to declare in a letter to Bentelet, the British trade union leader, that the Spanish socialists were fighting only for the triumph of democracy and had no thought of establishing socialism. 6. Precisely what arguments the communist leaders may have adduced to sway Largo Caballero were never disclosed, but if their assertions should be true, as would seem likely, they no doubt held that the setting up of a socialist republic would antagonize the Western powers and destroy the advantages to be gained from keeping in office the cabinet of José Giral, which, in view of the policy generally 116 adopted by foreign powers in cases of insurrection against a legitimate government, could rightfully claim that it be allowed to purchase arms freely in the markets of the world. 7. The communist effort to present to the Western democracies a moderate, non-revolutionary government, in total command of the situation, had a compelling logic. Witness, for example, the following minute written on August 29, 1936 by Sir Alexander Cadogan, Deputy Under-Secretary of State under British Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden, released by the Public Record Office years later, in more normal circumstances. If the existing Spanish government exercised real control and had any chance of surviving, I should say that, failing international agreement, we should most scrupulously observe our regular and normal policy of allowing or licensing shipments to the established government and not to the rebels. In the present state of Spain, or in the situation that is likely rapidly to develop, the ordinary rule cannot be blindly followed. What is the existing government? How far do those in power in Barcelona recognize the Madrid authorities? How far, in effect, have the latter control of Madrid itself? Apart from the international aspect of the matter and our desire to avoid alignments, it may well be that in the near future it will become clearer, even to our labor people, that the existing government is becoming less and less deserving of their sympathy. But however much Largo Caballero may have allowed himself in behind-the-scenes discussions with the communists to be influenced by their forceful argument that the government should present a moderate face to the Western powers, it is clear from an editorial in his newspaper Claridad on August 22, 1936 that he had reservations about communist policy and was not ready to turn his back completely upon the revolution. Some persons, declared the editorial, which was undoubtedly written by Luis Araquistin, the director of the Left Socialist Daily and Largo Caballero's intimate advisor, are saying, let us crush fascism first, let us finish the war victoriously, and then there will be time to speak of revolution and to make it if necessary. Those who express themselves in this way have obviously not reflected maturely upon the formidable dialectical process that is carrying us all along. The war and the revolution are one and the same thing. Not only do they not exclude or hinder each other, but they complement and support each other. The war needs the revolution for its triumph in the same way that the revolution needed the war to bring it into being. The revolution is the economic annihilation of fascism and is consequently the first step toward its military annihilation. The people are not fighting for the Spain of July 16, which was still dominated socially by hereditary castes, but for a Spain from which those castes have been finally rooted out. The most powerful auxiliary of the war is the complete economic extinction of fascism. That is the revolution in the rear that will make more assured and more inspired the victory on the battlefields. A no less serious cause of discord between the communists and the left socialists in the weeks immediately following the outbreak of the Civil War was 117. Their disagreement over the liberal Republican government of José Giral. The communists did what they could to shore up his shaky administration, for which even in retrospect they have only words of praise. The historical merit of the Giral government, affirms the official Spanish communist history of the Civil War, is that it knew how to accept and acknowledge the new politico-social realities that were emerging in Spain. 9. In an unpublished memoir, Politburo member Vicente Uribe writes, although the Giral government was more of a phantom than anything else, the party supported it with all its strength. It could have collapsed of its own accord at any moment. It was the legal embodiment of the Republic and had to be maintained at all costs. 10. The communist support of the Giral government contrasted sharply with the mistrust of Luis Araquistin, Caballero's trusted counselor, as revealed in a confidential letter he addressed to the left socialist leader on August 24, 1936, shortly after the fall of Badajoz and Mérida, a loss that resulted in the linking up of General Franco's northern and southern forces. After stating tactfully that he was proud of the fact that on fundamental issues, and nearly always without prior discussion, my thoughts have coincided with yours, he stated. The responsibility that now weighs upon us is so great, particularly upon me as director of our newspaper, that I do not venture to publish personal opinions about changes that appear necessary in the present political situation without knowing whether they are shared by you. He then continued. The Republican government is virtually dead. It has neither the authority, nor the competence, nor the will to wage the war seriously and ensure a complete and revolutionary victory. You who are better informed than anyone else as to what is happening know this better than I. The maintenance of this government in office is jeopardizing victory. Every day that passes increases the possibility of international complications and of our alienating the sympathy of the world because of acts such as those committed the night before last in the model prison, the execution of political prisoners due solely to the impotence of the government. For these reasons, I believe that this government should disappear as soon as possible. Another Republican government would be purposeless. It would be as inept and inefficient as the present one. It is also unlikely that a government headed by Prieto, composed exclusively of his friends the centrists in the PSOE and the Republicans, would improve the situation very much. It would inspire the combatants with even greater distrust than a Republican government from the point of view of the revolutionary process. This would increase the uneasiness of the militiamen and would perhaps discourage them from fighting for a cause whose political and social objectives would not appear clear to them. If we reject Prieto or anyone else of his political inclination or close to it, Julian Basteiro, for example, there is no one left but you. There are two possibilities: a homogeneous government composed of our left wing or a mixed gov. 118. Ernment. The former would encounter strong resistance from the Republican parties, the centrists, and especially from Aznar, at least while the war lasts. On the other hand, I am convinced that he would not oppose a government headed by you. If the centrists and the Republicans accept this solution, If they do not accept it, then it would be time to consider a violent seizure of power before the war is over. I know and share your objections to a coalition government with people who possess distinct and even antagonistic ideologies. But I conceive the possibility of a coalition government that would not arouse alarm inside or outside the country and that could, in fact, be a great war government and, at the same time, without saying so, a great revolutionary government. Everything depends on the number and the character of the portfolios that are distributed. The following is the projected government to which I allude. Socialists, Group I left. Premiership. War. Interior. Navy or finance. State foreign affairs or agriculture. Socialists, Group 2 center. Finance or navy. Agriculture or state. Industry and commerce. Communists, eventually, one member of the CNT. Public works. Labor. Republicans. Communications, Izquierda Republicana. Public instruction, Union Republicana. Justice, Esquerra Republicana de Catalunya. This distribution could undoubtedly be improved upon. But the important thing is to control the key portfolios of war and revolution and a sufficient number of them to be assured of a majority. In this way, the real government, strictly speaking, would be the first group, namely, U. A coalition government, such as I have outlined, would either be effective or, if not, it could be changed so as to give it greater homogeneity in a leftward direction by eliminating lukewarm or counter-revolutionary elements. Once power is in your hands, ASANA would not be an obstacle to the progressive revolutionary transformation of the government. I don't expect you to reply in writing to this letter. You can give me your opinion about all this verbally in just 1 or 2 words. 11. 119. There is no record of Largo Caballero's reply to Araquistan, but there is no doubt that he shared his views. 3 days later, on August 27, he was complaining to Mikhail Koltsov, Pravda's correspondent whom Arthur Kestler, who knew him personally, describes as the most brilliant and influential journalist in the Soviet Union and as a confidant of Stalin 12 about the Gyril government's complete ineptitude. The ministers are incapable, stupid, and lazy, he fulminated. Nobody listens to the ministers. None of them is at all concerned with what the other is doing. They don't have the slightest conception of responsibility or of the gravity of the situation. Besides, whom do they represent? All the popular forces are united outside the framework of the government, around the socialist and anarchist labor unions. The working class militia doesn't believe in the government. The masses hold out their hands to us, they ask us for governmental leadership, but we remain passive, we avoid responsibility, we remain inactive. 13. A former Cortes deputy offers the following version of the simmering crisis that, although lacking direct corroboration, has elements of credibility in view of Araquistan's letter to Largo Caballero. At a meeting of his followers in Madrid after the fall of Badajoz, Largo Caballero decided to replace Giril's impotent administration by a working-class government and to set up a proletarian dictatorship. This plan was thwarted only by the timely intervention of the Soviet ambassador, who argued successfully that the war should be continued under the banner of the Democratic Republic, thus averting the danger that the premature establishment of a working-class government and a proletarian dictatorship would have represented. 14. Although denying this version, the official Spanish communist history of the Civil War virtually confirms it. On the other hand, it is true that Largo Caballero increased his attacks on and sharpened his criticism of the Gyril government, especially at the end of August, when the military situation of the Republic had deteriorated. Some of his closest coreligionists, such as Araquistan and Carlos de Barabar, agitated more or less publicly in favor of the idea of eliminating the Republican ministers and giving the direction of the country to Caballero with a view to establishing a working-class dictatorship. 15. That the government of José Gyril would have been helpless without the backing of the communists and moderate socialists, who worked within the ministries in unofficial but vital capacities, is certain. Even Indalecio Prieto, the leader of the moderate or center faction of the Socialist Party, who for weeks worked assiduously behind the scenes to bolster the government, scorned its impotence. Indalecio Prieto, wrote Goldzov, who interviewed the socialist leader on August 26, occupies no official position. Nevertheless, he has been given an enormous, luxurious office, as well as a secretarial staff in the Ministry of the Navy. He is seated in his armchair, an enormous fleshy mass with a pale ironic face. His heavy eyelids are half closed, but under those lids the most watchful eyes of Spain are peering. He has won the solid, everlasting reputation of a practical politician, very shrewd and even cunning. I ask his opinion of the situation. In 10 minutes he makes a careful analysis, penetrating and pessimistic. He derides the impotence of the government 120. And Pietro Nani, International Brigade Commissar, and, after World War II, head of the Italian Socialist Party, wrote on August 14, 1936, "One have been observing Prieto for several days. More than a man, he is a prodigious machine in operation. He thinks of 100 things at once. He knows everything. He sees everything. In shirt sleeves, sweating and panting, Indalecio goes from person to person, gives orders, signs papers, takes notes, growls over the telephone, chides one person, smiles at another. He is nothing, he is not a minister, he is only a deputy of a parliament in recess. And yet he is everything, the animator and coordinator of government action." 17. Despite Prieto's frenzied activity behind the scenes, the government was impotent and the moderate socialist leader knew it. Although contemptuous of Largo Caballero and his radical policies, Prieto acknowledged that he was the only politician who could head a government at that time. "He is a fool who wants to appear clever," he told Mikhail Goldzov. "He is a frigid bureaucrat who plays the role of a mad fanatic, a disorganizer, a meddler who imagines he is a methodical bureaucrat. He is a man capable of ruining everything and everybody." Our political differences during the past few years lie at the heart of the struggle within the Socialist Party. But, at least today, in spite of everything, he is the only man, or, better still, his is the only name that can appropriately head a new government. Prieto then added that he was ready to join a government headed by Largo Caballero because there is no other way out either for Spain or for me if I am to be useful to the country. 18. The Communists, on the other hand, opposed any change in the administration, and for a few days José Giral's teetering government managed to survive. But, faced by the lightning advance of General Franco's forces toward Madrid 19 and tired of presiding over a government to which the power of state belonged on paper only and which lacked the support of the majority of the working class, José Giral, at the suggestion of President Aznar, according to a report in Claridad, proposed that the government be broadened to include other Popular Front organizations. 20 Although the report did not state whether Largo Caballero was to head a new cabinet or simply to participate in an expanded administration under Giral, the authoritative Goldzov clears up this dubiety. He noted in his diary on September 3 that at first the cabinet reorganization was to be modest. 2 or 3 socialists belonging to the Prieto and Caballero factions were to join it. But suddenly the old man demanded for himself the War Ministry and, almost immediately thereafter, the premiership. This met with general opposition, except from Prieto. It was felt that Caballero's bluntness, his unsociability, and his impatience would make normal cooperation impossible. Álvarez del Valle, at that time Largo Caballero's trusted advisor but a communist sympathizer, endeavored to convince the socialist leader that he should take the War Ministry and leave the premiership to Giral. Everyone then went over to the Central Committee of the Communist Party so that it could mediate. The Central Committee also objected to Largo Caballero's becoming head of the government, but he insisted on all or nothing. The general situation and the pressure of time. 121. Goldzov observed, favored Caballero, for rumors of the crisis were spreading and in wartime such a situation could not be prolonged a single day. Prieto declared that notwithstanding his relationship with Caballero, which was well known to everyone, he would not oppose him and that he was ready to accept any post in a government headed by him. It was very distressing for everyone to accept a government presided by the old man. In spite of everything, Largo Caballero is, in fact, today, the most venerable and representative figure in the labor movement. As for his leftist demagogic extremism, Veo puts everyone at ease. This will disappear the very day he assumes responsibility for running the country. Feeling himself on firm ground, Kultzov continues, Caballero then presented another demand in the form of an ultimatum, that the communists enter the cabinet. The party was against this. It preferred to give the Popular Front government all its support while remaining on the outside. Furthermore, it did not want to create unnecessary difficulties of an international nature lest the future government be called Bolshevik, Soviet. The old man stated that all this was nonsense, that he too would decline, 21 that everything could go to hell, and that the Communist Party would be held accountable for whatever happened 22. The party's opposition to entering the government is confirmed by Cesar Falcon, editor during the first months of the War of Mundo Obrero, its organ in Madrid. The Communist Party maintained a position contrary to that of Caballero. Why change the government when for various reasons the national and international situation was not opportune for the participation of socialists and communists? 23. It is noteworthy that the initial reaction of Dr. Juan Negrin, the moderate socialist, who was to become the most controversial figure of the Spanish Civil War, to the idea of a government headed by Largo Caballero, in which he was offered the Ministry of Finance, was similar to that of the communists. I do not know of a more senseless act from a national and international standpoint, he told a socialist colleague. Are we determined to lose the war? Do not count on my collaboration. 24. In an unpublished memoir, Politburo member Vicente Uribe writes, on one occasion Largo Caballero proposed that we should go to the War Ministry and throw out Giral. Of course, we flatly refused and explained our reason. The situation became tense and we left the meeting. Later, Caballero sent a representative to inquire whether we had broken off relations with him. We told him that we had not, but that he could not count on us to expel Giral forcibly, for we all had to regard one another as allies in a common cause. 25. But, in face of Largo Caballero's inflexible attitude and new directives from Moscow that the Communist Party should join the government, directives that were received with no little astonishment, according to former Politburo member Jesus Hernandez 26, the Spanish Communist leaders reversed their position, and a new cabinet was formed. Confronted by Largo Caballero's obstinacy, the Kremlin and the Spanish Politburo had no alternative but to yield. Comintern delegate Boris Stefanov makes this clear in a long report to Moscow now available in the Archivo. 122. Histórico del Comité Central del PCE in Madrid. The party, he states, faced with the preparations by Caballero and the socialist youth for carrying out the violent overthrow of the Giral government, decided to join the new government so as to prevent this change from happening. 27. Although in the course of the acrimonious consultations, Largo Caballero failed to put together the type of government Iroquistan had recommended, the new administration formed on September 4 was greeted with an extraordinary display of popular exuberance. Julian Zugazagoitia, a centrist and an opponent of Largo Caballero, recalls, "Things are going badly, very badly. The enemy is in Talavera de la Reina on the main highway to Madrid. The presence of Largo Caballero in the government is acclaimed with indescribable enthusiasm. The militiamen parade before him, cheering him and pledging themselves to die before retreating. The cabinet shake-up restores morale, which is at a low ebb. 28. The members of the cabinet, the parties to which they belonged, and the portfolios they held, were as follows. 29. Francisco Largo Caballero. Socialist, Left. Prime Minister and War. Julio Alvarez del Valle. Socialist, Left. Foreign Affairs. Angel Galarza. Socialist, Left. Interior. Anastasio de Gracia. Socialist, moderate. Industry and Commerce. Juan Negrin. Socialist, moderate. Finance. Indalecio Prieto. Socialist, moderate. Navy and Air. Jesus Hernandez. Communist. Education and Fine Arts. Vicente Uribe. Communist. Agriculture. Jose Giral. Left Republican. Minister without portfolio. Mariano Ruiz Funes. Left Republican. Justice. Bernardo Giner de Los. Republican Union. Communications. Rios. Jose Tomás Guaipira. Left Republican Party of Catalonia. Labor and Health. There is testimony by Largo Caballero's politico-military secretary, Jose Maria Aguirre, who accompanied the left socialist leader to the National Palace for consultations with Aznar. That Caballero wished to make Iraquistan his Minister of Foreign Affairs, but that Aznar vetoed the proposal. Veo is a Soviet agent, Caballero allegedly told Aguirre. The Russians have exerted pressure on Aznar as they have been doing on me to entrust him with the Ministry of 123. Foreign Affairs. They will deny us arms if we refuse. Caballero then conveyed the news to Iraquistan, who later told Aguirre, I advised Caballero to yield to Aznar and the Russians. Since Veo is not very smart, we shall surround him. I am going to Paris as ambassador. We must do the impossible to avoid defeat. 30. Later in the month Julio Just, a member of the left Republican Party, was made Minister of Public Works. 31 and Manuel de Irajo, a member of the Basque Nationalist Party, was appointed Minister without portfolio. 32. The participation of the bourgeois parties in the loyalist government is a symbol, wrote Louis Fischer, a mouthpiece at that time of Soviet policy. To capitalists in fascist Spain, and to the outside world, it is intended as an indication that the Republic has no plan now of setting up a Soviet state or a communist regime after victory in the Civil War. 33. The fact that the Catholic Basque Nationalist Party, a middle-class organization, had opposed the military rebellion and had agreed to participate in the Largo Caballero government on condition that the Basque country be granted autonomy. 34 was exploited to the full by the communists and by fellow travelers in their domestic and foreign propaganda. The following excerpt from a letter reproduced in the nationalist newspaper Heraldo de Aragon on June 10, 1937 and allegedly written by Álvarez del Valle to another member of the government, whose identity was not given, is worth quoting in view of its credibility. How many times I have remembered what you said 4 months ago in my presence. It was necessary, you said, and you will recall that I immediately assented to give the outside world the impression of a bourgeois tendency in the government. Nothing has favored us so much abroad as unity with the Basque Nationalist Party. Communist praise of José Antonio Aguirre, who became premier of the autonomous Basque government, was at times so extravagant that it embarrassed him. I must confess, he stated in a report to the central government, that as far as I am concerned the eulogies and headlines of the newspapers, principally the communist newspapers, were sometimes so exaggerated, the adjectives so friendly and laudatory, that instead of feeling flattered I blushed with shame. This old tactic has no place in the customs of the Basque people, who are forthright and not double-faced. 35. Referring to the composition of the Largo Caballero government, the official Spanish communist history of the Civil War observes, this was the first time that a communist party had participated in a coalition government, together with the Socialist Party and various middle-class parties. It was also the first time that communists and Catholics formed part of the same government. 36 In the international arena there was no precedent for such a coalition government with these characteristics. 37. Of greater importance historically is the fact, as Stanley G. Payne points out, that this unprecedented coalition was but one of the first of several major features by which the Popular Front governments of wartime Spain anticipated the coalition regimes and people's democracies that emerged from the wreck of the Second World War in Europe. 38. 124. 12. The Communists strive for hegemony. Although the Communist Party held only 2 portfolios in the new administration, its meager representation furnished no real index of its strength in the country, either at the time the cabinet was constituted, when the number of its adherents had swollen far beyond the pre-war total of 40,000, or a few months later, when it became, with an officially estimated membership of nearly 250,000, the strongest political party in the anti-Franco camp. The precise figure, according to José Díaz, its general secretary, in a report to the Central Committee in March 1937, was 249,140, of which 87,660, 35.2%, were industrial workers, 62,250, 25%, agricultural laborers, 76,700, 30.7%, peasants, that is, peasant owners and tenant farmers, 15,485, 6.2%, members of the urban middle classes, and 7,045, 2.9%, intellectuals and members of the professional classes. 1. If a large number of the party's new adherents, such as peasant owners, tenant farmers, tradesmen, small manufacturers, civil servants, army and police officers, doctors, teachers, writers, artists, and other intellectuals, had been members of the liberal Republican parties or even right-wing sympathizers before the Civil War and had been attracted to the party by the hope either of rescuing something from the ruins of the old regime or of sharing in the communists' growing power, if, moreover, an appreciable number had been members of the Socialist Party or the UGT before the war, an even greater number had never cast their faith into any political mold and, like the converts from the socialist movement, had been drawn to the Communist Party by its proselytizing zeal, its immensely skillful propaganda, its vigor, its organizing capacity, in both the civilian and military fields, and the prestige it derived from Soviet arms and technicians. Illustrative of the Communists' success in acquiring new members is the following testimony from a variety of sources. The Republican middle class, surprised by the moderate tone of communist propaganda and impressed by the unity and realism which prevailed in this party, flocked in great number to join its ranks, writes the socialist historian Antonio Ramos Oliveira. Army officers and officials who had never turned the pages of a Marxist leaflet became communists, some through calculation, others through 125. Moral weakness, others inspired by the enthusiasm which animated this organization. 2. Actually, bourgeois generals and politicians, and many peasants who approve the Communist Party's policy of protecting small property holders, have joined its ranks, wrote Louis Fisher. I think these people influence and are influenced. But essentially their new political affiliation reflects a despair of the old social system as well as a hope to salvage some of its remnants. 3. Whenever Poldi took us along to his many conversations with young officials of the various ministries, writes Arturo Beria, a socialist, I tried to assess them. It struck me that most of them were ambitious young men of the upper middle classes who now declared themselves communists, not, as we had done in Madrid, because to us it meant the party of revolutionary workers, but because it meant joining the strongest group and having a share in its disciplined power. They had leaped over the step of humanist socialism, they were efficient and ruthless. 4. As for the intellectuals, another socialist, F. Fernández Albores, affirms, traditional Spanish pride was transformed into humiliation in the hands of the intellectuals. Nearly all of them bowed to the will of the Communist Party. 5. Indicative of the efforts made by the Communist Party to capture the sympathy of the Spanish intellectuals and scientists were the elaborate measures taken by the communist-controlled 5th Regiment to evacuate them from Madrid in the early days of the siege, giving them every comfort and protection. 6. Fernando Claughton, a former communist and member of the party for 3 decades, writes, the Communist International and the Communist Party of Spain understood from the first moment the decisive nature of the military problem. With the help of Soviet technicians and communist cadres from other countries, the Communist Party of Spain concentrated all its energies on the solution of this problem. Its structure, its method of functioning, the training of its cadres, made it particularly adept for this task. The semi-military features of the Bolshevik model after which it had fashioned itself enabled the Communist Party of Spain to convert itself rapidly into the military party of the Republic, into the organizational nucleus of the army, that had to be created quickly and without which everything was condemned to death: libertarian experiments, the Republican state, parties, and labor unions. The most elementary common sense caused the masses, independently of their political and union predilections, to understand that without an army, without a single command, without discipline, without a war economy, with iron unitas the Communist Party put it in the front and in the rear, without subordinating every other consideration to the urgent necessity of defeating the enemy forces that were advancing, there was no salvation. If the membership of the Communist Party and of its great auxiliary the Unified Socialist Youth, JSU, grew very rapidly in the first months of the war as well as its political influence and authority, this was not due to the fact that the proletariat considered. 126. The Communist Party of Spain more revolutionary than the Cabalistas and anarcho-syndicalists, but more clear-sighted and more capable of handling the crucial problem of the situation. The prestige that the Soviet Union acquired through its help to the Republic had undoubtedly no small influence on the growth of the Communist Party of Spain, but the principal factor is the one we have just indicated. It is significant that the membership and influence of the party increased relatively little within the unions of the UGT, without mentioning those of the CNT, in other words, within the organized working class. Numerous petty bourgeois elements joined the Communist Party of Spain, attracted by the reputation the party had acquired as the defender of order, of legality, and of small property. And above all, a large number of young men not yet trained in the traditional unions and working class organizations adhered to the party or placed themselves under its leadership through the JSU, attracted by the military virtues of the party and by a simplified ideology in which revolution was identified with anti-fascism intermingled with patriotism. 7. Hardly inferior to all these factors as a source of communist strength was the relative weakness or even impotence of other organizations. From the inception of the conflict, the liberal Republicans, lacking influence among the masses and clearly out of their depth, had retired into the background or, as one friend of the Spanish Republic put it, they remained in a comatose state throughout the war, ceding to the communists the delicate work of opposing the left wing of the revolution and defending the interests of the middle classes. Symptomatic of the change was the favorable publicity given to the Communist Party by Politica, the organ of the left Republican Party. The change in the attitude of the bourgeois Republicans is very interesting, ran an article in Pravda. Previously they tried not to notice the Communist Party and spoke of it with animosity and disdain. Now some organs of the Republican press devote whole laudatory articles to it. 9. The left Republicans not only gave friendly publicity to the Communists, whose declared policy coincided with their own. For example, José Giral, himself a member of the left Republican Party, observed that the coincidence of views between his party and the Communists was almost identical. 10. But not a few, to quote Indalecio Prieto, the moderate socialist leader, actually served the ambitions of the Soviet Union. 11. Furthermore, because of their lack of centralized direction, the anarcho-syndicalists, in spite of their numerical strength, were an unequal match for the Communists with their monolithic organization, their cohesion, and, above all, their discipline. According to Ettore Vanni, the former Italian communist and director of Verdad, the communist newspaper in Valencia, communist discipline was accepted with a fanaticism that at once dehumanized us and constituted our strength. In face of the demands of the war, everything vanished: the family, the home, the individual. For us there was only one thing: the party everywhere and always the party. 12. 127. In its discipline, unscrupulousness, and totalitarian nature lay the principal ingredients of the party's political success. Gerald Brennan writes, "The Communists were incapable of rational discussion. From every pore they exuded a rigid totalitarian spirit. Their appetite for power was insatiable and they were completely unscrupulous. To them winning the war meant winning it for the Communist Party. But perhaps more serious was their lack of moral or political integrity. Their opportunism extended to everything. They seemed to have no program that could not be reversed if its reversal promised them any advantage, and they were just as ready to use the middle classes against the proletariat as the proletariat against the middle classes. No doubt the historical method of Marxism lends itself to a good deal of stretching. Even so, their going back on so many of their past tenets recalled the feats of those Jesuit missionaries of the 17th century who, the better to convert the Chinese, suppressed the story of the crucifixion. It is a comparison worth insisting on. By their devotion to an institution rather than to an idea, to a foreign pope rather than to a national community, they were following the road laid down by Loyola. And their impact on Spain was very similar. Just as the Jesuits from the time of Lainez had turned their backs on the great ascetic and mystical movements of their age and had worked to reduce everything to a dead level of obedience and devotion, so the Communists showed that the great release of feeling that accompanies a revolution was distasteful to them. They frowned on all its impulses, both its cruel and its creative ones, and applied a severely practical spirit to its various manifestations. 13. Lacking centralized direction, the anarcho-syndicalists could not compete with the monolithic organization of the Communist Party, guided and bolstered as it was by some of the best brains from the communist cadres of other countries. In defense of the libertarians, writes the libertarian historian Cesar M. Lorenzo, it should be stated clearly that the cultural level of the socialists, communists, and members of other parties was scarcely higher. Not only did illiteracy weigh heavily on political life, but also the archaism of an education that offered little in the way of scientific disciplines and had always been monopolized by the Church, in spite of the efforts of a Francisco Giner de los Rios among the middle classes and a Francisco Ferrer among the proletariat, blunted the faculties of educated persons. 14. Even if it is true, as Lorenzo contends, that during the first weeks of the Civil War the CNT played the dominant role in Madrid, this dominance, which is by no means certain, did not last for long. 15. Having no plan for the conquest of power, he affirms, lacking the undisputed hegemony it possessed in Catalonia, Aragon, or Malaga, the CNT could not centralize the conduct of military operations and the organization of the police and judiciary or transform the structure of the economy. As a result, Madrid was delivered up to indescribable disorder. Each ideological sector formed a state within a state, each had its own militia, its own tribunals, its chicas, its prisons, its own private buildings, its own food and munitions depots, each waged war in its own way and occupied 128. Itself solely with its needs. The government was incapable of performing the task of unification. Since the socialists proved too sluggish to assume this responsibility, since the libertarians, because of their doctrines, their extreme anti-authoritarianism, could not or would not assume the responsibility, it was logical that someone else would take their place. This was the Communist Party. From the very beginning the Stalinists had created a military structure. Their disciplined troops, with their hierarchical makeup, endowed with perfect auxiliary services, soon showed their superiority over all other militia forces. In the months of September and October, they seized the ascendancy from the libertarians, carried other parties along in their wake, and appeared as the best defenders of the capital. 16. In a later passage, Lorenzo argues that a libertarian revolution in Spain would have been possible only if 90% of the population had been favorable to the ideas disseminated by the CNT and FAI, but all social and political groups hostile to the anarcho-syndicalists, he confesses, far exceeded in numbers the adherents of the CNT and FAI. Hence, to establish libertarian communism it would have been necessary to coerce a large number of people, to stop them from sabotaging, from calumniating, from provoking disorders. It would have been necessary to arrest their leaders, dissolve their organizations, muzzle their press. In other words, To establish libertarian communism, it would have meant instituting a libertarian communist dictatorship. It would have meant negating that very communism that is the antithesis of all political power, of all oppression, of the police and the army. It would have meant reconstructing the state, transforming organized anarchism into a kind of ruling caste overseeing the rest of the population, a caste that would become more and more tyrannical and privileged. Bakunin, Kropotkin, and Malatesta had clearly shown the danger of power and had explained the genesis of the state. But if the Spanish libertarians had not been held back by these theoretical considerations and by their devotion to their ideology, could they actually have taken power? It is very doubtful. Taking power was only possible by a party that wielded iron discipline, a party organized militarily with a revolutionary general staff, with a centralized and hierarchical apparatus, an implacable ideological line, and combat groups possessing unquestioned leaders. Within the CNT everyone had his own opinion, everyone acted according to his own judgment, the leaders were ceaselessly criticized and challenged, the autonomy of the regional federations was inviolable, just as the autonomy of the local federations and unions was inviolable within the regional federations. To get a decision accepted, a militant had to exhaust himself making speeches, personal contacts, moving from place to place. Among the libertarians the ballot was repugnant, the unanimity they sought required interminable debates. How, under these conditions, could the CNT have taken power even if its leaders had desired it? 129. At the outbreak of the revolution, the socialists, despite anarcho-syndicalist claims to the contrary, were in all probability still the strongest force in the capital and in Old and New Castile. They were soon undermined by open and secret defections to the Communist Party, for which their own passivity was in some degree responsible. A leading left-wing socialist, at one time very much influenced by the Communist Party, confesses that the dynamic quality of the Communists was very congenial to me as compared with the extreme sluggishness of many socialists. 18. Another left-wing socialist writes, I had lost all confidence in the Socialist Party's power of assuming responsibility and authority in a difficult situation, and my companion, Torres, an old member of the Socialist Youth Organization, had recently joined the Communists. 19. On March 9, 1937, the moderate socialist organ, El Socialista, referred editorially to a letter from a group of socialists stating that they were joining the Communist Party because their own party showed no sign of life at the fronts. 20. The socialists were entangled in factional strife. In the hands of the centrists led by Indalecio Prieto, the executive committee of the party was in a state of irreconcilable belligerence with local units sympathetic to Largo Caballero. Each provincial federation and division acted on its own initiative, attests Wenceslao Carrillo, one of the leading Caballero socialists in the Agrupación Socialista Madrilena, controlled by the left wing. Only the Madrid division maintained contact with a number of federations and sections, which asked it for directives. 21. The life of the socialist movement, writes Gabriel Moran, a prominent centrist, was reduced to a faint breath, manifesting itself in internal dissensions. In the rear, as at the front, the boldest, the most zealous and unscrupulous imposed their views, made their influence felt, and asserted their personality. Later he attests, there were no individuals with these moral and temperamental traits left in the Socialist Party. On the other hand, the Communist Party was filled with them to the point of congestion. 22. The Communists took full advantage of the divisions within the Socialist Party. Referring some years after the war to the dissensions among the leaders of the Socialist Party, Jesus Hernandez, former Politburo member and one of the two communist ministers in the government, wrote, "We managed to exploit their suicidal antagonisms for our own ends. One day we supported one side against the other. The next day we reversed our position and supported the opposite side. And today, the next day, and every day we incited one side against the other so that they would destroy one another, a game we played in full view and not without success." 23. The drive that the Communists initiated to engulf the socialist movement began under the most promising auspices. That the successes they rapidly achieved, particularly at the expense of its predominant left wing, should have irked Largo Caballero was, of course, inevitable, for when, before the war, he had advocated fusion with the communists, he may have believed, as he later contended, that he could absorb them 24, but never had he anticipated the absorption of his own following. His resentment was acute when, within a few days of the 130 inception of the war, the Catalan Federation of the PSOE led by Rafael Vidiella, hitherto a stout supporter, merged with the Catalan section of the PCE and two other organizations to form the PSUC, the United Socialist Party of Catalonia, which accepted the discipline of the Comintern or Third International 25 and brought the local organization of the UGT under its dominion. 26 But in other parts of the left zone, particularly in Madrid, the stronghold of the left-wing socialists, the danger to Largo Caballero's influence revealed itself in its full stature. Lacking directives from their own party, which was racked and torn by internal discord, a large number of left socialist workers, swayed by the dynamism and proselytizing methods of the Communists 27, were ebbing away and embracing the rival movement. To make matters worse, some of Largo Caballero's most trusted aides, both in the PSOE and the UGT, had transferred their attachment to the Communists, either in secrecy or without disguise. These included Julio Álvarez del Valle, Foreign Minister and Vice President of the Madrid section of the Socialist Party, Edmundo Domínguez, Secretary of the UGT National Federation of Building Workers, the Federación Nacional de la Edificación, Amaro del Rosal, the President of the UGT Bank Employees Union, the Federación Nacional de Banca, and a member of the UGT Executive Committee, Felipe Pretel, the Treasurer of the Socialist Labor Union, 28, and the two well-known Cortes deputies and intellectuals, Margarita Necon 29 and Francisco Montiel, both members of the PSOE. Addressing the plenary session of the Central Committee of the Communist Party in March 1937, Montiel stated, "It is wonderful, for those of us who were outside the Communist Party until a few weeks ago, to contemplate how, in the very midst of the revolutionary struggle, one organization that was for many years a powerful political force and had almost a monopoly of the political leadership of the Spanish proletariat was disintegrating, ruined by its mistakes, and how another organization, composed in the early days of little more than a handful of men, but guided to perfection by Marxism and Leninism, could become after July 18 the real force in the struggle against fascism and the real directing force of the Spanish masses." 30. A still more important development that told on Largo Caballero's political influence was the loss of his authority over the JSU 31, which was formed 3 months before the outbreak of the Civil War as a result of the amalgamation of the Union of Young Communists and the Socialist Youth Federation, whose representatives had met in Moscow with the Executive Committee of the Young Communist International to draw up plans for the fusion of the two organizations. 32 Santiago Carrillo, General Secretary of the JSU, claimed in 1937 that its membership, which, according to his figures, had been 40,000 at the time of the fusion, had risen to 150,000 just before the outbreak of the Civil War 33 and to 300,000 in April 1937.34. The preparatory operations for this merger, recounts Luis Araquistin, Largo Caballero's close collaborator and advisor, or Eminence Gris, as his opponents described him, were conducted in the home of his brother-in-law, Julio Álvarez. 131. Del Valle. 35. I lived in Madrid, one floor above him, and witnessed the daily visits paid to him by young socialist leaders for the purpose of interviewing the Comintern agent then prominent in Spain, a certain Vittorio Codovilla 36, who used the false name of Medina, and spoke Spanish with a strong South American accent. It was there that a voyage to the Muscovite Mecca was organized for them, it was there that it was agreed to deliver the socialist youth, the new working-class generation of Spain, to communism. 37. Although Araquistin undoubtedly approved of the negotiations at the time, he never publicly acknowledged his acquiescence after the outbreak of the Civil War. It should be kept in mind that both Araquistan and Largo Caballero had maintained cordial relations with representatives of the Communist International long before the Civil War. According to Amaro del Rosal, a former Caballista and member of the UGT executive, who supported the Communists during and after the war, Caballero was frequently visited in jail after the 1934 rebellion by Comintern delegates. The relations with the Communist Party, he writes, had entered a cordial phase, and the sympathy toward the Soviet Union manifested itself on all occasions. Delegates of the Third Communist International maintained friendly relations with the most well-known Caballistas, such as Araquistan, Alvarez del Valle and others. Caballero, although he forgets to say so in Mis Recuerdos, his published memoirs, frequently received in jail after the rebellion of October 1934 delegates of the International, among them Medina, Vittorio Codovilla, who were always accompanied by Araquistan or by Alvarez del Valle. Before 1934, he received them in his offices of the UGT. After he was freed, the interviews were resumed at the same place 38. As for the fusion of the two youth organizations, which took place in April 1936, Largo Caballero had, in spite of everything that has since been said to the contrary, encouraged the merger 39, although it is true that in a joint statement issued in March 1936, before the merger had taken place, it was agreed that until a National Congress of Unification had determined democratically the principles, program, and definitive structure of the united organization and elected a directive body, the fusion would be effected on the basis of the entry of the Young Communists into the Socialist Youth Federation. 40 But stimulated by Largo Caballero's policy of uniting the working class movements, the fusion of the two organizations took place precipitately, and no Congress of Unification was held. 41 Largo Caballero had not opposed the merger because the Union of Young Communists was incomparably smaller than his own Socialist Youth Federation, only 3,000 members in contrast with 50,000. According to one estimate 42, and because he had believed that through his supporters he would be able to control the united movement. However, in the sequel he was rudely deceived, for within a few months of the inception of the Civil War, Santiago Carrillo, General Secretary of the JSU and hitherto a sedulous admirer 43, known as the Nino Mamadou, spoilt child, of the socialist leader, who would address him endearingly as Santiaguito, 44, quietly joined the Communist Party together with other former leaders of the Socialist Youth Federation. 45 Some of them, 132, including Carrillo, who became secretary of the party in exile and returned to Spain in that capacity after the death of General Franco in 1975, later became members of its Central Committee. 46, Carrillo being appointed deputy member of the Politburo, and transformed the JSU into one of the main props for communist policy. When a group of socialist youth leaders headed by Carrillo broke the news of their defection to Largo Caballero, he was shattered. Carrillo himself testifies. After listening to us, he said with tears in his eyes, "From now on, I can no longer believe in the Spanish Revolution. That was because we, the youth, were its real strength. This force was leaving him. He was sincere, because he believed that it was his task to lead the Spanish Revolution. But he did not reproach us. He simply showed his sorrow." 47. However, at a later date, Largo Caballero told a close collaborator, "He was more than a son to me. I shall never forgive the communists for having taken him from me." 48. In his unpublished memoirs, he also expressed his bitterness. In the socialist youth, Judases like Santiago Carrillo and others were not lacking who managed to simulate a fusion they called the JSU. Later, they revealed their treachery when they joined the Communist International. 49. Commenting on this defection, Carlos de Barabar, the left socialist leader, who, according to his own confession, was very much influenced by the communists early in the war, recalls, "A group of leaders of the Unified Socialist Youth JSU visited me to inform me that they had decided to join the Communist Party en masse. I considered it monstrous that such a thing could have happened. With no one's knowledge other than that of Alvarez del Valle, who, as I learned later, was informed of every step taken. and all of them were advised by the person whom we used to call the Eye of Moscow, the secret representative of the Comintern Vittorio Codovilla. 50. Many years later, Carrillo acknowledged Codovilla's influence upon him even before the outbreak of the Civil War. I already knew him, he told Regis Debray and Max Gallo. I must say that at that time Codovilla worked very well with me. I am partly indebted to him for having become a communist. 51. Carrillo joined the Communist Party on November 7, 1936.52. His one-time close associate, Fernando Claudon, a leader of the JSU during the war and an authority on the subject, writes, as he explained to us at the time, Carrillo joined the party because, during the critical days of the defense of Madrid, when the enemy had reached its vulnerable defenses, the Socialist Party appeared inoperative. Its national and local leaders had abandoned the capital for Valencia and Barcelona. The top leaders of the Communist Party remained there, setting an example. And, in a later passage, he adds, as leader of the JSU, Santiago Carrillo became an outstanding personality, but his position of deputy member of the Politburo was practically ignored. He rarely attended its meetings, being simply the man charged with the implementation of party policy. He did not belong to the inner circles, where important questions were decided, attended by the delegates of the Communist International. The top 133 Soviet representatives, diplomatic, military, and secret service, and the most prominent leaders of the Spanish Communist Party. 53. In order fully to understand the future course of events, it is essential at this point to emphasize the power that Moscow's foreign representatives, Comintern delegates or instructors, as they were called, 54, exercised at that time over the Spanish communist leaders. Vittorio Codovilla, an Argentinian, was, in the words of one-time Central Committee member Enrique Castro, the real head of the party. 55. Furthermore, according to Eudosio Ravines, a former Peruvian communist who knew Codovilla personally and who worked on the staff of the communist organ Frente Rojo in Valencia, Codovilla had liquidated politically the Spanish party leadership before the Civil War and replaced it with elements subordinate to his will. 56. According to the same knowledgeable source, Boris Stefanov, a Bulgarian, one of the few friends of Lenin who had survived the purges and one of Stalin's closest friends, was also in Spain, using the alias Moreno, and is described by Ravines, who knew him personally, as the maximum director of the revolution, the war, the feints and maneuvers of the Communist Party. His word was taken as though it were personally inspired by Stalin. 57. Equally important was the fact that Palmiro Togliatti, the Italian communist and, like Stefanov, a member of the executive committee of the Comintern, who had escaped from Mussolini's Italy in 1925 and became head of the Italian Communist Party after World War II, was also active in Spain, especially after the departure of Codovilla in the summer of 1937. At that time Togliatti became the virtual head of the party, directing strategy and writing many of the speeches of José Díaz and La Pasionaria. 58. Using the aliases Ercole Ercolai and Alfredo, Togliatti remained in Spain with Stefanov until the end of the Civil War. That Togliatti was the de facto leader of the party is confirmed by Enrique Lister, an unwavering supporter of the Kremlin. He was the delegate in Spain of the Communist International, whom the entire Politburo obeyed without a murmur. 59. In his testimony before the U.S. Senate Subcommittee on Internal Security in February 1957, Alexander Orlov, chief NKVD, Soviet Secret Police, official in Spain from September 1936 until his defection in July 1938, stated, Palmiro Togliatti was also in Spain with me, and he had been a good friend of mine at that time. He directed the Spanish Communist Party and the Spanish Communist military forces on behalf of Moscow. At the head of the Italian Communist Party today stands the most able man in the communist movement, that means Palmiro Togliatti. 60. Furthermore, in the opinion of the American communist John Gates, head commissar in 1938 of the 15th Brigade, Togliatti was the most powerful communist figure in Spain. His responsibility was the whole policy of the Spanish Communists. The enormous growth of the Spanish Communist Party after the fascist revolt must be attributed in large part to his advice and leadership. Togliatti was a brilliant tactician, probably the most able in the communist world. 61. Tribute to Togliatti also comes from Santiago Carrillo, who wrote in 1971. 134. When secretary of the party in exile, he was an invaluable counselor and, for many of us, who were very young and inexperienced, a veritable maestro. 62. He was an extraordinary person, he told Regis Debray and Max Gallo in 1974. I believe he was the most cultured, the most intelligent leader in the communist movement. 63. The most interesting testimony is given by Justo Martinez Amuccio, the socialist governor of Albacete, the headquarters of the International Brigades, who had personal dealings with him. He was the most skillful of all the political agents sent by Stalin and the real director of Communist Party policy until the end of the war. I considered him superior in intelligence and ability to Stefanov. The entire political orientation of the Comintern within the International Brigades was directed by this man, who together with Stefanov planned the domestic and military policies of the Communist Party. He was in the habit of asking questions courteously, insisting on details and learning through various channels about the personality of the most prominent political and military figures, wheedling out of his interlocutors their views. But, as far as he was concerned, no one could judge either from his gestures or facial expressions what he was thinking or feeling. 64. El Campesino describes Togliatti as cold, cynical, without nerves and without scruples. 65. A description exemplified by Enrique Castro in his account of a meeting of Spanish communist leaders in Moscow after the war. Togliatti finishes cleaning his glasses. He examines them at length in the light, then looks at us one after the other. He crosses his legs and assumes the immobility of a rock. I am reminded of the words of his secretary in Spain: he is the type of man that would make love to me just as coldly as he would have given orders to shoot me. 66. Given the monolithic character of the Comintern apparatus, it is not surprising that Codovilla, Stefanov, and, later, Togliatti, with their vast political experience in the world communist movement and wielding power that flowed directly from the Kremlin, had little difficulty dominating the meetings of the Spanish Politburo, which directed the policy of the party and the JSU. Spain had no Lenin, writes Fernando Claudin. There was instead an abundance of Comintern advisors. Genuine revolutionaries and organizers like José Díaz and Pedro Checa, and popular orators of the stature of Dolores Ibarruri, did not possess the necessary theoretical basis to oppose the popular front schemes of the Comintern. 67. According to an inveterate opponent of the Communists, their leaders were intellectually mediocre, weak, and accustomed to submission. 68. However this may be, thanks to the power and influence of Vittorio Codovilla and to the help of Santiago Carrillo and other socialist youth leaders, who had joined the Communist Party, the JSU quickly became an important instrument of Comintern policy. Shortly after the defection, the Communists consolidated their hold still further. Instead of holding the projected National Congress of Unification that was to determine democratically the principles, program, and definitive 135. Structure of the united organization and to elect a directive body, Santiago Carrillo convened in Valencia, in January 1937, a national conference. To this he appointed as delegates not only the representatives of the local sections of the JSU, but a large number of young communists from the fronts and factories, a stratagem that enabled him to control the conference from start to finish and to secure the election of a national committee and an executive pact with Communist Party nominees. Instead of holding a congress, wrote Antonio Escribano, the delegate from Alicante province, the Communists convened that hoax, the Conference of Valencia. They gave it the full weight of a democratic Congress of Unification, but the truth is quite the opposite. 69. Could we, asked Santiago Carrillo, defending his action a few months later, could we, in wartime, and considering the changes that have taken place in our country and in our own organization, hold a Congress attended exclusively by the representatives of the local sections? Could we, with our youth at the fronts, hold the same type of Congress that we should have held before July 18, when our youth was not yet defending its liberty with arms? No, we could not have held such a Congress. We had to adapt ourselves to the situation. And the situation made it compulsory that our Congress, our national conference, should be attended not only by the representatives of the local sections, but also by those young men who were striving with great sacrifice to increase war production in the factories, and by those who were giving their blood for our liberty on land, on sea, and in the air, in other words, by that part of our youth, the best part not in the local sections, but at the front, that has a legitimate right to direct and control the life of its federation. 70. The following excerpt from a letter sent to me some years after the war by Antonio Escribano is of interest. I remember when the National Committee of the JSU was elected. Several veterans of the youth movement met with Carrillo and his associates and elected representatives for each province. Later they read the election of the National Committee, which everyone approved by acclamation because instructions had been given to agree to everything proposed by the leadership. 71. In this coup Carrillo had undoubtedly been aided by his liberal praise of Largo Caballero. It is necessary to say here and now, he had declared in his speech at the conference, that as ever, and even more than ever, Largo Caballero enjoys the support of the Spanish youth in the factories and at the fronts. I must also add that Comrade Largo Caballero is for us the same as he was before, the man who helped our unification. He is the man from whom we are expecting much useful advice, so that, in the interests of the common cause we are defending, the unity of the Spanish youth may be a reality. 72. Carrillo also undoubtedly had been aided not only by the fact that few of the young socialist delegates were aware at the time that he had joined the Commu. 136. NIST party, believing that he and other leaders of the JSU were acting in full accord with Largo Caballero and his supporters in the Socialist Party, but also by the fact that all debate had been avoided. Antonio Escribano recalls. Nothing at all was debated at the conference. Those who did speak confined themselves to making a report or address, but no discussion followed. A certain Carrasco spoke on behalf of the anti-tankists on how to destroy tanks, a sailor spoke on his own subject, an aviator likewise, and so on and so forth. The fact is that nothing regarding the unification of the two organizations was debated. On the contrary, everything that had happened was taken for granted. Those of us who were loyal to Caballero did not raise any objections at the conference for two reasons, both fairly ingenuous when I look back on them today, although justifiable at the time. These reasons were, 90% of the young socialists who attended the conference did not know that Carrillo, Lane, Melcher, Cabello, Aurora Arnaz, etc., had gone over outright to the Communist Party. We believed that they were still young socialists and that, strange as it seemed to us, they were acting in agreement with Caballero and the Socialist Party. Had we known that this group of recreants had betrayed us, I can assure you that an entirely different situation would have arisen. But we were taken off our guard. That is the truth of the matter, which, for my part, I am not ashamed to confess. 2. The atmosphere and the manner in which the conference was conducted took us by surprise, and when we wished to react, the assembly had already come to an end. We members of the Socialist Youth Federation had been accustomed to discuss the agendas of our congresses and assemblies democratically and exhaustively, and had firmly believed that the conference in Valencia would be conducted in the same way. Nothing of the kind occurred. When we realized what had happened, it was too late. The conference had ended. 73. In fact, not until some time later, when the struggle between Largo Caballero and the Communists had entered an acute phase and the full import of the PCE's victory at the Conference of Valencia was fully understood, did the first cleft appear. This occurred when a number of prominent Caballeristas, including Socrates Gomez, Tundidor Lopez, and Leoncio Perez, publicly protested the coup 74 and when open letters to Santiago Carrillo from José Gregory Martínez, General Secretary of the Provincial Committee of the Valencia JSU, and Rafael Fernández, General Secretary of the JSU of Asturias, were published, declining the seats on the National Committee to which they had been elected at the conference on the ground that their local sections had not been consulted. 75 Anyone who protested as I did at the Communist Party's domination of the JSU was slandered, blackened and sometimes physically eliminated, recalled Socrates Gomez, who toward the end of the war led the socialist opposition movement to the communists inside the JSU. The Communist Party never attempted to take account, calmly and coolly, of differences of political opinion. They launched instead into insults, slanders, defamations. 76. 137. If, in conjunction with all these developments, the skill of the communists in using artifice and subterfuge, in playing one hostile faction against another, in packing pivotal positions with secret party members or with fellow travelers, in bestowing patronage and exerting pressure upon anyone who joined their ranks or served their interests, is taken into consideration, their early emergence as the real power in the anti-Franco camp should be readily appreciated. 138. 13. Dr. Juan Negrin and Julio Álvarez del Valle. The two ministries the Communist Party held in the government furnished no real index of its strength in the country, nor did they afford a true indication of the influence it wielded in its councils. The real weight of the Communists in the government lay less in the two portfolios they held than in the influence they enjoyed over Dr. Juan Negrin, the Minister of Finance, and over Julio Álvarez del Valle, the Foreign Minister, at that time Largo Caballero's man of confidence. Though vice president of the Madrid section of the Socialist Party and officially a member of its left wing, Álvarez del Valle soon came to be regarded by the leading figures in his party as a communist at heart. He called himself a socialist, affirmed Largo Caballero, but was unreservedly in the service of the Communist Party and promoted all their machinations. A few days before the end of the war, the Madrid section decided to suspend him and to propose to the National Executive his expulsion from the Socialist Party because of his pro-communist activity. 2 A supporter of the Soviet Union and of Comintern policy before the Civil War. 3 He had played an important part, as we have seen, in bringing about the fusion of the socialist and communist youth movements, and during the war he endorsed the communists' campaign for the fusion of the socialist and communist parties. 4 However, some years later, after emigrating to the United States and becoming a member of the editorial staff of The Nation. 5 He denied that he had ever advocated a merger of the two parties. 6 As Largo Caballero's trusted advisor during the early months of the Civil War, he not only possessed his ear on matters of foreign policy, but was appointed by him to head the vital General Commissariat of War that directed the political orientation of the armed forces. In this body, according to Pedro Checa, a member of the Politburo and head of the party's Central Committee, he served the Communist Party scrupulously. 7 Yet, in spite of his many services, there is evidence that in the inner circles of the party he commanded little or no respect. He is an idiot, but is more or less useful, was the party's opinion, according to a former Central Committee member. 8 Nevertheless, according to some, he had other 139 qualities. Louis Fischer, a champion of the Soviet regime for almost 20 years, portrays him as a gorgeous human being. 9 While Ovadi Isevic, the TAS representative in Spain between 1937 and 1939, describes him as the most likable person in the government. 10 In his capacity as foreign minister, Álvarez del Valle was in charge of appointments not only to the Foreign Press Bureau, which censured the dispatches of correspondents with an eye to opinion abroad, but also to the propaganda department of the ministry. 11 During the 3 months that I was director of propaganda for the United States and England under Álvarez del Valle, wrote Liston Oak, I was instructed not to send out one word about this revolution in the economic system of loyalist Spain. Nor are any foreign correspondents in Valencia, the provisional seat of government, from November 1936 permitted to write freely of the revolution that has taken place. 12 Del Valle also appointed the Czech communist Otto Katz, alias André Simon, as director of the Foreign Propaganda Bureau in Paris, the Agencia Española 13, who, together with his assistant Arthur Kestler, received directives from Willy Muenzenberg, the Comintern's master propagandist in Western Europe. 14 In London, the Foreign Propaganda Bureau, known as the Spanish News Agency, was run by Geoffrey Byng, a member of the British Communist Party. 15. But valuable as were Álvarez d'Alveo's services to the Communists in helping them to implement their strategy of infiltration and domination in the early stages of the Civil War, the main instrument in bringing their plans to fruition in its final stages was Dr. Juan Negrin, who even after 50 years remains the most controversial figure of the war. Son of a wealthy businessman, a professor of physiology at the Madrid School of Medicine, a Cortes deputy for the Canary Islands and an adherent before the War of Indalecio Preto's anti-communist center faction of the PSOE, 16 Minister of Finance in Largo Caballero's government, Prime Minister from May 1937 to April 1938, and Premier and Defense Minister from April 1938 until the end of the war in March 1939, he was more responsible than any other Spaniard for the later success of communist policy. Whether or not he surrendered himself body and soul to the Communist Party, as charged by Largo Caballero 17, can only be determined by a painstaking evaluation of all the evidence. A detailed account of his services to the Communists and of his vast contribution to the success of their policy, especially as Premier and Defense Minister during the last year of the war, will be given later in this work. However, since some well-known writers and historians have in recent years attempted to attenuate the criticisms of Negrin's role by attributing them to post-war recriminations of the exile world 18 or to reject them altogether 19, and have also tried to resituate Negrin historically by discounting or ignoring critical accounts and crucial evidence that reveal the true forces behind him 20, it is important at this early stage to take into consideration the following countervailing information in order to place him in his true historical context even before he became what his admirers have termed the incarnation of the Republic. 140. For example, one individual who exercised an extraordinary but little-known influence over Negrin was Benigno Rodriguez, a party member, one of the founders of the famous communist 5th Regiment, its propaganda chief, and editor of its organ, Militia Popular. According to Jorge Semprún, for many years an intimate associate in exile of Santiago Carrillo, Benigno Rodriguez was made political secretary of Negrin on party orders and knew everything about everything. Benigno was a stupendous individual, almost unbelievable, self-taught, with a vast and solid culture, and endowed with a keen political and human intuition, but who possessed a Stalinist superego that constantly repressed his deepest emotions. 21. Enrique Castro, a former member of the PCE's Central Committee, affirms that Negrin was controlled directly by the party and by two of his closest collaborators, by Benigno Rodriguez and Manuel Sanchez Arcas, the latter a good architect, marvelous person, blindly obedient to the party, who occupied in 1938 the Undersecretaryship of Propaganda. 22. Benigno Rodriguez remained at Negrin's side up to the end of the Civil War and drafted, together with Togliatti, the Prime Minister's last speech on Spanish soil. 23. Negrin did not take Rodriguez's support and companionship for granted. In the words of Antonio Cordon, his Undersecretary of the Army in April 1938 and a prominent member of the Communist Party who, like all supporters and apologists of Negrin, made much of his political independence and who affirms that it was his correct ideas that earned him the backing of the party. 24. Negrin appreciated Benigno's great merit, his talent, his enormous capacity for work, his unshakable enthusiasm, and always showed him, even after the war, great affection and consideration. 25. Jacinto Torrio, former director of the CNT organ, Solidaridad Obrera, describes Benigno Rodriguez as Negrin's principal advisor and as the Black Pope during his premiership, a characterization to which I personally subscribe with the qualification that Negrin did not always follow the proffered advice. His office, attests Torrio, was next to the premier's, who never made a decision without consulting him. he was put there so that Negrin would know where to go to orient himself. 26. Like Álvarez del Valle, Negrin was suspended toward the end of the war from the Madrid section of the Socialist Party because of his political conduct. 27 Although he was Preto's own man and recommended by him to head the Ministry of Finance in Largo Caballero's government in September 1936, 28 Negrin freed himself long before the war had run its course, at first secretly and then openly, from the personal and political bonds that tied him to the moderate socialist leader. Never a member of the Communist Party, he provided a convenient facade for its hegemonic aims. Too many people, anxious not to hurt the cause of the Republic, have appeared blind to Negrin's services to the Communist Party. 29 Claude Bowers, for example, the U.S. ambassador to Spain during the Civil War, claimed that Negrin was as remote from communism as it is possible to be. 30. Since one does not have to be a communist to serve the interests of the party and can serve its ends. 141. Whether wittingly or unwittingly, even more effectively outside the party, there can be no doubt that Bowers's political ingenuousness and sympathy for the Republican cause obscured his judgment. According to the famous Spanish writer Ramón Sender, a one-time sympathizer of the Communist Party, Mr. Bowers was our friend, an honest man so impressed by the strength of our arguments that he refused to see the shadows being cast over us by Moscow's sinister Machiavellianism. Most of us Spaniards did not see them either. 31 It is to Bowers's credit that he later confessed to Sender that he had changed his mind about Negrin. 32. Negrin, writes Frank Sedgwick, was to open the doors wide to communist domination of the government and the armed forces. Undeniably he was a strong leader, an indefatigable worker, and a fighter to the end. His courage, self-confidence, resourcefulness, and vigorous personality won him the perpetual praise of Herbert Matthews of the New York Times and certain other correspondents whose personal involvement with the Loyalist Republican cause may have taken a measure of objectivity from their writing. 33. It is curious that 34 years after the Civil War, notwithstanding all the available evidence corroborating Negrin's support of the Communists, Herbert Matthews still denied Negrin's extraordinary services to the Communist cause and remained until Negrin's death in 1956 his principal apologist in the vast bibliography on the Spanish conflict. In 1957, he wrote, "Those, like myself, who had watched him closely during the Civil War and who retained a deep admiration and affection for him in the after years, will have no doubts about the verdict of time. He lost, but he made a mark on Spanish history of which future generations will have a reason to be proud." 34. In his final work on Spain, published in 1973, he wrote, "Mistaken beliefs about Negrin have colored and distorted a great many histories, especially perhaps those of the most scrupulous post-war scholars, hardly any of whom had the opportunity of knowing Dr. Negrin. He was the key figure on the Republican side. Get his character and motives wrong and the history being written will be wrong." Even a scholar as discerning and shrewd as Hugh Thomas, whose portrayal of Dr. Negrin is quite fair and sympathetic, could not allow himself to believe that certain charges against Don Juan that he yielded to communist demands, for instance, were completely false. In his book The Spanish Revolution, Professor Payne is wrong in saying that Negrin was dedicated to the cause of a leftist victory irrespective of tactics or consequences seems without question. Dr. Negrin used and worked with the communists simply for practical reasons which had nothing to do with leftism or any ideology. He had no political coloration or preference for any political party or movement as such. 35. In spite of Matthews's mild criticism of Thomas, both writers have expressed similar misleading views regarding the supposed independence of Negrin. It is true that few politicians have successfully used a communist party, and not been later swallowed by it, Thomas wrote in 1965. But in the 1930s and in Spain the possibility did not seem so far-fetched. Negrin's personal self-confidence and his reserved secret nature perhaps led him to think that he could slough off the 142. Communist connection when necessary. It would in fact be ludicrous to suppose that so tough and independent-minded an intellectual, with so bad a temper, could ever be subservient to anyone. 36 Though he was on excellent terms with the Russian economic advisor, Arthur Stashevsky, on one occasion, when Minister of Finance, he had told another Russian not to try and dictate the internal affairs of Spain. Otherwise, added Negrin, there is the door. 37. The source of this anecdote, which Thomas omitted from the 1977 edition of his book 38, was Pablo de Carrete, the Republican ambassador in London, who was a perfervid admirer of Negrin's 39 and who, in the words of his former friend and colleague at the League of Nations, Salvador de Madariaga, later abandoned the strict path of truth for the putrid intellectual bog of communism. 40. Although Thomas omitted the anecdote, he retained substantially the following assertion: Negrin had no close relations with the leaders of the Spanish Communist Party and had a strong dislike for La Pasionaria. In order to bolster his thesis that Negrin remained by and large independent of the Communists, he quotes the former Politburo member, Jesus Hernandez, in both editions, as acknowledging that a time would have come when it would have been necessary to liquidate Negrin. 41. But what Hernandez really stated supports the opposite thesis: to destroy Francisco Largo Caballero we relied principally on Negrin and, to a certain extent, on Prieto. To get rid of Prieto we utilized Negrin and other prominent socialists, and had the war lasted we would not have hesitated to ally ourselves with the devil in order to exterminate Negrin if he had obstructed us. 42. The fact is that at no time, as will be seen in the course of this work, did Negrin obstruct communist policy to the point that it became necessary to eliminate him. Furthermore, contrary to Thomas's assertion, Negrin not only maintained close relations with significant Spanish communists, such as Benigno Rodriguez and Sanchez Arcas, and with others, as we shall see later, but also with Arthur Stashevsky, the Soviet trade envoy, his unofficial economic advisor, to whom Stalin, according to Walter Krivitsky, one of the top Soviet intelligence operatives in Western Europe, had assigned the task of manipulating the political and financial reins of loyalist Spain. 43. Another well-known apologist of Negrin, Professor Juan Miracol of Harvard University, has stated, Negrin cannot be regarded as an automatic follower of Soviet policy. I believe that I am not being dogmatic when I affirm that few men in European history during the last century and a half have displayed such a combination of intelligence and character, of moral integrity and intellectual capacity. 44. In contrast, Krivitsky asserts that Stashevsky discovered in Negrin a willing collaborator of his financial schemes. 45. Although we have only Krivitsky's word for this allegation, 4 knowledgeable supporters of Negrin have confirmed the close relationship between the two men. Louis Fischer, who was personally acquainted with most of the leading Russians in Spain, and who, Indalecio Prieto claims, was Negrin's principal propaganda agent abroad and probable financial director of that propaganda to judge from the large sums he received from Negrin. 46 affirms that Stashevsky not only 143 arranged Spanish purchases of Russian arms but was Negrin's friendly advisor on many economic problems. 47 Alvarez del Valle, an unwavering supporter of Negrin's, acknowledges that the Russian with whom Negrin had the most contact was Stashevsky and that they formed a real friendship. 48. Mariano Anso, a minister under Negrin, observes that his talent and irresistible charm made a deep impression on the Soviet trade envoy. 49 And Santiago Garces Arroyo, appointed by Negrin to head the Servicio de Investigación, SIM, says that Negrin got along very well with Stashevsky and that they ate together every day. 50. On the other hand, Angel Vinas, a staunch defender of Negrin and an authority on Republican finances and Spanish gold reserves, who describes him as one of the most clear-sighted and extraordinary politicians of the entire Republican era and the great statesman of the Republic. 51 While confirming that Stashevsky was a key man in implementing the initial aid for Republican Spain and was directly involved with Negrin in major financial operations relating to the purchase of arms in the Soviet Union. 52 Casts doubt on the manipulative role that Stalin, according to Krivitsky, assigned to the Soviet trade envoy. 53. Krivitsky also asserts that Stashevsky offered to ship the enormous Spanish gold reserves estimated at that time as the third largest in the world to the Soviet Union and to supply Madrid with arms and munitions in exchange. Through Negrin, Krivitsky alleged, he made the deal with Kabaliero's government 54. On the other hand, Alexander Orlov, who was head of the Soviet secret police in Spain from 1936 until his defection to the United States in 193,855 and who, as will be seen, was entrusted by Stalin with the arrangements for the actual shipment, affirms that Negrin, aware of the deteriorating military situation, sounded out Stashevsky about storing the gold in Russia. The envoy cabled Moscow, Orlov adds, and Stalin leaped to the opportunity. 56. Two letters from Premier Largo Caballero to Marcel Rosenberg, the Soviet ambassador, formally requesting his government's approval of the shipment, appear, on the surface at least, to rule out the intervention of Stashevsky. The letters were published 34 years later by Marcelino Pascua, Spain's wartime ambassador to Moscow and a long-standing friend of Negrin's 57, who carried them personally to the Soviet capital. 58 In his first letter, dated October 15, 1936, Largo Caballero stated that in his capacity as Prime Minister he had decided to request the Soviet ambassador to ask your government if it will kindly agree to the deposit of approximately 500 metric tons of gold, the exact weight to be determined at the time of delivery. 59 And in the second letter, dated October 17, acknowledging Russia's acceptance of the proposal, Largo Caballero stated that we plan to arrange for the payment of certain orders placed abroad, and for transfers of foreign currency to be charged against the gold that your government has agreed to accept on deposit. 60. Much as these official letters, both of which, according to Pascua, were drafted by Negrin 61, appear to call in question Stashevsky's role, they do not exclude the possibility that they were simply the result of preliminary discussions. 144. Between the Soviet trade envoy and the finance minister, and that they were subsequently approved and signed by Premier Largo Caballero. The carefully phrased language of the letters, first requesting and the second acknowledging Russia's approval of the proposed shipment, may well have been used, at Stashevsky's suggestion, to disguise Stalin's special interest in acquiring the Spanish treasure. 145. 14. Spanish gold shipped to Moscow. Because of the threat to Madrid, the question of moving the gold reserves from the capital to safer keeping was first discussed by the Giral cabinet too, although the idea was not acted upon until Largo Caballero formed his administration on 4 September with Drive Juan Negrin as finance minister. On September 13, by a decreto reservado, a confidential decree countersigned by President Aznar, Negrin obtained authority from the cabinet to transfer the gold and silver stocks as well as the paper currency held by the Bank of Spain to a place that offers, in his opinion, the maximum security. Article 2 stated that the decree would be submitted in due course to the Cortes, but it never was. 3 Within a few days, 10,000 cases of gold coins and ingots were transferred to a large cave at Cartagena. 4. That Cartagena should have been selected is not surprising. It was a large naval base, writes Angel Vinas, adequately armed and defended, somewhat removed from the theater of operations, and from which it would be possible, if necessary, to ship the reserves to another place. Perhaps the cabinet may not have anticipated their ultimate destination, he comments. In fact, immediately after their arrival at Cartagena, it was decided to increase the volume of shipments to France. 5. Obviously, the purpose of the transfer to Cartagena was not simply to protect the gold reserves from capture by enemy forces, but to accelerate their conversion into foreign exchange for the purchase of urgently needed war material. As Venus points out, quoting Gordon Ordosh, a conservative Republican, who was one of several government representatives entrusted with the purchase of arms abroad, the non-intervention agreement rendered the purchase of arms difficult unless there were available sufficient money on deposit to effect cash payments, since any attempt to buy on credit was fruitless. 6. To meet this problem, both the Giral and Largo Caballero governments made a number of gold shipments to the Bank of France for conversion into foreign currency, such shipments aggregating about 200 metric tons as compared with a total in gold reserves of approximately 710 metric tons. 7 Most of the shipments to France were made after the transfer to Cartagena. 8 Nevertheless, according to 146. Luis Araquistan, one of the arms purchasers and largest recipients of funds. 9 grave problems arose because of partial and irregular shipments and because of delays in obtaining authorizations from the Bank of France for the release of the necessary funds, with the result that on some occasions weeks went by without a single purchase being made. 10 Gordon Ordosh records that these delays were responsible for the collapse of important transactions and that British banks tried to delay as long as possible the release of funds to a destination that did not appear desirable to them. 11. Hardly less disturbing was the angry reaction of the rebel or nationalist junta in Burgos, which was accurately apprised of the gold shipments through its agents and friends in Spain and France. 12 By means of official communiques, radio broadcasts, telegrams, and letters of protest addressed to Western governments, to the Bank of France, and to other central banks, as well as by threats of legal suits, Burgos did what it could to obstruct the sale of the gold, charging that the acceptance of the reserves used by the Bank of Spain to guarantee its currency was a monstrous complicity with the Marxist gang, that their sale was an act of pillage and a violation of the basic banking law, the Ley de Ordenación Bancaria, governing the gold reserves that form part of the national patrimony just like the territory of the nation. 13. Although Vinas does not examine in detail the juridical aspects of the depletion of the gold reserves, whose essential purpose was to serve as a backing for the paper currency in circulation, he states that the financing of the war made it essential to circumvent the strict provisions of the Ley de Ordenación Bancaria, which necessarily precluded the alienation and application of the reserves for such purposes as the purchase of weapons and war materials. 14. On the other hand, Álvarez del Valle skates over the massive gold shipment to Russia with the bland remark that it took place strictly in accordance with the Ley de Ordenación Bancaria. 15. The emotional atmosphere created by the nationalists' campaign over the gold shipments to France undoubtedly caused misgivings in the minds of Negrin and Largo Caballero and led them to fear that France might eventually block the use of the gold reserves. This apprehension must also have contributed to their decision, whether inspired by Stashevsky or not, to ship the bulk of the reserves to Russia, where they could be used for the purchase not only of Soviet arms and supplies, but also of foreign exchange necessary for the acquisition of arms and supplies in other countries. The principal channel for these transactions in Western and Central Europe was the Soviet-controlled Banque Commerciale pour l'Europe du Nord in Paris, the Eurobank, that was, and still is, under Soviet control, and whose operations were shrouded in absolute secrecy, an undoubted advantage in the prevailing climate. 16 But one that now leaves the bank's accounting open to the charge of possible manipulation. 17 Since it has never published any records relating to its transactions on behalf of the Republican government. 18. Nor have the foreign exchange accounts of the Spanish Ministry of Finance, under Negrin's control during this crucial period, come to light. Marcelino 147. Pascua, who was a protege of Negrin's 19 and Spain's wartime ambassador to Moscow, asserts that only Juan Negrin possessed the pertinent records. 20. Vinas lays great stress on this absence of documentation, as long as the relevant documentation of the Republican Ministry of Finance and the Eurobank cannot be found. There is no possibility of reconstructing, even partially, the foreign financing of the Republic or of determining the destination of the foreign exchange generated by the sale of the Spanish gold in Moscow. This distressing conclusion must be made perfectly clear. 21. Equally obscure are the transactions on behalf of the Ministry of Finance conducted by the Moscow Narodny Bank in London. Vinas writes, the participation of this bank in the network of international transactions of the Republic is an unexplored theme, and we fear that the difficulty of gaining access to the relevant documentation is even greater than in the case of the Eurobank. The two banks collaborated closely, and the Republican funds in foreign exchange must have flowed in abundance to the Soviet Bank in London, if only because the Republic chartered mainly English ships. 22. On October 20, 1936, 3 days after Largo Caballero had written his letter acknowledging Russia's agreement to accept the gold reserves on deposit, NKVD chief Alexander Orlov received the following coded telegram from Joseph Stalin. Together with Ambassador Rosenberg, arrange with the head of the Spanish government, Caballero, for the shipment of the gold reserves of Spain to the Soviet Union. This operation must be carried out with the utmost secrecy. If the Spaniards demand from you a receipt for the cargo, refuse. I repeat, refuse to sign anything, and say that a formal receipt will be issued in Moscow by the State Bank. 23. Stalin's instructions made good business sense and should not be misinterpreted. The following observation by the pro-communist Amaro del Rosal, who was the president of the UGT Bank Employees Union, the Federación Nacional de Banca, is, I believe, accurate. The refusal to give a receipt had nothing extraordinary about it. Because of the very nature of the shipment, it could not be insured by any insurance company, for that would have meant revealing the secret to the enemy. On the other hand, the Soviet State Bank could not take any risk. The shipment might fall into enemy hands and the ships might be sunk in an act of war. The guarantee for the Spanish state lay in the fact that in each ship there would be a representative of the Bank of Spain who would oversee the loading and supervise the expedition until its destination. The receipt would be given at the end of the journey after the preparation of an inventory in which the representatives of the Bank of Spain would participate. Drawing up the inventory was a detailed job that lasted 3 months. 24. The official receipt for 7,800 of the original 10,000 cases of ingots and coins transferred from Madrid to Cartagena. The balance of 2,200 went to France and Valencia between September 1936 and February. 193,725, was issued on February 5, 1937, bearing the signatures of Marcelino Pascua, the Spanish ambassador, G. F. Grinko, People's Commissar of Finance, and N. N. Krestinsky, Deputy. 148. People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs. 26. The work of opening the 7,800 cases and of counting and weighing the contents of each case was done, the receipt indicated, in the presence and with the participation of one of the following persons: Arturo Candela, Abelardo Padin, José González and José Velasco. The weight of the shipment was given as 510,079,529.13 grams or 510.08 metric tons, with a value at that time of $518 million, based on an estimated pure gold content of 460.52 metric tons. 27. Almost 20 years later, long after Negrin's relations with the Soviet Union had begun to cool, a copy of the receipt and a large number of other documents in Negrin's possession relating to the gold deposited in Moscow were turned over to the Franco authorities by his son Romulo as a result of negotiations initiated at Negrin's request, shortly before his death in France on November 12, 1956, by his close friend and former Justice Minister, Mariano Anso. The documents, Negrin had told Anso, were the property of the Spanish state regardless of the form of government in power. Shortly after his death, his son Romulo, wishing to carry out the will of his father, turned the papers over to the Spanish Consulate General in Paris. 28. In an accompanying document dated December 14, 1956 that was drafted and signed by Anso and countersigned by Negrin's son, acknowledging that it reflected faithfully the feelings of his father, Anso expressed Negrin's deep concern with the interests of Spain as opposed to those of the USSR and his fear that without documentation to support her rights Spain would be left defenseless in a necessary settlement of accounts arising from what was perhaps the largest and most important transaction carried out between two countries. After listing a number of other matters that weighed on Negrin's mind, including the retention by the USSR of important and numerous units of the Spanish merchant fleet, Anso affirmed that in any financial settlement of accounts between Spain and Russia, Negrin felt that it was his duty as a Spaniard to give his unconditional support to the interests of the nation. 29. These, we must assume, were the thoughts and concerns of a man seasoned in later years by gradual disillusionment with the Soviet Union. 30. A man vastly different from the vaguely idealistic professor of physiology and newcomer to government with whom Alexander Orlov arranged for the shipment, on October 22, 1936, of the bulk of the Spanish gold reserves to the Soviet Union. The finance minister seemed the very prototype of the intellectual opposed to communism in theory, Yet vaguely sympathetic to the great experiment in Russia, Alexander Orlov wrote some years later. This political naivete helps to explain his impulse to export the gold to that country. Besides, with Hitler and Mussolini supporting the nationalists and the democracies standing aloof, Russia was an ally, the one great power helping the Spanish Republicans. Where are the gold reserves, now? I asked. At Cartagena, Negrin replied, in one of the old caves used by the Navy to store munitions. Stalin's luck again, I thought excitedly. My 149. Problem was immensely simplified by the fact that the cargo was already in Cartagena. That capacious harbor was where Soviet ships were unloading arms and supplies. So not only the ships but also trustworthy Soviet manpower were within easy reach. 31. Whatever we may think of Orlov's use of the term political naivete with regard to Negrin, especially in the light of Martinez Amuccio's portrait of him as a man of inordinate ambitions and of great intelligence devoted almost completely to the fulfillment of his passions and aspirations. 32. There can be no doubt that in view of the attitude of the Western powers, the gold could not have been mobilized successfully for the war effort had it not been shipped to Russia. Orlov told Negrin that he would carry out the operation with the Soviet tank soldiers who had recently arrived in Spain. I wish to stress that, at that time, the Spanish government was not in full control, he informed the U.S. Senate subcommittee. I frankly told the finance minister Negrin that if somebody got wind of it, if the anarchists intercepted my men, Russians, with truckloads of Spanish gold, they would kill my men, and it would be a tremendous political scandal all over the world, and it might even create an internal revolution. So, I asked him whether the Spanish government could issue to me credentials under some fictitious name, as a representative of the Bank of England or the Bank of America, because then I would be able to say that the gold was being taken for safekeeping to America. Negrin did not object. He thought it was a fine idea. I spoke more or less decent English, and I could pass for a foreigner. So he issued to me the credentials of a man named Blackstone, and I became the representative of the Bank of America. 33. In a book written 8 years earlier, Alvarez del Valle mentions this incident, but either did not know or did not wish to reveal the true identity of Blackstone. On the Russian side, he wrote, there took part in the operation only an attaché from the embassy chosen by Ambassador Rosenberg, of whom all we knew was that he was to be called Blackstone. Negrin jocularly baptized him with that name when he was introduced by the ambassador. 34. Orlov's fears about the anarchists were not unfounded. They had already shown a keen interest in transferring the gold reserves to Barcelona, the stronghold of the CNT and FAI, not only for safekeeping, but for the purchase of war material. Diego Abad de Santillan, the prominent FAI leader, refers to a meeting with Prime Minister Giral in August 1936. We explained to him that if he helped us to obtain the financial resources we needed, we could crush the enemy by ourselves. We deplored the fact that the central government, because of an insensate hatred of Catalonia and a fear of the popular revolution, could obstruct our work upon which the victory and salvation of everyone depended. We spoke at length about the gold in the Bank of Spain that was in danger and recommended its immediate transfer to Barcelona. Shortly afterwards the Giral government fell. 35. Subsequently, Santillan made plans to raid the vaults of the Bank of Spain and seize at least a portion of the gold. We knew in advance, he attests, that force 150 would have to be used. We had approximately 3,000 men of confidence in Madrid and had prepared all the details for the transfer of the gold in special trains. Before the government could have taken any action, we would have left for Catalonia. We informed the National Committee of the CNT and some of the better-known comrades of the FAI of our intentions. The plan caused chills of terror among our friends. Their principal argument against the project was that it would only have increased the hostility to Catalonia. 36. There is additional evidence that some of the anarchists did indeed have a plan to raid the Bank of Spain. Juan Simeon Vidart, the moderate socialist leader, claims that Luis Companys, the president of the semi-autonomous region of Catalonia, informed Largo Caballero that the FAI was preparing an assault on the vaults of the Bank of Spain in order to seize the gold and take it to a safer place in Barcelona, and urged him to take every kind of precaution. 37. Also, President Aznar states that in September 1936 Santillan told him that there were 4,000 men of the CNT ready to come to Madrid to take possession of the gold. 38. Although nothing came of the anarchist plan, there can be little doubt that Orlov's fears that there would have been a tremendous political scandal if the anarchists had intercepted his men were justified. After being dubbed by Negrin with the name of Blackstone, Orlov left for Cartagena and asked for 60 Spanish sailors to load the gold onto the Soviet ships. Next he arranged to transport the gold from the cave to the piers. A Soviet tank brigade had disembarked in Cartagena 2 weeks earlier, he wrote, and was now stationed in Arcana north of Murcia, 40 miles away. It was commanded by Colonel S. Krivoshein, known to the Spanish as Meli. Krivoshein assigned to me 20 of his army trucks and as many of his best tank drivers. The 60 Spanish sailors had been sent to the cave an hour or two in advance. And so, on October 22, in the expiring twilight, I drove to the munitions dump, the cavalcade of trucks behind me. Stacked against the walls were thousands of identical wooden boxes. The crates held gold ingots and coins, hundreds of millions of dollars worth. Here was the treasure of an ancient nation, accumulated through the centuries. 39. The loading took 3 nights, from 7 p.m. to dawn. On the second or third day, Orlov testified before the U.S. Senate subcommittee, there was a tremendous bombardment and somebody mentioned that if a bomb hit the neighboring cave where thousands of pounds of dynamite were stored they would all be blown to bits. The health of Francisco Mendez Aspe, head of the Treasury and Negrin's man of confidence, was a very serious thing. He was a very nervous man. He told us we must discontinue loading or we would perish. I told him we could not do it, because the Germans would continue to bombard the harbor and the ship would be sunk, that we must go on with it. So he fled and left just one assistant, a very nice Spanish fellow, who did the counting of the gold boxes for them. 40. On October 25, 7,800 cases of gold were shipped to Odessa in 4 Soviet vessels. 41 and were delivered to the Precious Metals Department of 151. The People's Commissariat of Finance in Moscow between 6 and November 10. 42. The extraordinary scene at the Russian port was described to Krivitsky by one of his associates. The entire vicinity of the pier was cleared and surrounded by cordons of special troops. Across this cleared and empty space from dock to railroad track, the highest OGPU NKVD officials carried the boxes of gold on their backs. 43. For days and days they carried this burden of gold, loading it onto freight cars, and then taking it to Moscow under armed convoys. He attempted to give me an estimate of the amount of gold they had unloaded in Odessa. We were walking across the huge red square. He pointed to the several open acres surrounding us, and said, if all the boxes of gold that we piled up in Odessa yards were laid side by side here in the red square, they would cover it from end to end. 44. But even more impressive than this imagery is the fact, as the receipt shows, that of the 7,800 cases only 13 contained ingots, while 7,787 contained coins, millions upon millions of gold pieces, American dollars, Argentinian, Chilean, and Mexican pesos, Austrian, Belgian, French, and Swiss francs, Dutch florins, English sovereigns, German marks, Italian lira, Portuguese escudos, Russian rubles, and Spanish pesetas, some of them antique, others rare enough to possess a numismatic value in excess of their weight in fine gold, coins that, if we borrow the above imagery, would have carpeted the red square from end to end. The Spanish treasury was never credited with the numismatic value of the rare and antique coins. Yet extraordinary care was taken in listing coins that were false, defective, or contained less than the legal amount of gold. 45. On the other hand, the rare and antique coins, whose numismatic value was far greater than their gold content, have never been accounted for by the Russians. It is most unlikely that all the coins were melted down, especially the antique Portuguese pieces, weighing 318,603.3 grams and specifically listed as such in the official Soviet receipt, whose numismatic value obviously far exceeded their estimated fine gold content of 286,743 grams. 46. As for the rest of the coins, how many rare pieces were among them may never be known. Roger Bland of the Department of Coins and Metals at the British Museum, who estimates that the total number of coins was over 60 million, expressed the opinion in a letter to me that it is very doubtful whether it would have been worthwhile to sort through them all just to see whether there were any coins of numismatic value, and that the coin market, which was much smaller than it is today, would have been swamped by even a tiny fraction. 47. He was undoubtedly correct on both points, but he was not aware that the Russians did, in fact, sort through all the coins in their search for false and defective pieces. 48. Hence, the following question may legitimately be asked: is it not possible that simultaneously they set aside all the numismatic coins with the idea of disposing of them gradually on the international market? Herbert Matthews claimed that Negrin discovered to his dismay some months later that the Russians were not only melting the coins into bars but charging an exorbitant price for doing so. 49. Since coins are worth more per weight than bars. 152. He stopped that process, and protested the charge that the Russians were demanding. 50. But there is no substantiating evidence that he ever protested or even informed any of the cabinet members of his alleged concern. Nor is there any evidence that the Russians ever reimbursed the Spanish treasury for any excess charge, or that the treasury was paid for any rare and antique coins on the basis of their numismatic value. Since Negrin, as finance minister, was necessarily aware that the gold reserves contained numismatic coins, the question must be asked, why, before agreeing to the transfer to Russia, did he not insist that the Spanish treasury be given appropriate credit for them? The documents discovered in the Bank of Spain, upon which Angel Venus based his research, reveal that instead of receiving credit for the rare and antique coins, the Spanish treasury was credited, as its orders for the sale of the gold were executed, only with the fine gold value of whatever quantities the precious metals department of the People's Commissariat of Finance claimed it had melted down and refined. 51. Furthermore, there is no record in the documents of any instructions to the Russians to stop the melting and refining. On the contrary, Venus, a champion of Negrin, shows that the 15 orders given by the Spanish treasury in 1937, involving the sale of 358.5 tons of fine gold, over 70% of the total, were all executed with Negrin's approval. 52. The Russians never revealed what became of the antique Portuguese coins. Nor have they revealed how many rarities were found among the 60 million coins they examined so carefully. There is no evidence other than Matthews's assertion 20 years later that Negrin ever discussed the issue with them. Moreover, there were no independent witnesses to the melting and refining, hence it is not unreasonable to speculate that the Russians may even have retained the numismatic coins they found and substituted their own reserves to execute the Spanish orders. In the absence of Soviet documents, this possibility cannot be entirely discounted. Increasing the uncertainty regarding the fate of the numismatic coins is the fact that even the 4 Spaniards from the Bank of Spain who accompanied the shipment to Odessa and who were present at the counting and weighing did not, as far as can be determined, witness the melting and refining. In any case, they were not allowed to return to Spain. It is possible, writes Venus, that Negrin and Mendez Aspi decided that they should remain in Moscow so that no rumors regarding the destination of the gold would leak out. 53. He describes their plight in the Soviet capital. They were totally unprepared for a long stay and were very worried about their families in Spain and other personal matters. Eventually, their families joined them in Moscow, but their constant desire was to return to Spain. 54. In the course of his extensive research in the Bank of Spain, Venus was shown a moving letter from Arturo Candela, one of the 4 bank employees who had accompanied the gold to Moscow, addressed to Julio Caraballas, vice-governor of the bank, urging him in a disguised way, to get them out of here. 55. In the summer of 1938, testifies Venus, Negrin, and Mendez Aspi decided to take Pascua's advice and permitted them to leave the USSR. 56. The Soviet government insisted that the strictest silence be maintained, but allowed 153 them to go. For their part, the Republicans suggested that they be assigned to Spanish agencies in Stockholm, the USA, Mexico, and Buenos Aires. On October 27, 1938, they left Moscow. 57. As for the high-ranking Soviet officials who intervened in the gold operation, there is evidence that at least 2 were shot, although there is no way of knowing whether their deaths were associated directly or indirectly with the gold shipment. According to the authoritative Who Was Who in the USSR, G. F. Grinko, People's Commissar of Finance, and N. N. Krestinsky, Deputy People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs, both of whom signed the official receipt, were executed on March 15, 1938 on charges of alleged membership in the anti-Soviet rightist Trotskyite bloc. Grinko, ironically, was also accused of efforts to undermine the financial might of the USSR. 58. In addition, there is evidence that Stashevsky, Negrin's economic advisor, who was involved in the gold shipment, also vanished in the purges. Although Angel Venus arrives at the conclusion that the gold deposit was virtually exhausted less than a year before the end of the Civil War. 59. An important question must be asked. Were the massive amounts of foreign exchange generated by the sale of the gold to the Soviet State Bank and transferred to the Soviet-controlled Banque Commerciale de l'Europe du Nord in Paris, where they were credited to the accounts of the Ministry of Finance, also used up? Inasmuch as the operations of the Banque Commerciale were shrouded in absolute secrecy and its records of the accounts held by the Ministry of Finance have never been published, and inasmuch as the pertinent documents of the ministry itself have not been located, this question must be left unanswered, as Venus himself has concluded. In a talk at the Spanish Institute in New York in April 1980, Venus summarized the problem in the following words: "We know nothing about the Soviet Bank in France and we do not know what happened to the foreign currencies owned by the Republic. 60. Any complete study of the financial transactions between Spain and the USSR must take into account the question of Soviet credits extended to the Negrin government. So far, such a study has been attempted only by Venus. On the basis of Republican documents, he shows that Negrin's strategy was to secure long-term credits from the Soviet Union, so as to retain as much of the remaining gold deposit as possible. This strategy was unsuccessful. In the fall of 1937, Negrin instructed Pascua to request a credit of $150 million, but, on October 29, the ambassador replied, "I am continuing to press for credits. However, you have no idea how difficult it is to get a quick decision. The Russians are extremely calculating, procrastinating, and at times not absolutely dependable." The Russians responded, Venus continues, with an offer of $20 million to be used exclusively for non-military supplies, and insisted that orders for war material be paid for as hitherto by the sale of the gold on deposit, because, in order to fill them, the USSR must import raw materials, as a result of which it must drain its foreign exchange reserves. Not until March 1938, Venus reveals, did Stalin grant a credit of $70 million, but only on the most stringent terms. $35 million was to be 154. Secured by an equivalent amount in gold and repaid in 2 years, while the unsecured balance was to be repaid in 4 years. 61. As the gold deposit, according to Soviet sources, was exhausted by the summer of 1938, other credits had presumably to be extended to pay for the arms shipments sent to Spain toward the end of the year, but no records have been found. Venus, who had access to all the available documents, says simply, it should not be excluded that the final Soviet shipments were made on credit 62. And, in an article in European Studies Review, he affirmed, on July 13, 1938, Pascua, then Spanish ambassador in Paris, met with the Soviet leaders in Moscow who accepted the proposal of Negrin for a total loan of $60 million. Pascua now returned to Paris, and thereafter Negrin himself was personally to handle with Soviet representatives in Spain details concerning the credit operation. No documents on the results of such contacts have come to light. 63. Martinez Amuccio, who does not mention the source of his information, states that Negrin secured the credit he requested, but did not tell anyone where it was deposited. No explanation, not a single piece of information that could help to clarify this unresolved question. 64. Pascua, a friend of Negrin's, says, I do not know for sure how this transaction ended, for Negrin adopted toward me the same coldly calculated tactic of complete silence or evasiveness that he occasionally employed. 65. 19 years later, on April 5, 1957, a few months after the death of Negrin, Pravda reported not only that the gold deposit was totally depleted, in proof of which it referred to a letter dated August 8, 1938 signed by Negrin and Mendez Aspi requesting the sale of the balance of the gold, but that the Spanish government still owed $50 million out of a Soviet credit of $85. Negrin was well aware of this, the article added, because his signature is on all the orders relating to the use of the gold and the credit. The figure of $50 million may seem reasonable enough if we take into account the arms shipments made toward the end of 1938, but totally disregard the following items not included in Soviet calculations: the value of the antique and rare coins, the unknown quantities of foreign exchange held for the account of the Spanish treasury by the Soviet Bank in Paris, the shipment to the USSR of Spanish raw materials and manufactured products. 66. The possible return to the Soviet Union of arms that arrived in France too late to be used in the defense of Catalonia in 1939. 67. The possible non-payment of merchant ships purchased from the Spanish government at the end of the war, and the alleged transfer of plant machinery to the USSR. 68. The failure of the Soviet-controlled bank in Paris to publish any records of its wartime operations with the Ministry of Finance, as confirmed by the evidence of Angel Vinas quoted earlier in this chapter. And the 50-year non-appearance of Negrin's personal records on the subject render impossible any exact accounting, not only relative to the foreign exchange generated by the massive gold shipment in October 1936, as Vinas indicates, but also relative to other financial and economic transactions with the USSR, which even today are shrouded in suspicion and conjecture. With regard to Pravda's claim that the gold deposit was exhausted, Indolesia 155. Prieto was not convinced and responded vehemently, "We are dealing here with a colossal embezzlement. Regardless of my opinion of Juan Negrin, I declare him incapable of perpetrating the macabre hoax before his death of arranging to turn over to Franco a document, the official receipt for the gold with no material value." After listing various ways in which he claims that Spanish funds were used for the benefit of the French Communist Party, including subsidies to the newspaper Ce Soir and the purchase of a dozen steamships by France Navigation, a company secretly owned by the French Communist Party, 69. Prieto continued, "Even though all those expenses were charged to the gold deposit in Russia, its total depletion is impossible. I repeat, we are dealing with a monumental embezzlement. To protect herself, Russia will forge whatever substantiating documents she considers necessary. From his grave, Negrin will not be able to deny the authenticity of signatures imitated by expert forgers." 70. One final question remains. Was the cabinet consulted before the gold was shipped to Russia? Both Negrin and Alvarez del Valle claimed that it was. 71. Navy Minister Prieto, however, said that it was not. Señor Negrin, as Minister of Finance, he wrote, obtain the consent of the government and the signature of the President of the Republic for a decree, the Decreto Reservado of September 13, empowering him to take whatever measures he deemed necessary to safeguard the gold of the Bank of Spain. As a member of that government, I accept my share of responsibility for the decree, although neither I nor the other ministers knew of the aim pursued. I do not know whether Largo Caballero, who was then head of the government, was aware of it. 72. The loading was surrounded with great secrecy. I found out about it by pure chance just when the gold was being loaded under the direction of Negrin and Mendez Aspi, having arrived at Cartagena to attend to matters connected with my department. 73. It is hard to believe that Prito knew nothing about the planned shipment until his arrival in Cartagena, and his claim, as will be seen shortly, is contradicted by Orlov. Prito also asserted that Negrin could not disguise his annoyance when he saw him in Cartagena. He undoubtedly assumed that I had gone there to nose around. He didn't give me any reason for his presence. I knew the motive because the chief of the naval base had told me that the finance minister had asked him for sailors to load the gold. And that he had consented. I approved the permit, and that was the extent of my participation in the matter. 74. Orlov gives supportive evidence that Prito was initially unaware of the plan to ship the gold reserves to Russia. In his testimony before the U.S. Senate subcommittee, he stated that before the gold was loaded onto Soviet ships, he decided to ask the Spanish government for an order to spread warships along the route in the Mediterranean. I knew that such an order could not be issued without Prito, who did not know anything about the whole plan of the gold operation. So, I called up the Soviet ambassador. I asked him to take it up with Prime Minister Caballero and arrange that the Navy Minister, Prito, should issue orders to the Spanish warships. In a few days, the Spanish Finance Minister, Negrin, and Prito came to Cartagena. The orders were issued. 75. Álvarez del Valle also states that Prito arranged for the necessary naval 156 protection, although he unwittingly contradicts his assertion that Negrin transferred the gold to Russia only after getting the consent of the whole government. 76. As it was necessary to assure and protect the transportation by sea, he wrote, Indalecio Prito was made a co-partner in the secret. He also received the news with gratification, and directly and personally took charge, arranging that a squadron should accompany the convoy nearly to Tunis. 77. Prito, however, claims not only that he was initially unaware of the plan to ship the gold to the Soviet Union, but that he was not asked to furnish a naval escort and did not offer to provide 1.78. He adduced as evidence a letter from the commander of the destroyer fleet in Cartagena, Vicente Ramirez de Togares, who asserted that not a single Spanish warship escorted the Soviet merchant ships. 79. Mariano Anso, Negrin's close friend, suggests that this letter may have been written just to oblige Prito. 80. At all events, the assertion runs directly counter to the testimony of Nikolai G. Kuznetsov, the Soviet naval attaché and advisor, who was charged with the protection of the gold on the high seas and who makes it clear that a naval escort, including the cruiser Libertad, accompanied the Soviet ships as far as North Africa. 81. Prito also dismissed as a lie an assertion by Álvarez del Valle that Negrin insisted that President Aznar should be fully informed and that the president was pleasantly surprised by the plan. 82. Aznar knew absolutely nothing about it, Prito replied. Largo Caballero and Negrin had acted in the same way toward the head of state as they had toward the ministers, concealing everything from them, even after it was a fait accompli. Aznar was enraged. He told me he was going to resign immediately. Although sympathizing with him, I tried to calm him. Your resignation, I told him, would mean the collapse of the republic because it would be used by the other nations to end diplomatic recognition in view of the fact that a substitute for the presidency, under existing circumstances, would be constitutionally impossible. 83. From this welter of conflicting statements, the following reasonably safe conclusions can be drawn. Although Negrin obtained the consent of the cabinet and the signature of President Aznar for the decree of September 13, empowering him to transfer the gold reserves to a place that offered the maximum security, his decision a month later to ship the gold to Russia was made without conferring with the cabinet and without consulting either Prito or Aznar. 2. Prito was made a co-partner in the secret, as Álvarez del Valle claims, but only after Negrin and Caballero had decided to transfer the gold to Moscow. 3. Having signed the permit for the Spanish sailors to load the gold onto the Soviet ships, Prito must have been asked to provide a naval escort, or even offered to provide one, since it would be chimerical to suppose that so important a mission could have been undertaken without his knowledge and consent. Indeed, Marcelino Pascua states that the friendship between Negrin and Prito was at that time close, even intimate, one might say, and that Negrin told him that he used to consult Prito frequently on various matters not only because he appreciated his greater political experience but because of their mutual confidence and attachment. 84. 157. Why, then, did Prito deny his share of responsibility for the shipment? The answer is that his denial was first made in 1940 when his post-war enmity with Negrin had reached its peak. And why, one may ask, did Prito, always distrustful of Moscow, cooperate? Because his thinking in October 1936 could not have been different from that of Largo Caballero who, although sharing Prito's distrust of Moscow, felt that the attitude of the Western powers left no choice but to ship the gold to Russia. Largo Caballero has made his own position very clear. It undoubtedly was the same as that of Prito and of others privy to the shipment. As the rebels were at the gates of Madrid, he wrote after the Civil War, Negrin asked the government for authority to transfer the gold from the Bank of Spain to a safe place without stating where. This was a natural thing to do in order to prevent the treasure, through misadventure, from falling into the hands of the rebels, for without gold with which to purchase arms the defeat of the Republic would have been inevitable. The first step taken by Negrin was to transfer the gold to the naval base of Cartagena. Later, fearing a landing, he decided to send it abroad. Where? England and France were the very soul of non-intervention. Could we have had any faith in them? No. Then, where else could we have sent it? There was no other place but Russia, the country that was helping us with arms and food. With this gold we paid Russia for the war material she was sending us. Also we used what gold we needed for other purchases. 85. Yet, despite the undoubted military and financial advantages of shipping the gold to Moscow, there was one inescapable drawback: this important transfer, worth at the time over $500 million, approximately $7.6 billion at today's price of gold, 1987, was to make the cabinet dependent in a large measure on the goodwill of Moscow. In his first book on Spanish gold published in 1976, Angel Vinas, the recognized authority on this subject, acknowledged that the Republic lost negotiating leverage when it shipped the bulk of the reserves to Moscow and that the transfer favored the growing Soviet influence on the decisions of certain leaders of the Republic. 86. But 3 years later, in an extraordinary volte-face, he stated that to assert that the shipment placed the Republic in a position of dependency was an idiotic argument used by people with an enormous anti-communist bias who did not understand that since the Republic was necessarily dependent on the Soviet Union for the supply of arms, the transfer did not increase qualitatively the degree of its dependence. 87. On the other hand, Dominique Grisonai and Gilles Herzog, in their unique work on France navigation, argue that the transfer enabled Moscow to control not only the supply of Soviet arms to Spain, but also any purchases made outside the Soviet Union, because the payment for these transactions had to be made through the Soviet-controlled Banque Commerciale pour l'Europe du Nord in Paris. Furthermore, they affirm, the arms monopoly by the Soviet Union enabled it to control the political evolution of the Republic. 88. Since the gold shipment placed the Spanish government in a position of financial dependency on Moscow, depriving it of bargaining power and of the ability to negotiate with other countries in the event of a lifting of the arms. 158. Embargo, which was the principal aim of its foreign policy. One may wonder why Negrin and Largo Caballero did not attempt to preserve even a modicum of financial independence by making smaller shipments of gold, as needed, to pay for the purchase of arms and foreign exchange. Largo Caballero's argument that Negrin feared a landing of enemy forces in Cartagena is vitiated by the fact that, as Vinas has pointed out, this large naval base was adequately armed and defended, somewhat removed from the theater of operations. The nationalists knew that it would be futile to attempt to take Cartagena by assault, since they lacked the naval power, and indeed never made any attempt to do so. Hence, one must question not only the good judgment of those responsible for the gold shipment to Moscow, but also the degree of their resistance to Soviet cajolery and manipulation. One must also question their judgment in accepting Soviet accounting without any serious attempt at investigation or scrutiny. If such an attempt were ever made, there is no record of it in any of the documents turned over to the government of General Franco upon Negrin's death or in those found by Vinas in the Bank of Spain. That Stalin was delighted over the safe arrival of the gold reserves there can be no doubt, for he had already begun shipping arms to Spain, and only by the physical possession of the gold could he be assured of payment and of the political leverage it gave him. According to Alexander Orlov, who claims that he and Ambassador Rosenberg were flabbergasted when told that the Spanish government was willing to trust Stalin with all the savings of the Spanish nation, Stalin celebrated the arrival of the gold with a banquet attended by members of the Politburo, at which he said, "The Spaniards will never see their gold again, as they don't see their heirs," an expression based on a Russian proverb. 89. In January 1937, 2 months after the arrival of the shipment, Orlov, according to his own account, received a very warm letter from Paul Alexeyev, Stalin's brother-in-law, congratulating him on having received the highest decoration of the Soviet Union, the Order of Lenin. Although Orlov did not give the reason for the award, it was in all probability connected with the gold shipment. 90. 159. 15. Soviet influence, political dissimulation, and the plight of President Azina. In addition to the political and economic leverage that Moscow secured by the acquisition of Spanish gold, an equally significant development weighed heavily in favor of Soviet influence in the affairs of government. This was the arrival in September and October 1936 of military advisors and political agents, who exercised, in fact if not in form, the authority of ministers in several departments. As time went on, writes Colonel Segismundo Casado, operations chief on the General Staff, in the early months of the war, Russian influence was increased at the War Ministry. The Russian military advisors looked over the plans of the General Staff, and through the minister they rejected many technical proposals and imposed others. In a later passage he says, "These friendly advisors exercised authority just as much in the Air Force and in the Tank Corps too." Of Russian influence in high places, Louis Soroquistin writes, "The Air Force, directed by the Russians, operated when and where they pleased, without any coordination with the land and sea forces. The Navy and Air Minister, Indalecio Prieto, meek and cynical, made fun of his office to anyone who visited him, declaring that he was neither a minister nor anything else because he received absolutely no obedience from the Air Force. The real Air Minister was the Russian General Douglas Yakov Smushkevich. 3. Later on, he adds, behind the Russian officers were innumerable political agents who were disguised as commercial agents and were in real control of Spanish politics. They directed the Russian officers, the Communist Party, and Rosenberg himself, the Soviet ambassador, who in reality was only an ambassador of straw. The real ambassadors were those mysterious men who entered Spain under false names and were working under direct orders from the Kremlin and the Russian police. 4. The influence of the Russians cannot be explained on the ground that the Soviet forces in Spain were strong enough to coerce the government by mere numbers. I am sure, affirms Indalecio Prieto, that at no time did the Russians in our territory aggregate more than 500, including aviators, industrial technicians, military advisors, naval men, interpreters, and secret agents. 5 Most 160 of them were aviators, who, like the Germans and Italians, were relieved after short periods. 6. Russia could not exercise any coercion because of the military forces she sent to Spain. Her ability to do so stemmed from the fact that she was, owing to the attitude of the other powers, our sole purveyor of war material, and that her coercive instrument was the Spanish Communist Party, the Communists, and the Communistoids enrolled in other political organizations, principally in the Socialist Party. 7. In addition, the position of the Communists in the government was greatly strengthened by the fact that they could rely for support in major issues of domestic and foreign policy on the Republican and moderate Socialist representatives. José Giral, Premier of the government formed on July 19 and Minister without portfolio in Largo Caballero's administration, representing the left Republican Party, declared in a speech in March 1937, it will be recalled, that the coincidence of views between his party and the Communists was almost identical. "We have to take into account the attitude of the states that surround us," said El Socialista, which expressed the opinions of Prieto, the moderate socialist leader. "We still hope that the estimate of Spanish events made by certain democracies will be changed, and it would be a pity, perhaps a tragedy, to compromise these possibilities by an irrepressible desire to accelerate the revolution." 8. Furthermore, in spite of Russian pressure and the ravages on his following, Largo Caballero maintained tolerable relations with the Communist Party during the first months of his incumbency, for, however provoked he may secretly have been, a large measure of agreement still existed between them. In fact, from the day his government was formed, he adopted the communist viewpoint that it should impress the outside world with its moderation. Not that he or the other non-communist members of his cabinet were concerned with the broader aims of Russian policy. They simply hoped that by proclaiming respect for legal forms, Britain and France, fearful of an Italo-German vassalage of Spain, would finally raise the arms embargo. It was necessary, Largo Caballero declared, during a private conversation shortly after taking office, to sacrifice revolutionary language to win the friendship of the democratic powers. 9. In this respect he was not remiss. "The Spanish government is not fighting for socialism but for democracy and constitutional rule," he stated to a delegation of British members of Parliament. 10. And in a communiqué to the foreign press he said, "The government of the Spanish Republic is not aiming at setting up a Soviet regime in Spain in spite of what has been alleged in some quarters abroad. The government's essential aim is to maintain the parliamentary regime of the Republic as it was set up by the Constitution which the Spanish people freely assumed." 11. No less instructive was the moderate tone of his speech when, as Premier, he appeared before the Rump Cortes on February 1, 1937, "When I assumed this post I renounced nothing, absolutely nothing in my political thinking. I say this before you and before the entire country. But, in view of the danger that confronts our country as a result of the military uprising, I felt it my duty to assume the responsibilities that naturally devolve upon me because of my office by laying aside for a short time the immediate aspirations inherent in the ideology I have always defended." 12. 161. Illustrative of his cabinet's regard for foreign opinion was the declaration it issued after its first session. Avoiding all reference to the profound revolutionary changes that had taken place or to any social program, it stated, 1. In view of its composition, the government considers itself the direct representative of all those political forces that are fighting at the fronts for the maintenance of the democratic republic, against which the rebels have taken up arms. 2. The program of the government consists essentially of the firm intention to accelerate victory over the rebellion, coordinating the forces of the people by the necessary unity of action. To this end all other political interests are subordinated, ideological differences being set aside. 4. The government affirms the feelings of friendship of Spain toward all nations and its most devoted adherence to the covenant of the League of Nations, hoping that, in just return, our country will receive from others the same consideration it will give to them. 6. The government greets with the utmost enthusiasm the land, sea, and air forces, as well as the people's militia who are defending the Republican Constitution. Its highest aim is to be worthy of such heroic fighters, whose legitimate desires for social betterment will find in it a determined champion. 13. Because it was essential for the sake of foreign opinion that legal forms be observed, the Cortes met on October 1, as stipulated in the Constitution. The director of the communist organ, Mundo Obrero, commented, "The deputies of the nation, the legal representatives of the people, the deputies elected by the free will of the people on February 16, have assembled this morning. The government has appeared before the Congress in accordance with the Republican Constitution. In the midst of civil war, while the struggle to impose Republican legality and the will of the people is proceeding at the fronts, the government is ratified by the Chamber. Constituted as the genuine representative of the people, it has functioned as such until today. The head of the state gave it his confidence, and today it reinforces its legal origin. With the confidence of Parliament. On the one side is the Republic, with its legal organs. On the other are the military traitors, the fascist blackguards, the adventurers of all classes in Spain and abroad. The civilized world has now been able to judge, it is on our side in its entirety. To help the legal authorities of Spain is a duty imposed by international law, to help the rebels is a crime against civilization and against humanity. 14. After the next session of the Cortes in December, the organ of the left Republican Party declared in language that paralleled that of the Communists. Legality has only one medium of expression. This is what yesterday's session of the Parliament of the Republic demonstrated. It was also the most eloquent demonstration of the continuity of the democratic Republican regime and of the unshakable determination of the country not to allow the legality of its 162. Public life to disappear in the whirlwind of passions and appetites unleashed by this bloody civil war. At this time, when the world is contemplating the unique struggle of the people of Madrid and of the Spanish people as a whole, the Republic maintains a rich and vigorous constitutional life. All its basic institutions, allowing for the exigencies of the times and the particular circumstances of a country at war, function normally. Not one has been supplanted. 15. The session of the Cortes of the Republic that took place yesterday once again destroys the specious arguments of those who, particularly outside Spain, take delight in stridently censuring a people fighting to defend rights that are so legitimate that in countries with an older democratic tradition they are not even mentioned because they are taken for granted. Spain is today waging a struggle for republican and democratic consolidation such as other countries experienced many years ago. Would it be too much to ask those governments that are tolerating the international crime being committed in Spain by German and Italian intervention to appreciate what this signifies? Face to face with the enemy at home, the Spanish people, victorious in the February elections, would have triumphed over the barbarous rebellion within a few days. But face to face with the military apparatus of Germany and Italy, it has no course but to appeal frankly and sincerely to world opinion. The same government, or rather a legal continuation of that government, the same parliament, the same president of the Republic, the same institutions with which every country in the world had maintained friendly and cordial relations until July 17 exercise today, more than 4 months after the outbreak of the rebellion that is striving to put an end to the legal constitution of Spain, the same powers and the same functions. Does this mean nothing at all? Or, in face of the inexcusable aggression of which these institutions have been the object, has the world lost all feeling? 16. After the war the communists, republicans, and socialists in exile, still hoping to influence world opinion in favor of the Spanish Republican cause, did what they could to conceal the depth of the 1936 revolution. Some, in fact, even maintained that the Republican Constitution had remained inviolate during the Civil War. For example, Pablo de Ejcarate, former Spanish ambassador in London and a fervent Negrin supporter, affirmed that from July 16, 1936 to March 5, 1939, the date of the overthrow of the Negrin government by a coalition of left-wing organizations, the Constitution was in force, in fact and in law, throughout the territory under the legitimate authority of the Republic, and in law only in that ruled by the rebels. 17. It was undoubtedly the sort of political distortion and dishonesty that caused Salvador de Madariaga, who before the Civil War had been Ejcarate's friend and colleague at the League of Nations and an admirer of his capacity, integrity, and intellectual clarity, to become a pungent critic, when Ejcarate quote once again the words of Madariaga, abandoned the strict path of truth for the putrid intellectual bog of communism. 18. 163. To ensure that the Western democracies would continue to recognize the government as the legally constituted authority, it was essential that Manuel Aznar, the President of the Republic, should remain in office to sanction its decrees and perform the diverse functions laid down in the Constitution. Whether he could be persuaded to do so indefinitely was open to grave doubt, not only because his hostility to the revolution and the concomitant violence was a matter of common knowledge, but because of his conviction that the war was lost. In a letter written after the war, he frankly acknowledged his pessimism. Everybody knows that I did everything possible from September 1936 to influence policy in favor of a compromise solution, because the idea of defeating the enemy was an illusion. 19 In the summer of 1937, Claudio Sanchez Albornoz, famous Republican intellectual and member of the conservative flank of Izquierda Republicana, Azana's own party, records the following conversation with the president: "The war is lost, totally lost," Azana said, "but, if by some miracle, it should be won, we Republicans, i.e. members of the Republican parties, would have to embark on the first boat to leave Spain, if we are allowed to do so." I agreed with him and added, "If you believe that the war is lost and that the fate of the Republicans is sealed, why don't you make peace?" "Because I cannot," he quickly replied. I could easily see in his eyes the anguish his impotence was causing him. 20. It was because of Azana's firm conviction that the war was lost that on October 19, 1936, 3 weeks before the government's transfer to Valencia as a result of the enemy's threatening advance upon the capital, he had decided to move to Barcelona, from where, it was feared, he might cross the border into France and there resign the presidency. "It was arranged with the president," recalls Largo Caballero, "that we should all go to Valencia. First to leave was Sapphire Azana. Instead of staying in Valencia, as agreed, he went to Barcelona. It was a means of getting closer to the frontier. He did not consult with us or say a word to anyone." 21. This criticism may not be entirely fair. Josefina Caraballas, who had been Azana's confidant for many years, writes, "It has been said that some ministers raised an outcry when the president informed them that he intended to leave Madrid that very afternoon with or without their permission. That is absolutely unconstitutional," one of them told him. "Undoubtedly, opening the jails and distributing rifles to the inmates is more in keeping with the Constitution," Azana replied. "Besides, what I intend to do today is exactly what you will be doing in a few days." Caraballas denies a charge that, but for the vigilance of the FAI, Azania would have escaped from Barcelona. No doubt, he thought of resigning many times and on some occasions decided that he would do so, but he never thought of escaping. He believed that it was his duty to remain at his post, above all because he knew that on the other side many persons were in jail or had suffered death simply because they had been accused of being his friends or supporters. 22. But, in truth, if Azana did not resign the presidency, this was due to the pressure that was brought to bear upon him by Republicans and particularly by Indalecio Prieto, with whom he was always in close contact. Relating after the war how Azana informed him in April 1938 of his intention to resign because of 164. His inability to settle a government crisis in accordance with his own wishes, Prieto records his reply as follows: "You cannot resign. Because your resignation would bring down everything and because you personify the Republic, which to a certain degree the countries not allied to Franco respect. If you were to resign, that respect, thanks to which we are still able to exist, would disappear." 23. Prieto, it will be recalled, had used a similar argument to dissuade Azana from resigning the presidency when he learned about the gold shipment to Russia. When Azana left Madrid in October 1936, records Frank Sedgwick in his biography of the president, the press announced that he was to make a tour of the eastern and Catalonian fronts. Much has been written of his failure to visit the fronts and of his cowardice in leaving Madrid, although few Republicans at that time thought Madrid could hold out. 24. Everything seemed to be disintegrating, and the rest of the government followed Azana within 3 weeks. Little was left of the original diplomatic corps. Many founders of the Republic and intellectuals like Gregorio Marañón, Ramón Pérez de Ayala, José Ortega y Gasset, and Madariaga either had left Spain already or were soon to make their exit. On leaving Madrid, Azana went to Barcelona. His enemies say he chose Barcelona so that he could be close to the French border in case of a Republican military collapse. His friends say he went to reside there in order, by his presence, to help keep Catalonia in tow. 25. But few, least of all Azana, harbored any illusions about the authority of his presidential office or his power or desire to check the revolution in the anarcho-syndicalist-dominated region of Catalonia. From the beginning of the war, attests Juan Merkel, the compiler of Azena's Obras Completas, he saw that his only possible role was the very limited one of representing a symbolic break on the revolutionary violence. 26. Like the Republicans and Prito, the Communists and their allies were especially troubled over Azena's pessimism and the danger that he might at any time resign the presidency. Reports reaching us regarding the attitude of Señor Azena were by no means reassuring, testifies Álvarez del Valle. We feared that his habitual pessimism, exacerbated by isolation, might lead him to make some irrevocable decision. 27. According to Azena's critics, physical fear as well as pessimism influenced his wartime conduct. Largo Caballero recalls that whenever he had official business to transact with Azena in Madrid, the president would ask him when the government planned to leave. Is it going to wait until the last moment when there will be no escape? I warn you. I have no desire to be dragged through the streets with a rope around my neck. 28. Fear that he might fall into the hands of the fascists, writes Ignacio Hidalgo de Cisneros, the communist chief of the Air Force, was a real obsession. 29. And Miguel Mora, the leader of the conservative Republican Party, who was Minister of the Interior in the first two governments of the Republic in 1931 but remained on the sidelines during the war, while attesting to Azena's extraordinary intellect. 165. Gents and august qualities, confirms this fear. He was afflicted with overwhelming physical fear. It was stronger than he and he did the unimaginable to disguise it. 30. On the other hand, Cipriano Rivas-Cherif, Azena's intimate and brother-in-law, depicts a more courageous figure. 31 as does Mariano Anso, a one-time Cortes deputy and member of Azena's party. Little by little, Anso writes, the myth of his cowardice was insidiously fostered. And by some who called themselves his friends. I shared countless threats with him before the Civil War, but I never saw him lose his self-control or dignity. In the guard rooms and sacristies, in the summits of the aristocratic and banking world, they called for his head. For many people only his physical disappearance could have returned things to what they were. 32. Whatever the truth regarding Azena's inner fortitude, there can be no doubt that the thought of resignation weighed continually on his mind. As Claudio Sanchez Albornoz puts it, Azena was a bourgeois liberal who would have made an excellent head of government in France during the Third Republic, but who, after July 18, 1936, was a prisoner of a combination of political forces: socialism, anarchism, communism, in which the Republicans, bourgeois, Democrats, and liberals counted for nothing. During the social upheaval that followed the military rising, he was forced to witness the acts of violence that stained the Republic in blood. One does not have to know him too well to understand his torment over his inability to end them. His well-known words after the crimes committed in the model prison in Madrid, "I do not want to preside over a republic of assassins," honor him because no one in the enemy camp condemned similar crimes. 33. Rivas-Cherif, who observed his brother-in-law's anguish, attests that Angel Osorio y Gallardo managed to dissuade him from resigning. 34 On other critical occasions, writes Sedgwick, both during and after the summer of 1936, it was Indalecio Prieto and the sincere moderates on the one hand who importuned Azena to consider himself and his office as the necessary personification of the Republic abroad, while on the other hand it was those who received from Moscow their orders that the facade of a democratic Spain had to be maintained. Knowingly or unknowingly, Azena thus became the essential tool of both factions. Brave with the pen, a paper expert in military matters, a classic type of constitutionalist, that sensitive and fastidious intellectual never wanted any role in an actual war, particularly a civil war whose outcome could portend but little hope for his aspirations of a democracy in Spain. Yet he remained at his post. 35. The pessimism of President Azena and of many other Republican leaders was well known to the Kremlin. On December 21, 1936, Stalin, demonstrating how much he valued their diplomatic utility, gave Largo Caballero the following advice: the Spanish Revolution, he stated in a letter that also bore the signatures of Vyacheslav Molotov, the chairman of the Council of People's Commissars, and Kliment Voroshilov, the Commissar for Defense, traces its own course, different in many respects from that followed by Russia. This is determined by the 166 difference in the social, historic, and geographic conditions, and from the necessities of the international situation. It is very possible that in Spain the parliamentary way will prove to be a more effective means of revolutionary development than in Russia. The Republican leaders must not be rejected, but, on the contrary, they must be attracted and drawn closer to the government. It is above all necessary to secure for the government the support of Aznar and his group, doing everything possible to help them to overcome their vacillations. This is necessary in order to prevent the enemies of Spain from regarding her as a communist republic, and, in this way, to avoid their open intervention, which constitutes the greatest danger to Republican Spain. The letter also contained other recommendations. 1. The peasants, who are of great importance in an agrarian country like Spain, must be taken into account. It would be advisable to issue decrees relating to agrarian questions and to the question of taxes, which are in the forefront of peasant interests. 2. It is necessary to attract to the side of the government the small and middle urban bourgeoisie, or, in any case, to offer them the possibility of adopting a position of neutrality favorable to the government by protecting them against attempts at confiscation and by assuring them, as far as possible, freedom of trade, otherwise these groups will embrace fascism. 36. This document, wrote the pro-communist Amaro del Rosal, who, as we have seen, abandoned Largo Caballero quite early in the war, was irrefutable proof of the affection for the Spanish people that three communist leaders, genuine socialists, expressed for another socialist who enjoyed international political prestige in the revolutionary working class movement. 37. In his reply on January 12, 1937, Largo Caballero stated, "You are right in pointing out that there exist appreciable differences between the development of the Russian Revolution and our revolution. Indeed, as you yourselves point out, the circumstances are different. But, in response to your allusion to the parliamentary method, it is advisable to point out that, whatever the future may hold for the parliamentary institution, it does not possess among us, or even among the Republicans, enthusiastic supporters. I absolutely agree with what you say regarding the Republican political parties. We have endeavored, at all times, to bring them into the work of the government and into the war effort. They participate to a large extent in all organs of administration, local, provincial, and national. What is happening is that they themselves are doing hardly anything to assert their own political personality." 38. Nevertheless, the Republican leaders, subdued and impotent, played a useful role in providing a moderate cover for the revolution. Even President Aznar, whose isolation from public life and whose pessimism and dismay were common knowledge, decided, after 6 months of silence, to give public support to the official version of the Civil War, which was directed at democratic opinion abroad and defined the struggle not as a conflict among classes but as a struggle by all Spaniards for national independence against foreign invaders and their traitorous Spanish allies. Enunciating the principles for which, he claimed, the Republican 167 regime was fighting, Aznar conveyed no hint of the far-reaching social, economic and political upheaval that had ground the Constitution of 1931 into dust. Nor did he give any inkling of the ideological and political battles within the left camp that would determine the future course of the revolution. "We are all fighting," he declared, "the worker and the intellectual, the teacher and the bourgeoisies. There are also members of the bourgeoisie who are fighting the unions and the political parties, and all Spaniards who are united under the Republican flag. We are all fighting for the independence of Spain and for the liberty of the Spanish people and our country." 39. 168. 16. Spain in the web of the East-West diplomatic conflict. Stalin undoubtedly saw great advantages in the continued recognition of the Spanish government as the legally constituted authority. He knew that as long as it was recognized as such by Britain and France, it would not only be in a position to bring the question of Italo-German intervention before the League of Nations, but could demand that, in accordance with the generally accepted rules of international law in cases of insurrection against a legitimate government, it be permitted to purchase arms freely in the markets of the world. He knew, moreover, that if Britain and France were to abandon their policy of neutrality, Nazi ambitions in Central and Eastern Europe foreshadowed in Hitler's Mein Kampf in 1925, we direct our gaze towards the lands in the East and think primarily only of Russia and its vassal border states might temporarily be thwarted and the dreaded attack on the Soviet Union deferred. Following a conversation with Ivan Maysky, the Soviet ambassador in London, on November 3, 1936, British Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden wrote to Viscount Chielston, British ambassador to Moscow, that the Soviet government was convinced that if General Franco were to win, the encouragement given to Germany and Italy would be such as to bring nearer the day when another active aggression would be committed, this time perhaps in Central or Eastern Europe. That was a state of affairs that Russia wished at all costs to avoid, and that was her main reason for wishing the Spanish government to win in this civil strife. 1. Furthermore, the thought had undoubtedly entered Stalin's strategic calculations that the civil war in Spain, inasmuch as Italo-German intervention posed a potential threat to France on her southern border and to British and French interests in the Mediterranean, might ultimately develop into a large-scale conflict in Western Europe, from which he could remain virtually aloof until the warring parties had fought to the point of mutual exhaustion, and from which the Soviet Union would emerge master of the European continent. Already in 1925, Stalin had enunciated his strategy in the event a general war should ravage Europe. In a speech at a plenary session of the Central Committee of 169, the Soviet Communist Party, published for the first time in 1947, he declared, "If war should begin, it would not suit us to sit with folded arms. We should have to come out, but we should be the last to do so. And we should come out in order to throw the decisive weight into the scales, the weight that should tip the scales." 2. According to Gustav Hilger, the counselor of the German embassy in Moscow in the 1930s, it had always been the Kremlin's firm conviction that, sooner or later, war would break out between the capitalist powers. If the Soviet Union could be kept out of such an armed conflict, she could be expected to reap great benefit from it, since the capitalist powers would be weakened, and the balance of power would be shifted in favor of Soviet Russia. Moreover, in Stalin's eyes, the conclusion of a non-aggression pact with Hitler meant the removal of the danger of a German attack on the Soviet Union. This danger had weighed on the Soviet government and people like an evil nightmare ever since 1933, the advent of Hitler to power. Thus he hoped to gain valuable time to push the Soviet armaments program at an accelerated pace. And then he would watch further developments. At a propitious moment, when the warring nations would be weakened sufficiently, he would be in a position to throw the power of the Soviet Union into the scales of world politics. 3. And the eminent British historian Arnold J. Toynbee, Director of Studies in the Royal Institute of International Affairs, writing in Survey of International Affairs 1936, stated, "If there was to be another war with Germany sooner or later, it was clearly in Russia's interest that the conflict should arise over an issue in which the Western powers were directly concerned, not over an issue which might throw the brunt of the conflict upon the USSR." Foreign intervention against the new Soviet state in 1918-20, only 16 years before the Spanish Civil War, and the Comintern's unremitting efforts to undermine the bourgeois world had created a chasm between the two systems, which diplomatic recognition a few years later had failed to bridge. Ever since the Revolution of November 1917, wrote Sir John W. Wheeler Bennett, the distinguished British historian, the Bolsheviks had stood in fear and suspicion of the Western world. Both Lenin and Stalin knew well enough that by their actions and their policies they had declared an ideological war upon the rest of the world, a war which was deathless, a war which, though there might be long periods of truce, could not be concluded until one side or the other had gone down to irrevocable defeat. 4. It is almost odious to say that in British and French governing circles there existed profound distrust of the Soviet Union, for they perceived it not so much as an immediate military threat but as the fountainhead of a new, dynamic ideology which, in the event of war with Germany, would spread throughout Western Europe and could only benefit from an exhausting conflict among the capitalist powers. Neville Chamberlain, British Prime Minister from 1937 to 1940, suspected that the Bolsheviks, to use his own language, were chiefly concerned to see the capitalist powers tear each other to pieces whilst they stay out themselves. 5. Highly significant is the following statement made by Sir Horace Will. 170. Son, Chamberlain's chief foreign policy advisor, to Theodore Cord, the German charge d'affaires in London, on August 23, 1938, which undoubtedly reflected the views of the Prime Minister. Great Britain and Germany were in fact the two countries in which the greatest order reigned and which were the best governed. Both were built up on the national principle, the only working principle of human relationship. The reverse of this, Bolshevism, meant anarchy and barbarism. It would be the height of folly, if these two leading white races were to exterminate each other in war. Bolshevism would be the only gainer thereby. 6. Fears of a war in Western Europe, first sparked by Hitler's remilitarization of the Rhineland in March 1936, were heightened by the outbreak of the Spanish conflict in July. On November 25, the U.S. Ambassador William Bullitt, who believed that only the Russians had a vested interest in another war which would end with a general revolution and the final victory of Stalin and company, 7 reported to the State Department, the French government headed at that time by the socialist leader Léon Blum is convinced that the Soviet government desires to push the conflict to the bitter end on the theory that even though, in the first instance, the Soviet government would suffer defeat through the overthrowing of the Madrid and Barcelona governments, that is, the central administration and the semi-autonomous government of the region of Catalonia by Italian and German troops enlisted in Franco's army, the final result would be an attempt by the Germans to establish a new status in Spanish Morocco and an attempt by the Italians to maintain possession of the Balearic Islands, which would result in war between Germany and Italy on one side and France and England on the other. This the Soviet government anticipates would lead to eventual Bolshevization of the whole of Europe. 8. Similar feelings of distrust of Soviet aims in Europe were expressed in a secret report by the British Chiefs of Staff Subcommittee of the Committee of Imperial Defence, dated February 22, 1937, 7 months after the outbreak of the Civil War. Without specifically referring to the Spanish conflict, the report affirmed that the Soviet government would have no fundamental objection to a war between the capitalist powers of Europe, so long as the USSR were not involved, that in certain circumstances she might hope that such a war would give an opportunity to communism to establish itself in Europe generally, and that there was no reason to suppose that she had abandoned the ultimate hope of world revolution. 9. Fears of a general European conflict, from which it was felt Russia alone would benefit, increased steadily during the Civil War and reached a peak during the crisis over Czechoslovakia. At a meeting of the British Cabinet on September 17, 1938, Sir Thomas Inskip, Chamberlain's Minister for Coordination of Defence, stated that while a war might destroy Hitler, it might almost certainly destroy a great deal more. The result might be changes in the state of Europe which might be satisfactory to no one except Moscow and the Bolsheviks. 10. At the same meeting, Lord Zetland, the Secretary of State for India, referred to the appalling results which would follow from a world war. This would bring about 171. The destruction of the present world order and the emergence of something which might approximate to the ideals of those who controlled the destiny of Russia. 11. On March 17, 1937, Sir Alexander Cadogan, the permanent Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs, had minuted, "The Russian object of collective security is to precipitate confusion and war in Europe. They will not participate usefully themselves, they will hope for the world revolution as a result, and a very likely one too." 12. And in a cable to the British Ambassador to Germany, Sir Neville Henderson, dated May 23, 1938, Lord Halifax, then Foreign Secretary, urged the ambassador to inform von Ribbentrop, the German Foreign Minister, with all the earnestness you can command, that if from any precipitate action there should start a European conflagration, only those will benefit from such a catastrophe who wish to see the destruction of European civilization. 13. This disquietude was not confined to political circles. According to General Baron Gehr von Schweppenberg, military attaché to the German embassy in London, Sir John Dill at the War Office, and those members of the General Staff who shared his thoughts were convinced that another war between the British Empire and Germany would be a tragedy, not only for the Empire, but for the whole of Europe. They saw quite clearly that such a war would only forward the designs of Russia, and in this they showed a great deal more foresight than many of their compatriots. 14. While these apprehensions relate directly to the Czech crisis in September 1938, there can be no doubt that they plagued the British government during the Spanish Civil War and lay at the root of the policy of non-intervention and of British resolve to avoid a military confrontation with Germany over Spain. In the opinion of this author, they also lay at the root of the British government's pro-German policy in Central and Eastern Europe that soon became known as appeasement. That the French government of Édouard Daladier, comprising members of the moderate Radical Socialist Party, secretly harbored the same forebodings is clear from the private conversations with the German ambassador in Paris, Count von Welchek, published after World War II. Georges Bonnet, the foreign minister, told the ambassador in May 1938, 5 months before the Munich settlement, that any arrangement was better than war, in the event of which all Europe would perish and both victor and vanquished would fall victims to world communism. 15. Paul Reynaud, the Minister of Justice, was no less explicit. He told Welchek that war would be a catastrophe from which Europe would never recover with the exception of Russia, remote and already living under communism, and that everything must be done to avert the destruction of the civilized old world. 16. As for Premier Daladier, he expressed himself to the ambassador in apocalyptic terms: the catastrophic frightfulness of a modern war would surpass all that humanity had ever seen, and would mean the utter destruction of European civilization. Into the battle zones, devastated and denuded of men, Cossack and Mongol hordes would then pour, bringing to Europe a new culture. This must be prevented, even if it entailed great sacrifice. 172. Vices. 17. And in a talk with German Charge d'Affaires Brauer a few months later, Daladier stressed particularly the terrible and calamitous consequences of a European war. Soviet Russia, he added, would not let the opportunity pass of bringing world revolution to our lands, after the weakening of the European continent. 18. The Germans were not backward in encouraging the fears of the French leaders. When Germany and France are exhausted, the military attaché in Paris, General Kulenthal, told General Gamelin, the chief of the French General Staff, Russia, which will have bided her time, will intervene, and that will mean world revolution. 19. For obvious diplomatic reasons the fears of the French leaders were never openly expressed, if only because of the pact of mutual assistance with Russia, but they were publicly expressed by such writers as Thierry Molnir, a partisan of the French right, who argued, as we have seen, that Germany's defeat would mean the collapse of those authoritarian systems which form the principal bulwark against communist revolution, and that it would perhaps lead to the immediate Bolshevization of Europe. It was a pity, he added, that the men and parties in France who share in that belief did not in general admit it, for there was nothing inavouable about it. Any assessment of British and French diplomacy would be flawed if it failed to take into account the fear that a general European conflict would inure only to the advantage of the Soviet Union, yet so addled is the state of British historiography of the period that only rarely do the recognized authorities touch on this issue, and, then, only superficially. An exception must be made of Sir John W. Wheeler Bennett, who included in his classic work Munich, Prologue to Tragedy the following candid passage: in conservative circles, both in Britain and France, there was a deep-seated conviction that Russia wished to precipitate a European war, from which she would remain aloof, and which would result in the destruction or collapse of the capitalist system. On the rubble and ruins of the bourgeois capitalism, Moscow would erect a dictatorship of the proletariat which, though differing from that of German National Socialism, would be no better and indeed prove worse. there emerged the hope that if only German expansion could be directed toward the east it would cease to threaten Western civilization and the Russian trick might be turned against themselves. The onmarch of German penetration would sooner or later dissipate its force on the steppes of Russia in a struggle which would exhaust both combatants for many years to come. 20. From the diaries and letters of Sir Harold Nicolson, a supporter of Winston Churchill and a National Labour Member of Parliament, professional diplomatist and famous writer, we glean some of the most illuminating insights into the fears and anxieties that beset many of the politicians of the day and determined British policy toward Germany and later toward the events in Spain. Writing shortly before the German march into the Rhineland on March 7, 1936, in violation of the Versailles and Locarno treaties, a violation that Britain and France, acting in concert, could have opposed successfully had they wished to fight, Nicholson. 173. Penetrates the core of British and French unwillingness to intervene, naturally we shall win and enter Berlin. But what is the good of that? It would only mean communism in Germany and France, and that is why the Russians are so keen on it. 21 of Henry and Honor Channon. Henry was a Conservative MP, Nicholson wrote on September 20, 1936, they think we should let gallant little Germany glut her fill of the Reds in the East and keep decadent France quiet while she does so. Otherwise we shall have not only Reds in the West but bombs in London, Kelvedon the Channon's country house, and Southend. 22. The following year, on September 18, 1937, Nicholson recorded in his diary, Tory opinion is almost entirely on the run and would willingly let Germany take Russia and overrun the Near East so long as she leaves us alone. 23. On June 6, 1938, he recorded, we have lost our willpower since our willpower is divided. People of the governing classes think only of their own fortunes, which means hatred of the Reds. This creates a perfectly artificial but at present most effective secret bond between ourselves and Hitler. 24. And, on September 11, 1938, at the time of the crisis over Czechoslovakia, Oliver Stanley, who held many prominent offices in pre-war and wartime conservative governments, told Sir Harold, you see, whether we win or lose, it will be the end of everything we stand for. By we he means obviously the capitalist classes. 25. Equally edifying is the following entry, on November 18, 1938, in the diplomatic diaries of Oliver Harvey, Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden's private secretary from January 1936 until February 1938 and subsequently private secretary to Lord Halifax until December 1939, any war will bring vast and unknown social change. Win or lose and no war is a solution. Vide 1914. Therefore play for time and avoid fighting at all costs except on a first-class vital British interest. The rich classes in the Conservative Party believe the Nazis on the whole are more conservative than communists and socialists. Any war, whether we win or not, would destroy the rich idle classes and so they are for peace at any price. 26. During the interwar years Hitler lost no opportunity to convince British statesmen and high-level personalities that he was the protector of Western civilization and potential crusader against communism and that he desired peace and amity with Britain. In this he was ably assisted by his emissary in London, Joachim von Ribbentrop. For some time Ribbentrop had been busy in London seeking to create a friendly atmosphere towards the Reich, writes John Evelyn Wrench, the biographer of Geoffrey Dawson, the influential editor of the semi-official Times and a resolute believer in appeasement. His propaganda had been carefully thought out. Nazi Germany undoubtedly stood as a wedge between Russian communism and the West, and this was a fact of which Geoffrey was fully cognizant. 27. As we have already seen, Lord Lloyd, noted statesman and conservative peer, stated in his pamphlet The British Case, written shortly after the outbreak of World War II and officially endorsed by Lord Halifax, then Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, that in spite of Hitler's abominable methods and disregard for the rights of other European peoples, he still claimed to 174. Stand ultimately for something which was a common European interest, and which therefore could conceivably provide someday a basis for understanding with other nations equally determined not to sacrifice their traditional institutions and habits on the blood-stained altars of the world revolution. When Lord Lothian, influential statesman and diplomat, visited Hitler on January 29, 1935, the Nazi leader made it clear that he knew what he was talking about, when it was a question of communism. No one knew this question better than he had seen its ravages in Germany and fought it for many years. Communism was not an idea that would disappear in 10 or 20 years. It was a world-conquering idea, something that could be compared to the founding of a great religion. It must be fought by another philosophy. 28 From that time on, Lord Lothian became, according to the British historian A. L. Rouse, who knew him personally, the outstanding propagandist of better understanding with Hitler, and more dangerous than most, because of his charm, his contacts and friendships at the top of English political society. He belonged to the inner circle because of his ability to write, such as not all of them had. 29. Also, when Sir John Simon, Foreign Secretary in 1935, talked with the Nazi leader on March 25 of that year, he minuted, Hitler made it perfectly plain that he would never agree to enter a pact of mutual assistance with Russia. Communism, he declared, is the plague, unlike Nazi socialism, which he claims seeks only to embrace Germans, it is a contagious infection which might spread over all Europe and all Asia. He has stamped it out of Germany, and Germany is the barrier to prevent the pestilence coming westward. So he claims that we ought to be grateful. No Eastern Pact for him. The practical result of our Berlin visit is to establish that Germany greatly desires a good understanding with Britain. 30. Hitler had no difficulty in convincing his many visitors of his sincerity. Some might arrive in a skeptical frame of mind, as British historian Martin Gilbert suggests, but they left convinced that their fears were unjustified, that Hitler was a sincere believer in European peace, and that if he had hatreds, they were towards communism, not Britain. 31. Others, however, were converted before they arrived. For example, when Lord Halifax, shortly before becoming Foreign Secretary, visited Hitler on November 19, 1937 at the request of Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain, he said, according to the German record of the conversation, that the great services the Führer had rendered in rebuilding Germany were fully and completely recognized, and if British public opinion sometimes took up a critical attitude towards certain German problems, the reason might be in part that people in England were not fully informed of the motives and circumstances that underlay certain German measures. In spite of these difficulties, he and other members of the British government were fully aware that the Führer had not only achieved a great deal inside Germany herself, but that, by destroying communism in his country, he had barred its road to Western Europe, and that Germany therefore could rightly be regarded as a bulwark of the West against Bolshevism. 32. A year earlier, Thomas Jones, who moved widely in high-level political 175 circles and was a close friend, advisor, and confidant of Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin, whose inertia was a cause of concern to those favoring Anglo-German friendship, emphasized with a decided note of urgency the need for an understanding between Great Britain and Germany. In a letter to a friend sent from Chequers, the Prime Minister's weekend retreat, on May 23, 1936, a few days after he had flown to meet Adolf Hitler, Jones wrote, "We have to choose between Russia and Germany, and choose soon. Hitler is asking for an alliance with us to form a bulwark against the spread of communism. RPM. Prime Minister is not indisposed to attempt this as a final effort before he resigns after the coronation next year to make way for Neville Chamberlain." 33. But this attempt was never made by the indecisive, wavering Baldwin, who was loath to involve himself with foreign affairs. 34. And the effort to reach an understanding with Germany was left to his more resolute successor, Neville Chamberlain. Nevertheless, Baldwin was sufficiently stirred by the outbreak of the Civil War in Spain and the fear of Soviet involvement to tell Anthony Eden, his foreign secretary, on July 26, that on no account, French or other, must he bring us into fight on the side of the Russians. 35. This too was the reaction to the Spanish conflict of Sir Samuel Hoare, the First Lord of the Admiralty in Baldwin's cabinet and later a member of the inner group in the government of Neville Chamberlain. Advocating strict neutrality, he minuted on August 5, "On no account must we do anything to bolster up communism in Spain, particularly when it is remembered that communism in Portugal, to which it would probably spread and particularly in Lisbon, would be a grave danger to the British Empire." 36. Equally important was the view of Sir Maurice Hankey, who for 25 years presided over the inner machinery of the British Cabinet and Committee of Imperial Defence. "In the present state of Europe," he affirmed on July 20, 1936, "with France and Spain menaced by Bolshevism, it is not inconceivable that before long it might pay us to throw in our lot with Germany and Italy, and the greater our detachment the better." 37. According to Lawrence A. Pratt, who consulted the private papers of Lord Chatfield, the First Sea Lord, he and his staff had the same idea as Hankey, and there is evidence that Admiral Roger Backhouse, commander of the Home Fleet and Chatfield's successor, proposed in 1936 that Britain associate herself with Germany and Italy in crushing revolution in Spain. 38. Sufficient evidence has by now been adduced, both in this and earlier chapters, to substantiate the claim that powerful forces in Britain and France looked upon Germany as the rampart of Western Europe against communism and did not wish to be drawn into a general European war from which Russia alone might emerge triumphant. Obviously, J. L. Garvin, the editor of the London Observer, an influential conveyor of conservative opinion, was expressing more than a personal opinion when he wrote, "In no case whatever can it be to the interest of Britain and the British Empire that Germany should be overthrown to exalt still further and beyond restraint the Soviet power of the future, and make commu. 176. Nism supreme, whether in Europe or Asia." 39. Similar views, as we have seen, were held by the French right and entertained, though not publicly expressed, by members of the moderate Radical Socialist Party. Hence, it cannot be overstressed that in spite of the risks involved to themselves of a Spain under possible bondage to Italy and Germany, Britain and France were not to be diverted from their policy of non-intervention, and no attempt by the Communists and their allies to alter the character of the Spanish Revolution, either in form or in substance, could induce the British and French governments to challenge Germany in Spain. Although Leon Blum, the socialist premier of the Popular Front government in France, is alleged to have adopted a neutral stand under strong British pressure, 40, Blum himself consistently denied these allegations and accepted full responsibility. 41. Nevertheless, at the outbreak of the Civil War, in response to an appeal by José Giral, the Spanish Prime Minister, he was at first ready to supply the Spanish government with war material. 42, but changed his mind after a visit to London to attend a conference on the status of the Locarno Treaty following the German occupation of the Rhineland. Although the subject of Spain was not on the agenda, it came up indirectly. Joel Colton writes in his well-documented biography of Leon Blum, various members of the British cabinet expressed what Blum later described as great apprehension over a policy of aiding Republican Spain. It would be exaggerated, he said later in recalling the talks, to speak of opposition. But counsels of prudence were dispensed and sharp fears expressed. 43. In a luncheon conversation, some conservatives spoke in favor of a war between fascists and Bolsheviks in which the extremists would exterminate themselves. Spain, it was implied, could be the scene of such a felicitous Armageddon. 44. Blum, Dulbos Ivan Dulbos, French Foreign Minister, and Ledger Alexis Saint Ledger, Secretary General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, were clearly made to understand the negative attitude of the British conservatives, who did not wish to take sides in the faction fight in Spain. They hoped that the Spanish Civil War could be prevented from turning into a European conflagration. 45. Yet, by Blum's own testimony, no direct pressure was exerted upon him during his stay in London to adopt a policy of non-intervention. Nevertheless, British pressure was strong even if indirect. It was typical of Blum that he would not admit to such pressure and that he would later insist on assuming the entire blame himself. There is no doubt that he left London much disturbed over the official British climate of opinion and shaken in his determination to aid Spain, even if he was not yet prepared to abandon his original intention. It was in Paris that he encountered the decisive opposition 46. This is undoubtedly correct, for it was there that he was subject to direct pressure from some of the Radical Party ministers in his cabinet, from the President of the Republic 47, from the combined forces of the French right, and from the powerful Radical Party 48, which represented within the Popular Front alliance a large segment of the middle classes, who, according to Jean Lacouture, Léon Blum's French biographer, fearfully refused the slightest risk in foreign affairs 49. Equally indicative of the opposition of influential quarters in both Britain and 177. France to any military commitment that might involve them in a war with Germany was their hostility to the Franco-Soviet Pact of Mutual Assistance. If this hostility was undisguised by an important section of French opinion, to say nothing of the antipathy in official quarters, 50, it was no less patent in authoritative British newspapers. British opinion, said the Times, the unofficial mouthpiece of the government, is not prepared to accept the leadership of France over the whole field of foreign politics, or to admit responsibility for all the liabilities which she had been accumulating in the shape of alliances on the farther side of Germany. The Franco-Soviet Pact is not regarded here as a helpful diplomatic achievement. 51. France, wrote Scrutator in the Sunday Times, has made alliances in Eastern Europe for power. Its motive is still power, even if there is no idea of aggression but only self-defense. Rightly or wrongly, as some of us think, she convinced herself that the benefits to herself of an alliance with Russia and the Little Entente outweighed the risk of entanglements in disputes not really her own. In this regard, France's policy is not ours. 52. These pacts, the Franco-Soviet and Czech-Soviet treaties, wrote J. L. Garvin in The Observer, mean war and can mean nothing else. If we support them, they mean war between Britain and Germany and can mean nothing else. If Britain is to give countenance or patronage to those fatal instruments, if we are to have any lot or part in them whatever, if we are to stand behind France and Czechoslovakia as the potential allies of Russia and communism against Germany, then the situation becomes inherently deadly to peace, and it is no use talking of anything else. We cannot have it both ways. If we are to interfere with Germany in the East, she must ultimately strike us in the West. Nothing else is possible. 53. If such forthright expressions of opinion by these highly influential and quality newspapers were never matched by any official declaration, there can be no doubt that they corresponded closely to the position of the British government. This is plain from the minutes of the Foreign Affairs Committee on March 18, 1938, released after World War II, which reviewed at length the dangers of a situation in which France, through her commitments in Central and Eastern Europe, might drag Britain into a war, because, as Prime Minister Chamberlain pointed out, we could not afford to see France destroyed. 54. Equally concerned were the British Chiefs of Staff, who reported in 1937, if France becomes involved by decisions in which we should have no part, we are in danger of being drawn into a general European war, even though at that moment it might be highly dangerous for us. 55. The underlying principle, writes Keith Middlemas, the British historian, hedged about though it was with qualifications and restrictions, was never actually denied, and the Chiefs of Staff enunciated it shortly before the fall of Austria, March 1938. If France was in great danger, we cannot afford to allow her to be overrun and aerodromes established on French soil. Over the centuries the British people have fought to prevent the Low Countries, Holland and Belgium, falling to the possession of a hostile power. 178. As Middlemas points out, the Chamberlain cabinet reluctantly accepted that it was an overriding British interest not to see France defeated by Germany. Hitler might sweep eastward almost at will in 1938, but the balance of power in Western Europe should not, in the last resort, be overthrown. 56. Hence, it is not surprising that Chamberlain expressed himself at the Foreign Affairs Committee as being most uneasy at a situation in which French ministers could decide whether Britain went to war or not. 57. The vital question, then, as the British government perceived it, was to prevent a war in Western Europe arising not only as a result of the continuing threat presented by the Spanish conflict and possible French involvement, but from France's commitments in Eastern Europe. War in the West, it was felt, could be averted only by France disencumbering herself of her eastern entanglements and by an Anglo-German political agreement that would guarantee the status quo in Western Europe and allow German hegemony in the East as a bulwark against the Soviet Union. Although British historians have on the whole avoided coming to grips with the thesis that Britain's aim was to turn Nazi aggression eastward, where the two totalitarian powers would exhaust themselves, a thesis which, in view of the fear of communism, has at least the merit of logicality and have stressed other reasons for the policy of appeasement, the evidence is overwhelming, despite the supervised release and even disappearance of official documents from the records, that there were powerful currents in high-level political and social circles that hoped that Germany would at least serve as a counterweight to Russia against the spread of communism. That these currents had existed since the early years of the Nazi regime has already been amply demonstrated, and the evidence is no less convincing that they continued to survive until the Nazis upset the balance of power in the spring of 1940 by invading Western Europe. If it has been necessary to dwell at length on the principal motive force behind the appeasement policy, it is because the state of British historiography of the 1930s is so unsatisfactory. Unless the mainspring of appeasement can be incontrovertibly established, it is impossible not only to make sense of pre-war European history and British policy, which otherwise appears as a succession of absurd blunders, but to understand Stalin's moderate course during the Spanish Civil War and Revolution. Nor is it possible to understand why his efforts to induce the democracies to end their policy of non-intervention by distorting the nature of the revolution and to challenge Germany in Spain could never have met with the success he hoped. Yet, while the majority of British historians have avoided or skated over the principal motive force behind the policy of appeasement and sought refuge in other explanations, there are, to be sure, notable exceptions. No less an authority than Arnold J. Toynbee, who at one time, according to Thomas Jones, who knew him personally, was convinced of Hitler's sincerity in desiring peace in Europe and close friendship with England. 58 stated in 1937 as clearly as might be expected, the suggestion that a Western pact should be concluded and that 179. Herr Hitler should be tacitly left free to do as he liked in the East commended itself to those British circles in which an Anglo-German rapprochement was regarded as highly desirable, either from fear of Germany's growing strength or from dislike of Russia or from other motives, and it was also likely to receive consideration in circles which were strongly opposed to any concession to Germany's claim for the return of her pre-war colonies. There was little doubt that a considerable proportion of the British public, including some of the government's supporters in the House of Commons, would deem it to be in the interests of the British Empire to abandon Eastern Europe to its fate, if by that means the question of a redistribution of colonial territory could be shelved. 59. Then there is the testimony of Basil Henry Liddell Hart, military tactician and historian, who was an advisor to Leslie Horbelish, war minister in the Chamberlain cabinet, who claims that in government circles I had long listened to calculating arguments for allowing Germany to expand eastwards, for evading our obligations under the League Covenant, and for leaving other countries to bear the brunt of any early stand against aggression. 60. Even more explicit is Sir John W. Wheeler Bennett. This willingness to see Hitler dominant in Central and Eastern Europe was not, however, merely a byproduct of the general trend of British diplomacy. It was of far greater significance than that, and represented one of the prime factors in the whole situation. Behind the general desire for peace and for an accommodation with Hitler there lay, if not in the mind of Mr. Chamberlain himself, at any rate in the minds of some of his advisers, the secret hope that, if German expansion could be directed towards the East, it would in time come into collision with the rival totalitarian imperialism of Soviet Russia. In the conflict which would ensue, both the forces of National Socialism and Communism would be exhausted, and, since it was believed by those who held these opinions that Bolshevik Russia was of greater danger to Britain than Nazi Germany, the prospect of Hitler defeating Stalin and greatly weakening himself in the process was not unwelcome. 61. 180. 17. Wooing Britain and France. It should now be clear that France's military commitments in Central and Eastern Europe ran counter to the aims of British foreign policy. It is also clear from German documents that even in French official circles the Franco-Soviet pact was regarded by some as an impediment to an eventual accommodation with Germany. Of this the Kremlin was fully conscious. Indeed, the fear that both Britain and France might arrive at some agreement with Germany at the expense of Eastern Europe was deeply grounded in Moscow. In a conversation with Joseph E. Davies, U.S. ambassador to Russia, in February 1937, Maxim Litvinov, Soviet Commissar for Foreign Affairs, did not conceal this disquietude. He could not understand, Davies informed the Secretary of State, why Great Britain could not see that once Hitler dominated Europe he would swallow the British Isles also. He seemed to be very much stirred about this and apprehensive lest there should be some composition of differences between France, England, and Germany. 1. It was undoubtedly the fear that the impetus of German militarism might ultimately be directed against the East rather than against the West, augmented by the disappointment over the continued neutrality of Britain and France with regard to the Spanish conflict despite increasing Italo-German intervention, 2. Over the failure of the French government to supplement the Franco-Soviet pact by any positive military agreement, and over the rejection of a popular front by the British Labour Party. 3. That prompted the Kremlin to redouble its efforts in Spain with a view to enticing Britain and France from their neutrality. At the end of January 1937, Juan Comarera, the leader of the PSUC, told the Central Committee of his party in words that reflected discussions that had taken place with Erno Gero, a top-ranking Comintern agent in Spain known as Pedro, who had just returned from Moscow, for that the essential thing at this time is to seek the collaboration of the European democracies, particularly that of England. 5. In the democratic bloc of powers, Comarera declared 2 days later at a public meeting, the decisive factor is not France, it is England. It is essential for all party comrades to realize this so as to moderate their slogans at the present. 181. Time. England is not a country like France. England is a country governed by the Conservative Party. England is a country of slow evolution, which is constantly preoccupied with imperial interests. England is a country of plutocrats, a country with a profoundly conservative middle class that reacts with great difficulty. Some persons say that England could never on any account agree to the triumph of Germany over Spain because that would signify a danger to her own vital interests. But we should realize that the big capitalists in England are capable of coming to an understanding at any time with Italian and German capitalists if they should reach the conclusion that they have no other choice with regard to Spain. Therefore we must win, cost what it may, the benevolent neutrality of that country, if not its direct aid. 6. That this was to be achieved not merely by accentuating the moderate tendencies initiated by the Communists at the outbreak of the revolution, but by more tangible means, was evident from a note sent by Álvarez del Valle, the philo-communist foreign minister, in February 1937 to the British and French governments offering to transfer Spanish Morocco to these two powers in return for the adoption of measures designed to prevent further Italo-German intervention. 7. It is significant that during the discussions that Pedro held with the PSUC leaders at the end of January upon his return from Moscow approximately 2 weeks before the offer was made, he spoke of the advisability of offering Spanish Morocco and the Canary Islands, also in the hands of General Franco, to Britain and France in order to win the support of these two powers. During her revolution, he argued, Russia had also been compelled to make territorial sacrifices. 8. Jesus Hernandez, Politburo member and Minister of Education, affirmed, after he had ceased to belong to the Communist Party, that Litvinov, Soviet Foreign Minister in Geneva, and Rosenberg, Soviet Ambassador in Spain, persuaded Álvarez del Valle to make certain offers favorable to Great Britain and France with regard to Spanish Morocco in exchange for the help of both powers to the Republic. 9. On the other hand, Pablo de Carrete, the philo-communist Spanish ambassador in London, claims that the memorandum was inspired and drafted by him with the approval of Álvarez del Valle. 10. In view of the pro-Soviet attitudes of both men and their frequent contact with the two Soviet diplomats, this version is not substantially different from that given by Hernandez. Because Spanish Morocco was in the hands of General Franco, and there had recently been insistent reports that Germany was fortifying the coast opposite Gibraltar. 11. It must have been obvious to Moscow that no such assignment could have been made in favor of Britain and France and accepted by them without the risk of precipitating an international conflict. In fact, Hernandez affirms that if these two countries, which had more than ample motives for anxiety over the prospect of a violent change of the status quo in Morocco, had been lured by the seductive offer, the friction between the democratic powers and Germany and Italy would have reached white heat, creating favorable conditions for Soviet plans to push the two blocs into a war far removed from Russia's borders. 12. 182. It is doubtful, however, whether more than a few of the members of the Republican government were aware of the wider objectives of Soviet policy in Spain or even of the Moroccan proposal at the time it was made. Indalecio Prieto asserts that no proposal relating to Morocco was ever submitted to the cabinet and that if it had been, he would have opposed any step in favor of such an impractical idea. He also asserts that he never heard of the proposal while serving as a cabinet minister. 13. This is true, for, according to Ajcarate, Álvarez del Valle informed him that only as an largo caballero and he had any knowledge of the secret memorandum. The other members of the cabinet, he added, were not to be informed for the time being. 14. This is confirmed in a letter dated February 7, 1937 addressed to Luis Araquistin, the Spanish ambassador in Paris, by Álvarez del Valle, who also stated that because of the growing pessimism of Prieto and his contagious oratory, nothing could be achieved if every move in foreign policy were subject to a majority vote. 15. In spite of the secrecy, a copy of the memorandum fell into the hands of General Franco's administration. 16. And was published in full in the enemy press. 17. In succeeding days, excerpts or summaries appeared in the major newspapers of Britain and France. There is someone in our embassies who is in touch with the rebels, Valle wrote Araquistin on March 18. Otherwise it cannot be explained how they gained cognizance of the memorandum. But I do not mind if the matter gets excessive publicity, for it shows that our international policy is aimed at close collaboration with the Western democracies and is in the service of collective security and peace. 18. And, in a second letter to Araquistin on April 9, Valle stated, "We must win over London at all costs. We already know that the British government is exasperating in its stupidity and its inertia apart from the fact that the majority of the cabinet is fundamentally hostile to us. But we must win it over. How? On the one hand, by shaking up public opinion in all spheres. In this respect the visit of the British ecclesiastical delegation to Republican Spain has been an unsurpassable success, and, on the other hand, by constantly appealing to the crude self-interest and egotism of the British Empire." 19. Signed by Álvarez del Valle, the memorandum stated in part, I. 1. The Spanish government wishes Spain's future foreign policy, as far as Western Europe is concerned, to assume the form of active collaboration with France and the United Kingdom. 2. To this end, Spain would be ready to take into consideration, both in the matter of economic reconstruction and in her military, naval, and air relations, the interests of these two powers, insofar as this is compatible with her interests. 3. In the same manner, Spain would be ready to examine, in conjunction with these powers, the advisability or otherwise of modifying the present status of North Africa, Spanish Morocco, on condition that such modification is not made in favor of any power other than Great Britain and France. 183. 2. If these proposals, which are made in a spirit of full international collaboration, are appreciated at their true worth by the British and French governments, these governments would henceforth be responsible for the adoption of any measures within their power designed to prevent further Italo-German intervention in Spanish affairs, in view of the fact that the interests of peace, which are synonymous with the national interests of the Western democracies, demand the effective prosecution of this aim. If the sacrifices the Spanish government is willing to make prove insufficient to prevent the further supplying of men and material to the rebels by Italy and Germany, and if, in consequence, the Republican government is compelled to fight the rebel generals, aided by two foreign powers, until victory is attained, then the proposals made in the first part of this note will be considered null and void, in view of the fact that their essential aim, which is to spare the Spanish people further suffering, would be frustrated. 20. The Spanish memorandum, wrote Álvarez del Valle after the war, gave the most conclusive proof of the Republic's desire for an understanding with Great Britain and France. Though it could not, in view of the existing circumstances, take the form of a pact of mutual assistance or an alliance, it was to all intents and purposes the same. 21. In a later passage, he says, neither of the two governments received the Republican initiative favorably. 22. And the international leakage by which the text of the Spanish memorandum was made known to the public gave evidence of an active hand behind the scenes which was doing everything possible to frustrate attempts to help the cause of the Spanish government. Although the February memorandum was an official statement of the Republic's foreign policy during the war, it must not be thought that it represented the extent of our efforts to persuade Great Britain and France to adopt an attitude more in keeping with their own interests. By every relevant argument, by communicating reports on Italo-German activity to both governments, by the submission of concrete proposals for combating the Italian menace in major KB every means in our power we endeavored to bring about a change of attitude in London and Paris. 23. We were not crying for the moon. We made no request for armed assistance. We only asked that in strict accordance with the policy of non-intervention which Great Britain and France had imposed on us and should for that very reason have enforced, Spain should be left to the Spaniards, and that if those two democracies did not feel able to prevent Germany and Italy from continuing to intervene in Spain, they should make honorable recognition of the failure of their policy and re-establish in full the right to freedom of trade. In a word, we asked that international law should be respected. The way in which the British and French governments ignored our warnings, suggestions, and requests was truly heartbreaking. 24. 184. Notwithstanding these disappointments, Russia continued to bolster the resistance of the anti-Franco forces in the stubborn belief that Britain and France could not permit an Italo-German vassalage of Spain and would sooner or later be forced to intervene in defense of their own interests, undermining or destroying Germany's military power before she had time to prepare for war in Eastern Europe. Moscow, affirmed Boris Stefanov, the Comintern delegate, will try by every means to avoid being isolated, to force the Western democracies to fight Hitler, if there is no other course but war. 25. We want the democratic states to help us, declared José Díaz, the General Secretary of the Spanish Communist Party, and believe that in this way they will be defending their own interests. We try to make them understand this and to enlist their help. We know full well that the fascist aggressors find bourgeois groups in every country to support them, such as the conservatives in England and the rightists in France, but fascist aggression is going forward at such a pace that national interests, in a country like France, for instance, must convince all men who desire the liberty and independence of their country of the necessity of standing up to this aggression. And today there is no more effective way of doing this than by giving concrete help to the Spanish people. 26. Moscow tried to do for France and England what they should have done for themselves. Juan Negrin, Prime Minister during the last 2 years of the war, declared after the end of the conflict. The promise of Soviet aid to the Spanish Republic was that ultimately Paris and London would awake to the risks involved to themselves in an Italo-German victory in Spain and join the USSR in supporting us. 27. But neither Britain nor France wished to risk a European conflict or even weaken the Nazi regime by challenging Germany in Spain. German intervention might indeed represent a future threat to British and French interests in the Mediterranean as well as to France on her southern border, but should not be allowed to interfere with the long-term strategy of securing peace in Western Europe by appeasing Germany in the East and using her as a countervailing force against the Soviet Union. In Britain, the advocates of appeasement were greatly strengthened in May 1937, when Neville Chamberlain succeeded Stanley Baldwin as Premier. To be sure, Baldwin had favored appeasement and a political settlement with Germany, but he was not a man of action. His tendency, as the Earl of Birkenhead attests, was to dream and drift in the hope that matters would somehow sort themselves out. 28. On the other hand, Chamberlain, whose remarkable gifts, according to Birkenhead, were not those demanded by this particular moment of history, was in every respect a man of action, an administrator of a high order, and a debater of uncompromising skill and severity, with a streak of ruthlessness which reminded many of his father, Joseph Chamberlain, and an autocratic tendency which led him to exercise an iron control over his cabinet. His idea of a fair basis of discussion, Birkenhead adds, was that the Germans should be told. 185. That we would not forcibly oppose them in obtaining their objects in Austria and Czechoslovakia, provided they did so by peaceful means. 29. The qualification by peaceful means was a fundamental element of Chamberlain's policy, for although he and his supporters were ready to allow Germany a predominant position in Eastern Europe by absorbing Czechoslovakia and even, as will be seen in a later chapter, by disembarrassing themselves of the military commitment given to Poland on March 31, 1939, they knew that if Hitler were to use force to attain his ends, Britain might well be drawn into a war in Western Europe either through pressure of the parliamentary opposition and the press or through French entanglements in Central and Eastern Europe. For these reasons, any territorial changes west of Russia's borders were to be achieved only by way of negotiation and a gradual revision of British policy. 30. As for the fate that Chamberlain foresaw for Russia in his strategy of appeasement, no evidence has been uncovered in British documents to prove that he sought a military confrontation between the two totalitarian powers. Nor can we expect to see Chamberlain's strategy spelled out in any official document, for, as one British historian has observed in a general statement regarding the formulation of British policy, it was often decided without minutes, in the Prime Minister's Gothic-styled office in Parliament, during a walk in St. James's Park, in a West End club or in a country house. 31 and, we should add, in the private confines of Sir Horace Wilson's office at 10 Downing Street. 32. Although the British archives covering the years preceding World War II were opened under the Public Records Act of 1967, it is most unlikely that any cabinet papers, memoranda, or minutes will ever be found providing concrete evidence of a grand strategy relating to Eastern Europe, for such a politically explosive matter could have been discussed only in secrecy by Chamberlain's trusted associates. Indeed, the cabinet records so far released provide no inkling of any discussions on the subject. Furthermore, even if the precise aims of British policy were committed to paper, it should be borne in mind that the discretionary power of the Lord Chancellor, the cabinet officer responsible for all state papers, to exclude certain documents on security grounds from becoming available to the historian for 100 years or indeed in perpetuity. 33 limits the available material. This power may explain why Chamberlain's secret proposals to Germany regarding Poland, as we shall see in a later chapter, have, in the words of the British historian A. J. P. Taylor, not surprisingly, disappeared from the British records. 34 and why the volumes on British foreign policy give very few letters and even fewer minutes. 35. It may also explain why certain clandestine messages by Neville Chamberlain to Adolf Hitler were not published, according to the British historian David Irving, in the volumes of official documents. 36. But even though documentary proof of Chamberlain's strategy may never be found, there is no lack of evidence that he perceived the Soviet Union as the major threat to British interests and that he harbored the most profound distrust of Russian aims. It is not surprising that in his private diary he expressed, according to British historian Keith Middlemas, a willing fatalism about the likelihood of 186. Conflict between the fascist and communist ideologies and complete indifference to the security arrangements of Eastern Europe. 37 Some years later, Lord Douglas Home, who had been Chamberlain's private parliamentary secretary, known at the time as Lord Dunglass, and a supporter of his policy, exposed more clearly than perhaps any British historian the wellspring of appeasement. I think the main thing is that Chamberlain, like many others, saw communism as the major long-term danger. He hated Hitler and German fascism, but he felt that Europe in general and Britain in particular were in even greater danger from communism. Hitler was an evil man, but in the short term one should and possibly could do a deal with him, and after that he could be controlled. 38. As for Chamberlain's distrust of Russia, the reader will recall his suspicion that the Bolsheviks were chiefly concerned to see the capitalist powers tear each other to pieces whilst they stay out themselves. His biographer Keith Fielding points out that he distrusted the purity of Russia's motives, that Spain accentuated that distrust, and that Russia would not weep to see the Western powers and Germany involved in a deadly war. 39 In a letter to one of his sisters, dated March 20, 1938, he spoke of the Russians stealthily and cunningly pulling all the strings behind the scenes to get us involved in a war with Germany. 40. And in another family letter, he stated, "I must confess to the most profound distrust of Russia. I distrust her motives, which seem to me to have little connection with our ideas of liberty, and to be concerned only with getting everyone else by the ears." 41. In assessing British foreign policy from the advent to power of Adolf Hitler in 1933 up to the outbreak of war in 1939, it is essential to understand the distrust and fear of Russia, exacerbated by the revolutionary events in Spain, that existed among the political elite. If we ignore or even underrate this apprehension, as so many histories of the period, memoirs and biographies have done, then Britain's acquiescence in German rearmament and hegemony in Central and Eastern Europe becomes unintelligible, and the politicians who conducted her foreign policy appear as naive and gullible men totally ignorant of European affairs. Indeed, according to the British historian A. L. Rouse, Chamberlain was a vain old fool, and his whole approach was that of a rather simple-minded businessman. 42. Hardly less misleading is the judgment of the Earl of Birkenhead that Chamberlain's misfortune, and that of the country, was that his knowledge of the world was narrow, and that his political and business training had ill-equipped him at 68 when he took office in 1937 to comprehend the larger issues of foreign policy. 43. These characterizations are contradicted by the well-known professor of international history, W. N. Medlicott, who states that Mr. Chamberlain had been a close student of foreign policy for many years, with a powerful influence on cabinet decisions in such related fields as rearmament, sanctions, and supply. 44. Moreover, they overlook what Winston Churchill, scarcely a friendly witness, described as Chamberlain's toughness of fiber, his precision of mind and remarkable mental faculties. 45. Above all, the misleading assessments of Chamberlain's abilities disregard the fact that two of Chamberlain's 187 closest supporters, Sir Samuel Hoare and Sir John Simon, were former foreign secretaries with extensive experience in European affairs. It is impossible to believe that these three men, who together with Lord Halifax, Foreign Secretary from 1938, comprised the inner cabinet that excluded the full cabinet from the central decisions of foreign policy. 46. Had no strategy for the defense of British interests and no notion as to where their support of German aims in Eastern Europe might ultimately lead. Nor is it possible to believe that all the statesmen and politicians in Britain and France who supported German appeasement were naive men who had no idea what might happen when Germany became the predominant force in Eastern Europe and established a common border with Russia. All the scattered evidence laboriously gathered from public statements, from official, once confidential or secret documents that have up to now been released, and from the diaries and autobiographies of diplomats, politicians, and civil servants, when pieced together in a comprehensible and logical form, as the author has done in this and other chapters, prove beyond a peradventure that powerful forces in Britain and France hope to use Germany as a counterpoise to Russia and purchase immunity for the West from the devastation of war and revolution by supporting German hegemony in Eastern Europe against the threat of communism. The reasons why so many British historians have ignored the most important component of the appeasement policy are discussed later in this volume. The attitude, then, of the controlling forces in Britain and France toward the Spanish Civil War was determined not merely by their hostility to the revolutionary changes, of which they were fully apprised in spite of the efforts to conceal them behind the facade of a democratic republic, but by the whole field of foreign politics. Hence, it cannot be overemphasized that no attempt at dissimulation and persuasion on the part of successive Spanish governments, prompted mainly by the communists at the behest of Moscow, and that no attempt even at curbing the revolution, could have altered Anglo-French policy with regard to the Spanish conflict. Nevertheless, Despite the doubts that may occasionally have assailed them, the Spanish communist leaders executed the directives of the Kremlin without apparent hesitation, even though these directives meant antagonizing irreversibly other parties of the left and eventually undermining the war effort and the will to fight. Those of us who directed the Spanish Communist Party, declared Jesus Hernandez in a speech delivered some years after he had been expelled from the party, acted more like Soviet subjects than sons of the Spanish people. It may seem absurd, incredible, but our education under Soviet tutelage had deformed us to such an extent that we were completely denationalized. Our national soul was torn out of us and replaced by a rabidly chauvinistic internationalism that began and ended with the towers of the Kremlin 47. Yet the leaders of the Spanish Communist Party did not necessarily understand the Kremlin's purely pragmatic aims in rendering aid to the anti-Franco zone. 188. Sincerely believed, writes Valentin Gonzalez, more commonly known as El Campesino, a much-publicized communist militia leader and somewhat charismatic figure during the war, that the Kremlin sent us its arms, its military and political advisors, and the international brigades under its control as a proof of its revolutionary solidarity. Only later did I realize that the Kremlin does not serve the people, but uses them to serve its own interests, that, with a treachery and hypocrisy without parallel, it makes use of the international working class as a pawn in its political maneuvers, and that in the name of world revolution, it tries to consolidate its own totalitarian counter-revolution and to prepare for world domination. 48. 189. Part 3. Curbing the Revolution. 191. 18. Anarchist philosophy and government. The efforts of the communists from the outset of the Civil War to gain the support of Great Britain and France and to ensure the continued recognition first of the Giral and later of the Largo Caballero government as the legally constituted authority necessarily had an important effect on the course of the revolution. If these two countries were to be influenced even in the smallest measure, the government would have to reconstruct the shattered machinery of state not upon revolutionary lines but in the image of the deceased republic. Moreover, if the Caballero administration were to be a government in essence rather than in name, it would have to assume control of all the elements of state power appropriated by the revolutionary committees in the first days of the Civil War. 1. On this point all members of the cabinet were of one mind, and there can be little doubt that they would have been so irrespective of the need to impress foreign opinion. But the work of reconstructing state power could not be achieved, or at least would be extremely difficult to achieve, without the participation in the government of the extreme wing of the revolution, the powerful anarcho-syndicalist or libertarian movement, as it was more frequently called, represented by the anarchist-oriented CNT and by the FAI, its ideological guide, whose mission it was to protect the CNT from deviationist tendencies to and to lead the trade union federation to the anarchist goal of libertarian communism. Formed in 1927 as a clandestine organization from the scattered anarchist groups throughout the country, the FAI's initial purpose was to aid in the struggle against Miguel Primo de Rivera's military dictatorship, 192,330, inasmuch as the CNT, formed Indiana 19103 and outlawed by Primo, had virtually ceased to function. Cesar M. Lorenzo writes. It was only at the beginning of 1929, when the CNT was partially reconstructed, that the FAI started to become known. Organized very loosely on the basis of autonomous groups known as affinity groups because of their common place of work or residence, as in the case of communist cells and comprising on the average about 10 men, it had a peninsular committee that served as a connecting organ. The FAI's real cohesion derived from the ideological in 192. Transigence of its members, who were ferocious enemies of authority, hierarchy, politics, the state, legal action, and compromise. The Fascistas undertook the conquest of the CNT, imposing themselves by their radicalism, their violent language, their ceaseless criticism, forever predicting that the social revolution would arrive the very next day. The FAI, it should be stressed, was in reality only a faction, in prodigious expansion, of the CNT, it was not an alien force attempting to control it, like the Communist Party, for example, which failed very quickly in its efforts of penetration, but an appendix, an outgrowth of the CNT itself, formed by the latter's own militants already organized in the unions. Its true epicenter was Catalonia, the cradle and ever-turbulent seat of the libertarian movement. It was not long before it became a state within a state inside the CNT. 4. What is clear and beyond question, Federica Monsanei, a leading member of both the CNT and the FAI, wrote many years after the war, is that the CNT was founded by the most devoted and most dynamic segment of the anarchists and attracted the working class to itself precisely because of this dynamism and devotion. And one other thing that no one should forget is that, if the CNT saved itself on various occasions from falling into the hands of other political organizations, it was precisely because of the unfailing vigilance and activity of the anarchist comrades within its ranks. In this way, it protected itself from the influx of Marxists in the years that followed the Russian Revolution 5. The FAI attempted to accomplish its directive mission by virtue of the fact that its members, with few exceptions, belonged to the CNT and held many positions of trust. It was an established principle that any person belonging to a political party should not occupy any official position in the trade union organization. 6. The FAI, moreover, kept a close and constant supervision over the unions of the CNT, often threatening to use force to prevent deviationist trends when argument failed. To be sure, this domination, or at least attempted domination by the FAI, was not always openly acknowledged by the CNT and FAI, and indeed was at times emphatically denied. 7. But it was frankly admitted after the Civil War by other leaders of the CNT. 8. It is true, however, as José Pirates, the libertarian historian, points out, that while the FAI exerted considerable influence over the CNT, watching closely for heresies of CNT leaders who were not FAI members, the CNT in turn exerted a powerful influence over the FAI. 9. Nevertheless, his assertion that the FAI was in reality directed by the CNT runs counter to other testimony. 10. Although views were divided in the cabinet as to the advisability, from the standpoint of foreign opinion, of allowing the libertarians to participate in the government, 11. The advantages of having them share responsibility for its measures were indubitable. The entry of representatives of the CNT into the present Council of Ministers would certainly endow the directive organ of the nation with fresh energy and authority, said Claridad, Largo Caballero's mouthpiece, on October 25, 1936, in view of the fact that a considerable segment of the working 193 class, now absent from its deliberations, would feel bound by its measures and its authority. But would the anarcho-syndicalists wish to become ministers in the central government and join in the reconstruction of the state? This was questionable, even though quite recently they had, in violation of venerable principles, joined the Catalan regional government. Rootedly opposed to the state, which they regarded as the supreme expression of authority of man over man, the most powerful instrument for the enslavement of the people. 12. The libertarians were equally opposed to every government, whether of the right or left, including the Soviet government that had destroyed the anarchist movement in the first years of the Russian Revolution. The entire dialectic of the officials of the Russian government, said Tierra y Libertad of Barcelona, the FAI organ, 2 weeks before the outbreak of the Civil War, cannot erase one palpable, one evident fact regarding the Russian experiment, that the root of the state is the root of the counter-revolution. We have always maintained that this is so, and the study of the last 19 years of Russian events has provided a most eloquent demonstration of the correctness of our view. In proportion as the Soviet state became stronger, the revolution perished in the iron grip of decrees, bureaucrats, repressive machinery, and taxation. The revolution is a thing of the people, a popular creation; the counter-revolution is a thing of the state. It has always been so, and will always be so, whether in Russia, Spain, or China. 13. After the Civil War, a former leading Spanish communist wrote, "The evolution of the Soviet state, the fate of anarchism under it and the downgrading of the Soviet trade unions into a mere bureaucratic appendage contributed significantly to the hardening of the apolitical and anti-state views of the Spanish anarcho-syndicalist masses and especially of its leading cadres. 14. Anarchist opposition to all forms of government found vehement expression in polemics during the latter half of the 19th century between Bakunin, the great Russian anarchist, whose writings had a far-reaching influence on the Spanish working class movement, and Karl Marx. In the words of Bakunin, the people's government proposed by Marx would simply be the rule of a privileged minority over the huge majority of the working masses. But this minority, the Marxists argue, would consist of workers. Yes, I dare say, of former workers, but as soon as they become rulers and representatives of the people they would cease to be proletarians and would look down upon all workers from their political summit. They would no longer represent the people, they would represent only themselves. He who doubts this must be absolutely ignorant of human nature. 15. And the Italian anarchist Enrico Malatesta, whose influence on the Spanish libertarian movement was appreciable, stated, "The primary concern of every government is to ensure its continuance in power irrespective of the men who form it. If they are bad, they want to remain in power in order to enrich themselves and to satisfy their lust for authority, and if they are honest and sincere they believe that it is their duty to remain in power for the benefit of the people." The anarchists could never, even if they were strong enough. 194. Form a government without contradicting themselves and repudiating their entire doctrine, and, should they do so, it would be no different from any other government, perhaps it would be even worse. 16. Writing in 1930, 6 years before the revolution, the Spanish anarchist leader, Diego Abad de Santillan, stressed that the transition from statism to anarchism demands a new man, a new type of individual, morally superior, and that it was the anarchist's mission to create him. We shall only know the promised land of anarchism if we succeed in creating men worthy of living in it. And we cannot create them if we ourselves are not already spiritually on the way to demonstrating that bosses and tyrants are unnecessary and that we know how to live like free men deserving of liberty. 17. The establishment of the democratic Spanish Republic in 1931, following the fall of the monarchy and the Berenguer dictatorship, did not cause the libertarians to modify their basic tenets: all governments are detestable, and it is our mission to destroy them. 18. All governments without exception are equally bad, equally contemptible. 19. All governments are destroyers of liberty. 20. Under the monarchy and the dictatorship, wrote an anarchist at the time of the Republican Socialist Coalition in 1933, the workers suffered hunger and 1,000 privations, and they continue to do so today under the Republic. Yesterday it was impossible to satisfy their most urgent needs, and today conditions are the same. We anarchists say this without fear that any worker will contradict us, and we say more. We say that at all times, under whatever type of government, the workers have been tyrannized and have had to wage bitter struggles so that their right to live and enjoy themselves after exhausting hours of labor would be respected. 21. Just as the libertarians made no distinction between governments of the left and governments of the right, they made no distinction between individual politicians. For us, all politicians are equal in electoral demagoguery, in filching the rights from the people, in their desire for fame, in their opportunism, in their ability to criticize when in the opposition, and in their cynicism when justifying themselves once in power. 22. In contrast to other working-class organizations, the CNT and FAI shunned parliamentary activity. 23. They held no seats in central or local governments, refrained from nominating candidates for parliament, and, in the crucial November 1933 elections that brought the parties of the right to power, they had enjoined their members to abstain from voting. Our revolution is not made in parliament, but in the street, Tierra y Libertad had declared a month before the elections. 24. We are not interested in changing governments, Isaac Puente, an influential anarcho-syndicalist, had written at the time. What we want is to suppress them. Whatever side wins, whether the right or the left, will be our enemy, our jailer, our executioner, and will have at its disposal the truncheons of the assault guards, the bullying of the secret police, the rifles of the civil guard, and the outlook of prison wardens. The working class will have just what it has today: somber jails, spies, hunger, welts, and lacerations. 25. And a few days before the elections, Tierra y Libertad declared. 195. Workers, do not vote. The vote is a negation of your personality. Turn your backs on those who ask you to vote for them. They are your enemies. They hope to rise to power by taking advantage of your trustfulness. Urge your parents, your children, your brothers and sisters, your relatives, and your friends not to vote for any of the candidates. As far as we are concerned, they are all the same. All politicians are our enemies, whether they be Republicans, monarchists, communists, or socialists. Honorio Mora is just as shameless as Rodrigo Soriano and Heron Barrio Barro. Largo Caballero and Prieto are just as cynical and despicable as Balbottin and his associates. We need neither a state nor a government. The bourgeoisie needs them in order to defend its interests. Our interests lie solely in our working conditions, and to defend them we require no parliament. No one should vote. Do not be concerned whether the rightists or the leftists emerge triumphant from this farce. They are all die-hard rightists. The only left-wing organization that is genuinely revolutionary is the CNT, and because this is so, it is not interested in parliament, which is a filthy house of prostitution toying with the interests of the country and the people. Destroy the ballots. Destroy the ballot boxes. Crack the heads of the ballot supervisors as well as those of the candidates. 26. In the February 1936 elections, however, the CNT and FAI changed their posture, for, while opposing the Popular Front program, which they regarded as a profoundly conservative document out of harmony with the revolutionary fever that Spain was sweating through her pores, 27, they decided not to urge their members to abstain from voting, not only because the left coalition promised a broad amnesty for thousands of political prisoners in the event of victory, 28, but because a repetition of the abstentionist policy of 1933 would have meant as great a defeat for the libertarian movement as for the parties that adhered to the Popular Front coalition. 29 This change of posture ensured the victory of the Popular Front coalition. 30 But did not imply any fundamental change of doctrine. The anarcho-syndicalists' impressive background of hostility to all governments and to all politicians makes it hard to conceive that they would join the cabinet of Largo Caballero, especially as, for many years before the outbreak of the Civil War, they had been at sword's point with the socialist leader and his rival trade union organization, the UGT. 196. 19. The anarcho-syndicalists enter the government. As leader of the socialist UGT, Largo Caballero's relations with the anarcho-syndicalists in the years before the Civil War had been marked by constant enmity. During the dictatorship, or military directory, as it was officially called, of General Primo de Rivera, 192,330, Caballero had served as labor delegate on Primo's Council of State, partly with the object of protecting and strengthening his own organization and partly in the hope of gaining ground from the anarcho-syndicalists, whose unions had been proscribed by the dictator. During the preceding years, writes Gerald Brennan in his classic work, the CNT had been increasing its numbers very rapidly. With the aid of its Sindicato Unico and the prestige of its great strikes, it had not only swept away all the recent gains of its rival in the Andalusian Campo, but it had invaded the socialist preserve of the center and north. Here it had seized half the Builders' Union in Madrid, which was one of the first strongholds of the UGT, had drawn off many of the railwaymen and planted itself firmly in the Asturias, in the port of Gijón and in the great iron foundries of Sama and La Felguera. To Caballero, who had the whole organization of the UGT in his hands, this was a serious matter. The fear of losing ground to the CNT was almost an obsession with him. As a Marxist, he felt the supreme importance of the unification of the proletariat. He sensed therefore in the dictatorship a good opportunity for making some progress in this direction. possibly the UGT would be able to absorb the CNT altogether. This hope was not fulfilled. By using the arbitration boards of the dictatorship as a starting point, Brennan continues, the UGT greatly increased its strength in the country districts, especially in Extremadura, Granada, Aragon, and New Castile, but it failed completely in Catalonia and made no progress among the industrial proletariat. The anarcho-syndicalists preferred to enter the reactionary Sindicato Libre, which they knew would break up with the fall of the dictatorship. 1. The UGT's collaboration with the military directory gave rise to what Largo Caballero described as a campaign of insults and calumnies such as has seldom 197 been experienced. 2. The socialists did what they could to combat the onslaught. Their participation in the various organs of the state, said an official announcement published in El Socialista on October 25, 1924, is subject to the decisions of the Congresses and Assemblies of the Socialist Party and the UGT. It has not involved nor does it involve political collaboration or agreement with the government's work. 3. And, in a statement issued on December 10, 1924, which referred to Largo Caballero's appointment to the post of Counselor of State, the National Committee of the Socialist Party unanimously approved his conduct as absolutely correct and scrupulous, since he had simply limited himself to accepting an assignment offered by his organization. 4. Although the UGT made no conspicuous inroads into the ranks of the CNT, there can be little doubt that the military directory benefited from the backing it received from the Socialist Trade Union Organization. This is apparent from a report, dated January 29, 1930, by the Director General of Security to General Damaso Berenguer, Primo de Rivera's successor. Socialist behavior during the past 6 years has been frankly supportive of the government. The labor legislation and especially the arbitration boards have been the main reason why the socialist workers, in spite of the labor crisis, have resisted the alluring appeals and proposals of the anarcho-syndicalists and why their leaders have refused to take part in the political agitation and rebellious movements they have been urged to join. The General Directorate of Security, the report concluded, considered that the active intervention of the socialists in political and social problems represented no danger to public order at the present time but rather a guarantee that order would be maintained. 5. If it is true that Largo Caballero believed it possible for the UGT to absorb the CNT, it is no less true that at one time the CNT likewise hoped to monopolize the entire trade union movement. At an anarcho-syndicalist congress held in 1919, a resolution was passed giving the workers of Spain a period of 3 months in which to enter the CNT, failing which they would be denounced as scabs. 6 But nothing came of this attempt to absorb the rival movement. When, a few years later, Largo Caballero served on Primo's Council of State and used the arbitration boards to increase the strength of the UGT, he became the object of the CNT's unsparing criticism. Nor did relations between them improve with the advent of the Republic in 1931, when Caballero became Minister of Labor, for he again used his powers to augment the influence of the UGT at the expense of the rival organization and clashed with the CNT over his defense of state interference in labor disputes. Brennan writes, the Minister of Labor, Largo Caballero, had introduced a series of laws regulating the rights of the working classes in their dealings with capital. The most important of these, the law of December 24, 1931, laid down the conditions which all contracts between workers and employers must fulfill in order to be valid. A special tribunal was set up to decide alleged infractions. Another law, the Ley de Jurados Mixtos, established tribunals at which labor disputes were to 198 be compulsorily settled. Another law required 8 days' notice to be given of every strike. Apart from the fact that these laws ran contrary to the anarcho-syndicalist principles of negotiating directly with the employers and interfered with the practice of lightning strikes, it was clear that they represented an immense increase in the power of the state in industrial matters. A whole army of government officials, mostly socialists, made their appearance to enforce the new laws and saw to it that, whenever possible, they should be used to extend the influence of the UGT at the expense of the CNT. This had of course been the intention of those who drew them up. In fact, the UGT was rapidly becoming an organ of the state itself and was using its new powers to reduce its rival. The anarcho-syndicalists could have no illusions as to what could happen to them if a purely socialist government should come into power. 7. Unlike the UGT, the CNT rejected the labor courts, or jurados mixtos, of the Republic, not only because they increased the power of the state in disputes between labor and management, but because their purpose, in the opinion of a prominent CNT-FAI member, was to castrate the Spanish proletariat in the interests of class conciliation. 8. Not conciliation, but continual and implacable war between labor and management was what the CNT wanted, and direct action was its method. Violent strikes, sabotage, and boycott. 9. This was not simply a means of improving the standard of living of the workers, above all, it was a method of agitation, of stimulating and keeping alive a spirit of revolt in preparation for the day of insurrection. Direct action, declared the International Workingmen's Association, 8, with which the CNT was affiliated, finds its highest expression in the general strike, which should be a prelude to the social revolution. 10. Famed for their frequent uprisings in the years before the military rebellion, the anarcho-syndicalists were the classic force of Spanish insurrection. It mattered little whether these uprisings, invariably confined to a few localities, failed for lack of support elsewhere. What was important was that they should rouse the revolutionary temper of the working class. Today they might fail, but tomorrow they would be victorious. If yesterday 10 villages revolted, wrote Isaac Puente, 1,000 villages must rise tomorrow, even if we have to fill the holds of 100 prison ships like the Buenos Aires. Defeat is not always failure. The future does not always belong to those who triumph. We never play our last card. 11. The sharp divergence between the CNT and UGT was not in any way lessened by Largo Caballero's leftward swerve in 1933, for the anarcho-syndicalists continued to regard him with unrelenting animosity. Nor did his advocacy of the dictatorship of the proletariat, through the instrumentality of the Socialist Party and of the unification of the CNT and UGT 12 a few months before the outbreak of the Civil War, temper this animosity, for they held that Largo Caballero was a dictator in embryo, who favored the absolute hegemony of the Socialist Party on the morrow of the triumphant insurrection of the working class. 13. And that under the cover of unification his crooked aim was to absorb the CNT in 199 localities where the UGT was stronger. 14. No practical discussions to bring about the fusion ever took place, and the somewhat more cautious attitude adopted by the leadership of the UGT toward the developing strike movement, just before the military insurrection 15 tended to increase still further the hostility of the CNT, which was sweeping the rank and file of the UGT along with it in several places. The mass of workers were desperate, wrote an acute observer, and were prepared to follow the most ardent leaders. 16. In Madrid, El Sol reported, "We are witnessing the amazing spectacle of the CNT. Declaring general strikes, continually organizing partial strikes, and inspiring intransigent and rigid attitudes that cause the government to despair." 17. Then came the Civil War and the Revolution, creating fresh points of friction between the two trade union federations. 18. Yet, in spite of this discord, in spite of the traditional anti-government stand of the anarcho-syndicalists and of their distrust of him personally, Largo Caballero tried, when forming his cabinet at the beginning of September 1936, to secure their participation in the belief, as his organ Claridad later put it, that they would feel themselves bound by its measures and its authority. 19. But much as he needed them to share the responsibilities of office in order to forestall any criticism of his government's decrees, he offered them only a single seat without portfolio. 20. A meager reward for what would have entailed a flagrant breach of principle. That offer, commented the Madrid anarcho-syndicalist organ, CNT, some weeks later, was neither generous nor enticing and was absolutely disproportionate to the strength and influence of the CNT in the country. 21. To be sure, the CNT, if smaller than the UGT in Madrid province, yielded nothing to it in the majority of provinces within the left zone, such as Albacete, Guadalajara, Jaén, and Toledo, to mention but a few where the two federations had approximately the same number of adherents, and, in addition to being more powerful in the regions of Aragon, Catalonia, and Valencia, had, in all probability, more members than its socialist rival in the total area controlled by the left-wing forces. 22. Nevertheless, the National Committee of the CNT accepted Largo Caballero's offer, subject, however, to ratification by the regional federations. 23. A national plenum of regional federations met on September 3, but the delegates rejected the offer. 24. 2 days later, after Caballero had already formed his cabinet, CNT in Madrid declared, "Perhaps many wonder how it is that the CNT, one of the principal forces preparing for the victory of the people at the front and in the rear, does not form part of this government." Undoubtedly, if the CNT were inspired by political ideas, the number of its seats in this government would have to be at least as large as that of the UGT and the Socialists. In other words, the CNT would have required the same number of seats as both the Largo Caballero faction of the Socialist Party, which the paper identified with the UGT because of its control of the trade union executive, and the Prieto faction, which controlled the party executive. However, the article continued, the CNT once again affirms its unshakable adhesion to its anti-authoritarian postulates and believes 200. That the libertarian transformation of society can take place only as a result of the abolition of the state and the control of the economy by the working class. 25. Although the delegates to the CNT National Plenum rejected Largo Caballero's offer of a single seat, some of them even opposing collaboration with the socialist leader altogether, they adopted, after long and tumultuous debates, a compromise resolution accepting government participation in principle and providing for the restructuring of the government and the state. 26. According to the resolution, auxiliary commissions were to be set up in each ministry comprising 2 representatives of the CNT, 2 of the UGT, 2 of the Popular Front parties, and 1 government delegate. 27. This project would have spared the CNT the embarrassment of direct participation in the cabinet, but would nonetheless have given it representation in every branch of government. According to Lorenzo, its rejection by Caballero was hardly surprising, for the commissions would have been veritable organs of power, and the ministers would have been reduced to simple executors of the will of the 2 trade union federations. 28. In his unpublished memoirs, Largo Caballero writes, in order to enter the government, the anarcho-syndicalists went so far as to try to impose a state structure based on extra-governmental bodies, which, in effect, would have caused the government, the President of the Republic and the Parliament, in other words, the Republican state, to disappear. They wanted the Prime Minister, i.e., Largo Caballero, to become president of this anarcho-syndicalist state. He replied that he had accepted power in order to do everything possible to win the war and save the Republic, but not to betray it. 29. His attitude undoubtedly convinced the anarcho-syndicalist leaders of the futility of their aspirations. Although the libertarian movement could not join the cabinet without striking at the very roots of official doctrine, some of its leaders were loath to leave the affairs of government entirely in the hands of rival organizations. Among the most resolute of these advocates of intervention in the government was the secretary of the National Committee of the CNT, Horacio M. Prieto, a pragmatic libertarian, who, viewing as unrealistic the resolution of September 3 and feeling that time was pressing ruthlessly, demanded that the CNT enter the government with several ministers openly and without shame. 30. The CNT, he observed some years later, should not have declined to enter the government in view of the important role we were playing in the war. But fear of violating the ideological principles of the movement, respect for its ideas, for its tenets, and fear of shouldering this responsibility acted as a brake on initiative, with the result that indecision prevailed. 31.